My name is Li Ziyan, and I consider my aunt the perfect woman. She is 19 years older than me, beautiful, successful, and incredibly attractive. When I was a child and lost my parents, she was the only one who stayed by my side. She took care of me, cooked for me, did my laundry, bought me things, and even secretly purchased an apartment for my future. She was the only light in my world. But I never saw her as a mother. She was too dazzling, too perfect, and with each passing year, I realized that no girl, not a single one, could ever compare to her. Of course, I knew I wasn't allowed to think of her that way. I had to study, graduate, and get into university. Everything else, forbidden thoughts. But that day, everything changed. Suddenly, numbers appeared before my eyes. School desk, 30 yuan. Gel pen, 0.5 yuan. Pants, 34 yuan. I froze, confused. Was this a joke? A glitch? But when I looked at my classmate, Lu Xiaoyun, another number appeared above her head. Overall attractiveness, 7 out of 10. I left school and saw a message pop up on my phone. Zhao Mei texted, "Wait a bit, I'll be 10 minutes late." 10 minutes. My mind raced. If I could see the value of things, could I also see the value of money? I walked into a lottery shop nearby. Scratch ticket, 10 yuan, prize, 0 yuan. Scratch ticket, 10 yuan, prize, 100 yuan. My hands trembled as I grabbed the right ticket and scratched it. 100 yuan. I couldn't believe it. This wasn't just luck, this was a system. I kept going. A new ticket, 800 yuan. In just a few minutes, I had more than 1,000. I could become rich in an instant. But then, another message arrived. Zhao Mei was already waiting for me outside the school. Her black stockings, long legs, dazzling smile. Dozens of men stole glances at her, but she was waiting for me. I got into the car and inhaled her scent. I looked at her and thought, what if I could become a man worthy of her? Aunt Zhao, you're here. Li Ziyan walked to Zhao Mei's side, his eyes full of intensity. Get in the car. Zhao Mei got into the Mercedes S, while Li Ziyan took the front passenger seat. After getting in, she took off her high heels. When it came to high heels and black stockings, Zhao Mei seemed to have a peculiar obsession. Many times, even she didn't know why. After Li Ziyan got in the car, he realized he could no longer see the price tags on things. Instead, he saw a cooldown bar, one that was quite long. Not long after, the cooldown bar disappeared as well. Your grades have been dropping a lot lately. Are you in a relationship? Zhao Mei's voice carried a strong, icy tone. It made Li Ziyan feel a little afraid. No. Maybe I'm just stupid, so I can't study well. Li Ziyan spoke softly, feeling a little guilty inside. Nonsense. If you were really stupid, how did you always have good grades in middle school and the first year of high school? Your grades have been declining recently. If this continues, do you really want to end up in a vocational college? Do you want to spend your whole life as just an ordinary person? Li Ziyan looked at Zhao Mei's stunning profile. He murmured, actually, going to a vocational college isn't so bad. I can stay in Zhejiang and attend a regular college, and on Sundays, I can come back to see you. Besides, being an ordinary person isn't bad either. Look at me, I'm not particularly handsome. My family has no money, I'm just an ordinary person. Li Ziyan had great respect for Zhao Mei. The life he truly wanted was just to live out an ordinary existence, as long as he could stay by Aunt Zhao's side. If he had to leave for university, he really didn't want to. Because then, he would never see Zhao Mei again. He really was just an ordinary person, someone who could feel happy just for receiving 1,000 yuan today. And someone who could feel sad when Zhao Mei didn't pay attention to him. However, if that ability of his could continue to be used, maybe his life wouldn't be so ordinary? Zhao Mei was driving, but for a moment, she couldn't find any words. This kid. Unlike other teenagers with ambition, he just wanted to stay by her side for life. How ridiculous. That's all you aspire to? Li Ziyan gazed at the distant scenery. He sat there quietly, his eyes focused on the horizon. He saw the hustle and bustle of the city, the towering skyscrapers standing like giants. Each building had its own unique style and characteristics, forming the skyline of this city. In his heart, he really liked life here. Mainly because Zhao Mei was here. Yeah, that's all I want, Aunt Zhao. As long as I can stay by your side, that's enough. Li Ziyan's words made Zhao Mei feel a deep sense of helplessness. Actually, she had already made plans for Li Ziyan. She knew very well that nowadays, a man couldn't go without a house and a car. So over the years, every time she made money, she set aside some as a fund for Li Ziyan to buy a house and a car. A few years ago, she even secretly bought him an apartment in the city. Once he graduated, she would tell him. Then, she would buy him a Mercedes C worth over 300,000 yuan so he could find a wife. Only then would she truly feel at ease. Back then, her relationship with Li Jian's mother had been like sisters. If she didn't take care of Li Jian, then in this world, there really wouldn't be anyone who cared for this child. His life would surely be miserable. Zhao Mei couldn't bear to see Li Jian face such a tragic fate. Anyway, the teacher said your grades are getting worse and worse lately, and you're sleeping a lot in class. You rest well enough at home. And about dating, I heard something about you and Lu Xiaoyun. Is there something going on between you two? That little girl seems to be quite pretty. Li Jian knew that Zhao Mei truly cared about him. Otherwise, she wouldn't know so much about his personal affairs. Aunt Zhao, students shouldn't date. I've always followed your teachings. You know, I've always thought you're the most beautiful. In the future, when I graduate and find a partner, I'll set you as the standard. As for Lu Xiaoyun, she's so plain. Zhao Mei smacked Li Jian on the head. This brat had really grown up, his way of talking had changed. Now he even knew how to judge whether someone was plain or not. Alright, stop messing around. I'll have to tutor you more these days. I don't want you actually ending up in a vocational college. That would really give me a headache. Remember, this auntie isn't forbidding you from dating, but there are 2 conditions. First, you have to graduate. Second, you have to be at least 18 years old. Even though you did turn 18 not long ago, you haven't graduated yet. As a high school student, you absolutely cannot date. Understood? Li Jian nodded repeatedly. They arrived at the underground parking lot of the apartment complex, and Li Jian followed Zhao Mei into the elevator. Back home, when Zhao Mei was unlocking the door, Li Jian suddenly felt his vision go black and collapsed onto Zhao Mei. She was startled and turned back to look at Li Jian, whose face looked a bit off. She asked with concern, "Xiaoyan, what's wrong?" "I'm fine, auntie." Li Jian felt that Zhao Mei's body temperature seemed a bit higher than normal. It made him feel warm. Maybe I've just been too tired lately. Zhao Mei looked at Li Jian, who had returned to normal, and sighed. This brat. What had he been doing to be so tired? If he had been studying hard, that would be one thing, but his grades had been slipping. She really didn't know what to do. After opening the door, Li Jian changed into his slippers and saw Zhao Mei's husband sitting there, drinking. Ji Yunhai. He and Ji Yunhai weren't particularly close. But Ji Yunhai was a very refined person. He was always polite to him, so Li Jian didn't dislike him. You're back. Tingting is asleep. I'm going to bed too. Ji Yunhai picked up his bottle of alcohol and went back to his room. Li Jian didn't know why Ji Yunhai and Zhao Mei slept in separate rooms. But they had been like this for many years. He never thought much about it. After washing up, Li Jian went back to his room. He set an alarm. At around 1 in the morning, Li Jian woke up. He got up, got dressed, and changed his shoes in the entryway. He quietly left the house, planning to work on the design draft for Zhao Mei. However, he didn't notice that Zhao Mei, wearing flat shoes, had also stepped out of her room. After he left, she pushed open the door and followed him outside. Although Qiantang district was not as prosperous as Yuhang, its night view was still quite nice. Walking down the street, Li Jian felt a sense of fulfillment because he was doing something for Aunt Zhao. As long as it was for Aunt Zhao, everything was worth it. Lately, Zhao Mei's project had reached a critical stage. So, Li Jian had been staying up late more and more, and his grades had been dropping drastically. However, Li Jian didn't notice that Zhao Mei was secretly following behind him. Tonight, Zhao Mei wasn't wearing high heels just to make it easier to follow him. Not long ago, she had found out that Li Jian's grades were getting worse and worse. He was also often sleeping in class, but after the demolition, she had packed up all his belongings and brought him to live in her house. She had been watching him every day, so she knew exactly what he was doing. So why was he so tired? Yesterday, Zhao Mei checked the surveillance camera at the entrance of her home and finally discovered Li Jian had been sneaking out in the middle of the night every day. She had no idea what he was doing. This made her panic, afraid that Li Jian might be getting involved in something illegal. Following behind him, she clutched a can of pepper spray in her hand. After all, it was late at night, and for a beautiful woman to be out alone was very dangerous. Soon, Li Jian arrived at an old residential building. He took out a key, opened the door to Unit 102, then went straight to the master bedroom. He turned on the air conditioning, powered up his computer, and started working. Everything in one smooth motion. This place wasn't far from Zhao Mei's luxury apartment, but the contrast between this old neighborhood and the urban district was striking. It was like a dividing line that split life into 2 different worlds. The reason Li Jian could afford to rent a place, buy a computer, was mainly because Zhao Mei often gave him pocket money. At first, she was worried he might go astray, so she didn't give him much. But after making sure he wouldn't misuse it, she started giving him more. Over time, he had unknowingly saved up 6 figures. Along with the salary Zhao Mei gave him, Li Jiyan now had a decent amount of personal savings. As he worked, all he could think about was helping Aunt Zhao. As long as he could help the most important person in his life, everything was worth it. In a daze, Li Jiyan once again saw that countdown progress bar. At this rate, I'll soon be able to see financial information again. A thrill of anticipation surged through him. For an ordinary person, this was a rare chance to turn his life around. Zhao Mei stood outside the old residential building. Under the dim streetlights, everything made her feel uneasy. Li Jiyan, I want to see exactly what you're doing here. She walked up to the door of Li Jiyan's rental apartment and knocked. Li Jiyan was confused. What's going on? It was the middle of the night, who would be knocking? He had just ordered takeout, but it had only been a little over 10 minutes. Could it really be here so fast? Usually, his late-night snacks took at least half an hour. Hello, your delivery is here. Zhao Mei deliberately lowered her voice. Her voice was already naturally pleasant. But now, lowering it made it sound even softer and more delicate. She was afraid Li Jiyan would recognize her voice. If he did, her plan to investigate him would be ruined. Hearing a girl's voice, Li Jiyan let down his guard a little. Although this place was run down, the entrance of the residential building did have security cameras. I just placed the order. It's only been 10 minutes. That fast? Zhao Mei's voice sounded again. The restaurant you ordered from is nearby, so it arrived a little quicker. Li Jiyan didn't think much of it and opened the door. Then, in an instant, a sense of panic filled his heart. His guard had been too low, there was no way takeout could arrive in just 10 minutes. Instinctively, he looked toward the master bedroom in alarm. Zhao Mei also realized that Li Jiyan was hiding something, and that secret was inside the master bedroom. Looking at the light coming from inside, she imagined all sorts of possibilities. Maybe he was playing video games. Maybe he was gambling online. Or maybe he had a girlfriend and was meeting her here every night. Each possibility made Zhao Mei feel like her heart was being stabbed. She had done everything to raise him well. But now, with college entrance exams approaching, he wasn't studying properly. Instead, he was sneaking out here every night, wasting time. No wonder he was always sleeping in class. Li Jiyan, what the hell have you been up to? She started walking toward the master bedroom. Li Jiyan panicked. And nothing, really. Nothing. Even though everything he was doing was for Zhao Mei. He absolutely didn't want her to find out. If she did, she definitely wouldn't let him continue helping her. More than anything, he wanted to share her workload, to ease her burdens. But now, as Zhao Mei got closer and closer, Li Jiyan suddenly lunged forward, grabbed her from behind, and pinned her to the floor. Caught off guard, Zhao Mei felt a wave of fear wash over her. This boy. He was no longer the little kid he used to be. He was now an 18-year-old young man. If it came down to physical strength, she had no chance of winning. At this moment, she suddenly felt her body was no longer under her own control. If Li Jiyan wanted to do something, she wouldn't be able to resist. What was this brat trying to do? Aunt Zhao, please let me explain. A faint fragrance filled the air. Li Jiyan realized how warm Zhao Mei's wrists were. Right now, all he could think about was keeping his secret from being discovered. At the same time, the scent from Zhao Mei's body kept invading his senses. And he realized, Aunt Zhao was, and always had been, the most beautiful woman in his heart. No other woman could ever compare to her. Although Zhao Mei was already 37 years old, she still looked like a girl in her 20s. Whether it was her skin, figure, or appearance, she was in her prime. This big sister next door vibe made Li Jiyan feel she was incredibly beautiful. Feeling the weight of Li Jiyan on top of her, Zhao Mei couldn't help but panic a little. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. Her sense of security was no longer in her control. Very quickly, Li Jiyan unplugged the power cord. Get up! Seeing that Zhao Mei was angry, Li Jiyan hurriedly got off her. Li Jiyan, you've gotten really bold now. Zhao Mei sat on the bed, staring at Li Jiyan. She had always been a knowledgeable and elegant woman, and she had never once hit Li Jiyan since he was a child. But now, looking at her expression, Li Jiyan knew she was truly furious. She had always placed his studies above everything else. Now, not only was he sneaking out in the middle of the night, but he had even pinned Aunt Zhao down just now. There was no doubt this time, she was really angry. I'm sorry, Aunt Zhao. I've been too obsessed with gaming lately, so I was afraid you'd find out. Li Jiyan used gaming as an excuse. After all, if he got caught playing games, he could still find ways to make it up to Aunt Zhao. But if his studio work got discovered, he wouldn't be able to help her anymore. In Li Ziyan's heart, no one could compare to Zhao Mei. Li Ziyan. Zhao Mei was so furious that she could barely speak. His situation was special, he had no family and no one to rely on. If it weren't for her, what kind of miserable life would he be living now? Zhao Mei understood this better than anyone. Precisely because of his background, he should have been working hard to build a future for himself. She had secretly bought him a house years ago, hoping it would motivate him to push forward. But now, at such a crucial time before the college entrance exams, he was wasting his time on games? Zhao Mei felt deeply disappointed. Li Ziyan glanced at Zhao Mei's beautiful legs in black stockings, and he could feel her emotions. Aunt Zhao, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't play games anymore. Zhao Mei couldn't help but raise her hand and smack him on the head. Li Ziyan winced in pain and covered his head. In his memory, although Zhao Mei had always been a strong-willed woman, she had never laid a hand on him before. In fact, the way she treated him could even be called spoiling. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him so much pocket money. But this time, he had really angered her. Instead of worrying about his head, Li Ziyan reached out and held Zhao Mei's delicate hand. Aunt Zhao, please don't be mad, okay? I swear I won't play games anymore. I promise. Hearing this, Zhao Mei's anger subsided a little. She knew that although Li Ziyan was an ordinary boy, he was kind at heart. That was exactly why she had taken care of him all these years. She had given him no less than what she had given her own daughter, Tingting. You promise? Zhao Mei looked at him. Yes. I promise, I won't come here again. Of course, he would still come, just not before the exams. There was still time left for the project. Once he graduated, he could just work overtime to make up for it. As long as you don't come back here, that's fine. Be good. Did I hit you too hard? Zhao Mei gently touched his head. She felt it was a little swollen. After her moment of anger passed, she couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Maybe she had hit him too hard. It doesn't hurt. Aunt Zhao, as long as you're not mad, that's all that matters. When you're angry, I feel really awful inside. Seeing him like this, Zhao Mei couldn't help but hug him lightly. Auntie really didn't want to hit you, but what you did was too disappointing. You haven't entered the real world yet, so you don't understand how hard it is for young people to find jobs now. If you don't study properly, Auntie really doesn't know how you'll get by in the future. Leaning against Zhao Mei's shoulder, Li Ziyan whispered, Didn't I already tell you? I don't care about success. As long as I can stay in Hangzhou and be by your side, that's enough. Looking at his unambitious attitude, Zhao Mei felt utterly helpless. For the next few weeks, I'm keeping a close eye on you. No more slacking off. No matter what, you at least need to get into a regular university. With his previous academic performance, Zhao Mei believed that with strict supervision, he could at least meet the entry requirements for a bachelor's degree. With a proper degree, it would also be easier for her to arrange a decent job for him later. In her mind, she planned to secure him a stable job, plus the house and car she had prepared for him. That way, he would have an easy life, and she could finally stop worrying. I understand, Aunt Zhao. I promise I won't come here again. I'll listen to you and focus on my studies. I won't sleep in class anymore. For now, Li Ziyan just wanted to make her happy. He could figure everything else out later. After all, the college entrance exam was only a little over half a month away. Zhao Mei held his head in her hands and gently kissed his forehead. Xiaoyan, study hard from now on, okay? In the past, whenever she kissed his forehead like this, no matter how restless or stubborn he would always listen. But now, Zhao Mei felt something different. Just then, the voice of the delivery driver rang out. Zhao Mei told him to leave it at the door, and soon, the apartment fell silent again. I've told you so many times, don't eat takeout. It's unhygienic. Aren't you afraid of getting sick? Let's go home. From now on, if you're hungry at night, just tell Auntie. I'll cook for you. Zhao Mei took Li Ziyan's hand and led him out of the apartment. She tossed the takeout straight into the trash. Li Ziyan knew Zhao Mei had never let him eat takeout. She was aware of certain things. Some takeout food really wasn't clean. For people with weak stomachs, it could easily cause problems. When he was little, if she wasn't home, she would leave him meals she had cooked, and if she was home, she would cook for him herself. Li Ziyan would always remember. Sitting in the living room, eagerly waiting for Aunt Zhao's food to be ready. Back then, as long as he could eat her cooking, it felt like the greatest happiness in the world. And her cooking was truly delicious. When they arrived home, Zhao Mei changed into her slippers. Li Ziyan also switched into his. Go wash up. You'll sleep in my room tonight. I'll go make you some late-night snacks. Hearing this, Li Jian froze. Aunt Zhao was letting him sleep in her room? Li Jian's mind quickly thought of many possibilities. Could it be? Strange thoughts began to emerge in his heart. However, Zhao Mei's voice soon rang out again. Xiaoyan, go inflate the air mattress over there. Then have a good sleep before your college entrance exam is over. You must focus all your energy on studying. Don't even think about sneaking out to play games again. In the kitchen, Zhao Mei started making a late-night snack for Li Jian. At this moment, Li Jian felt a little dejected. It seemed that his plan to secretly help Aunt Zhao was completely ruined. He could only wait until after the exam to make up for it. Li Jian went into Zhao Mei's room. He turned on the air conditioner and then started inflating the air mattress. In his heart, being able to be closer to Aunt Zhao was a very happy thing. After all, she was the greatest support in his life. Li Jian was genuinely worried. In the future, he wouldn't be able to see Aunt Zhao as often. Ever since their home was demolished a year ago and they moved into Aunt Zhao's house, Li Jian's happiness had skyrocketed. As long as he could stay close to Zhao Mei, everything felt blissful. For someone like him, who considered himself ordinary, this was the happiest thing in his life. After setting up the air mattress, Li Jian returned to his room. Then he took his blanket, laid out his bed, and Zhao Mei walked in with a bowl of scallion noodles. Eat up. Stop eating outside food from now on, understand? You shouldn't be eating so much at night. If you eat things that are hard to digest, you'll upset your stomach. Li Jian took the bowl of scallion noodles from Zhao Mei, and happily began to eat. Seeing how happy he looked, Zhao Mei walked to the room's door, locked it, and looked at Li Jian with amusement. Silly boy, just a bowl of noodles makes you this happy? Your cooking is the best. I want to eat it for a lifetime. Seeing the sincerity in Li Jian's eyes, Zhao Mei felt warmth in her heart. No matter what, Li Jian always treated her as the dearest person in his world, and she could feel that very clearly. After he finished eating, Zhao Mei checked the time. It was already 2:30 a.m. Just leave the bowl there. Clean up tomorrow morning. Hurry and sleep. As for your evening self-study, I'll talk to your homeroom teacher about skipping it. From now on, come home, and I'll tutor you. Li Jian obediently put the bowl down. Oh, and go brush your teeth. There's a new toothbrush in the bathroom. Li Jian obediently went to the bathroom. After washing up, he saw that Zhao Mei was already lying on the big bed with her eyes closed. The room was dimly lit by a small nightlight. Aunt Zhao, are you asleep? Zhao Mei let out a soft hum. She was indeed about to fall asleep. I'm really not going to evening self-study anymore. Actually, being able to spend more time with Zhao Mei every evening made Li Jian look forward to it. Do you even realize how much your grades have dropped? If I still let you go to evening self-study, that would be too irresponsible of me. From now on, I'll test you on the spot every time I tutor you. Zhao Mei's voice carried a hint of sternness. Li Jian knew very well that she was doing this for his own good. Right now, in this world, only Aunt Zhao was willing to care for him unconditionally. I understand, Aunt Zhao. Looking at Zhao Mei, who was sleeping not far away, Li Jian felt an unprecedented sense of security. Then, he slowly fell asleep. However, Li Jian also noticed something. The door was locked from the inside. Zhao Mei and Ji Yunhai were husband and wife, and their family only had one daughter, Tingting. So, who was she locking the door against? It could only be Ji Yunhai. Li Jian knew that the two of them had been sleeping in separate rooms for many years. Soon, he set aside his thoughts. As long as it had nothing to do with him, it didn't matter. It was best not to meddle in adult affairs. The next morning, Li Jian realized that he was still in Aunt Zhao's room. He quickly looked towards Zhao Mei's bed. She was already gone, but her clothes from last night were still on the bed. She must have changed while he was asleep because he was there. After all, he was no longer a child. Thinking about these things, Li Jian walked into the living room. Hurry up, wash up, and eat. I'll take you to school later. Ji Tingting's school was very close, so Zhao Mei didn't need to take her there. Li Jian obediently went to wash up and then sat down at the dining table. Ji Yunhai glanced at Li Jian briefly. Then, he spoke a few words. Xiaoyan, you're a man. Stop sneaking out to play video games like a child. Right now, you may be indulging yourself. But in the future, no one will clean up the mess for your mistakes. You must study hard so you can carry the burdens of life. Your aunt truly loves you. Otherwise, why would she be so heartbroken over you? You have to live up to her expectations. Li Jian nodded. Meanwhile, Ji Tingting, who had her hair in a bun, was grinning as she looked at him. Brother, I didn't know you were so bold. Running out in the middle of the night to play games. If Mom hadn't told me, I wouldn't have believed it. Ji Tingting and Li Jiyan had a good relationship. She used to say that she would only marry Li Jiyan in the future. That gave Ji Yunhai quite a headache, but fortunately, it was just a child's joke. It's nothing. I won't do it again. Li Jiyan sat there eating, and once again, he saw the countdown in his vision. He didn't know when he would be able to use his ability again, but judging by the progress bar, it shouldn't be long. Zhao Mei, dressed in business attire, sat down next to Li Jiyan with a glass of milk. Then, she poured him a cup. Shayan, I'm going to put my work on hold for a while. I'll be checking on your class from time to time. If I catch you slacking off, just wait and see. This time, Zhao Mei was truly serious. As she spoke, her delicate face carried a proud and icy expression. She looked every bit like a cold and commanding woman. In these final months, as long as she kept a close eye on him, his college entrance exam results could still improve. She had started paying attention when his grades had begun slipping dramatically not long ago. Now that she had found the root cause, she had to make sure Li Jiyan focused on his studies. As Li Jiyan listened to Zhao Mei's threat, a warm feeling surged in his heart again. Don't worry, Aunt Zhao. Since I said I would study hard, I will definitely do it. In the time left, I will give it my all and try to get into a bachelor's program. Li Jiyan knew that getting into a bachelor's program had originally been an easy goal for him. He had only fallen behind recently because he had been distracted by Aunt Zhao. It's good that you have this determination. Hurry up and eat. I'll take you to school later. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Mei took Li Jiyan to the underground garage. After getting into the Mercedes S-Class, Li Jiyan started thinking about the key study points he needed to focus on. When he got to school, he had to review hard. He knew that if he scored higher, Aunt Zhao would definitely be very happy. Aunt Zhao, rest assured, I won't let you down this time. I won't play games anymore. Li Jiyan still wanted to make Zhao Mei feel better. Zhao Mei turned to look at him. Her expression softened significantly. Alright, Auntie knows. Give it your all. I'll definitely sneak a look at you from time to time. At school, Li Jiyan started studying seriously during morning reading. Lu Xiaoyun, who usually saw him sleeping in class, found it unbelievable. Li Jiyan, did someone put a spell on you? Why aren't you sleeping today and actually studying? Li Jiyan glanced at the plain-looking Lu Xiaoyun and remembered what Aunt Zhao had asked him. He really didn't like Ping. The college entrance exam is coming soon, so I want to improve my grades and see if I can get into a bachelor's program. Li Jiyan's goal was to find a university in Hangcheng. If he could get into a bachelor's program, that would be great. If not, then he would settle for a vocational college in the area. Alright then, keep it up. For the rest of the day, Li Jiyan studied with great effort. He was somewhat sharp-minded. If he slacked off, his grades would drop quickly. But once he put his all into studying, his progress was just as rapid. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaoyun casually said, "Your sister is outside. She's really beautiful, so young, and elegant. And her figure is way better than mine. She's totally a classy, mature woman. Seriously, I'm jealous." A sense of pride rose in Li Jiyan's heart. Aunt Zhao was indeed a goddess-level, elegant and stunning woman. After school in the afternoon, once he got into Zhao Mei's car, he leaned back, feeling exhausted. Aunt Zhao, you really came. I'm skipping evening self-study, huh? Zhao Mei gently stroked Li Jiyan's face. Good boy. You did well today. I secretly checked on you several times. You didn't get distracted and were seriously working on your assignments. Let's go home. I'll cook for you and then tutor you. Even though she felt sorry for how tired he was, she also understood the saying, a jade must be polished to become a gem. If he worked hard while he was young, it would be good for him in the long run. I understand, Aunt Zhao. The car moved along the road, and as they passed a commercial street, Li Jiyan suddenly saw something that he couldn't believe. Ji Yunhai was walking down the street holding hands with a woman. The way they interacted, it was obvious they were in a romantic relationship. In other words, Uncle Ji was cheating. He never would have imagined that Ji Yunhai, always so gentle and refined, would do something like this. Glancing at Aunt Zhao beside him, Li Jiyan's heart ached. His hands trembled slightly. He never thought he would witness such a thing, Ji Yunhai cheating. To Li Jiyan, Zhao Mei was the most beautiful woman in the world. No one could ever replace her in his heart. If he were the one to marry Aunt Zhao, he would cherish and love her for a lifetime. He would never let her suffer any harm. But Ji Yunhai actually did this. For a moment, Li Jiyan felt like something was stuck in his chest, blocking his breath. After they got home, Li Jian remained absent-minded the entire time. Auntie will cook for you. Take your test papers to the master bedroom, I'll teach you how to solve the problems later. You work on them first. Li Jian nodded, went to the master bedroom, and sat at the desk to do his exercises. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't concentrate. It wasn't until Zhao Mei entered the room with a simple dinner that he finally took a deep breath. He had no intention of hiding this from Zhao Mei. If he kept it from her, it would only hurt her even more. In this world, no matter what, between anyone and Zhao Mei, Li Jian would always choose to stand by her side. She was the only person he could rely on in this life. Eat, Shoyan. Why do you look so off? Li Jian took the bowl and murmured, I'll eat first. Zhao Mei picked up his math test paper and started looking through it. Very quickly, her expression turned serious. Look at this. What's going on? Even these basic questions, you got them wrong. How are you going to pass the college entrance exam like this? Li Jian stared at Zhao Mei, but his mind was blank. As he ate, he was thinking about how to break the news to Aunt Zhao. After he finished eating, Zhao Mei took his bowl and began pointing out the mistakes on his test paper. But soon, she became frustrated. Li Jian, what's wrong with you? Why are you so distracted? Li Jian hesitated for a moment but finally gathered the courage to speak. Aunt Zhao, I discovered a secret. Zhao Mei fell silent. She could already tell that something was on his mind, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such basic mistakes, even under her watch. Go ahead. Zhao Mei looked at Li Jian. What I'm about to say. Please don't get angry. No matter what, you have to stay calm. Otherwise, I'm scared. Li Jian was truly afraid that Zhao Mei wouldn't be able to handle the shock. Say it. Zhao Mei had already realized whatever was on Li Jian's mind was definitely not good news. I saw Uncle Ji cheating today. He was holding hands with a woman. They looked very close, and later, they seemed to kiss on the street. Hearing these words, Zhao Mei's body wavered. She almost collapsed. Li Jian quickly reached out and held her tightly. Zhao Mei's reaction was exactly what Li Jian had expected. After all, cheating was a devastating blow to either partner in a marriage. However, he absolutely couldn't choose to hide it just because he was afraid of hurting Zhao Mei, because that would hurt her even more. Even if it made her sad right now, he had to tell her the truth. After a while, Zhao Mei gradually regained her composure. She looked at Li Jian and asked with some sadness, Are you telling the truth? It's true, I saw it clearly just now. Seeing that Zhao Mei had returned to a normal state, Li Jian finally let go of her. I never expected this. Back when she was pregnant with Ji Tingting, Ji Yunhai had already cheated once. At the time, she was determined to get a divorce, but both families kept persuading her otherwise. In the end, she chose to keep the marriage. All these years, because she felt disgusted in her heart. She never let Ji Yunhai into her room. As time passed, she had considered giving Ji Yunhai a chance to make amends, but she never expected that he would cheat again. And since Li Jian had caught him, it was obviously not something that had just started. Maybe it had already been going on for many years. No wonder he never brought up the idea of sleeping together. And he often stayed out overnight. Ji Yunhai owned a company himself, and his financial situation wasn't any worse than hers. With his resources, if he wanted to keep a mistress outside, he could have easily done it without her ever finding out. Aunt Zhao, are you okay? Li Jian was deeply worried about Zhao Mei. I'm fine. I'll talk to him when he gets home. Hearing this, Li Jian felt uneasy. Would things really escalate? But no matter what, he had already made up his mind he would stand by Zhao Mei and protect her no matter what. Not long after, Ji Tingting came home. She naturally went to the kitchen and started eating the dinner Zhao Mei had left for her, completely unaware that a storm was about to unfold. After a while, Ji Yunhai walked through the door. Zhao Mei stepped out, wearing her slippers. She looked at Ji Yunhai, who was much taller than her, and calmly asked, How long were you planning to hide it? That woman outside, is she beautiful? Ji Yunhai looked at Zhao Mei. He never expected that his affair would be exposed. He had originally planned to live in this vague, muddled state for the rest of his life for the sake of their daughter. But he never thought that Zhao Mei would find out. Beautiful? In terms of looks, that woman was nothing compared to Zhao Mei. But Zhao Mei was too strong-willed. Her dominance made Ji Yunhai feel completely powerless in front of her. He preferred the kind of woman who was gentle and submissive. Even though that woman was only moderately attractive, she was soft-spoken, obedient, and always catered to him. That was why he liked her so much, and even had a son with her. Actually, this might be a misunderstanding. Zhao Mei calmly said, Let's get a divorce. Ji Yunhai's emotions exploded at that moment. Divorce? Fine. I've had enough of you for a long time. He angrily threw his leather bag onto the ground. At this moment, a surge of anger also rose in Zhao Mei's heart. You were the one who cheated, yet you still have the audacity to act so righteously? Ji Yunhai shouted furiously, other men's wives are gentle and obedient. They listen to their husbands in everything. But you? For so many years. Have you ever listened to me? Yes, I was wrong to cheat back then, but have you ever reflected on yourself? Besides being beautiful and having a good figure, what part of your personality is even like a woman? Li Jian could clearly see how shameless Ji Yunhai was. He had been the one repeatedly cheating. Yet he somehow managed to push the blame onto Aunt Zhao. Li Jian couldn't understand how Ji Yunhai could even say such things. Meanwhile, Ji Tingting, who had never seen such a scene before, was so scared that she threw herself into Li Jian's arms and started crying. Li Jian gently patted the girl's back, comforting her. At the same time, he remained on guard. He was ready in case Ji Yunhai tried to hit Zhao Mei. You are truly shameless. Zhao Mei looked at Ji Yunhai, feeling nothing but chilling disappointment. Shameless? Let me tell you, Zhao Mei, the problem is that you're not even a woman. Divorce. Tomorrow, we'll get a divorce. I'm a company owner, a boss. So many young girls are throwing themselves at me. But with you, I don't feel like a man at all. Do you know why I haven't touched you in all these years? Because you're not like a woman at all. You don't have a single feminine trait. I've had enough of this kind of life. Thinking back on all these years, Ji Yunhai felt suffocated. Zhao Mei's beauty and figure were enough to drive men crazy. But her cold and dominant personality made him feel like he couldn't exert his masculinity. After saying this, Ji Yunhai slammed the door and stormed out. Tears welled up in Zhao Mei's eyes, but she simply wiped them away. She didn't break down, despair, or sink into misery like other women might. Instead, she walked into the bathroom, washed her face, and then went to comfort Ji Tingting. Tingting, don't worry. Mom will always be with you. From now on, we don't need Dad. Ji Tingting looked at Li Jian and said again, I want Brother Yin to stay with me too. I can't be without him. Ji Tingting had an unbreakable dependence on Li Jian. She knew that she could never be apart from him in this lifetime. Don't worry, sweetheart. Zhao Mei kissed Ji Tingting's face, gradually calming her down. After putting Ji Tingting to sleep, Zhao Mei returned to the living room. She saw Li Jian sitting there, looking a bit lost. In a calm, composed voice, she said, What are you staring at? Hurry back and finish your test papers. The college entrance exam is only a few days away. Right now, the most important thing is studying. I can't just watch you end up in a vocational college. Under Zhao Mei's urging, Li Jian followed her to her bedroom. Looking at how seemingly composed she was, Li Jian felt deeply worried. Was Aunt Zhao really okay? Gazing at the naturally stunning Zhao Mei, Li Jian couldn't understand how could anyone say she wasn't like a woman. To him, there was no woman in this world more beautiful than Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao, are you okay? At this moment, Zhao Mei had already calmed down. What could possibly be wrong with me? Since I've decided to divorce, then I will definitely go through with it. Don't let this affect your mood. From now on, the only thing you need to do is study hard. Everything else has nothing to do with you, understand? Zhao Mei nodded slightly. Aunt Zhao, I understand. I will study hard. Li Jian picked up his test papers and continued working on them. In his heart, he truly felt that Aunt Zhao was the greatest support in his life. It seemed like no matter what happened, Zhao Mei never let anything get to her. But now, Li Jian felt a deep sense of unease. Aunt Zhao had suffered such a great grievance. Would she do something impulsive? Something like suicide? The thought made Li Jian's heart tighten with anxiety. Aunt Zhao, if I message you on WeChat in the next few days, you have to reply immediately. If you don't, I'll call you. Li Jian's words made Zhao Mei feel a little puzzled. This kid, what exactly was he thinking? You're so busy with classes. Where will you find time to check WeChat? If I catch you looking at your phone during class, you're done for. Li Jian whispered, I don't care. I'm just worried about your safety. If I don't hear from you, I won't be able to feel at ease. And when you go to the divorce proceedings, take me with you. If he gets angry and tries to hit you during the divorce, I will protect you. Hearing Li Jian's childish yet sincere words, Zhao Mei felt deeply moved. She had raised this child for so many years, and it hadn't been in vain. A warm feeling spread through her heart as she gently hugged Li Jian. Smelling the faint fragrance on Zhao Mei's body and feeling the warmth of her embrace, Li Jian also felt a deep sense of reassurance. Either way, you have to reply to my messages. Zhao Mei lightly patted his head. Alright, good boy. Now focus on your studies. The most important thing right now is improving your grades. You don't have to worry about the divorce. Ji Yunhai isn't the type to hit people. We're basically set on getting divorced. Even so, Li Jiyan still felt uneasy, but he knew that if he didn't focus on his studies now, then Zhao Mei would really get anxious. So, he continued working on his test papers. By the time it was past 11, Li Jiyan was starting to feel sleepy. Zhao Mei took his test papers from him. Go take a shower. Then hurry up and get some sleep. Li Jiyan went to the bathroom outside and took a shower. When he came back, the door was locked. He knew that Aunt Zhao was probably taking a shower too, so he waited in the living room for a while. Not long after, the door opened. Zhao Mei had changed out of her business attire, and her black stockings were left to the side. She had put on a set of pajamas, making her figure look even more stunning. Go to sleep. Zhao Mei sat down at the desk and started checking Li Jiyan's test papers. Lying on the air mattress, Li Jiyan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His mind just wouldn't settle. After Zhao Mei finished checking his test, she turned around and saw Li Jiyan staring at her, eyes wide open. His gaze was intense, filled with passion. She didn't blame him. Instead, she gently walked over to Li Jiyan. Shoyan, tell me, do you think Auntie really doesn't seem like a woman? Li Jiyan looked at Zhao Mei's stunning figure and strongly denied that idea. Of course not, Aunt Zhao. You are the most feminine, the most attractive woman in the world. Your skin is so fair, your legs are long, and your figure is amazing. Li Jiyan didn't dare to mention the D+ part. He only knew that Zhao Mei was truly a perfect woman. I'm not talking about that, you little rascal. Zhao Mei lightly tapped Li Jiyan's forehead. This kid had grown up, he was actually starting to notice women now. When he was younger, he didn't understand these kinds of things at all. Auntie means, my personality. I'm too strong-willed. Is that a bad thing? Li Jiyan understood. Zhao Mei was incredibly independent and determined, so maybe, to Ji Yunhai, she had been too dominant. But to him, he had never felt that kind of dominance from her. All he had ever received from her was endless warmth and care. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. In my heart, you have always been the best person in this world. If he didn't cherish you, that's his loss. You are the most important person to me in this world, no one can ever replace you. Li Jiyan had always thought of himself as an ordinary person. Being loved by Zhao Mei was the luckiest thing in his life? Nothing could compare. Silly child. A gentle light filled Zhao Mei's beautiful eyes. She softly hugged Li Jiyan. Lately, she had realized that she really liked hugging him. After a while, Li Jiyan started to feel like he couldn't quite breathe. Only then did Zhao Mei pat his head and return to her bed. Oh, Shoyan. Where is the key to your rented apartment? Li Jiyan pointed to the desk. It's right there on the table. Don't worry, I won't sneak over. At most, I'll go play some games after the college entrance exam. Zhao Mei didn't want to interfere with what Li Jiyan did after the exam. After all, everyone needed some time to relax. As long as he studied hard before the exam and improved his scores, that was enough. Alright, go to sleep. The next day, everything was just like usual. Zhao Mei took Li Jiyan to school. Along the way, Li Jiyan kept secretly observing Aunt Zhao, checking if there was anything unusual about her. But Zhao Mei was the same as always. Even the sadness from yesterday was gone. That made Li Jiyan feel relieved, but at the same time, a little uneasy. Still, once class started, Li Jiyan focused on studying, carefully listening to the teacher's key points. That way, he could make Zhao Mei happy. During the long lunch break, Li Jiyan sent Zhao Mei a message. Aunt Zhao, where are you? Then, he waited for her reply. At that moment, Zhao Mei was standing in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau with Ji Yunhai. But beside Ji Yunhai, there was a woman holding onto his arm. It was obvious she had come to confront Zhao Mei. However, the moment she saw Zhao Mei, she completely lost her confidence. She had dressed up flamboyantly, hoping to meet the old and worn-out ex-wife. But instead, the woman standing before her, this 37-year-old, could only be described as absolutely stunning. The woman was a few years younger than Zhao Mei. After learning that Ji Yunhai was getting a divorce, she eagerly volunteered to meet his current wife. To make sure she could crush this old, washed-up woman, she went to bed early last night. She even used an entire premium skincare routine, all to make Zhao Mei feel inferior today. But when she actually saw Zhao Mei in person, she deeply understood the difference between a pheasant and a phoenix. She couldn't comprehend how a 37-year-old woman could be this beautiful. Her skin was flawless, without a single imperfection. Her D-plus bust was astonishing. Her slender waist, perfectly shaped, she looked like something out of a dream. At this moment, she even started doubting why Ji Yunhai had chosen her in the first place. Was it just because she constantly praised him in the bedroom? She had prepared so many things to say, but under Zhao Mei's commanding presence, she completely lost her confidence. Let's get the divorce over with. Zhao Mei looked at Ji Yunhai. By now, she was completely calm. They hadn't shared a bed in years, and she had always felt disgusted by his affairs. If they were going to divorce, it was better to do it sooner rather than later. That way, she could save herself a lot of unnecessary trouble. All right. At that moment, Ji Yunhai truly regretted it. Zhao Mei was indeed strong-willed, but as a woman, when it came to beauty and figure, he had never seen anyone who could compare to her. But now, it was obviously too late. Before long, Zhao Mei walked out, holding the divorce certificate in her hand. She put it in her bag, then got into her Mercedes S-Class and drove away. Divorced? Ji Yunhai looked at the woman beside him. Although she was far from Zhao Mei in terms of looks, she was always gentle and obedient to him. That thought made him feel much better. A woman like Zhao Mei didn't know how to appreciate him. That was her loss. The divorce is done. Our finances were always separate, so we each keep what we had. Our daughter stays with her. Although Ji Tingting was a very sensible girl, she was still just a daughter. One day, she would marry someone else. And she might even end up marrying Li Ziyan. If that happened, wouldn't all his assets end up benefiting that kid? His money should go to his son. That was the most logical choice. As for everyone else, including Ji Tingting, they had no right to take a share. Good, as long as we didn't lose out on the money. Hearing that the finances were secure, the woman relaxed and linked arms with Ji Yunhai, walking toward a BMW parked nearby. After finalizing the divorce, Zhao Mei drove straight to Li Ziyan's school. She had no plans to go to work today. She wanted to focus more on Li Ziyan's studies. As for the divorce itself, she wasn't worried about herself, she was only worried about how it might affect Li Ziyan. After all, that silly boy cared about her too much. Zhao Mei understood his deep attachment to her, because if it weren't for her, she could only imagine how dark his life would have been. She was his only support in this world. After parking her car near the school entrance, Zhao Mei opened WeChat. She saw the message Li Ziyan had sent her. Then, she started typing a reply. Just got back from finalizing the divorce. In the classroom, Li Ziyan's mind was constantly preoccupied with thoughts about Zhao Mei. So, he placed his phone on the desk and hid it behind a stack of textbooks. When he saw a WeChat notification pop up, Li Ziyan quickly unlocked his phone with his fingerprint. Aunt Zhao, you just went to finalize the divorce? Is it done? Are you okay? His mind started running wild with worry. Ji Yunhai wouldn't have bullied Aunt Zhao, would he? Or even gotten physical? Zhao Mei, I'm fine. Don't worry, the divorce is finalized. Seeing her response, Li Ziyan finally felt relieved. I'm at your school gate right now. Stop looking at your phone. If I catch you not paying attention in class, you're done for. After seeing her message, Li Ziyan finally relaxed. As long as the divorce went smoothly, that was all that mattered. Besides, after Zhao Mei's divorce, for some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. It was as if the whole world had become brighter, but he knew he needed to focus on studying. That would make Aunt Zhao happy. For the rest of the class, Li Ziyan listened attentively, until, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Zhao Mei. His heartbeat quickened slightly. Then, he forced himself to focus entirely on his studies. That afternoon, after Zhao Mei picked him up from school, Li Ziyan felt restless the entire way home. Zhao Mei was too calm. So calm that she didn't seem like someone who had just gotten divorced. The calmer she was, the more uneasy Li Ziyan felt. Would she secretly do something to hurt herself? The thought made Li Ziyan decide. From now on, he would keep a close watch on Aunt Zhao. Not long after, Ji Tingting came home. Mom, what happened between you and Dad? While cooking, Zhao Mei calmly replied, we're divorced. Your dad has gone to your new mom. You'll stay with me from now on. If you want to see your dad, you can message him yourself. Ji Tingting hugged Zhao Mei from behind. I don't want to see him. He's heartless. I'll only stay with you. Zhao Mei didn't say much, she knew Ji Tingting's feelings were justified. During the divorce, Ji Yunhai had made it clear just how much he favored his son from his affair. Ji Tingting was nothing more than an afterthought to him. From now on, I'll stay with you. When I grow up, I'll marry brother Yen. We'll live happily as a family of 3. As for that man, he has nothing to do with us anymore. Zhao Mei found it amusing. But she only saw it as a child's joke and didn't take it seriously. After dinner, Zhao Mei continued supervising Li Jiyan's studies. As she watched him work on his exercises, she decided to check in with the studio that usually handled her work. She wanted to ask about the progress. But she found there was no response. Yesterday, she had already sent a few tentative messages. But there had been no reply then either. This struck Zhao Mei as very strange. That studio had always responded to her messages instantly. The replies were so quick that she even wondered if the studio owner was constantly waiting for her messages. But now, she had asked multiple times, yet still no response. A feeling of unease slowly crept into her heart. Could it be? Did something happen to this studio? Over the past few years, if not for this studio, his career definitely wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The current situation made Zhao Mei feel a little uneasy. At the same time, Li Jiyan caught a glimpse of Zhao Mei's WeChat. Feeling somewhat guilty, he quickly looked away. What are you looking at? Focus on your work, don't get distracted. Li Jiyan softly asked, Aunt Zhao, who are you chatting with? Zhao Mei thought for a moment and replied, a studio. They've helped me a lot over the years. Hearing this, Li Jiyan felt happy inside. It seemed that he had indeed been a great help to Aunt Zhao. In that case, the sacrifices he had made over the years were worth it. For Aunt Zhao, there was nothing he wouldn't do. She was his whole world. Alright, focus on your studies, don't get distracted. As long as you do well on the exam, Auntie will give you a proper reward after the college entrance exam. Li Jiyan quickly devoted all his attention to studying. The following days seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Yet in his heart, he kept wondering whether Zhao Mei would do something foolish. However, Zhao Mei gradually became calmer and calmer. This made Li Jiyan feel relieved. But deep inside, he still held a trace of caution. Before long, the college entrance exam was only a few days away. The school announced a break. During these days, students could either stay at school for self-study or go home to prepare. At that moment, all the senior students erupted into celebration. Many students started tearing up their books and throwing them from the windows. A rain of books poured down from the senior year building. We're graduating! We're graduating! At this moment, the entire campus was filled with voices shouting about graduation. Many students who had secretly harbored feelings for someone finally took this moment to confess. Li Jiyan noticed that some students were already hugging each other. Just then, Lu Shouyun sneaked over. Li Jiyan, do you have someone you like? Now that we've graduated, I guess we can start dating. Li Jiyan knew that Lu Shouyun actually liked a handsome guy from the neighboring class. She just had a good relationship with him, so she felt comfortable bringing up this kind of topic. Me? I do. Li Jiyan knew exactly who he liked in his heart. Once the exam was over, he would finally be completely free. And that woman was already divorced. If they were to be together, there would be no reason they couldn't, neither morally nor in any other way. She was divorced, and he was about to come of age and graduate. Countless thoughts ran through Li Jiyan's mind. I didn't expect this, Li Jiyan, you actually have someone you like. I really couldn't tell. Well, after the exam, you can go after her without any worries. Li Jiyan said softly, the person I want to pursue might be a bit difficult. Lu Shouyun didn't think much of it. Come on, chasing anyone is hard. If love were easy, there wouldn't be so many simps in the world. But let me give you some advice, if she doesn't like you, don't turn into a simp. Li Jiyan nodded. However, what he had with her had nothing to do with being a simp. If not for her, he might not even be alive today. Seeing the hesitation in Li Jiyan's eyes, Lu Shouyun teased, this is the first time I've seen you look so deep in thought. Looks like you really like this girl. What class is she from? In Lu Shouyun's memory, Li Jiyan had always been the type of person with a naturally low profile. No matter where he was, he never had much presence. But to her surprise, Li Jiyan actually had a girl he liked. She's not from our school? Lu Shouyun looked at Li Jiyan, feeling that this guy was not so simple. Looks like it's an older sister from outside school, huh? I didn't expect this from you, Li Jiyan. Not bad. Watching the rain of books in the air, Lu Shouyun continued, but remember, if you really meet someone you like, you have to work hard for it. Otherwise, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Don't be afraid. At the very least, you have to have the courage to confess. That's the key. Li Jiyan nodded. But for now, he had to focus on the college entrance exam. He had to get good scores so that Aunt Zhao would be happy. Li Jian was really worried that something might happen to Zhao Mei. After school let out for break, Li Jian went home alone. For the past 2 days, Aunt Zhao seemed really busy. At night, she was swamped with work, and in the morning, she was glued to her computer at home. If he went home by himself, he wouldn't have to trouble Aunt Zhao to pick him up. Thinking this, Li Jian left and took a cab home. When he got back, the house was quiet. This kind of quiet made Li Jian feel extremely uneasy. Slowly, he walked toward the master bedroom. There, on Zhao Mei's bedside table, he saw a few unidentified pills. She had already swallowed them and was lying there, completely silent, as if she was waiting to die. At that moment, Li Jian was absolutely terrified. Under Zhao Mei's careful care, he had always been rather innocent. Now, he could only think, was she trying to poison herself because she had been hit too hard recently? Aunt Zhao, what are you doing? Li Jian rushed over, yanked the blanket off her, and sat on her stomach. Then, he pried her mouth open, trying to dig out the pills. You're still young. You can't die. You must not die. Seeing Li Jian in tears, Zhao Mei found it both childish and amusing. For a moment, she just let him dig at her throat, trying to get the pills out. It wasn't until she gagged that Li Jian realized this poison probably wasn't coming out. Without hesitation, he grabbed the remaining poison from the bedside table, took Zhao Mei's leftover water, and swallowed all of it. Then, he lay down on top of Zhao Mei, waiting for the poison to take effect. If Aunt Zhao didn't want to live, then he would accompany her. After all, in this world, he was all alone. If Zhao Mei was gone, then he might as well be dead too. Living had no meaning at all. Very soon, Li Jian started having trouble breathing. Zhao Mei suddenly smacked him on the head. When he lifted his head, he finally got some fresh air. Shayan, what are you doing? Looking at Zhao Mei's rosy face, Li Jian realized he might have overthought things. Didn't you take poison? Zhao Mei found it both funny and touching. This child, he was actually willing to die with her. What poison? I've just been feeling a little mentally exhausted lately, so I took some melatonin. I was just about to sleep, but thanks to you, now I can't. Hearing this, Li Jian suddenly felt his eyelids getting heavy. Had he taken too much just now? Li Jian felt very sleepy. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Lying there, he slowly fell asleep. Looking at Li Jian, who had fallen asleep in her arms, Zhao Mei gently patted his back. This kid, he's really gotten so much heavier. After a while, Zhao Mei couldn't hold on any longer. She gently pushed Li Jian aside and lay down on the bed. The air-conditioned room was quite cold. After covering Li Jian with her big red down quilt, scenes from earlier surfaced in her mind again. Everything felt so warm. This kid, though a bit silly, truly liked her. He even thought she was trying to commit suicide and was willing to follow her. Childish, but incredibly heartwarming. Sleep, sleep. Auntie wouldn't just die so easily, especially not for someone like that. Zhao Mei knew that in her remaining years, there were only 2 people she wanted to protect, her daughter, and Li Jian. But this kid never had much ambition. He only wanted to stay by her side, which wasn't a good sign. Always clinging to her like a little shadow, what kind of future was that? When Li Jian woke up, it was already past 9 in the evening. The past few days of non-stop studying had truly exhausted him. Right now, he felt completely drained. This time, after taking so much melatonin, at least he had managed to get some real rest. Upon waking up, Li Jian's first thought was, how was Aunt Zhao? Pulling off the blanket, he got off Zhao Mei's bed. Leaving the master bedroom, he saw Zhao Mei sitting on the sofa, waiting for him. Ji Tingting's room door was already closed. Since she always went to bed early, she was probably already deep in sleep. Aunt Zhao. Thinking about the ridiculous thing he had done earlier, Li Jian felt deeply embarrassed. Alright, eat first. Then review properly. For the next few days, I'm going to keep a close eye on you. Just hang in there, it'll be over soon. Looking at Zhao Mei's gentle expression and graceful figure, Li Jian felt something indescribable in his heart. After finishing his meal, Zhao Mei urged him again. I made a practice test for you. Take your time and do it. For these few days, just focus on solving problems. Li Jian knew that Zhao Mei was a top student from a prestigious university. High school exam questions were nothing to her. So listening to her advice was definitely the right choice. When he entered Zhao Mei's room, he saw the handwritten test paper on the desk. Aunt Zhao's handwriting was truly beautiful, so neat and precise. She had put in so much effort for his grades. Thinking of this, Li Jian felt deeply touched. Then, he started working on the problems. But from time to time, he couldn't help glancing at Zhao Mei's bed. Aunt Zhao's bed was really comfortable. After more than half an hour, Zhao Mei, now dressed in silk pajamas, walked in with a bowl of strawberries. She sat down beside Li Ziyan. Picking up a strawberry, she placed it into his mouth. Eat some. How are the questions going? A faint, delicate fragrance filled the air. Li Ziyan glanced at Zhao Mei's fair profile. These questions are so difficult. Li Ziyan was somewhat clever in his studies, but compared to Aunt Zhao, the gap between them was huge. Zhao Mei's intelligence was truly exceptional. If they weren't hard, how would you improve? College entrance exam questions were never meant to be easy. During the test, focus, there's a chance you'll come across similar variations of these questions. Li Ziyan ate the strawberry that Zhao Mei handed him, feeling warm inside. By the way, how has Tingting been feeling lately? Li Ziyan had been busy recently. Since the last few days before the exam required serious studying. You're still thinking about her? She's doing just fine, eating when she should, sleeping when she should. Li Ziyan said, Auntie, how can you talk about such a beautiful girl like she's something else? Zhao Mei patted Li Ziyan's head. That's just how she is, carefree. She even keeps saying she wants to marry you in the future. After the divorce, she really hasn't changed much. In truth, Zhao Mei had actually thought about this before. She was a relatively open-minded person. If Li Ziyan and Ji Tingting developed mutual feelings for each other in the future, then she would be willing to support their relationship. But that was something far off in the future. Thinking about it now was too soon. Alright, focus on your work, don't get distracted. Feeding Li Ziyan fruit, Zhao Mei was full of care. And in the next 2 days, Zhao Mei continued to help Li Ziyan review and practice. Feeling the tense atmosphere at home, Ji Tingting often came over to supervise Li Ziyan's studies. In the blink of an eye, the college entrance exam had arrived. That evening, Zhao Mei prepared an exceptionally lavish dinner. Once the three of them sat down, she gently said, Xiaoyan, tonight, just get a good night's rest. Don't study anymore, clear your mind. Don't think too much about anything. Just treat this exam as an ordinary test. As for everything else, don't worry about it. After the exam, Auntie will take you out to relax properly. Hearing this, Li Ziyan felt a bit of anticipation. Once the exam was over, he would finally be completely free. Yanji, you have to do your best. I believe you'll definitely get a great score. Ji Tingting, sitting to the side, looked incredibly serious. She also hoped Li Ziyan would do well. That night, Li Ziyan lay down on the air mattress, planning to get a good rest before the exam. As a graduating senior, it was impossible to say that he didn't care at all about the most important exam of his life. At the same time, he noticed the progress bar. It was still getting shorter. It seemed like the time when he could use his ability again wasn't far off. Just as he closed his eyes, he heard Zhao Mei calling out, Xiaoyan, the air mattress isn't that comfortable to sleep on. Tonight, sleep in the big bed instead. At this moment, Zhao Mei was extremely anxious, afraid that anything might affect Li Ziyan's exam. This was one of the most important days of his life. Hearing this, Li Ziyan tensed up, looking at Zhao Mei in her silk pajamas. He felt his breathing quicken. Aunt Zhao, men and women shouldn't be so close. Isn't this inappropriate? Zhao Mei found it amusing. This kid really had grown up. Oh, now you care about that. But back when I used to bathe you as a child, I don't remember you being this shy. Come here. To Zhao Mei, Li Ziyan was still just a child. Even though he was now an adult, in her heart, he was still that timid little boy unchanged. Li Ziyan felt a bit disappointed. Then, he climbed into bed and lay down beside Zhao Mei. Slowly, he drifted off to sleep. After a long while, seeing that Li Ziyan was already asleep, Zhao Mei gently stroked his head. This child was truly adorable. The next morning, Li Ziyan was woken up by Zhao Mei. Wake up, Xiaoyan. Hurry and get ready, the exam is about to start. At that moment, even Zhao Mei was feeling a little nervous. She had this strange feeling, like a player who had spent years leveling up their characters. And now, the main one was finally being put to the test. But Li Ziyan wasn't her real child. Looking at his sleepy face, she felt a bit helpless. This kid was really restless while sleeping. He kept moving around and even hugged her tightly. Aunt Zhao, you're wearing a qipao. Li Ziyan looked at Zhao Mei's elegant figure wrapped in the traditional dress. It was his first time seeing her wear a qipao. People say wearing a qipao brings victory, so I wore it for you to bring you good luck. Seeing Zhao Mei in the qipao, Li Ziyan felt warmth in his heart. Ji Tingting was still sleeping in, taking full advantage of the holiday to rest. Zhao Mei didn't wake her for breakfast. Li Ziyan obediently went to wash up and eat. After breakfast, Zhao Mei drove him to the exam site, since they had already visited the location before. They arrived quickly. By then, the entrance was already packed with parents sending off their children. All right, Shoyan, go inside. You remember everything Auntie told you, right? Hearing her words, Li Jian nodded seriously. I remember, Aunt Zhao. Don't worry. These past years of hard work all come down to these 2 days, I won't mess it up. He felt a sense of anticipation. After the exam, he would finally have more time to spend with Aunt Zhao, and he could continue secretly helping with her work. Seeing that he was in good spirits, Zhao Mei felt slightly relieved. This was a very good sign. The exam went by quickly. Zhao Mei had no mood for work. She just wanted to wait for Li Jian's exam to be over. Sitting in her car with the air conditioning on, the summer heat felt much less oppressive. She tried sending another WeChat message to the studio that had been helping her, but there was still no response. She then tried calling the number the studio had left her before, but it was turned off. This unusual situation made Zhao Mei feel increasingly uneasy. Could it be that the studio had really disbanded? In her impression, this studio would have needed at least 5 people to produce such high-quality work. But the strange thing was, they had never contacted her by phone, only through WeChat messages. Forget it. I'll wait until Shayan finishes his exams. After finishing the Chinese exam in the morning, Li Jian felt completely relaxed. Even though his grades were still poor, with Aunt Zhao's tutoring, getting into a regular undergraduate program was very possible. Zhao Mei didn't ask him how he did on the test. Instead, she took him home to cook. By then, Ji Tingting had already woken up, eagerly waiting for lunch. For the next day and a half, Zhao Mei focused all her attention on watching over Li Jian's college entrance exams. When the exams finally ended and Li Jian sat in the front passenger seat of the Mercedes S-Class, Zhao Mei asked, "How do you think you did? Can you get into a good university?" Li Jian thought for a moment and said, "I think I might just make it past the undergraduate cutoff, but I'm not sure." Hearing this, Zhao Mei knew his score would likely be enough for a private university. The tuition would be expensive, but she had never cared about money. As long as Li Jian got in, she would make sure he could go to college no matter what. As long as you pass the cutoff, that's good enough. Tonight, Auntie will cook you a big feast. Then, she took him to the supermarket and bought a lot of expensive ingredients. This meal would be a real luxury, but Zhao Mei didn't mind at all. Once dinner was ready, Zhao Mei looked at the table full of delicious food and called out, "Come eat." When Ji Tingting came out of her room, she gasped in amazement. "Wow, Mom, you really went all out this time." When Li Jian came out, he felt it too. Zhao Mei truly valued him. She really saw him as someone incredibly important. For the rest of his life, he could never leave Aunt Zhao. "All right, eat up." As they enjoyed their lavish dinner, all 3 of them were in a great mood. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Zhao Mei, Li Jian suddenly thought about the studio. Now that the exams were over, Aunt Zhao probably wouldn't let him sleep in her room every night like before. Soon, he would finally be able to help her. Thinking about this, Li Jian felt a sense of anticipation. After dinner, Ji Tingting went back to her room to do her homework. After playing for days, it was finally time to catch up. Meanwhile, as he watched Zhao Mei clean up, Li Jian started helping her. "Aunt Zhao, should I go back to sleeping in my own room now?" Zhao Mei glanced at him and teased, "What's wrong? You don't want to sleep in my room anymore? You weren't like this when you were little." Li Jian lowered his voice. "That was when I was little. Now I've grown up." Hearing that, Zhao Mei thought for a moment. He really had grown up. "Go ahead, but don't go crazy after the exams." After getting her approval, Li Jian returned to his own room that night. At around 10 o'clock, Zhao Mei walked into his room, carrying a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. Li Jian had planned to lie down and rest, but unexpectedly, Zhao Mei came in. This surprised him, and in her hand, she was holding a bottle of red wine. Li Jian clearly remembered that Zhao Mei had never allowed him to drink alcohol. Even on his 18th birthday, she hadn't let him drink. Could it be that now, he was allowed to drink? "Aunt Zhao, what's this about?" Li Jian asked. "I came to have a drink with you." Zhao Mei's expression was somewhat alluring. She was naturally beautiful, and that was just how she looked. "But Aunt Zhao, haven't you always forbidden me from drinking?" Li Jian couldn't help but feel curious. He wanted to know what had changed. "You back then, I didn't let you drink because you were just a kid. But now you're an adult, and you're going to university. In the future, you'll have your own social circles. Auntie won't control whether you drink anymore." From now on, if you want to drink, drink, but remember not to overdo it. And in the future, if you like a girl, go after her, Zhao Mei said softly as she looked at Li Ziyan. But for some reason, as she spoke, a strange sadness welled up inside her. Maybe, this was what it felt like to raise a child for so many years, only for him to grow up and be taken away by someone else? Come on, have a drink with Auntie. See what it tastes like. She poured a glass of red wine for Li Ziyan. Handing it to him, she picked up her own glass. At that moment, Li Ziyan felt a unique sensation. The alcohol seemed to have a certain magic, luring him into trying something new. He took a sip and found the taste quite good. Then, he started drinking Zhao Mei's wine like it was juice. Don't drink so fast, or you'll get dizzy, Zhao Mei said softly. But Li Ziyan didn't care, he just thought it tasted great. Aunt Zhao, pour me another glass. Watching Li Ziyan ask for more, Zhao Mei realized he was treating her red wine like a regular drink. But maybe that wasn't a bad thing. Let him experience what it felt like to get drunk. Gradually, Li Ziyan's vision became blurry. He found himself realizing just how beautiful and stunning Aunt Zhao was. Suddenly, a wild thought surged in his mind. Could he be with Aunt Zhao? Before, he had only seen Zhao Mei as the most important person in his life, the one he depended on the most. But now, he realized that he could see her as a woman he could kiss, embrace, and even. As these thoughts took root, a rush of excitement filled Li Ziyan's heart. Looking at Zhao Mei before him, something inside him shifted. Aunt Zhao was already 37, but, in reality, she was still a woman. A beautiful, single woman. And he had graduated from high school, was about to become a university student, free to date whoever he wanted. So why couldn't he and Aunt Zhao be together? Once the idea took hold, it spread like wild grass, uncontrollably. Li Ziyan felt like there was no going back. He could never look at Aunt Zhao the same way again. Looking at Zhao Mei's beautiful face in front of him, and her D-plus bust and graceful figure, Li Ziyan felt a very unique sensation in his heart. She was completely different from before in his eyes. In Li Ziyan's mind, he subconsciously started imagining some scenes. Zhao Mei noticed some changes in Li Ziyan and couldn't help but blush slightly. This child has really grown up. Everyone grows up, and now, obviously, this boy can get a girlfriend. Xiao Yan, Auntie has something to talk to you about. Li Ziyan was a bit curious, but at this moment, he didn't dare to look into Zhao Mei's eyes, afraid that he would start thinking about certain things again. Aunt Zhao, please speak. After pouring a glass of wine for Li Ziyan, Zhao Mei said softly, next, I want you to go to my company to gain some experience. Zhao Mei was quite troubled by Li Ziyan's complacency. She had put in so much effort to raise him. It wasn't to see him become an ordinary, mediocre person, letting him experience society in advance, allowing him to understand its cruelty. Perhaps it could ignite some ambition in him. Right now, all he wanted was to stay by her side. This was something Zhao Mei didn't want to see at all. Hearing that he could go to Zhao Mei's company, Li Ziyan felt a great sense of joy. After all, Aunt Zhao was usually focused on work. If he wanted to be with her, it wasn't that convenient. He could only be with her at night when she got home. But if he was at the company, it would be completely different. He could be with Aunt Zhao all the time. At least he could often go to her office to find her. Sure. Seeing how readily Li Ziyan agreed, Zhao Mei felt a little surprised. This boy, shouldn't he be unwilling to work? You really want to go to work? Li Ziyan nodded. Actually, whether I work or not doesn't matter. What matters is that I want to be with you. We really don't get to see each other that often. Zhao Mei gently patted Li Ziyan's head. Ever since your home was demolished and you moved here, don't we see each other every day? Isn't that enough? Li Ziyan looked at Zhao Mei with slightly dazed eyes. No matter how much time I spend with you, it will never be enough. I just want to see you all the time. Li Ziyan's words warmed Zhao Mei's heart. At the same time, she felt a different kind of emotion. This boy. But after thinking about how she had always seen Li Ziyan as just a child, Zhao Mei didn't dwell on it too much. That night, the two of them drank a lot. After finishing, Zhao Mei even went to get 2 more bottles. The next morning, when Li Ziyan woke up, he saw Zhao Mei lying beside him. Wearing a silk nightgown, she looked extremely enchanting. Her beautiful face made Li Ziyan swallow involuntarily. Maybe just a quick kiss on Aunt Zhao's lips. It would just be a way to express his affection for her. Li Ziyan found an excuse for himself. After confirming his feelings for Zhao Mei, Li Ziyan could no longer look at her the way he used to. Looking at the sleeping Zhao Mei, Li Ziyan slowly leaned in closer. Looking at Zhao Mei right in front of him, Li Jian felt his heart pounding, until he kissed Zhao Mei's delicate face. Li Jian felt his mind go completely blank. Ever since Zhao Mei had become a woman in his heart, his mindset had completely changed. Then, feeling a bit flustered, he quickly left his room. In the bathroom, as he washed his face, Li Jian kept splashing cold water on himself, but the nervousness in his heart still wouldn't go away. In the room, Zhao Mei also fell into deep thought. This boy, he's quite bold to secretly kiss her. Indeed, he's going through puberty. Zhao Mei wondered if she had been too careless about maintaining boundaries between men and women. Was that why this boy dared to kiss her? In the future, she should find an opportunity to talk to him about relationships between men and women. After that, she got up, went to her bedroom to freshen up, and started cooking for Li Jian. This time, Li Jian spent a long time washing his face. In his heart, when Li Jian finally came out, he saw Zhao Mei already cooking in the kitchen. He felt a mix of nervousness and regret. But seeing how calm Zhao Mei seemed, he felt relieved. Standing at the kitchen door, Li Jian asked, "Aunt Zhao, when do I start work?" "Today." Li Jian hadn't expected Zhao Mei to make him start so soon, catching him off guard. Can I work half a day?" If he spent the whole day at the company, then he really wouldn't have time to help Aunt Zhao complete the project. That project had already been delayed for too long, and if he didn't hurry up, he wouldn't be able to finish it. Zhao Mei looked at Li Jian and understood. After all, a newly graduated kid was bound to still have a playful heart. The fact that he hadn't been out partying all night was already quite restrained. "Alright, then I'll arrange a half-day shift for you. From now on, you'll go to work with me every afternoon. After work, we'll come back together. I'll assign you to the design department. You can slowly learn from them. I don't expect you to achieve anything, just don't cause trouble for me." Zhao Mei planned to pay Li Jian a salary herself. After all, what kind of value could a high school graduate bring to a company? The main thing was to let Li Jian gain some experience. As for everything else, it didn't matter. Hearing this, Li Jian couldn't help but feel a little excited. As a high school graduate, he was curious about many things in society. "Alright, I'll definitely work hard, Aunt Zhao. After breakfast, I want to go to the rental apartment to play some games." Zhao Mei didn't stop him. To make sure Li Jian wouldn't ignore calls when he was too absorbed in gaming, she had made a copy of the apartment key, so she could go find him anytime. After breakfast, Zhao Mei went to work. Meanwhile, Li Jian took the key and headed to the rental apartment. He planned to help Aunt Zhao speed up the project's progress. Entering Zhao Mei's birthday as the password, he turned on the computer. Then, he took the phone that Zhao Mei usually used for work from the cabinet, scanned the code, and logged into WeChat on the computer. He contacted Zhao Mei. At that moment, as she worked in the office, Zhao Mei felt much more at ease seeing a message from Iman Studio. Iman Studio had always been extremely important to Zhao Mei. Even now, there were many other executives in her design department. But when she wanted them to work on certain projects, it was difficult to achieve the results she truly wanted. If not for Iman Studio, her career path wouldn't have been so smooth. "Zhao Mei, has the studio been busy lately?" "Iman Studio, the company just went on a team building trip. We're starting your project now." After chatting about work for a while, Zhao Mei finally felt relieved. Fortunately, Iman Studio hadn't disappeared like she had feared. As long as that wasn't the case, nothing else really mattered. The entire morning, Li Jian was rushing to finish his work. Thinking about how he could be with Aunt Zhao in the afternoon, he couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. By noon, after saving his work, he noticed Aunt Zhao's car parked outside. Hurriedly stepping out and closing the door behind him, Li Jian walked up to Zhao Mei. "Aunt Zhao, you actually came here?" Zhao Mei said gently, "I just got off work. I knew you were here playing games, so I stopped by to pick you up. Let's go home." After getting into the Mercedes S-Class with Li Jian, Zhao Mei felt like she should talk to him about what happened that morning. However, for a moment, she didn't know how to start. This made her feel a bit helpless. The idea that men and women should keep a proper distance had existed for a reason. There were just some things that were difficult to discuss between a man and a woman. In the afternoon, Zhao Mei took Li Jian to Tingmei Beauty, where she was currently working. When they arrived at the design department she managed, she clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. "Everyone, let me introduce a new colleague, Li Jian. He's one of my own. He'll be working here every afternoon. He doesn't have any experience. He's just here for a summer internship. Liang Xingyu, you'll be responsible for guiding him." The colleagues all greeted Li Jian one after another. After all, they couldn't afford to offend someone from Director Zhao's family. Besides, he was only here to have some fun. Meanwhile, the new employee, Liang Xingyu, felt a little helpless. She had only been with the company for a few months herself and still didn't know much. Now, she had to mentor this younger guy. However, she was also quite happy. After all, this was a great opportunity. Others would love to be in her position. Helping Li Jiyan was the same as doing a favor for Director Zhao. That meant getting on her good side, which would make things much easier in the company. Alright, Xiaoyan, you'll be working here. After giving him a few instructions, Zhao Mei returned to her office. As soon as Li Jiyan sat down, Liang Xingyu leaned in. Li Jiyan, what's your relationship with Director Zhao? Are you her son? Her younger brother? Li Jiyan shook his head. Neither. Let's just talk about work. Looking at Li Jiyan, who seemed new to the world of work, Liang Xingyu found him rather interesting. Being young is great. I'm already 23, and you just graduated high school. Do you have someone you like? Clearly, Liang Xingyu was a gossip lover, so she started prying into whether Li Jiyan had a crush on someone. I do. Li Jiyan glanced in the direction where Zhao Mei had left, feeling his heart stir. He realized it was time to prepare for a confession. If he didn't make the first move, Aunt Zhao would never be with him. Is that girl pretty? Liang Xingyu had only graduated recently, so she was naturally curious about many things. That was normal. Pretty. In Li Jiyan's mind, the image of Zhao Mei's graceful figure appeared once again. Wow, you're really honest. Have you confessed yet? The colleagues around them weren't paying attention to the two young people. Most of them were too preoccupied with the pressures of life. They had no interest in discussing such trivial matters like Li Jiyan and Liang Xingyu. Not yet. Li Jiyan subconsciously imagined the scene of confessing to Zhao Mei. If he were to confess. He didn't dare to think any further. Looks like the person you want to pursue is difficult to win over. But you have to be brave. Because no matter how hard it is to be with the person you like, as long as you put in the effort, there's always a glimmer of hope. But if you don't even try, then there's truly no possibility at all. Suddenly, Li Jiyan remembered that Lu Xiaoyun had also said something similar to him before. He knew it was true. Wanting to be with Aunt Zhao was as difficult as reaching the heavens. First of all, she would never accept such a thing in her heart. After all, for so many years, she probably only saw him as a child. But if he made an effort, at least there would be a sliver of hope. If he never confessed, then this matter would never even begin. Thinking of this, Li Jiyan gradually became more determined. Maybe he should be brave. Otherwise, there would never be a future for him and Aunt Zhao. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll teach you design. Let's start with the basics, drawing. Then, she prepared to slowly teach Li Jiyan. After all, he was someone Director Zhao had brought in. And since he had just graduated high school, guiding him was bound to be a hassle. Do you know how to use a drawing tablet? Liang Xingyu handed a drawing tablet to Li Jiyan. I do. What happened next completely shocked Liang Xingyu. Li Jiyan's drawings were incredibly good, even better than hers. And they carried a strong personal style. If she didn't know that Li Jiyan was only 18, she would have thought he was a master in the design industry. A genius. You're amazing. I think you should be the one teaching me, not the other way around. Looking at Li Jiyan, Liang Xingyu's eyes now carried a different kind of admiration. On the surface, he seemed like an ordinary person. But he had talent. With such a gift, he wouldn't struggle no matter where he went in the future. Li Jiyan also noticed that Liang Xingyu seemed to be looking at him differently, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After a while, Li Jiyan decided to test Zhao Mei, to see what she really thought. But he didn't have the courage to talk to her about this face to face. So, he sent her a message on WeChat. Li Jiyan, Aunt Zhao, after your divorce, would you consider finding someone new? After sending the message, Li Jiyan put down his phone, his heart pounding wildly. He didn't even dare to check whether Zhao Mei would reply. This kind of question was too personal. After asking that question, Li Jiyan felt his face burning. He had never experienced romantic feelings before. Now, asking Zhao Mei such a question made him feel inexplicably flustered. He couldn't control his emotions. At that moment, Zhao Mei was busy with work when she saw the WeChat message from Li Jiyan. He was asking if she would consider finding a partner in the future. She had never thought about dating again. She had just ended a failed marriage. Right now, she had no interest in men at all. Her only focus for the future was taking care of Li Jiyan and Ji Tingting. However, she could already guess why Li Jiyan was asking this question. He was afraid that if she found a new partner, she would give him less attention and care. A child was still a child. Then, she replied to Li Jian, "Zhao Mei, this is an adult matter. Kids shouldn't interfere." Li Jian was filled with anxiety. Did Aunt Zhao realize his intentions? Did she know that he liked her? Or, would she actually agree to be with him? Thinking about it, Li Jian couldn't help but fantasize a little. After a long time, he opened his phone. He saw the notification from Zhao Mei. "This is an adult matter. Kids shouldn't interfere." Softly reading her reply, Li Jian couldn't help but feel disappointed. In Aunt Zhao's heart, he was still just a child. The possibility of being with her was far too small. The first and biggest issue was that she had never seen him as a man, only as a child. That alone was an extreme challenge. When should he confess to her? At this moment, the passion in his heart to confess had been dampened significantly. It was just too difficult. In the following days, Li Jian continued his routine, helping Aunt Zhao with her project in the morning, and slacking off at the office in the afternoon. Gradually, he got used to this kind of life, because during work hours, he could secretly go to Aunt Zhao's office to drink tea. And he could see her often. Now, as he looked at Zhao Mei's long, slender legs wrapped in black silk stockings, he felt something completely different. He thought she was incredibly beautiful. At the same time, he had also become good friends with Liang Xingyu. Their relationship was quite close. Soon, the results of the college entrance exam were released. Around 4 p.m., Li Jian quietly went to Zhao Mei's office. He wanted to experience this moment together with her. He felt that he should be able to just barely pass the undergraduate admission line. As long as he passed, his recent efforts wouldn't have been in vain. Aunt Zhao. Seeing Li Jian walk in, Zhao Mei immediately knew. He was here to check his results with her. "The results are out. Are you nervous?" After closing the door, Li Jian walked to Zhao Mei's side and pulled up a chair to sit next to her. "Not nervous." Together, they opened the score inquiry website. Then, they checked his results. When Li Jian's score appeared on the screen, he let out a deep sigh of relief. He had finally passed the undergraduate admission line. "Undergraduate? Not bad. Shayan, where do you want to go for university?" "I want to stay by your side, right here in Hangzhou." Li Jian knew very well that he had to attend university in Hangzhou. As for other places, he wouldn't even consider them. Hearing his words, Zhao Mei wasn't surprised. But she felt a bit helpless. As expected, he still had no ambition. All he thought about was staying by her side. His dependence on her was simply too strong. "Your score is just barely above the undergraduate cutoff. Finding a good university locally will be difficult. You should consider choosing a school in Shanghai instead." Zhao Mei started searching online for universities that might accept Li Jian. She wanted to help him find a better place to study. Half an hour later, she selected a few universities and majors in other cities. There were options in Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Suzhou, but none in Hangzhou. Li Jian only knew one thing: no matter what, he had to stay in Hangzhou. However, he couldn't argue with Aunt Zhao. Otherwise, given her strong personality, in a life decision like this, he definitely wouldn't have any say in the matter. The only way was to handle it secretly. "I've sent the list to your WeChat. When you go with your classmates to fill out your applications, just follow this list. After graduation, you can come back to work in Hangzhou, or you can join my company." Li Jian nodded and didn't argue. After leaving her office, he made up his mind to follow his own plan. Undergraduate studies would take 3 years, plus 1 year of internship. By the time he returned after his internship, he would be 21, and Aunt Zhao would be 40. Li Jian couldn't accept 3 years of separation. What he wanted was to see Aunt Zhao often. Back in the office, Liang Xingyu asked, "Li Jian, did your college entrance exam results come out?" "Yeah, I just barely made the undergraduate cutoff." Hearing this, Liang Xingyu congratulated him. Congrats. Now you can finally relax. Where do you plan to go for university?" Li Jian didn't hesitate. "Of course, Hangzhou." Liang Xingyu nodded. "In that case, you can still visit the company often, and we can chat. If I'm still working here when you graduate, we might even be colleagues. You're really talented in design." There was a hint of admiration in Liang Xingyu's voice. The more she interacted with Li Jian, the more she respected his talent. Li Jian was truly a design genius. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day to submit university applications. The homeroom teacher had already sent a message in the group chat, reminding everyone to come to school and fill out their forms. "Homeroom teacher, at everyone, please come to school in the next 2 days to submit your college applications. I'll give you some advice, and this will also be one of our last moments together as a class. Cherish it." That morning, when Li Jian woke up, he saw the message. After washing up, Zhao Mei handed him a glass of milk and asked, "Are you submitting your application today? Remember to follow the choices I picked for you." Li Jian agreed on the surface. But in his heart, he had no intention of following her choices. He only selected local colleges in Hangzhou. Which school didn't matter. The most important thing was staying by Aunt Zhao's side. Seeing that Li Jian agreed, Zhao Mei finally felt relieved. This child had always been obedient since childhood, although he would be away from her for 3 years. A good education. There was no doubt that it would bring more opportunities to his life. "I'll take you to school later." "No need, Aunt Zhao, I'm not a child anymore. I'll fill out my application myself. You still have company matters to handle." Zhao Mei just assumed that Li Jian wanted to play games later, so she didn't think too much about it. After arriving in the classroom, Li Jian saw his classmates. Even those he usually didn't get along with were now chatting. After graduation, perhaps they would never see each other again. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Li Jian, who sat down next to her, and asked, "Li Jian, how's it going with the girl you like?" Her gossiping made Li Jian think of Liang Xingyu. She was also a very gossipy girl. "No progress." Lu Xiaoyun curiously asked, "Why no progress? You haven't confessed? Some of our classmates have already found partners after graduation." Li Jian thought for a moment and whispered, "I don't know how to say it." Lu Xiaoyun patted Li Jian's shoulder. "Very friendly. If you can't say it in person, then confess on WeChat. A lot of socially anxious people do it that way. I think it's a good idea. If you really like her, keep trying. I'm sure you'll win her over." Lu Xiaoyun's words gave Li Jian a little more courage. That's right, he could confess to Aunt Zhao on WeChat. Telling her face to face that he liked her. Li Jian really didn't have the courage for that. Unless he was provoked by something, he wouldn't dare to do it. After the homeroom teacher gave a long speech, he finally concluded, "I believe everyone now has a general understanding of school and major choices. Next, go to the computer lab to submit your applications. The teacher sincerely hopes that every student will have a bright future." Many students got emotional. Then, everyone headed to the computer lab. Lu Xiaoyun sat beside Li Jian. "Li Jian, what school are you applying to?" Li Jian replied while filling out the form, "As long as it's in our local area, it's fine." Seeing his choice, Lu Xiaoyun was puzzled. "But you passed the undergraduate threshold. You could apply for a bachelor's degree. But you're only choosing junior colleges." Li Jian submitted his application without hesitation. "I just want to stay local. Nothing else matters to me." He truly didn't care what school he went to. Lu Xiaoyun couldn't understand. But she didn't know what to say. After finishing everything, Li Jian felt relaxed and went to the studio, continuing to work on Zhao Mei's project. And in the afternoon, he went to work as usual. But, on the way home in the evening, Li Jian noticed something unusual about Zhao Mei's expression. It made him feel uneasy. Did Aunt Zhao find out something? Sure enough, after they got home, Zhao Mei changed her shoes, grabbed Li Jian, and pulled him into her bedroom. Zhao Mei's hand. It was hot and warm. After his view of Zhao Mei had fundamentally changed, Li Jian should have felt an overwhelming rush of emotions. But now, all he felt was uneasiness. After entering Zhao Mei's room, she pulled Li Jian to sit down. "Tell me, why didn't you follow the application I helped you fill out? Why did you choose only junior colleges?" Li Jian hadn't expected this to be discovered so soon, but he didn't really care. What he was doing was practically playing with fire. He originally thought maybe Aunt Zhao wouldn't find out so soon. But now, thinking about it gave him a headache. "I don't want to leave Hangzhou. I just want to stay by your side." Hearing this, Zhao Mei was furious. This kid, after everything she had said, he didn't remember a single word. All he thought about was staying by her side. "What about your future? You could have gone to a good university outside the city, but you deliberately downgraded yourself to a junior college. Are you trying to make me mad?" Zhao Mei was really angry. Li Jian was being completely irresponsible about his future. "Aunt Zhao, I don't think my future will be bad. Anyway, I barely passed the undergraduate threshold. Going to that university would be expensive. I might as well just study at a local college. It's basically the same thing." Zhao Mei looked at the boy in front of her. She felt utterly helpless. If she had known about this before he submitted the applications, she would have definitely stopped him from choosing junior colleges. But now, there was no point in saying anything. It's too late to change anything now. If you want to stay in Hangzhou, then stay. But always remember one thing. At any time, your studies must come first. As long as you master your major, you can still have a good future. Hearing Zhao Mei's words, Li Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Aunt Zhao. I will study hard in college. I won't let you down. At this moment, Li Jian sought his ability progress bar again. And he felt, as long as he could use his ability again, studying in college wouldn't even matter. No matter how hard someone worked. At most, they'd make 10,000 yuan a month after graduation. And even that required a grueling 996 schedule. I'll head back now. Zhao Mei nodded. She watched Li Jian's back as he left. She was a little angry, but at the same time, she felt warmth in her heart. This kid truly cared about her. He didn't want to leave her. Zhao Mei thought about the time when Li Jian secretly kissed her. She felt another headache coming on. How was she supposed to teach this boy properly? Late at night, Li Jian tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In his mind, he kept seeing Aunt Zhao's stunning face and graceful figure. She would most likely spend her life alone. Li Jian really didn't want Zhao Mei to live like that. I have to confess. I need to confess. At that moment, an unshakable determination rose in Li Jian's heart. He really should confess to Aunt Zhao. Once this thought arose, Li Jian could no longer control himself. It was like Pandora's box had been opened, spreading uncontrollably. He opened WeChat and looked at Zhao Mei's profile picture. His heart started beating faster. After seeing Aunt Zhao as a woman, Li Jian often imagined doing things with her. At the same time, Zhao Mei was also tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She wanted to talk to Li Jian about the time he secretly kissed her, but she didn't know how to bring it up. And now, he had chosen all local colleges for his applications. Thinking about it carefully, she felt that Li Jian's feelings toward her seemed off. He wasn't just seeing her as an aunt. It was as if he saw her as a woman. He had been alone since childhood, and she had always taken care of him. Developing feelings between a man and a woman. It didn't seem entirely unreasonable. Suddenly, Zhao Mei received a message from Li Jian on WeChat. Seeing his profile picture, she felt a little strange. This kid, did he secretly stay up playing games? Otherwise, if he had something to say, he could have just knocked on her door. She opened WeChat and saw his message. Li Jian, Aunt Zhao, are you asleep? At this moment, Li Jian's face was burning. He knew he was about to do something crazy. He was actually going to confess to Aunt Zhao. Zhao Mei, I'm not asleep. Seeing her reply, Li Jian started typing. He wanted to express his feelings for Zhao Mei. But with every word he typed, it felt like an invisible force was stopping him. After a long time, he still couldn't do it. He exited the chat, too afraid to confess. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Zhao Mei watched as WeChat showed that he was typing. She felt puzzled. Just as Li Jian was about to give up, he received a message from Lu Xiuyun. Lu Xiuyun, did you confess to the girl you like? As your deskmate, I know you well. I'm here to cheer you on. Li Jian, I just tried, but I didn't have the courage. Lu Xiuyun, looks like the person you want to confess to is really special if they make you this nervous. Here's an idea, have a drink. You'll get the courage in no time. I believe in you. Let alcohol make the decision for you. Hearing this, Li Jian thought it made sense. Deep down, he really liked Aunt Zhao. He just lacked the courage to confess. So he might as well have a drink and let that decide for him. Then, Li Jian quietly sneaked into the study. There was plenty of liquor that Zhao Mei had bought. After thinking for a moment, he picked a strong bottle of Wolianye. With the bottle and a cup, he returned to his room. Li Jian closed the door, sat on the edge of the bed, and poured himself a glass of white liquor. He had never drunk white liquor before. This was his first time. As the first glass went down, a dizzying sensation washed over him. His mind became hazy, but the thing he wanted to do was clearer than ever. He was going to confess to Aunt Zhao. After drinking, Li Jian's confidence surged. He should take the initiative and boldly confess to Aunt Zhao. Maybe she would agree. If he and Aunt Zhao were together, they could do many things. Like holding hands, hugging, kissing, private things. Thinking that something once impossible might become reality, Li Jian felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. It was truly exciting. Then, Li Jian began typing a WeChat message to Zhao Mei. At that moment, Zhao Mei was still awake. She wondered if Li Jian wanted to talk to her about something. When she opened the chat, she saw that he was still typing. After a long wait, she finally received Li Jian's message. But what he said was something she never could have imagined, even in her dreams. Li Jian had actually confessed to her. Li Jian, Aunt Zhao, I want to tell you something. I've liked you for a long time. But not that kind of like. I mean, the way a man likes a woman. What followed was a long message. Reading it made Zhao Mei feel extremely uneasy. In her heart, she had always seen Li Jian as a child. But no matter what, she never expected that Li Jian would see her as a woman and even confess to her. Her own daughter wasn't much younger than him. How could he say such things? The more she thought about it, the more absurd it felt. This boy was truly ridiculous. Was it because she often wore short skirts and black stockings, sparking some of his teenage fantasies? Zhao Mei wondered. Maybe that was the reason. And that's why he ended up confessing to her today. She knew very well that she looked like she was only 24 or 25. It was normal for Li Jian to have some fantasies. She just never expected him to actually confess. From now on, she needed to be more mindful of boundaries between men and women. After a while, Zhao Mei replied to Li Jian. Zhao Mei, don't overthink things. Auntie has always seen you as a child. At that moment, Li Jian was anxiously waiting for her response. He desperately wanted to see a reply where Zhao Mei accepted his confession. But instead, he got a reply that treated him as a child. For the first time, a deep sense of defeat filled Li Jian's heart. Under the influence of alcohol, he lay on his bed, holding his phone, and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, when Li Jian woke up, it was already past 10. That's when he realized what he had done the night before. He had confessed to Aunt Zhao and got rejected. How was he supposed to face her now? Just thinking about it made his face burn with embarrassment. He stepped out of his room to wash up. As soon as he walked out, he saw Zhao Mei waiting for him at the dining table. By this time, Tingting had already left for school. Zhao Mei waved her hand, signaling him to eat. Sitting down, Li Jian felt incredibly nervous. Shayan, Auntie needs to talk to you about relationships between men and women. Li Jian instinctively felt nervous. Although Zhao Mei's legs were fair and beautiful, right now, he had no mood to admire them. If he had been calmer yesterday, he would have realized that his confession was never going to succeed. Aunt Zhao was a mature woman. She had her own outlook on life. How could she possibly accept being with someone who had just graduated high school? But if he hadn't confessed, he would have kept it bottled up inside forever. Shayan, Auntie is indeed a woman. But I am already 37 years old. There is a full 19-year age gap between us. You don't understand what that means. I hope you can see me as an elder, not as a woman. Li Jian lowered his head and said, You don't look 37 at all. You look, at most, 24. Zhao Mei looked at the stubborn Li Jian. She continued, maybe for 5 years, 10 years, even 15 years. I will still look young and beautiful. But what about 20 years later? What about 30 years later? You'll still be young. But I will be covered in white hair. Love that crosses generations is unrealistic. Li Jian became emotional. No. Aunt Zhao, that's not true. I like you as a person, not just your beauty. No matter how you look, I will always like you. Zhao Mei was silent for a moment. Then she said, This is not something I can explain in just a few words. But, Shayan, you will always be a child. Don't bring this up again. Li Jian lowered his head, unable to speak. Even eating felt difficult. A long time later, Zhao Mei sighed. She returned to her room. That afternoon, when she took Li Jian to work, she deliberately kept some distance from him. Normally, Li Jian liked to hold her hand. She had always treated him as a child and never thought much about it. But now, she made up her mind to stop any physical contact. Only by doing so could she put an end to his thoughts at the root. That afternoon, Li Jian was absent-minded at work. Even while distracted, he managed to finish a collaborative project with Liang Xingyu. Looking at the final design, Liang Xingyu was amazed. Li Jian's talent was truly impressive. Before, she had worried that a newcomer would slow her down. But now, she realized that Li Jian was the one carrying her. Li Jian, your design is really outstanding. By the way, you seem a little down today. Did something happen? Li Jian forced a smile. I'm fine. I'm leaving now. He stood up and left. Everyone in the office knew that he was there because of Zhao Mei, so no one dared to ask him anything. Liang Xingyu watched as Li Jian left, looking deeply troubled. She felt a little uneasy. After work, Zhao Mei went to the design department to pick up Li Jian, but he wasn't there. Liang Xingyu, where is Li Jian? Oh, he left early. He seemed really upset about something. A sense of panic rose in Zhao Mei's heart. She called Li Jian. His phone was turned off. Zhao Mei never expected Li Jian to disappear without a word. She slowly realized that Li Jian was just a newly grown-up child, Her rejection must have hurt him deeply. That was why he had suddenly vanished. Would a young man, acting on impulse, do something extreme? The thought of that possibility made Zhao Mei's heart ache. Li Jian had grown up without anyone to rely on. His heart was surely fragile. Could he handle such a blow? Thinking about this, Zhao Mei became even more anxious. She hurried downstairs, got into her car, and drove straight home. She even temporarily forgot about all the troubles she had been facing at work. Lately, some senior executives at her company, envious of her abilities, had been working together to suppress her. They made things difficult for her at every turn, leaving her feeling frustrated. As someone deeply devoted to her career, Zhao Mei was now facing significant resistance at work. But at this moment, none of that mattered to her. She had only one thought in mind: to find Li Jiyan. After arriving home, the first thing Zhao Mei did was push open Li Jiyan's bedroom door. But he was clearly not there. She then checked her own room. Still no sign of him. Tingting, has Xiaoyan come home? Ji Tingting walked out of her room. No, he hasn't. Zhao Mei gently patted Ji Tingting's head. Mom won't have time to cook today. Go get something to eat on your own. Ji Tingting nodded. She didn't know what was going on. But since her mom was often busy, she didn't find it strange. After that, Zhao Mei immediately went to Li Jiyan's rental apartment. She guessed he might be there playing games. After all, it was his place to relax. She unlocked the door with the key. But Li Jiyan wasn't there either. Looking at the empty room, Zhao Mei felt as if a piece of her heart had gone missing. Where on earth had this kid gone? Then, she started contacting Li Jiyan's homeroom teacher and asked his classmates to help find him. His classmates searched all the internet cafes near the school, but there was no sign of Li Jiyan. Zhao Mei wandered around the school for a long time. She searched every classroom building, but still didn't find him. Feeling increasingly desperate, she drove through the streets of Qiantang district, scanning every corner for Li Jiyan's figure. But in the end, she found nothing. Despair crept into her heart. Meanwhile, Li Jiyan was drowning his sorrows in a bar, thinking about how he might never be with Aunt Zhao in this lifetime. How he would never be able to take things further with her. His heart ached unbearably. The pain was excruciating. He didn't even know how much he had drunk. By the time he returned to his rental apartment, it was already past 4 a.m. When he woke up the next day, it was already past 10 a.m. As he went to pay his bill, he turned on his phone, but it quickly ran out of battery. It's already this late. Now that he was sober, Li Jiyan suddenly realized Aunt Zhao was probably looking for him. Yesterday, he had been overwhelmed by emotions, acting like a fool, not thinking at all. What should he do now? After turning his phone back on, he saw 99 plus missed calls, all from Zhao Mei. Just as he was about to call her back, he heard the door open. Zhao Mei, standing in the master bedroom of his apartment, saw Li Jiyan sitting there. After a sleepless night of searching, she could no longer hold back her emotions. She rushed forward, hugging him tightly as she started crying. You little brat! Where the hell did you go last night? You scared me to death. As guilt filled Li Jiyan's heart, he also felt an overwhelming warmth. Li Jiyan reflected on his own immaturity. Just because Aunt Zhao rejected his confession, he ran off without saying a word. He just wanted to drink alone in silence, but he forgot about the feelings of the person who cared about him the most. He had been too selfish. I'm sorry, Aunt Zhao. I went drinking last night. Smelling the familiar scent of Zhao Mei, Li Jiyan felt a deep sense of reassurance. But the fact that Aunt Zhao hadn't slept all night searching for him, that was entirely his fault. You little brat, you didn't even tell me you were going out. Do you know how worried I was? Even a phone call would have been enough. Do you have any idea how many dangerous people are out there? Zhao Mei pinched the back of his shoulder. Her heart filled with pain. Li Jiyan could clearly feel Aunt Zhao's concern for him. It only made him feel even more selfish and childish. Deep down, hadn't he deliberately left without saying anything because he wanted her to worry? I'm sorry, Aunt Zhao. I'm really sorry. I won't ever do this again. After crying for a while, Zhao Mei finally calmed herself down. As long as she had found Li Jiyan, nothing else mattered. Wait here, I'll call your homeroom teacher to let them know you're back. Zhao Mei went to the living room and made the call. After explaining the situation, she returned to the bedroom. Seeing the tear stains on Zhao Mei's fair face, Li Jiyan felt an ache in his heart. He had truly hurt Aunt Zhao this time. Alright, let's go home. As she spoke, Zhao Mei suddenly stumbled, nearly falling to the floor. Li Jiyan quickly stepped forward and caught her. The familiar scent on her body made his reaction instinctive. Zhao Mei was well aware of the differences between men and women. This child had really grown up, far beyond what she had imagined. Just smell yourself. How much did you even drink last night? Li Jiyan helped her sit down. Aunt Zhao, let's not talk about that now. Please rest here for a bit. I'm really afraid something might happen to you. Zhao Mei looked at him with a trace of resentment. So now you care about me, huh? Feeling guilty, Li Jiyan pulled the blanket open. Aunt Zhao, just sleep here. We'll talk after you've rested. Zhao Mei wanted to go home, but after staying up all night, she simply couldn't hold on any longer. The exhaustion was unbearable. Fine. She took off her flat shoes and slipped under Li Jiyan's blanket. As soon as she lay down, fatigue washed over her. Li Jiyan pulled the curtains shut, blocking out the sunlight so she could sleep better. Then he quietly closed the door. With the soft, cool air from the AC filling the room, Zhao Mei gradually drifted off to sleep. Li Jiyan also took off his shoes and silently got into bed. Looking at Zhao Mei, so beautiful even in her sleep, his heart couldn't help but flutter. For a moment, a thought crossed his mind. Right now, he knew, if he did that, he would never see Aunt Zhao again. A long time passed. Still feeling the exhaustion from the previous night, Li Jiyan pulled back the blanket and slipped inside. Li Jiyan's bed was 2 meters by 2 meters. The blanket was the same size, big enough for 2 people to sleep without feeling cramped. He deliberately kept some distance from Zhao Mei, afraid of accidentally touching her. But he overlooked one thing: he wasn't a still sleeper. Zhao Mei was exhausted, but so was Li Jiyan. Recently, he had been working overtime, helping Zhao Mei with her project. It was because of overwork that his eyes had problems. The exhaustion that had built up over time was not something that could disappear overnight. Physically and mentally, Li Jiyan felt completely drained. Around 6 p.m., Zhao Mei groggily woke up. She felt something heavy on her. Turning her head, she saw that Li Jiyan was tightly hugging her in his sleep. Her heart filled with anger. Was this brat deliberately taking advantage of her? He must have thoughts about sleeping with her. Teenage hormones. Liking someone often just meant wanting to sleep with them. Zhao Mei really wanted to slap him, but when she saw his tired face, her heart softened. She was afraid that if she scolded him too harshly, he might disappear on her again. That gut-wrenching feeling, as if he had vanished forever. She never wanted to experience that again. She gently pushed him awake. Li Jiyan jolted, startled. He had actually been hugging Aunt Zhao? And his reaction had been completely instinctive? Would Aunt Zhao be furious this time? He never wanted to see her sad again. But then, he noticed, she didn't seem as angry as he had expected. That made him feel relieved. Aunt Zhao didn't seem to mind his rudeness? I'm sorry, Aunt Zhao. I was too tired yesterday, so I just fell asleep here. I didn't do it on purpose. Zhao Mei pinched his cheek. Well, can you let go of Auntie now? Hearing this, Li Jiyan finally reacted. He was still holding onto Aunt Zhao, and holding her tightly. After letting go of Zhao Mei, he felt his face burning. After all, he was someone who had never experienced certain things in a bedroom before. Even the slightest touch made him overly sensitive. Seeing him like this, Zhao Mei felt completely helpless. Alright, get up and go home. Take a nice shower, and I'll cook for you later. Checking the time, all Zhao Mei wanted now was to go home and take a shower. She loved cleanliness, and last night, she had driven around searching for Li Jiyan for so long. Not showering for an entire day made her feel incredibly uncomfortable. Let's go. At that moment, Zhao Mei noticed Li Jiyan's computer. Cheyenne, what games do you usually play? She knew that he often came here to play on his computer. She needed to understand more about what was on his mind. That way, it would be easier to communicate with him. If she learned about games, she could even play with him. Hearing her question, Li Jiyan felt a little guilty. He never actually played games here. Every time he came, it was just to help Aunt Zhao with her projects. Would Aunt Zhao find out about that? If you play online games, Auntie can learn and play with you in the future. Li Jiyan had never expected a woman would ask him what games he played, and even be willing to play with him. This made him feel deeply touched. At the same time, he couldn't help but wish Zhao Mei could be his girlfriend, but that was far too difficult. Aunt Zhao, I don't really play any popular games. I just switch between small games. I change them often. Hearing this, Zhao Mei didn't ask any further. She got up and put on her flat shoes. Li Jiyan looked at her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings. He suddenly recalled the sensation he had felt when he first woke up. His heart started racing again. Zhao Mei didn't dare to look too closely at the changes in his expression. She picked up her bag and said, "Let's go home." After getting into the Mercedes S-Class, Li Jiyan could feel it. Aunt Zhao had returned to her cold and distant demeanor. Everything felt so familiar. Being with her still seemed completely out of reach. Back home, Li Jiyan saw Ji Tingting eating takeout. "Tingting, stop eating this junk food. Mom will cook for you." Ji Tingting looked a little resentful. "Mom, if you had been home, I wouldn't have had to eat takeout. Nothing tastes as good as your cooking. Where did you two go last night?" She was curious. But when Zhao Mei remembered how Li Ziyan had clung to her, she suddenly felt a strange sense of discomfort. Then she simply said, "This is grown-up business. Kids shouldn't ask too much." Zhao Mei recalled the moment when Li Ziyan had hugged her. He had held her so tightly. That feeling almost made her lose control of her instincts. Oh, after Zhao Mei went to cook, Ji Tingting quickly ran over to Li Ziyan and grabbed his hand. "Where did you go, Yan Ji? I missed you so much." Looking at Ji Tingting, Li Ziyan felt a little guilty. His absence had even forced her to eat takeout. "It's nothing. I just went to a bar last night and had a few drinks." Hearing this, Ji Tingting cautiously asked, "Drinking? Can you take me with you? I want to go with you." Li Ziyan knew that Ji Tingting had always relied on him a lot since childhood, but he also knew very well taking her drinking would be asking for trouble. If Aunt Zhao found out, she would definitely deal with him. "No way. Unless your mom agrees. Then forget it. I guess I'll have to wait for my next life." Li Jiyan patted her delicate face. "Alright, once you're an adult, you can drink. I'll drink with you then." Ji Tingting's bright eyes sparkled. She was clearly looking forward to drinking with Li Jiyan someday. That night, just as Li Jiyan was about to sleep, there was a knock at the door. "Shayan, can Auntie come in?" "Of course, please come in." Of course, Li Jiyan wanted to see more of Zhao Mei. She walked into his room wearing a nightgown. Li Jiyan couldn't help but swallow. Zhao Mei noticed this reaction clearly. "Auntie wants to talk to you." Li Jiyan felt a little uneasy. He knew that Aunt Zhao definitely wasn't here to do anything with him. She was going to talk to him about his confession. "Shayan, Auntie wants to talk to you about you liking me." Li Jiyan nodded, looking a little disappointed. He knew very well wanting Aunt Zhao to be with him now was basically impossible. "Shayan, everyone goes through some restless feelings during puberty. Auntie understands this. Maybe, in your daily life, I'm the only woman you interact with. And sometimes, Auntie dresses lightly at home. That's probably why you started feeling a certain way. But you need to understand that these feelings are not love. It's just part of adolescence. Once you find a girlfriend in the future, these feelings will slowly return to normal." Li Ziyan didn't agree with Zhao Mei's words. "It doesn't matter. I just like you. If I can't be with you in this life, I won't be able to accept it." His stubbornness made Zhao Mei feel helpless. This kid had always been like this. Once he set his mind on something, it was hard to change. She just never thought one day his stubbornness would be directed at her. It left her feeling deeply helpless. "Shayan, what do you expect Auntie to do?" Zhao Mei truly didn't know how to make him understand. For the rest of the conversation, she kept trying to convince him from different angles to let go of his adolescent fantasies, but Li Jiyan remained firm. He wanted to be with her. In the end, Zhao Mei gave up and left his room. Back in the master bedroom, she lay on her bed. Her mind kept replaying images of Li Jiyan. Did this child really like her that much? Li Jiyan's stubbornness. It made Zhao Mei feel deeply helpless. Does he really like me that much? Li Jiyan, too, was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He was so determined about his feelings for Aunt Zhao. Would she give him a chance? A chance to be accepted? As he let his thoughts run wild, he saw the progress bar and his eyes reset to 0. This instantly made Li Jiyan excited. Last time at the lottery shop, he had realized how terrifyingly profitable this ability could be. If he could see financial information again this time, he had to seize the opportunity. He then looked at the items around him. A 90% new chair. Value, 223 yuan. A 100% new bed. Value, 5,841 yuan. Thinking of this, Li Jiyan hesitated no more. He opened the stock trading app. During this time, he had been pondering over his eyes abilities. To make sure he could use the financial information ability in time next time, he had opened an account in the stock trading software. Sure enough, he could see through the value of those stocks. This filled him with overwhelming joy. Did this mean his wealth could now grow effortlessly? Looking at the stocks, he could see all their potential profits clearly, but with his current capital, making too much money was obviously impossible. After a long time, Li Jian selected an obscure stock. According to the prompt, it wouldn't take long before he could earn 200,000 yuan. And all he needed to do was sell the stock after making 200,000 yuan. That would be his profit. Li Jian didn't hesitate. He bought the stock. After doing all this, he finally fell asleep. The next morning, when he woke up, Li Jian found that he could still see all kinds of financial information. Unable to contain his excitement, he went to the lottery shop again and kept scratching lottery tickets. After making over 20,000 yuan, the progress bar reappeared, and Li Jian lost the ability to see it again. In the afternoon, Li Jian and Zhao Mei went to the company together. On the way, he felt that Aunt Zhao seemed very unhappy, which made him uneasy. Was it because of him? As soon as he arrived at the company, he noticed that his colleagues were looking at him strangely. That kind of gaze, as if they were looking at a plague god. This made Li Jian feel confused. What was going on? Li Jian, President Zhao is being ostracized in the company. I heard she might be fired. Li Jian's heart trembled. He never expected Aunt Zhao to face something like this. This was an unprecedented blow to her. And the way these colleagues looked at him made him truly understand what it meant to kick someone when they're down. These people used to treat him with such courtesy. But now, they had changed completely. Li Jian sat there, feeling deeply sad that Aunt Zhao was being targeted. He should go and comfort her. After a while, he secretly went to Zhao Mei's office. As soon as he entered, he saw Aunt Zhao lying on her desk, looking utterly dejected. Aunt Zhao. After approaching Zhao Mei, Li Jian softly called out. At the same time, he caught the scent on her body. Are you okay? Hearing Li Jian's words, Zhao Mei lifted her head. That unnatural expression was quickly concealed by her. Although she was a woman, she had a strong personality. She didn't want to show her vulnerable side in front of a child. In her heart, Li Jian was just a child, nothing more. I'm fine, Xiaoyan. Why did you come looking for me at this time? Li Jian said in a low voice. I heard from people in the company that you seem to be targeted. So I wanted to check what's going on. Li Jian really wanted to know what exactly was happening. Aunt Zhao, if something is wrong, you can tell me. Li Jian said with concern. Zhao Mei smiled gently. You silly child, Auntie is really fine. In her heart, Li Jian was just a child. What was the point of telling him about work matters? Auntie, don't worry, no matter what happens, you still have me. I will always be your support. Looking at the seemingly naive words from Li Jian in front of her, Zhao Mei, who was feeling emotionally fragile at the moment, was deeply moved. Xiaoyan. Standing up, Zhao Mei gently hugged Li Jian. No matter how strong a woman is, there will always be a day when she feels vulnerable. Lately, Zhao Mei had been under a lot of pressure at work. The CEO targeting her, combined with the blow of her divorce, had pushed her to the brink of an emotional breakdown. However, upon seeing Li Jian, she felt a slight sense of comfort in her heart. At this moment, Zhao Mei forgot about the differences between men and women. She gently hugged Li Jian. It wasn't until she noticed the change in him that she slowly came to her senses. She blamed herself a little in her heart. At times, she was indeed too emotional. He was just a child. How could he possibly be her support? If anything, she should be his support instead. She had secretly bought him a house. And when he graduated from university, she planned to get him a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. As for him becoming her support, Zhao Mei knew very well that it was unrealistic. Alright, Xiaoyan. At that moment, to hide his embarrassment, Li Jian sat down. Auntie is fine. I've just been going through some difficult things lately, but don't worry. Everything will be okay. Looking at Li Jian in front of her, Zhao Mei started feeling another headache. How could she make this child give up on his feelings for her? Are you really okay? Li Jian looked at Zhao Mei, taking in her scent, feeling his heartbeat accelerate. Of course, he didn't believe her words at all. He had never seen Zhao Mei look so dejected before. In his eyes, she had always been a strong and dominant figure. Li Jian didn't believe Zhao Mei's words, but Zhao Mei still insisted on her stance. I'm fine. Auntie is really fine. Xiaoyan, go back to work now. Zhao Mei pinched Li Jian's face, urging him to return to work. Li Jian knew that he could only investigate this matter on his own. If he asked Aunt Zhao directly, he wouldn't get any answers at all. Then, I'll head back first. After returning to the office, The other colleagues still seemed to be avoiding Li Ziyan. Only Liang Xingyu treated him the same as before. So, did you find out anything? Liang Xingyu asked in a low voice. She knew that Li Ziyan and Zhao Mei had an unusual relationship. She was certain that Li Ziyan cared the most about Zhao Mei. I don't know. Liang Xingyu whispered, that's expected. President Zhao is a strong person. No matter how much trouble she's in, she wouldn't tell a kid like you. Unless you could become her support, then maybe she would. The trouble she's facing this time might really be serious. Hearing this, Li Ziyan couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. Aunt Zhao must be under a lot of pressure right now. And at that moment, Li Ziyan noticed that on Liang Xingyu's computer, she had opened the project assignment they had worked on together. This made Li Ziyan panic a little. His personal style was too distinct. Would Aunt Zhao recognize it? If she found out, then his Iman studio would be exposed. Thinking of this, Li Ziyan couldn't help but feel nervous. Li Ziyan was still worried that his secret would be discovered. However, after remembering that he had deliberately changed some details, he felt a slight sense of relief. It shouldn't be noticeable, right? Liang Xingyu, will Aunt Zhao see this project? Liang Xingyu nodded. Of course. President Zhao told me to send it to her directly. Hearing this, Li Ziyan felt a vague sense of unease. He could only hope that the project wouldn't be recognized. After work, all the colleagues left the office. Li Ziyan was waiting for Zhao Mei to pick him up. However, after waiting for a while, Zhao Mei still hadn't arrived. Normally, she would always come on time, but today, she was late. This gave Li Ziyan a bad feeling. Recalling Zhao Mei's unusual emotions earlier, he decided to go check on her. Li Ziyan, I'm heading out. Liang Xingyu greeted him as she was leaving, her gaze carrying a faint, unspoken emotion. In her heart, she truly believed that Li Ziyan was someone incredibly talented. His future achievements would definitely be remarkable. And after getting to know him more recently, Liang Xingyu realized that Li Ziyan was a gentle and attentive person. If she could become his girlfriend, she believed life would be very happy. Li Ziyan wasn't in the mood to talk much with Liang Xingyu. After she left, he walked toward Zhao Mei's office. When he reached the office door, he heard Zhao Mei arguing with a man. This instantly made Li Ziyan tense up. At this moment, inside the office, Zhao Mei was looking warily at the man in front of her. Her hands, hidden behind her back, were holding a can of pepper spray and a brass knuckle. She had always kept the brass knuckle in her bag for self-defense. She just hadn't expected that today, she might actually need to use it. Mei, I've been pursuing you for so long. Just say yes, okay? I accidentally found out about your divorce. If you're willing, I can divorce my wife and be with you. Looking at Bao Xuanwen in front of her, Zhao Mei felt a wave of disgust. This old man had married a young girl fresh out of college 2 years ago. And now, he still dared to set his sights on her. President Bao, you have a wife. I hope you have some self-respect and treat that girl at home well. Bao Xuanwen looked at Zhao Mei's figure and face, feeling a wild desire rise within him. This woman was truly a rare gem. A woman's allure had nothing to do with age. She's nowhere near your level. She can't even compare. Mei, just say yes. I promise that once I get transferred to the head office, I'll recommend you as the next CEO. As he spoke, Bao Xuanwen stepped toward Zhao Mei, reaching out to touch her. Zhao Mei tightened her grip on the brass knuckle, ready to use it along with the pepper spray to fight back. At that moment, Li Ziyan burst into the office. He saw Bao Xuanwen, with only a small patch of hair on top of his head, his face full of lust. Li Ziyan completely lost control of the anger in his heart. Aunt Zhao was someone he would never allow anyone to violate. Seeing Li Ziyan rush in, Zhao Mei instinctively felt that things were about to go wrong. Sure enough, Li Ziyan charged at Bao Xuanwen, and with one punch, struck him directly in the face. Li Ziyan struck with extreme force. In his heart, Aunt Zhao was sacred. No one could defile her. And now, this bald man dared to try to violate her. Li Ziyan's fury instantly ignited. His fist landed on Bao Xuanwen's face, and the man, barely 1.7 meters tall, immediately collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. He had long been weakened by overindulgence, his body frail. There was no way he could be a match for Li Ziyan. Seeing Bao Xuanwen fall, Li Ziyan stepped forward and kicked him again. Just as he was about to land another blow, Zhao Mei rushed forward and hugged him from behind. Stop, Shoyan. Don't hit him anymore. Zhao Mei was extremely anxious. This was a society governed by law. What Li Ziyan was doing wouldn't work here. If he seriously injured Bao Xuanwen, he would end up in prison. Li Ziyan had just become an adult. If he went to jail, his entire future would be ruined. Zhao Mei could never accept him paying such a price. It wasn't worth it for a scumbag like Bao Xuanwen. Slowly, Li Ziyan began to calm down. The warmth of Zhao Mei's body made him realize that he couldn't keep attacking Bao Xuanwen. Hitting him felt satisfying, but if this continued, he might really end up in prison. You little punk, how dare you hit me? Just wait, I'm going to make sure you rot in jail. At this moment, Bao Xuanwen was furious. He never imagined that he would be punched by some young brat and even kicked. Right now, his head was still spinning, and he was seeing stars. He knew that this person had been placed in the company by Zhao Mei. Since he was working here, he had to be an adult. He would make sure this kid understood making mistakes in this society came with consequences. President Bao. I think it's best to just let this go, Zhao Mei said in a low voice, her tone cold and sharp. Let it go? How could I let it go? He punched me in the head. I'm going to get a medical report and have him locked up. Right now, Bao Xuanwen had only one goal, to send Li Ziyan to prison. President Bao, although Xiaoyan hit you, you should also know the reason why. But Bao Xuanwen was still furious. What's wrong with me pursuing you? He barged in and attacked me. I will never just let this go. Zhao Mei remained cold. All those harassing messages you sent me on WeChat. I'm sure you remember them. Harassing a married female subordinate. If I submit all that evidence to the head office, do you really think you'll still be promoted? Hearing this, Bao Xuanwen's expression became even uglier. Bao Xuanwen's face looked extremely unpleasant. The reason he had said so much on WeChat before was because he believed that using the promise of the next CEO position would make this rare beauty submit to him. But he never expected that Zhao Mei would completely ignore him. And now, those chat records had become evidence against him. This made him feel extremely frustrated. In truth, he wasn't too afraid of some chat logs, but since he was in the middle of his reassignment, it was better to be cautious. For now, he had no choice but to drop the matter. Once he arrived at the head office in a few days, he would find a way to deal with Zhao Mei properly. Without saying a word, he turned and walked out of Zhao Mei's office. Clearly, he had no choice but to let this go. Seeing the brass knuckle and pepper spray in Zhao Mei's hand, he felt a lingering fear. If this woman had decided to strike, she wouldn't have held back. She was not one to be trifled with. Aunt Zhao, are you okay? Looking at Zhao Mei holding her self-defense tools, Li Ziyan felt an uncontrollable ache in his heart. Aunt Zhao's life wasn't as easy and carefree as he had imagined. She, too, was facing pressures he couldn't even begin to comprehend. I'm fine, Xiaoyan. You were too impulsive. Li Ziyan took Zhao Mei's hand and put away the brass knuckle. For you, I'm willing to be impulsive. No matter when, you will always be the most important person in my life. If anyone tries to hurt Aunt Zhao, I will fight with everything I have. Li Ziyan's words were sincere and full of emotion. Anyone could hear it. His words came straight from the heart. A wave of emotion surged in Zhao Mei's heart. Indeed, Li Ziyan was very immature. But he was only 18 years old. Being a little childish was understandable. However, his feelings for her were genuine and burning with intensity. As a woman, when facing Bao Xuanwen's harassment, even though she had gripped the pepper spray and brass knuckle behind her back, deep down, she was still just a woman. How could she not be afraid? All right, let's go home. Be good. Right now, Zhao Mei didn't want to think about this matter anymore. She just wanted to go home and spend time with Li Ziyan. Let's go, Aunt Zhao. Li Ziyan took Zhao Mei's hand. She knew that perhaps she should refuse, but at that moment, she couldn't bring herself to let go of his hand. Even though he was young, holding his hand made her feel truly safe. It wasn't until they reached the car that Zhao Mei finally let go of him. After changing into flat shoes, she started the car. For some reason, as she glanced at Li Ziyan's side profile, her heartbeat suddenly quickened. This feeling made Zhao Mei inexplicably flustered. Why was her heart beating so fast? Wasn't this the kind of feeling one had when they liked someone? Thinking of this, Zhao Mei's face felt a little hot. She had watched this kid grow up from wearing open-crotch pants to who he was now. But now, she was having such a strange and ridiculous feeling. How could this be? She felt utterly ashamed. Meanwhile, Li Ziyan also noticed that Zhao Mei seemed a little flushed. This made his heart race with excitement. Could it be that Aunt Zhao was starting to see him as a man? Did this mean he actually had a chance to be with her? Thinking about this possibility, his heart filled with anticipation. His previous hopes were reignited once again. Aunt Zhao, you have to stay in touch with me on WeChat at all times from now on. In his heart, Li Jian wanted to stay by Aunt Zhao's side at every moment to prevent any accidents. But the project he was helping her with was almost finished. He knew he had to rush to complete it. Why? Zhao Mei glanced at Li Jian. At this moment, she didn't seem like an elder but rather like a girl of the same age. Chatting with him, because I worry about your safety. I won't allow anyone to hurt you. Starting tomorrow, I'll be coming to work in the mornings too. Li Jian had made up his mind. There wasn't much work left to do, and no one at the company monitored his computer. He could move his work to the office. That way, he could protect Aunt Zhao at all times. Hearing Li Jian's somewhat childish words, Zhao Mei felt a deep warmth in her heart. The way he had protected her earlier kept replaying in her mind. It was truly unforgettable. You don't want to play games anymore? Zhao Mei had always believed that Li Jian was obsessed with gaming. Before his college entrance exams, his grades had dropped significantly because of it. She remembered that very clearly. Playing games isn't as important as you, is it? I won't play anymore. Zhao Mei softly responded with a hum. Thinking about how Li Jian would be around her at work in the mornings, how he could check on her at any time, it gave her a strong sense of security, something no one else could provide. That night, Li Jian secretly went to his rented apartment. He copied all his work files, planning to finish them in secret at the office. Perhaps because she was too exhausted, Zhao Mei didn't notice that he had slipped out. The next morning, after breakfast, Li Jian followed behind Zhao Mei. "Aunt Zhao, I'm going to the company with you." After thinking it through, he was sure his plan was completely feasible. After all, there wasn't much work left on the project. If he worked on it in secret, he could finish it quickly. "You're really planning to go to work with Auntie?" Li Jian held Zhao Mei's hand affectionately and said, "Of course. I said I'd protect Auntie, so I definitely will." Zhao Mei knew that this kid wasn't just acting on impulse. He was truly determined to stay by her side, to protect her at work. "Alright, then let's go." Zhao Mei took Li Jian to the company. The whole way there, she felt an unusual sense of security. When they arrived at the office, Liang Xingyu, who had just come to work, was surprised. She hadn't expected to see Li Jian in the morning. This was truly rare. "Li Jian, what's going on? You're coming to work in the morning now too?" Li Jian turned on his computer and plugged in his USB drive. "Yeah, from now on, I'll be working in the mornings too." He logged into the desktop version of WeChat. In the company group chat, he saw that Bao Xuanwen had already resigned, and that senior executive Gui Yunfei had taken over as CEO. Over the next few days, there would be some personnel changes in the company. At this moment, everyone in the office was on edge. They were afraid that with the new CEO taking charge, they might end up getting laid off. Li Jian also had a bad feeling. He was certain that Aunt Zhao's situation wasn't going to be resolved so easily. That Bao Xuanwen was truly despicable. "Did you hear? The executives seem to be discussing how to deal with President Zhao. It's really tough for a woman in her position." As she spoke, Liang Xingyu also felt a pang of sadness in her heart. In fact, Zhao Mei had always been her career idol. Li Jian clenched his fists, feeling deep pain inside. Now, he more or less understood what was going on. It was really tough for Aunt Zhao as a woman. The so-called targeting by the other executives was nothing more than retaliation. Bao Xuanwen had failed to make Aunt Zhao his mistress, so he was now taking revenge on her. In the harsh reality of the corporate world, the other executives naturally chose to side with Bao Xuanwen. That was why Aunt Zhao was being isolated. This filled Li Jian's heart with extreme hatred. He only hoped that his special ability wouldn't fail him. As long as he could make enough money, he would be able to protect Aunt Zhao in this ruthless society. He wouldn't let her suffer even a little. In Li Jian's heart, regardless of whether he could be with Aunt Zhao in the future, she was the most important person in his life. He would never allow her to be hurt. President Zhao is really struggling. Li Jian hummed in agreement, thinking he needed to finish the project as soon as possible. Then, he secretly started working on it. Whenever someone passed by, he quickly switched the screen back to normal work. However, his slightly unnatural behavior was noticed by Liang Xingyu. Curious, she asked, "Li Jian, are you secretly doing freelance work? I didn't expect you to start making side money so soon after joining." She lowered her voice, afraid that others would overhear. Li Jian was startled. This woman was really observant. Li Jian felt a bit panicked inside. Women were indeed very observant. He had already done his best to hide what he was doing, but he didn't expect Liang Xingyu to still notice. "You noticed?" Actually, no, I'm just practicing my skills. Making more projects. Liang Xingyu pouted. It's fine, do whatever you want. I won't report you, just be careful and don't let the other colleagues find out. Li Jian nodded and continued working on the project. He had already learned to drive, so once this project was done, he could make time to get his license. A whole day passed, and as it got close to the end of the workday, Li Jian finally finished the entire project. After packing it up, he secretly logged into Iman Studio's WeChat and sent the completed work over. Miss Xiao, please send the final payment to the usual place by mail. While working, Zhao Mei received a file from Iman Studio. She felt a sense of relief in her heart. At least the project she had been overseeing was now completed. After replying with an OK gesture, she opened the file. The design was still as perfect as ever, making her feel satisfied. Everything felt so familiar. Just then, a WeChat message arrived. It was from the company's new CEO, Wei Yunfei. Miss Xiao, after a company review, we have decided that you must resign within 7 days. This message hit her like a bolt of lightning. Her heart instantly went cold. She had devoted herself to this company, yet in the end, she was being dismissed. She felt an unprecedented blow. At this moment, an overwhelming sadness and disappointment filled her heart. This feeling was unbearable. She had worked so hard for this company, but in just 7 days, she had to leave. Zhao Mei had always been a strong person. She couldn't accept this outcome. It was simply too cruel. Lying on her desk, tears silently fell from her eyes. No matter how strong her personality was, she was still just a woman deep down. As she cried, she suddenly remembered. If she didn't go to see Li Jian soon, he would come looking for her. She didn't want a child to see her in this state. That would make her feel even worse. After collecting herself, Zhao Mei went to Li Jian's office. Shayan, let's go home. Li Jian, who had already packed up, stood up, feeling relieved. Aunt Zhao's project was finally done. Aunt Zhao, let's go. Zhao Mei noticed that Li Jian seemed very happy. She found it a bit strange. As they walked, she asked, Shayan, you seem really happy? Li Jian hummed in response. Indeed, being able to help Zhao Mei made him feel truly happy. Aunt Zhao, I feel like something's wrong with you. At that moment, Li Jian sensed something. He had already noticed that something was off about her before. Could it be because of the company? That was the only explanation he could think of. Otherwise, Aunt Zhao wouldn't be acting this way. After getting in the car, Li Jian started thinking about how he could help Aunt Zhao. No matter what, he couldn't just watch her suffer like this. When they got home, as usual, Zhao Mei made dinner for Li Jian and Ji Tingting. She only ate a little before making an excuse that she wasn't feeling well and went to her room. Li Jian knew Aunt Zhao was definitely going through something. That was exactly why he had to help her. After she went back to her room, Ji Tingting also asked, Brother, why do I feel like my mom is acting strange? Li Jian felt helpless. Aunt Zhao had been hit hard. She hadn't even been able to hide her emotions well. Now, even Ji Tingting had noticed that something was wrong. He patted Ji Tingting's head. He comforted her, don't worry, it's nothing. You don't need to think too much about it. Adult matters aren't for us to worry about. Just finish your dinner and do your homework later. Ji Tingting nodded obediently. She had a special kind of reliance on Li Jian, so she always listened to him. After Ji Tingting left, Li Jian cleaned up the dishes. His mind was still on Zhao Mei. Around 9 p.m., Li Jian walked to Zhao Mei's room and knocked softly. Aunt Zhao, are you there? He kept his voice low, afraid of waking Ji Tingting. Come in. When he entered, he saw Zhao Mei sitting on the bed. Under the dim light, she was covered with a thin blanket. She looked utterly defeated. Aunt Zhao, did something happen at work? Li Jian really wanted to know what was going on. Zhao Mei almost blurted it out instinctively. But after thinking about it, she felt that telling Li Jian would only add to his worries. Actually, if something's wrong, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you. Li Jian sat down beside her. I know you're hiding something from me, but if you don't tell me anything, I'll feel even worse. Zhao Mei gently touched Li Jian's face. She knew that he had already sensed something was wrong. If she didn't tell him, he might not even be able to sleep tonight. She knew very well how much he cared about her. To Li Jian, she was far too important. All right, I'll tell you, but don't get upset. Shayan, Auntie got fired. In an instant, everything made sense to Li Jian. It was because Bao Xuanwen had failed to harass her, so he retaliated by having her fired. It's okay, Auntie. If worse comes to worst, you just won't work there anymore. Li Ziyan eagerly anticipated his next financial ability activation. Once his capital grew, he wouldn't just be making 200,000 yuan. When he had enough money, he could ensure that Aunt Zhao never had to worry about anything for the rest of her life. Looking at the childish way he spoke, Zhao Mei smiled. Alright, Shayan, don't overthink it. Auntie still has her skills. If I don't work at this company, I can go somewhere else. There's no need to dwell on it. She was confident in her abilities. Auntie, how about we have a few drinks? A little alcohol can ease our troubles. If we drink too much, maybe we'll forget everything, and tomorrow will feel like a fresh start. Li Ziyan's suggestion made Zhao Mei waver for a moment. Unlike before, she now had someone to drink with. Li Ziyan was an adult now, so he could drink with her all night. Getting drunk might not be a bad idea. Forget it. But after thinking it through, Zhao Mei decided against it, especially in front of a younger person. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to drink like that. Hearing her refusal, Li Ziyan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Was he hoping for something? Shayan, go to bed early. Li Ziyan hugged her before heading back to his room. That night, he couldn't calm his mind. He kept worrying about Aunt Zhao. Even though he knew she was strong and capable, she was still just a woman, and she had suffered too much, too often, recently. He worried that she might break down. At around 10 p.m., a knock on the door. When Li Ziyan opened it, he saw Zhao Mei standing there in a black silk nightgown. Auntie, you're still awake? He was quite surprised, not expecting Zhao Mei to come looking for him. Zhao Mei looked at the red wine in her hand and said, Shayan, have a drink with Auntie. Li Ziyan felt even more surprised. Zhao Mei had previously said she wouldn't drink, but now, she was standing right in front of him, and she was even the one suggesting they drink together. Li Ziyan realized that Aunt Zhao must have been feeling deeply troubled. That must be why, despite saying she wouldn't drink, she had come to find him in the middle of the night for a drink. Aunt Zhao, no matter how much you want to drink tonight, I'll drink with you. Zhao Mei joked, Auntie is planning to get more drunk than ever before, can you handle it? Li Ziyan immediately replied, no matter how much you drink, I'll keep you company. Zhao Mei thought for a moment. Getting drunk at home didn't seem very appropriate. Let's go to your rental place. Tonight, I want to have a good, proper drink. I'll go change my clothes. After saying this to Li Ziyan, Zhao Mei headed toward her bedroom. When she came out again, she was wearing a black dress suit. Beneath the skirt, which reached mid-thigh, was Li Ziyan's favorite sight, black stockings. He couldn't help but swallow. Fortunately, Aunt Zhao didn't notice his reaction. Li Ziyan thought to himself, go to the study and grab more wine. Li Ziyan took a vegetable basket and went into the study. A while later, he came out carrying more than 10 bottles of alcohol. Seeing how much he had brought, Zhao Mei smiled. This brat really was trying to get her drunk. After driving to Li Ziyan's rental place, he carried the basket of alcohol into the master bedroom and turned on the air conditioning. Looking at his computer, Li Ziyan felt a little nervous. But Aunt Zhao wouldn't pay attention to those things. Aunt Zhao, come in quickly, it's hot outside. It was summer, and the weather was unbearably hot, so Li Ziyan urged Zhao Mei to come inside. Zhao Mei watched as Li Ziyan opened the wine with a corkscrew. She couldn't shake the feeling that something about tonight felt off, but after holding in her emotions for so long, she really did need to let them out. After opening a bottle for himself, Li Ziyan handed one directly to Zhao Mei. This made Zhao Mei feel both amused and exasperated. Was he really treating red wine like beer? You're not even using glasses? Li Ziyan handed her the bottle and said, Aunt Zhao, since we're drinking to get drunk tonight, let's not worry about formalities. Let's just drink until we're completely drunk. Zhao Mei took off her high heels and sat on the bed with Li Ziyan. All right, Auntie will drink with you tonight. As the red wine went down, Zhao Mei felt her frustration slowly dissipating, and little by little, tears began to roll down her face. She drank in silence, releasing all the grievances and vulnerabilities she had been holding in. As a woman, she rarely had moments where she could show her weakness. Tonight's drinking session was just an exception. Shoyan, you're the best. You love Auntie the most. As she drank, Zhao Mei embraced Li Ziyan. One of her buttons, unable to withstand the pressure, popped off. Still somewhat sober, Li Ziyan swallowed hard. Auntie, you are the most important person to me in this world. No matter what, I will always be your strongest support. Zhao Mei held Li Ziyan's head against her chest. She drank as her tears continued to flow. Even though Li Ziyan was young and immature, his heart was completely devoted to her. There would never be another person in this world who treated her like he did. Aunt Zhao, can you be with me? Be my girlfriend? Li Jian saw that Zhao Mei was drunk. He tentatively asked. Even though he knew it was shameless, the thought of not being with Zhao Mei would torment him for the rest of his life. He felt that only at this moment might he have a chance. What are you even talking about? You silly boy, Auntie is 19 years older than you. At this age, I could be your mother. When I was in college, you were just born. Do you really think we could be together? Li Jian noticed that the drunk Zhao Mei was no longer suppressing herself like usual. She was speaking freely. I don't think age is a problem. You're a woman, I'm a man. Even if we're 19 years apart, we can still do everything together. Looking at Zhao Mei's beautiful legs in black stockings, Li Jian spoke seriously. If I can't be with you in this life, I really don't know how I'll face the rest of my years. Drunk, Zhao Mei found his words amusing. You really see Auntie as a woman? Li Jian nodded earnestly. Aunt Zhao, please consider being my girlfriend. Zhao Mei shook her head. No, in my heart, you'll always be a child. How could I possibly be with a child? I still remember when you used to wear open crotch pants as a kid. You even peed on me once. Thinking about Li Jian's childhood, Zhao Mei laughed. Drinking had really improved her mood. That's because you've never seen me with new eyes. In the past, I never saw you as a woman, either. Li Jian used to think Aunt Zhao was just gentle, beautiful, and had a great figure. But that was just from an aesthetic perspective. After finishing high school, without realizing it, Zhao Mei had become a real woman in his heart. Auntie really can't do this. Zhao Mei took another drink, her gaze growing hazy. Seeing how unwilling she was to accept him, Li Jian anxiously said, Auntie, why don't we kiss, just once? Maybe after we kiss, you'll see me as a man. The moment the words left his mouth, Li Jian regretted them. Saying something so shameless, even if he was drunk, he shouldn't have said it. Aunt Zhao would definitely be angry. But to his disbelief, Zhao Mei didn't refuse. She put down her bottle and cupped Li Jian's face. Shoyan, Auntie will kiss you just once. Just this once. To me, you're still just a child. After this, don't overthink things. Alright? Li Jian wrapped his arms around Zhao Mei's waist, his heart pounding like it was about to burst. Looking at Zhao Mei's red lips, he could no longer control himself. Auntie, I want to kiss you. Then, he leaned in. And Zhao Mei naturally wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. At this moment, Zhao Mei was already in a drunken state. Otherwise, the normally noble and aloof her would never have done something like kissing a boy 19 years younger than her. After the two of them kissed, Zhao Mei's mind went completely blank. Then, the effects of the alcohol started hitting her. She clung tightly to Li Jian, becoming more and more immersed. Shoyan, I want to. Zhao Mei's voice echoed in his ears. Li Jian felt like his head was about to explode. He was very clear about one thing. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Aunt Zhao was drunk, and she was the one taking the initiative. As long as he went along with it, everything would fall into place. But after that, Aunt Zhao would probably cut him off completely. She might even be heartbroken and devastated. But if he didn't seize this opportunity, perhaps for the rest of his life, he would never have another chance with Aunt Zhao in this way. Looking at the beautiful and willing Zhao Mei in front of him, Li Jian gradually felt himself being consumed by a unique kind of fire. He could no longer control his actions. Then, everything happened naturally. The next day at noon, Li Jian slowly woke up. He saw Zhao Mei still lying there, fast asleep. Li Jian instantly felt like his brain was about to explode. He had actually slept with Aunt Zhao last night. Exactly what they had done over and over again, Li Jian didn't dare to recall. Panic overwhelmed him. He was terrified of seeing Zhao Mei collapse in despair, terrified of being hated by the person he trusted the most. Li Jian quietly put on his clothes. At that moment, Zhao Mei woke up. She felt utterly exhausted. Last night, had she gotten completely wasted with Li Jian? Very quickly, Zhao Mei noticed the scattered clothes around the room. She knew what had happened. Li Jian. As soon as Zhao Mei's trembling voice rang out, Li Jian was so frightened that he bolted straight out of the room. Before leaving, he even remembered to close the door. He would never forget the look of hatred in Aunt Zhao's eyes. He didn't even remember the details of last night. He only knew that somehow, he and Aunt Zhao had ended up in bed together. And it had been absolutely wild. Listening to the sound of the door shutting, Zhao Mei lay down in despair. She never could have imagined that the person she had cherished so much would take advantage of her while she was drunk. How was this any different from an animal staring at the ceiling? A deep sense of despair spread through her, and she had no idea how much time had passed. Only after a long time did she slowly sit up. Li Jian. Why did you do this to Auntie? Zhao Mei couldn't remember the details of last night, but she knew she could never face or forgive Li Jiyan. This was simply too much, too much. Several days passed. Only then did Zhao Mei's emotions calm down slightly. Li Jiyan has been missing for several days now. Where exactly is he? Every time Zhao Mei thought of Li Jiyan, she instinctively felt an overwhelming sense of worry. She wanted to find out where he was. But fragments of memory still lingered in her mind. What Li Jiyan had done to her that night, she would never be able to forget. I should probably go to the company. Zhao Mei knew that her resignation deadline was approaching, so she had to go to the company. At the very least, she had to complete her final project. After getting ready, Zhao Mei drove to the company. When people saw her arrive, the way they looked at her was strange. After all, as an executive who had been forced out, Zhao Mei was still a hot topic in the company. She ignored all those strange looks. After arriving at her office, no one came to report to her. After a while, Liang Xingyu arrived. President Zhao, come in. Seeing Liang Xingyu enter, Zhao Mei felt a warmth in her heart. At least, there was still one person in this company who wasn't so cold and realistic. President Zhao, I wanted to ask you, why hasn't Li Jiyan come to the company these past few days? Zhao Mei's delicate hands clenched tightly. That night's events started replaying in her mind. Li Jiyan, he hasn't contacted you? Even though her heart was filled with hatred, she still instinctively worried about Li Jiyan's safety. No, he hasn't. What's wrong? Nothing. Liang Xingyu felt that something must have happened to Li Jiyan, but she couldn't put her finger on it. President Zhao, you never accepted the files I sent you before. Saying this, Liang Xingyu realized she was being foolish. Zhao Mei was about to leave the company. Bringing this up now was meaningless. Zhao Mei opened WeChat and looked at the file. She instantly froze. It was clear that someone had deliberately hidden their personal style, but the work style was identical to the studio that had been doing her projects. How could this be? How was this possible? It seemed like all those projects had actually been done by Li Jiyan. A flood of memories surged in Zhao Mei's mind, those fragmented but important moments, playing like a silent film. The boss of that studio used to contact her every couple of days, often asking her various questions. And she would casually mention things about her life, like a casual chat. But ever since the day Li Jiyan had fled in a panic, everything seemed to have changed. That studio had completely disappeared. Even the work they had been delivering to her had all come to a halt. And all of it had started from the moment Li Jiyan disappeared. These past few days, Zhao Mei's mind had been in complete turmoil. But she never expected that. That studio was very likely. Zhao Mei didn't dare to think any further. Liang Xingyu looked puzzled. She could sense that Zhao Mei's emotions were fluctuating wildly. Miss Xiao, are you alright? Hearing Liang Xingyu's voice, Zhao Mei snapped back to reality. I'm fine. I'm fine. You can go now. She repeated it twice, making Liang Xingyu realize that something was definitely wrong. But she didn't dare ask. Okay. Liang Xingyu turned and left. After she closed the door, Zhao Mei walked to the window and pulled the curtains shut. Back at her computer, Zhao Mei looked at the task submitted by Liang Xingyu. She kept comparing it. It's exactly the same, and I can tell that there are intentional traces of concealment. Zhao Mei could see it clearly. Li Jiyan had deliberately hidden some marks of his work, but in her eyes, these attempts to avoid detection were glaringly obvious. Just like that, Zhao Mei sat there in a daze for a full half hour. She realized that the so-called studio was actually Li Jiyan. She took out her phone and sent a message to that studio on WeChat. But there was no response, even after more than 10 minutes. 20 minutes passed. Still no response. For some reason, Zhao Mei could vividly imagine the past. Li Jiyan, pretending to be the studio, sitting behind his phone screen with a silly grin, replying to her messages. Thinking about that scene, her heart ached. No matter what he had done, the heart that loved her, the heart that wanted to protect her, that was absolutely genuine. For the rest of the day, Zhao Mei was completely absent-minded. She felt both love and hatred toward Li Jiyan. That incident was like a hurdle she could never overcome, constantly tormenting her from within. By the time work ended, Zhao Mei was still sitting there for a long time. Only after a long while did she finally leave the company. In an esports hotel, Li Jiyan was playing an online game with a complicated mood. The golden finger in that notebook was real, And within a week, he had earned 200,000 yuan. If he didn't measure it by internet standards, then in reality, having this much cash made him quite well off. The information on the second page of the notebook was still being generated, but Li Ziyan wasn't paying attention to it. These past few days, his heart was filled with fear. He really wanted to go home and take a look. Maybe Aunt Zhao was cooking at home like before. Maybe, after all this time, she wasn't angry anymore. But Li Ziyan didn't dare to go back. He was afraid that when he returned, he would see Aunt Zhao's look of utter despair. When a person is afraid to face something, sometimes avoidance is a pretty good choice. Li Ziyan knew very well that he had completely enraged Zhao Mei. When he saw the despair in her eyes, Li Ziyan knew that the consequences of his actions this time had completely surpassed anything he had done before. But the truth of the matter, Aunt Zhao didn't know. Right now, Li Ziyan was like a person covering his ears while stealing a bell. He thought that if enough time passed, Zhao Mei's anger would gradually fade. After all, time dulls everything. Even though he had slept with Aunt Zhao, she wouldn't stay angry forever. When that time came, he could beg her, coax her. Aunt Zhao loved him so much, she should be able to forgive him, right? That was what Li Ziyan told himself. He remembered clearly how much Zhao Mei cared for him. No matter how excessive his actions were, Aunt Zhao might be angry for a while, but in the end, she would always forgive him. Aunt Zhao hasn't called me once these past few days. Not a single WeChat message. She's really, truly angry. These days, Li Ziyan had been playing all kinds of popular online games non-stop, but he wasn't really into them. To him, no entertainment was as important as Zhao Mei. He wasn't truly addicted to games. Aunt Zhao, do you really not care about me anymore? Thinking about Zhao Mei's vacant, lifeless gaze, Li Ziyan's eyes grew misty with tears. At that moment, Li Ziyan noticed that his alternate WeChat account had received a message. That account was the one he used to impersonate the studio and communicate with Zhao Mei. Before, he had a separate phone for it. After graduation, he simply added a secondary account for convenience. Seeing Zhao Mei's message, Li Ziyan put down his phone, feeling too guilty to reply. His emotions grew even more conflicted. Hey, Pandora, play me a song. Okay, now playing. The hotel's AI assistant started playing Myth. Listening to the somewhat melancholic music, Li Ziyan's mood sank even further. At that moment, his mind wandered back to when he discovered Ji Yunhai's affair. That was the same day that Zhao Mei decided to get a divorce. Back then, he didn't have so many thoughts in his head. Later, he believed he could be with Zhao Mei. But now, Li Ziyan felt like this was the hardest thing in the world. At night, Zhao Mei tossed and turned in bed. She got dressed in thick layers, grabbed a can of pepper spray, and headed out. A woman always had to be cautious at night. When she arrived at the entrance of Li Ziyan's rental place, she took out a key and unlocked the door. Li Ziyan wouldn't be home, right? The thought that he might be inside made Zhao Mei's heart feel extremely conflicted and uneasy. Could it be that she would see him again in this lifetime? Were those hand-drawn designs really his? As long as I check his computer, I'll know. Zhao Mei opened the door, but the place was cold and empty. She was certain Li Ziyan wasn't there. This brat, he doesn't even care about his gaming setup anymore? Even though she hated Li Ziyan, deep down, she still cared for him. It was an instinct she couldn't change. She walked over to Li Ziyan's computer, pressed the power button, and was immediately stopped by a login password. Could it be his birthday? No, that's not right. The system required a 6-digit password, and it couldn't contain letters. Zhao Mei tried 6 6s, 6 8s, but all of them were incorrect. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Mei entered her own birthday. Maybe Li Ziyan had used her birthday as his computer password. Before, Li Ziyan had mentioned to her that his phone's password was her birthday. Logging in, the sight of the loading screen made Zhao Mei's heart ache. She realized even the password to Li Ziyan's computer was her birthday. She could imagine, if he didn't truly, deeply love someone, there was almost no chance he would do something like this. She could genuinely feel it. To Li Ziyan, she was extremely important. He even saw her as more important than his own life. But that unforgivable thing. No matter when. In Zhao Mei's heart, she felt that she could never forgive Li Ziyan, forever and ever. She could never forget, nor could she forgive. She had watched him grow up little by little. But in the end, he had slept with her, and Zhao Mei could not accept it. The computer powered on. Zhao Mei didn't notice anything unusual. The desktop was clean. The recycle bin, Word, chat software, and an online game he often played. Zhao Mei once thought that Li Jian was too addicted to online games, which was why his vision had deteriorated so badly. But thinking back now, she had come over twice in the mornings before, and both times, Li Jian's computer screen was on the game's login page. Now that she thought about it, that was actually a bit strange. Why was he always on the login screen instead of in the middle of a battle? Logically speaking, that didn't make sense. What's with this screen? Zhao Mei put aside her emotions. She wanted to find out the truth. Very quickly, she opened the game's page. On the screen of this unknown online game company, there was a remember password option. And in the past, Li Jian, to save himself the trouble, had recorded the password. Zhao Mei quickly logged into Li Jian's online game. That was when she discovered Li Jian's in-game ID was AI Mei, Love Mei. How cheesy, Zhao Mei murmured softly. But deep down, she felt an unexplainable warmth. Li Jian had always cared about her this much. If only that incident had never happened, how wonderful it would be. At this moment, she also saw the game's login screen. And now, Zhao Mei was certain. This beginner village login screen was the same one she had seen both times she had visited Li Jian before. She had seen jokes online about how every time parents walked in, their kids would always be staring blankly at the computer screen. And Li Jian, both times, he had been staring at this exact game screen. He was definitely doing something. Then, Zhao Mei started searching through the hard drive, trying to find some icons. But she didn't find any of the inappropriate software she had imagined. Could it be he was really just playing games? But that doesn't make sense. Those two sets of hand-drawn artworks look way too similar. They're practically identical. If they weren't drawn by the same person, there's no way they could look so much alike. In Zhao Mei's voice, there was a trace of sorrow. Even though she hated Li Jian, she couldn't hide the pain she felt for him. Deep in her heart, she still cared for Li Jian. Right, that thing he was always hiding. Zhao Mei glanced at the drawer. Sometimes, when she came in suddenly, she had seen Li Jian looking flustered like this. He often locked this drawer just as she entered. Now, this drawer was locked again. Inside this drawer, what exactly was he hiding? A combination lock. A 4-digit password. Zhao Mei started guessing again. She tried many passwords. In the end, she entered the month and day of her own birthday. With a crisp clicking sound, the lock opened. This kid, he actually set all his passwords to my birthday. Saying this, Zhao Mei felt a deep ache in her heart. Setting aside that incident, in Li Jian's heart, she was everything to him. Opening the drawer, the first thing that caught her eye was a drawing tablet. The drawing tablet was clearly well used. It looked old and worn. It was obvious that Li Jian had been using this drawing tablet for a long time. A drawing tablet. Could it be? Zhao Mei's suspicions grew even stronger. She picked up the drawing tablet, and she found the drawer was packed full of photographs. Many of them were childhood photos of her and him. There were also photos of his parents. Perhaps because his parents had passed away early, so in his drawer, most of the photos were of her and him. There were also solo photos of her, and he had written her name many, many times. The words Zhao Mei, written in neat, elegant handwriting over and over again. There were stacks of papers, even the backs of the photos, all covered with the name Zhao Mei. He must have written it for years to accumulate so many repetitions of her name. Li Jian. Zhao Mei's heart softened again. Even though Li Jian had made a terrible mistake, and she hated him for it, she believed that deep inside, he was still good. Since childhood, he had always been kind. Whether toward people or toward things, he was always the same. Gentle, meticulous. That night, maybe he had just lost control after drinking too much. Wiping her tears, Zhao Mei turned on the computer and started searching for the work software. Now, all she had to do was find those programs. Then she could confirm that so-called studio was actually just Li Jian working alone. This room, after Zhao Mei's arrival, seemed to gain a bit of warmth. The whole place suddenly felt less empty. After searching for a while, she still found nothing. Thinking for a moment, Zhao Mei called Liang Xingyu. Because of her expertise, Liang Xingyu was very skilled with computers. Many of the computer problems Zhao Mei couldn't solve, she had always asked Liang Xingyu for help. So now, she thought of her. President Zhao, do you need something? Liang Xingyu's voice sounded nervous. Zhao Mei had never contacted her after work before. Even though she knew Zhao Mei was leaving the company, she still deeply respected her. It's nothing, just a computer at home. Some files got deleted. Can you help me recover them, or find some missing software? Zhao Mei asked. Liang Xingyu hummed in acknowledgement. Miss Xiao, log into your QQ account. I'll send you a remote access request. Once you accept it, everything will be fine. Zhao Mei put her phone down on the desk and followed Liang Xingyu's instructions to set up remote access. Very quickly, Liang Xingyu downloaded some software and started searching through Li Zhiyin's computer. Miss Xiao, you play online games? Wu Wan was surprised. She thought that a woman like Zhao Mei at her age would have nothing to do with the kind of things young people played. Zhao Mei said, no, it's my daughter who often downloads things on this computer. Liang Xingyu worked quickly. Miss Xiao, a lot of software and folders on this computer have been hidden. This person is a computer expert. You need a key to see those hidden files. Zhao Mei was shocked. It seemed Li Zhiyan really had hidden a lot of things. Then, can you recover them? Zhao Mei was worried that the truth about some things might be completely buried. Of course. As long as we have the administrator password, we can recover everything. Just tell me the password. After Zhao Mei provided it, Liang Xingyu entered the password. Alright, Miss Xiao, in about 5 minutes, all these programs will be forcibly restored. Your daughter is quite skilled with computers. Most people wouldn't be able to hide things this well. She'll definitely have a bright future. Liang Xingyu praised her. Alright. Thanks for this. If there's any problem later, I'll call you again. Zhao Mei wasn't in the mood to continue chatting with Liang Xingyu. After saying a few more things, Liang Xingyu ended the remote session. Zhao Mei sat there in a daze. 5 minutes later, all the software reappeared on the desktop. The truth was about to come to light. Zhao Mei then realized all those professional work programs had been restored, and there was also a software named Diary. Opening one of the work programs, the first thing Zhao Mei saw was the last task she had given to that studio. It felt like a bolt of lightning struck her. She finally understood why Li Zhiyan's vision had deteriorated so much, why his academic performance had dropped so drastically. It turned out, during all this time, he had been working day and night for her, making illustrations for her, pretending to be an entire studio all on his own. What kind of workload was this? Someone as experienced as Zhao Mei understood better than anyone. At that moment, tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Zhao Mei knew creating her illustrations was a massive project. At least 3 people would be needed to complete it under normal conditions. She had always thought she was working with a real studio. But now, looking at the reality, she realized how foolish she had been. That studio was never a real studio. From beginning to end, it was only Li Zhiyan. Only him. Just him. Back then, Li Zhiyan's academic performance had been excellent. But now, his grades had plummeted. He barely scraped by in the college entrance exams. And in class, he was always sleeping. It turned out, he had been sacrificing his studies to work on illustrations for her. That was why his grades had dropped so drastically. Childish. Childish. Zhao Mei scolded, but tears wouldn't stop flowing. She had seen too much of the real world. Li Zhiyan's way of doing things seemed so ridiculously naive. So naive that it was almost laughable. But, deep inside her heart, she felt something. At this age, these emotions, though fleeting like reflections in water, at that moment, they were incredibly pure and sincere. But she could never be with him. Never. That night had already been unforgivable. Later, when I saw him in class, he wasn't sleeping anymore. Actually, it was because he no longer had time to stay up all night. So, he finally had a normal sleep schedule. If I think about it that way, everything makes sense now. He always struggled in school because of me. How long has this child been in love with me? Zhao Mei couldn't even imagine it. This love was childish, but it was real. After looking through everything, her eyes felt sore. Flipping through the completed works, a long time later, Zhao Mei finally closed the work program. The logs in these programs, her very first request for work, it was all there. Too many memories, each one crystal clear. Li Zhiyan, how can you be so foolish? You should have focused on studying. This work, I could have hired someone else to do it. But, now your grades have become like this. How will you fix it in the future? Zhao Mei felt frustration mixed with pity. At the same time, her heart ached terribly. A long time later, With a nervous heart, she opened the diary software. She vaguely remembered that in the past, she had seen Li Jian typing on his computer. When she asked him what he was doing, he had refused to say, even hurriedly covered his screen. Back then, Li Jian hadn't been that skilled with computers yet. Zhao Mei still remembered the awkward, innocent expression on his face. Opening the diary. A password was required. Zhao Mei didn't hesitate. She entered the same password. Sure enough, the locked diary opened. She discovered all of Li Jian's passwords were her birthday. Zhao Mei scrolled to the very first entry. Written 4 years ago. Today, I think I've started to appreciate a woman's beauty. I feel like, among all the women I know, Aunt Zhao is the prettiest. I really like her. But I don't dare tell her. Tonight, I have to go to bed early. I hope I can see Aunt Zhao in my dreams. Shy. Today Aunt Zhao came to see me. I'm so happy. I don't have to eat gross instant noodles anymore. Aunt Zhao's cooking is really good. And also, she's really so pretty. I really want to kiss her. But Aunt Zhao would never let me kiss her. If her husband found out, he would beat me up. Uncle treats me well too. I can't be the guy who ruins their family. Determined. Today, I got into a fight. Aunt Zhao came to school. Actually, no one knows, but I picked that fight on purpose. Because I hadn't seen Aunt Zhao in so long. I missed her so much. But Aunt Zhao has her own daughter. I can only use this method. I know. Aunt Zhao loves me. If I get into a fight, Aunt Zhao will definitely come. I finally got to see Aunt Zhao. She smells really nice. I really like Aunt Zhao. But I don't dare let her know. After all, I'm just a child. What's the point of letting her know I like her? Today, I bought some lychees. I wanted to give them to Aunt Zhao, even though I don't have much money. But I've never eaten such delicious lychees before. When I have something delicious, I really want to share it with Aunt Zhao. So, I bought a bag of lychees and went to Aunt Zhao's house. When I got there, I felt really self-conscious, because Aunt Zhao's house was so much better than ours. In comparison, our house was really small and shabby. Compared to Aunt Zhao's home, it was like a beggar's shelter. But I still wanted to give her the lychees. But then, I saw that Uncle had already bought a lot of lychees for Aunt Zhao. I felt like I was unnecessary. I turned around. I didn't dare let Aunt Zhao see me. That night, I cried for a long time. I missed Aunt Zhao so much. Today, I stared at Aunt Zhao's photo for a long time. My heart really likes Aunt Zhao. If I could see Aunt Zhao every day, that would be wonderful. That's honestly my life's dream. Aunt Zhao is like the light in my life. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also so kind and gentle to me. In this world, no one treats me better than Aunt Zhao. If one day, I can't see Aunt Zhao anymore, maybe I won't have the motivation to keep living. I feel like my entire life exists for Aunt Zhao. Today, Aunt Zhao had dinner with me. Steamed crabs. I really like Aunt Zhao. She taught me how to eat crabs. Every time I think about how I can't afford this kind of food, I feel really sad. But when Aunt Zhao is with me, I don't feel sad anymore. Aunt Zhao treats me so well. I like her even more now. Peach blossom eyes. I never knew before that eating crabs was so complicated. Aunt Zhao said her work isn't so busy now. She said she'll take me out to have fun more often in the future. When we went to pay the bill, Aunt Zhao and I accidentally brushed against each other. My heart started beating really fast. My face felt hot. Aunt Zhao asked me what was wrong. I said, maybe I was just feeling too hot. She even teased me, saying I couldn't handle spicy food. But she doesn't know. I really like her. As Zhao Mei read through these childish words one by one, she felt deeply moved. Among the thousands of entries in Li Jian's diary, every single one of them was about liking her. Every day's diary was about thinking of her. And every time she spent time with him, he was always so happy. It was clear from his words. Maybe every time she appeared was a great joy for him. I haven't seen Aunt Zhao in over a month. I feel like I have no energy for anything. I miss her so much. As soon as I woke up, all I could think about was how beautiful Aunt Zhao is. I have to find a way to make Aunt Zhao come see me. So I made myself sick from the cold. I took a leave from school. And sure enough, Aunt Zhao came to see me. She looked really worried. That day, I cried. But not because I felt unwell. But because I saw how worried Aunt Zhao was. My heart felt so touched. Once again, I was sure. Aunt Zhao really loves me. That day, Aunt Zhao sat beside me and held me. She fed me medicine. and I fell even more in love with her. I really wish I could be sick every day. But, if I kept getting sick, Aunt Zhao would feel bad for me. I can't do that. Back then, each of Li Jian's diary entries was more childish than the last. The kind of things only a little kid would write. Even compared to the sometimes childish way Li Jian thinks now, his old self was even more immature. But as she read, Zhao Mei's heart softened bit by bit. She knew. In this diary, Li Jian never lied. And he had persisted for so long. Maybe he never even thought that one day, someone would read this diary. In his heart, every single day was spent thinking about her. Recently, Aunt Zhao looks really stressed. She's visited me a few times, but she always seems unhappy. I think she must be facing some kind of trouble. I went to Aunt Zhao's house on my own. I wanted to ask her what was wrong. Maybe she needed help with something. When I asked her, I found out that she was short on an illustrator. I decided to help Aunt Zhao. I'm going to help her. Excited, no matter how hard it is. Today was my first day self-learning Photoshop. It's so complicated. Thinking about Aunt Zhao and learning Photoshop, one is sweet, one is difficult. But I know, I won't give up. I will definitely help Aunt Zhao. I have to help her. I don't want her to be troubled anymore. This is really, really important to me. No matter what happens, I must help her. So no matter how hard it is, I have to work hard to help her. Fighting. Today, it rained heavily. When it rains, I miss Aunt Zhao even more. I don't know why. Maybe because rain makes people feel nostalgic. But my longing for Aunt Zhao has nothing to do with whether it rains or not. Today, I felt really happy. Because I realized that I actually have a talent for drawing. If that's the case, I should be able to help Aunt Zhao a little, right? Outside, for some unknown reason, it suddenly started to rain. And the sorrow in Zhao Mei's heart deepened. Every single one of Li Jian's diary entries was filled with sincere emotions. Every word came straight from his heart. Even though they were childish, they carried the purest and most innocent feelings. Today, I pretended to be a studio and contacted Aunt Zhao. She gave me a task. I stayed up all night. That entire night, I was thinking about Aunt Zhao. The next day, I sent the finished work to Aunt Zhao. I didn't expect that Aunt Zhao would really like it. And she even said she wanted to work with me in the future. But I started sleeping in class. In my dreams, I still kept thinking about Aunt Zhao. But fortunately, I didn't have to stay up every night anymore, so I could still manage my studies. Zhao Mei suddenly remembered. It seemed that from that moment on, Li Jian's grades started to decline. That exam, his scores had dropped significantly. She had always kept an eye on his grades, since fluctuations were normal. Back then, she had even talked to him about sleeping in class, and he quickly corrected himself. But she never expected. In the second half of senior year, Li Jian's grades would keep plummeting. And during that period, it was precisely when she had the highest demand for work. At the same time, he had developed the habit of sleeping every day. The following diary entries were all written in great detail, filled with his longing for Zhao Mei. Every single day, his heart was occupied with nothing but thoughts of her. It was as if there was nothing else he could do. What was on his mind all this time? Zhao Mei closed the computer, but the diary, and the countless times her name was written inside the drawer, kept lingering in her thoughts, softening her heart bit by bit. And that thing he had done, which made her so furious. Maybe it was simply because he was too emotionally dependent on her, because he couldn't bear to leave her. Maybe it was because he really couldn't control himself, and that's why thinking about how Li Ziyan had slept with her that drunken night, despair once again washed over Zhao Mei's heart. Two conflicting emotions intertwined within her. She found herself missing Li Ziyan. After some time, I'll forgive him and pretend like nothing happened. But I must completely destroy his thoughts of ever being with me. Zhao Mei knew. Li Ziyan was someone incredibly important to her, someone irreplaceable. If she lost Li Ziyan, she would also fall apart. But this incident, she needed time to process it. For now, she simply couldn't accept that such a thing had happened between her and Li Ziyan. In her heart, she had always seen him as just a child. And rationally, she knew his feelings for her would eventually fade away. She absolutely couldn't allow herself to have such thoughts. Otherwise, it would hurt both her and Li Ziyan in the long run. Li Ziyan was still young. His beautiful life was just beginning, like a flower just starting to bloom. He didn't have the time to think deeply about life's complexities. That was why he was so fixated on her. Looking at the heavy rain outside the window, Zhao Mei slowly lowered her head and sat down on the carpet by the floor-to-ceiling window, and began to cry, just like that night, when she had cried so much. Her heart was overwhelmed with emotions, so much that she couldn't put them into words. Shoyan, why did you have to do this? Why are you so stubborn? What is Auntie supposed to do? How should I treat you? At the same time, Li Jiyan sat in the esports hotel, staring at the rain outside the window. He felt like crying. Even though he now had a lot of money in his hands, Li Jiyan felt like it had been so long since he last saw Aunt Zhao. Listening to the sound of the rain outside, he opened his phone gallery and found a picture of Zhao Mei. In the photo, Zhao Mei was smiling warmly, her eyes filled with tenderness. That tenderness was so obvious it was a picture he had taken of her. Every time he saw that gentle look, Li Ziyan felt like his dull, gray world was suddenly filled with color, like endless rays of sunlight shining down, bringing him warmth beyond measure. But now, Aunt Zhao hadn't called him in a long time. She hadn't even tried to contact him. Up until now, she hadn't sent him a single message. Before, whenever he made a mistake, Aunt Zhao might have been angry, but never for more than a day. She would always reach out to him. But this time, it felt like she was truly heartbroken. Li Jiyan guessed. Aunt Zhao was genuinely furious this time. Could it be that I'll never see Aunt Zhao again in this lifetime? Will I never again feel Aunt Zhao's warmth? Li Jiyan felt an overwhelming sadness in his heart. Once again, he recalled the feelings from that night. Even though it had been intoxicating, the consequences that followed were something he could never bear. If only he had been a little more sober back then. If he had thought about the consequences, perhaps everything would have turned out completely different. That night, if he had resisted Aunt Zhao's advances, maybe things wouldn't have ended up this way. At the very least, he would still be at home, able to see Aunt Zhao every day. Every single day, he could still smell that unique scent that belonged only to Aunt Zhao. But now, all of that was gone. In a way, he had destroyed it all himself. Listening to the rain, staring at the picture, Li Jiyan's emotions surged uncontrollably. At this moment, the sadness in his heart was something he could no longer contain. He realized that his vision was getting worse and worse. He couldn't even see Zhao Mei's picture clearly anymore. My eyes. A wave of fear crept into Li Jiyan's heart. This blurry, fading vision made him feel terrified, feeling a sense of panic. He slowly fell asleep, hoping that when he woke up, his eyes would be better. The next day, when Li Jiyan slowly woke up, he realized his vision was still just as bad. But he could faintly make out a little more than before. He knew he could no longer avoid this problem. He had to go to the hospital. On the way there, Li Jiyan felt like the light in this world was slowly slipping further and further away from him. Losing his sight didn't scare Li Jiyan. He didn't feel much attachment to this world to begin with. But when it came to Zhao Mei, his heart couldn't let go. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept the thought that he would never again see Aunt Zhao's loving gaze. When he arrived at the hospital, his previous doctor accompanied him for the examination. After it was over, the doctor furiously said, "I told you a long time ago that your eye condition needed surgery, but you completely ignored my words. You didn't take my warnings seriously at all. And now the surgery is going to be much more difficult." Li Jiyan listened to the doctor's words. He was really scared. "Doctor, I won't go blind, right?" Seeing the fear on Li Jiyan's face, the doctor found it somewhat amusing. Li Jiyan looked at the progress bar, which was about to reset. He was also worried that his special ability might disappear. But now, there was no way he could avoid the surgery any longer. "Alright, that's enough worrying. It's not a major surgery, you won't go blind. But from now on, you can't spend long hours playing games or using your phone anymore." "Now you're scared? What were you doing earlier? I told you to get the surgery earlier, and you didn't listen. If you had done it sooner, it wouldn't have been as troublesome as it is now." Li Jiyan remained silent. When faced with this kind of situation, he really wanted to put it off. Young people have an instinctive fear of illness and pain. They think that if they just wait it out, maybe the illness will pass on its own. This kind of self-deception, almost everyone does it. Li Jiyan was no exception. At first, he had even hoped that his eyes would heal on their own. That way, he wouldn't have to go through the surgery. The doctor wanted to scold him further. But, looking at Li Jiyan, who had come to the hospital alone, he couldn't bear to continue reprimanding him. These young people, in reality, were quite pitiful. He decided to be more understanding. "All right, Kid, it's normal to be nervous before surgery. But you don't have to worry at all. I've done this surgery countless times, all on teenagers. There won't be any problems at all. Just trust me, I will make sure you walk out of this hospital safe and sound. And you definitely won't go blind. At your age, the failure rate for this surgery is extremely low. So just relax, get some rest, and stay in good condition. After the surgery, you'll have a healthy pair of eyes again. Don't let yourself be overwhelmed by negative emotions, okay? The doctor's reassurance made Li Jian feel much more at ease. Thankfully, the problem wasn't too serious this time. But in the future, he really wouldn't be able to help Aunt Zhao with illustrations anymore. Even though he had already disappointed her, his AI Man studio could still function. With the doctor's guidance, Li Jian was taken to his hospital room. Stay here for now. I'll schedule the surgery within the next 2 days. But you need to find someone to look after you. If no one signs the consent form, the surgery can't proceed. Li Jian was momentarily stunned. He had never undergone surgery before. He didn't know there were so many formalities. My parents have passed away. Can I sign for myself? The doctor fell silent for a moment. He hadn't expected that Li Jian had such a background. No wonder the boy had come to the hospital alone, even planning to undergo surgery by himself. No, that's against the rules. If you really can't find a family member, a friend will do. You must have friends, right? Li Jian nodded slightly. Yeah. But deep inside, he felt a bit lost. Alright, anyway, the surgery is in 2 days. Hurry up and find someone to take care of you. You'll need time to recover afterward. At that time, if no one is by your side, it'll be impossible to manage. Just think, how is someone who can't see supposed to get through 2 days alone? It's clearly unrealistic. I have other patients to attend to. Get some rest here. The doctor was actually quite kind. After giving some instructions to Li Jian, he finally left. Not long after, a nurse arrived. She looked about the same age as Zhao Mei. But she had none of the warmth that Zhao Mei showed toward Li Jian. Patient 33, time for your 4-drip. Li Jian nodded and obediently lay down. When the needle pierced his skin, a sharp, stinging pain spread through him. He frowned slightly, not because of the needle, but because the 4 fluid was so cold. It made him feel unbearably chilled. Nurse, Li Jian wanted to ask if she could get him a hot water bottle, but seeing the impatient look in her eyes, he said, never mind, thank you. Nowadays, most nurses were quite impatient. Li Jian was well aware of this. So being hospitalized without a loved one by your side was truly a miserable experience. At this moment, Li Jian felt his vulnerability. It surged out of him. The looks from the family members of the other patients around him made him feel even worse. It made him feel like some kind of outcast. If Aunt Zhao were here, she would definitely comfort me. She would hold my hand, gently stroke my hair, and tell me not to be afraid. Imagining that scene, Li Jian felt a deep longing. Aunt Zhao, she really was the only light in his life, and the person he had loved for so long. Since there were many people around, he didn't cry. After thinking for a long time, he finally called Zhao Mei. Aunt Zhao, I miss you. Listening to the familiar ringtone, Li Jian's eyes became misty. At this moment, Li Jian truly felt a deep loneliness. In this world, the only person who had ever cared for him was Aunt Zhao. But now, Aunt Zhao wasn't by his side. This feeling made Li Jian's heart ache. The worst part was, maybe, for the rest of his life, he had really lost Aunt Zhao. After making the call, no one answered. This left Li Jian feeling deeply disappointed. It seemed Aunt Zhao was still mad at him. Thinking for a moment, he redialed her number. But this time, he felt an even deeper sense of loss. Because once again, Zhao Mei didn't pick up. She didn't even connect the call. This left Li Jian feeling completely helpless. Aunt Zhao is really still angry at me. Maybe she'll never forgive me in this lifetime. Li Jian sat there, not speaking for a long time. The people around him looked at him with a mix of sympathy and pity. After all, a patient being hospitalized with no one by their side was an incredibly rare sight. At this moment, Zhao Mei was outside the company, talking to Liang Xingyu. She was in the middle of processing her resignation. Has Li Jian still not come back? Has he contacted you at all? Earlier, Zhao Mei had left her phone in the office. She hadn't taken it with her. Even after all this time struggling with her feelings, Zhao Mei realized that she couldn't live without Li Jian. But in the end, she still couldn't bring herself to contact him first. The impact of that incident still lingered in her heart. It haunted her. But after so long without seeing Li Jiyan, she also felt uneasy. So she decided to ask Liang Xingyu about him. She knew that Li Jiyan and Liang Xingyu had a good relationship. He hasn't. I sent him a message on WeChat, but he didn't reply. I'm also curious. Aren't you two always together? Don't you know where Li Jiyan went? Her voice was full of confusion. Zhao Mei shook her head. That kid. We had a little disagreement, and now I don't know where he went. But if he hasn't come back, I won't worry. When he returns, he'll contact me. Saying that, Zhao Mei walked away. But deep inside, her unease grew stronger. Could it be Li Jiyan was really afraid and had decided never to contact her again? Maybe she should call him. But before he realized his mistake, she absolutely couldn't be the one to reach out first. Otherwise, he would take it as an excuse to push his limits again. After all, human desires are endless, without boundaries. But after all this time, Zhao Mei truly felt how much she missed Li Jiyan. Zhao Mei, how can you be so useless? As long as it's about him, you can't stay calm. Maybe it's just instinct. Zhao Mei felt a little annoyed with herself. When she returned to her office, she saw 2 missed calls. When she checked, they were both from Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan called? That little brat, he finally decided to call me. Seeing that Li Jiyan had called, Zhao Mei felt relieved. As long as he was okay, she could finally feel at ease. She thought for a long time, and decided to wait until he called a few more times. Then she would answer, but she had to keep her distance. Make him realize his mistake and let go of those thoughts. Everything would be treated as nothing more than a dream that had already passed. Only then could she truly be at peace. But she knew deep down that she could never live without Li Jiyan. She needed to watch over him, to make sure he lived well, that he got married and had children. But the future feels so uncertain. Should I start my own business, or do something else? I do have enough money saved up. If I use what's left to start a business, it'll be tight, but still possible. Zhao Mei seriously thought about it. She had officially resigned from the company. Now, none of it seemed to have much to do with her anymore. Looking at the missed calls, she felt reassured. At least that little troublemaker wouldn't completely disappear from her life. Li Jiyan thought for a long time, but he didn't know who to ask to take care of him. The recovery period for this surgery was about a week. Whoever looked after him would need to stay for a while. Who should he call? Only now did Li Jiyan realize that in this world, aside from Zhao Mei, there was no one who truly cared about him. Many people had loved him for his fleeting charm, for his looks either out of pretense or genuine affection. But only one person had ever loved him for his heart, loved him despite his flaws, despite the marks that time had left on his face. In this world, there is always one person who will love you unconditionally, no matter how useless, childish, or reckless you are, without considering the consequences. Li Jiyan knew very well that Zhao Mei was that person for him, but he felt that he and Aunt Zhao were drifting further and further apart. After thinking for a long time, he finally called Lu Xiuyun. Lu Xiuyun, like Liang Xingyu, was one of his good friends, and since they had both been accepted into the same university, they would soon be classmates. She would definitely help him. And besides, Liang Xingyu had to work, and she would definitely tell Zhao Mei about this. Li Jiyan believed, deep down, he knew, that Zhao Mei loved him, but not in the way a man and a woman love each other. It was the love of an elder for a child. In her heart, from beginning to end, she had always seen him as just a kid. She had raised him little by little. That's why, when they crossed the line that night, her eyes had been filled with such despair. He didn't want to make Zhao Mei worry about him. Hello, Lu Xiuyun, what are you up to? Li Jiyan's voice sounded tired. Me? I'm at a class reunion. Want to come? I messaged you a few days ago. Why didn't you show up? Lu Xiuyun asked. Never mind. I need to ask you something. Can you take care of me for a few days? About a week or so. On the other end of the line, a voice full of disbelief responded. No way, Li Jiyan. Are you trying to pursue me? Why are you saying it so indirectly? At that moment, Lu Xiuyun thought that Li Jiyan was trying to chase after her. She actually had some feelings for him too. Most importantly, she felt they had a connection, so she wanted to see where things could go. It's not that. I need surgery, but I need someone to stay with me. If something goes wrong, I might go blind. You know my condition. So, Lu Xiuyun's voice softened with concern. You're sick? Then wait for me. I'll come to the hospital to see you. We're classmates, and soon we'll be university classmates too. I'll definitely help you. I'm hanging up now, it's noisy here. Send me the hospital address on WeChat, I'll head over right away. Li Jian looked at the ended call. He felt a warmth in his heart. At least, in this world, someone still cared about him. Even though it wasn't like Aunt Zhao, it still made him feel a little warmth. Lu Xiaoyun hurried to leave. Their homeroom teacher, Lu Suzhen, asked, "What's wrong? Is there something at home?" The teacher had also attended the reunion. Although she was usually strict with her students, they all respected her, because they understood that Lu Suzhen truly cared about them. "Teacher Lu, Li Jian is having surgery. He has no one to look after him, so I'm going to stay with him. There's a chance he might go blind. I have to go now." Lu Xiaoyun left in a hurry. Lu Suzhen frowned. Li Jian was having surgery, and Zhao Mei didn't know? Thinking of this, she stepped aside and called Zhao Mei. Not long after, Zhao Mei received a call from Lu Suzhen. Lu Suzhen was also considered a friend of hers. In the past, she had often contacted her regarding Li Jian's studies. "Hello, Teacher Lu, did something happen?" Although they were old classmates, they wouldn't normally call each other unless something urgent had come up, so Zhao Mei immediately assumed that Lu Suzhen had something important to say. "Haven't you checked on Li Jian recently? He's going to have surgery. Apparently, he's almost blind. There's no one to take care of him, so one of our classmates, Lu Xiaoyun, is staying with him. Having a classmate look after him. Just hearing that makes my heart ache." Those few words from Lu Suzhen struck Zhao Mei like a bolt of lightning. An overwhelming wave of sorrow surged through her heart. "Xiaoyan is almost blind." Hearing Lu Suzhen say that, Zhao Mei felt as if needles were piercing her heart. Li Jian was almost blind, so his eye condition had already worsened to this extent? Zhao Mei could already picture Li Jian staying up late, tirelessly working on illustrations for her. The amount of work she had needed had been enormous, but Li Jian had done it all alone. She could imagine just how much effort and pain he had endured through it all. And because of that, his eye condition had become so severe. Right now, Zhao Mei didn't even know how serious his condition was, which made her even more afraid. No matter what, his heart had always been sincere toward her. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have ended up like this. "Which hospital is he in? Let me ask Lu Xiaoyun, she should know." After hanging up the call, Zhao Mei was overwhelmed with worry. Very soon, an address was sent to her. She immediately drove straight to the hospital. On the way, her heart was filled with conflicting emotions. She desperately wanted to know how Li Jian's eyes were doing. If in the future he lost his sight completely, what would he do? Disability. For anyone, it was a devastating blow. After all, once a person becomes disabled, life in this society becomes extremely difficult. And he had ended up this way because of her. This thought filled Zhao Mei with immense anxiety and pain. Her heart ached deeply for Li Jian. But that night's incident was something she still couldn't bring herself to forgive. Soon, she arrived at the hospital and rushed straight toward the ophthalmology department. She had deliberately worn flat shoes, so she could run faster. Along the way, she noticed that every patient had their family members by their side. Perhaps, when people are sick, it is the moment they feel most vulnerable. At times like this, everyone hopes to have their loved ones with them, to stay by their side, so that, even if they are in pain, they can still find the strength to endure. But, what if someone is sick and has no one by their side? What kind of loneliness would that be? Zhao Mei didn't even want to imagine it, but Li Jian was experiencing exactly that. Even worse, he had no choice but to ask a classmate to take care of him. That was truly a last resort. When he had called her, he must have been holding on to a lot of hope. That much was undeniable. Zhao Mei could already picture it. At that moment, Li Jian must have been waiting for her. Because in his world, she was the person he cherished and cared about the most. The one he believed loved him the most. But she hadn't answered his call. At that moment, he must have felt incredibly vulnerable. Feeling a deep sadness, she finally reached the designated area and saw a familiar figure. Lu Xiaoyun. Zhao Mei had visited the school many times before, always for matters regarding Li Jian's studies. She knew this old friend of his well. If Lu Xiaoyun is here, then he must be here too. After all, she's the one looking after him. As she walked closer, she overheard Lu Xiaoyun talking on the phone. "Hello? Mom, I told you, I'm staying at the hospital for a week. My classmate is really pitiful. He has to stay here alone for a long time, and he has no family. But the person on the other end of the call seemed strongly opposed to her staying at the hospital. No, Mom, I have to stay with him. Honestly, I kind of like him. Maybe he'll be your future son-in-law. We're going to the same university. Who knows what might happen? Hearing those words, Zhao Mei's heart felt an uncontrollable sense of disappointment. Maybe this is just an instinctive reaction to competition, she thought to herself. Lu Xiaoyun started arguing on the phone. It seemed like the disagreement couldn't be resolved. Zhao Mei sighed, then gently patted Lu Xiaoyun's shoulder. Lu Xiaoyun turned around and saw that stunningly beautiful face. A sense of inferiority rose within her. Even though she was only 18, her face full of youthful collagen. Zhao Mei's skin was even fairer and more delicate than hers. And she carried the elegance and charm of a mature woman, which made people instinctively feel small in comparison. Aunt Zhao. Lu Xiaoyun had spoken with Zhao Mei before, so addressing her like this was natural. Thank you, classmate, but you should go home. I'll take care of things here, Zhao Mei said seriously. This situation was quite private, and since Lu Xiaoyun was a girl, taking care of Li Jian would inevitably have some inconveniences. But could she really still treat Li Jian as a child, like she used to? After that night, she had been numb for a long time. She still couldn't fully comprehend what had happened. Even now, she found it hard to believe. Lu Xiaoyun nodded and continued speaking on the phone for a bit. Eventually, she stopped arguing. How is Li Jian doing now? Zhao Mei asked as she looked at Lu Xiaoyun. For some reason, at this moment, she felt afraid to see Li Jian. She didn't understand why. Clearly, the one who had done wrong was Li Jian, not her. So why did she feel guilty? Li Jian's condition is unstable. I feel like his mood is really bad. The doctor said his condition worsened because of excessive eye strain and prolonged sadness. Too much grief can damage the liver, and that can severely affect the eyes. Zhao Mei's body trembled slightly, hearing Lu Xiaoyun's words. It felt like needles were piercing her heart. She still felt sorry for Li Jian. It was instinct. No matter what, that would never change. What are the risks of the surgery? Seeing how worried Zhao Mei looked, Lu Xiaoyun softly replied, the risks aren't high, but the doctor said his emotions must stay stable. Zhao Mei's delicate fists clenched slightly. I understand. You should go home now, I'll stay with him. Don't argue with your family, they only want what's best for you. Lu Xiaoyun nodded. She wanted to say goodbye to Li Jian, but she could sense that Zhao Mei didn't want her to. However, since Zhao Mei was here, there was nothing to worry about anymore. Turning to leave, Lu Xiaoyun couldn't help but feel that Zhao Mei seemed a little jealous. Maybe it was just her imagination. Zhao Mei walked into the hospital room. The first thing she saw was Li Jian lying there alone, receiving enro drip. He was all by himself, forming a stark contrast to the other patients around him, who all had family members by their side. It was as if the whole world had abandoned him. Zhao Mei slowly walked forward, her heart completely softening. She gently took hold of Li Jian's cold hand. Right now, it was summer even inside the hospital. The sound of cicadas chirping could be heard. It was a sound full of youthful energy. But despite the scorching summer heat, Li Jian's face was frighteningly pale. The thin hospital blanket didn't seem to provide him with any warmth. Seeing Li Jian looking so weak and fragile made Zhao Mei feel even more sorrowful. What she feared most was seeing Li Jian in this state. It made her feel as if her whole world was falling apart. She realized more than ever that no matter what, no matter how much Li Jian crossed the line, deep in her heart, she would always care for him, love him, forgive him, spoil him. At this moment, Li Jian was in a drowsy state. He was dreaming of Zhao Mei's beautiful and mature figure again. He found her so attractive. At some point, he had started dreaming of Zhao Mei constantly. Maybe it was because his feelings for her had been growing stronger over time. That's why it happened. In his dream, Li Jian saw Zhao Mei holding his hand, smiling at him gently. And then, the events of that night seemed to replay. Deep inside, Li Jian knew that after experiencing that night, he could never see Zhao Mei as just his aunt again. In his heart, he had completely accepted Zhao Mei as a woman, and the relationship between them could never return to what it once was. His heart was filled with too many desires for Zhao Mei. In his half-conscious state, Li Jian felt that someone was holding his hand. In this quiet yet somewhat noisy hospital setting, it made him feel uneasy. So his sleep was very, very light. Feeling someone grabbing his hand, he assumed it was Lu Xiaoyun. Because right now, the only person taking care of him was his classmate, Lu Xiaoyun. But when he opened his eyes, the face that appeared before him was the one he had been thinking about day and night? Aunt Zhao. Li Jian's face was pale. He hadn't expected Zhao Mei to come. For a moment, his eyes and nose stung with emotion. He had thought that he might never see Zhao Mei again, that she was gone from his life forever, that his world had lost all its light. But now, Zhao Mei had appeared before him again. His heart was filled with both surprise and uncertainty about how to face her. After what had happened between them, could they still be as close as before? And Aunt Zhao would never be with him. Li Jian felt that getting Aunt Zhao to open her heart to him was as difficult as reaching for the stars. Just thinking about it made him feel hopeless. Zhao Mei also didn't know how to face Li Jian. Before, she had always treated him like a child. That's why she had spoiled him so much. Indulged him in everything. No matter what he did, she would let him have his way. But after that drunken night, the child in her heart had done something that could never be undone. And even after that night, she had sat in silence for hours, forgetting to even clean herself up. Now, looking at Li Jian, she felt a strange, indescribable feeling. Zhao Mei's tone was somewhat distant. In the short term, she simply couldn't move past what had happened. But Li Jian could still sense that Zhao Mei still cared about him deeply. That realization filled his heart with joy, like finding light in utter darkness. As long as Aunt Zhao was back by his side, the world was bright again. Aunt Zhao, why did you come? Li Jian still held deep respect for Zhao Mei. He had thought she was mad at him. That's why she hadn't answered his calls. But he never expected that she would appear before him, and even hold his hand. Your teacher Lu told me, and Lu Xiaoyun left straight from the class reunion. So I found out about your hospitalization. In the end, Zhao Mei couldn't bear to treat Li Jian coldly. Where's Lu Xiaoyun? I told her to go home. Hearing Zhao Mei say so much made Li Jian feel at ease. A deep sense of happiness filled his heart. He had lost track of how long it had been since Aunt Zhao last spoke to him. He had dreamed countless times about the scent of her body and her sweet, gentle voice. Aunt Zhao, actually, that day. Before Li Jian could finish speaking, Zhao Mei interrupted him. A faint blush appeared on her beautiful face, making her look even more charming. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhao Mei noticed the changes in Li Jian's expression. She felt completely helpless. No matter what, she couldn't let Li Jian get too emotional right now. That day is in the past. Let it stay in the past. Zhao Mei's voice was calm and mature, and Li Jian's reaction slowly faded away. His heart, however, felt disappointed. He knew Aunt Zhao hadn't truly forgiven him. She was just trying to move past it, because she felt sorry for him. But Li Jian couldn't forget the look in her eyes that night. That vacant, broken expression. The kind of look that only appears in the deepest despair. That day, the harm done to Aunt Zhao was truly immense. From now on, don't bring it up again, understand? I will always be your Aunt Zhao. Zhao Mei's voice was still full of composure and maturity. She seemed determined to leave the past behind. But that night, you took the initiative too. I remember some parts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared. Zhao Mei didn't remember much about that night, but she knew Li Jian wasn't someone who lied. Thinking about the whole Iman Studio situation, a wave of guilt suddenly surged in her heart. Had she misunderstood him? But even so, Zhao Mei still couldn't accept the fact that she had slept with a little brat, especially one she had watched grow up. Let's never talk about this again, okay? Let's just pretend it never happened. Li Ziyan nodded, even though that wasn't what he wanted in his heart. But more than anything, he feared losing Zhao Mei. For now, it was better to return to how things were before. At least, he could still see her every day, still talk to her every day. Later, he would find another chance to pursue Aunt Zhao, because now, he was no longer the same person he used to be. Sincerity moves even the hardest hearts. Li Ziyan believed that one day, he would be able to marry Aunt Zhao. Looking at Zhao Mei in front of him, Li Ziyan leaned in, wanting to hug her. Deep in his heart, he missed Aunt Zhao's scent so much. That embrace always gave him an infinite sense of security. No matter what happened, as long as he could lean into Aunt Zhao's arms, he would never be afraid. But she dodged. She even let go of his hand. In her heart, she was truly afraid of any close contact with Li Jian now. because it always brought back memories of that night, and the emotions that came with it. Li Jian froze in place, looking at Zhao Mei, so close yet feeling so far away. It was as if she was worlds apart. He felt like his soul had been emptied. Avoiding her gaze, a single tear fell from his eye. Slowly, he lay back down. That tear, Zhao Mei saw it clearly. Her heart clenched. Her actions had surely hurt him deeply. In his heart, she was someone so dear to him. And now, she was suddenly pulling away. She understood his pain. But she couldn't let him go on like this. If she didn't keep her distance, he would sink deeper into his desires. And when everything finally collapsed, neither of them would be able to recover from the damage. She had to put an end to his thoughts. At that moment, Zhao Mei gently touched the fore fluid. It felt so cold. Even though it was the peak of summer, the hospital room was still quite cool. She could feel how icy the fore drip was. Stay here for a while. Right now, Zhao Mei could sense how heavy the atmosphere had become. She knew she couldn't stay in the room any longer. Otherwise, it would just be too awkward. Awkward situations always needed time and distance to dissolve. Once she left for a bit, things would feel normal again when she returned. That's what Zhao Mei told herself. After she walked out, Li Jian lay there weakly. He knew. Before, when Aunt Zhao wore jeans, it was just to get him to give up. To make him stop having feelings for her. But now, she was truly guarding herself against him. Thinking of this, a deep sadness overwhelmed him. If only he had been more resolute that night, or hadn't drunk so much, maybe things wouldn't have turned out like this. Aunt Zhao would have stayed by his side, accompanying him through his surgery like before. He remembered back in school, when he accidentally kissed her. Aunt Zhao hadn't made a big deal out of it. She just thought of him as a child. Back then, he had wished so badly that Aunt Zhao wouldn't see him as a kid. But now, his wish had come true. And yet, it wasn't as wonderful as he had imagined. She was avoiding all physical contact with him. She had only held his hand briefly when she first arrived. Other than that, there was nothing. Thinking about it, Li Jian felt even more miserable. Zhao Mei. He closed his eyes again. Muttering her name, her beautiful face appeared in his mind. He still missed her. No matter when or where. He could never stop thinking about Zhao Mei. And naturally, that night scene kept replaying in his mind. Thinking about his future with Zhao Mei, he felt completely lost. Outside the hospital, the world inside and outside seemed completely different. Zhao Mei felt like she had just been pulled out of a dream, back into the mundane reality of life. She bought 2 hot water bags, planning to warm up Li Jian's fore fluid. Some fore fluids were too cold if not warmed up. They would cause a painful chill as they entered the veins. Li Jian had always been sensitive to fore drips. Even if it was just a little cold, he would feel the pain. Maybe it was just how his body was. That kid, he was clearly in pain just now, but he didn't say anything. Carrying the hot water bags, Zhao Mei walked back toward the hospital. Again, she couldn't help but think of how heartbroken Li Jian had looked. His sadness was written all over his face. And that single tear. She remembered how she used to hate seeing Li Jian cry. Whenever he cried, her heart would soften. Because to her, he was someone she truly cared about. But after what had happened, the two of them could never go back to how things were. Zhao Mei kept walking, her mind filled with thoughts of that night. Even though she had been drunk, she still had some hazy memories. She was exhausted every time she thought about it. She felt like she couldn't face Li Jian, but keeping her distance from him like this would only hurt him more, and she could clearly feel that Li Jian was truly heartbroken. He was deeply, painfully sad. Am I being too cruel to him? After all, it's just a hug. That matter is already in the past. There shouldn't be so many lingering thoughts. Zhao Mei didn't want to see Li Jian sad. Besides, you're about to have surgery. You can't let your emotions fluctuate. I am just his aunt. If he hugs me, there shouldn't be any other thoughts. The past is the past, and that's all there is to it. Zhao Mei spoke softly, as if she was trying very hard to convince herself. She wanted to persuade herself that maybe this wasn't such a difficult thing to accept. After all, she and Shayan had always been like this before. She had held him in her arms since he was little. He was just a child, that was all. Thinking this way, Zhao Mei heated up the water and returned to the ward. After sitting beside Li Jian, he didn't open his eyes to look at her. Right now, just seeing Zhao Mei filled his heart with deep sorrow, but at the same time, he longed for her so much. At that moment, Li Jian suddenly felt that the fluid entering his veins wasn't as cold anymore. He couldn't help but look toward Zhao Mei. "Aunt Zhao." Seeing that Li Jian had finally opened his eyes to look at her, Zhao Mei asked softly, "Is it still cold?" She placed both hands on the hot water bag, speaking gently. Her voice once again carried warmth. Seeing Li Jian's current state, her heart ached for him. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Have you paid the hospital fees? And the surgery fee? I'll go pay it for you later." Zhao Mei took out her phone. Nowadays, most people used mobile payments. Very few still relied on bank cards. "I've already paid. Don't worry, Aunt Zhao, I have money," Li Jian said softly. "I know you well. You're just a kid, how much money could you possibly have? These surgeries are very expensive. I'll pay for it." But Li Jian stubbornly shook his head. He didn't want to always be treated like a child in Zhao Mei's eyes. "No, Aunt Zhao, I have money. I'm not a child anymore." Zhao Mei could sense the change in Li Jian. It was as if he was trying to prove something. But what could he really prove by saying these youthful and impulsive words? "Alright, stop talking. I'll make sure everything is paid for. If you run out of money, you must tell me. In this world, without money, you can't take a single step." Her tone was a bit stern, but her words made Li Jian feel an overwhelming warmth. At that moment, his tears could no longer be held back. They streamed down uncontrollably. These past few days, he had truly felt how cold the world could be. But thankfully, Aunt Zhao was here with him. Li Jian looked at Zhao Mei. He wanted to hug her. But in the end, he held himself back. He knew Zhao Mei would definitely push him away. At that moment, his eyes grew even more despondent. Seeing the look on his face, Zhao Mei finally sighed. She opened her arms and pulled Li Jian into an embrace. "Alright, look at you. You keep saying you're not a child, but you still like to cry." Feeling the warmth of her embrace, Li Jian's tears only flowed more uncontrollably. In truth, he wasn't someone who cried easily. Nor was he weak. But in front of Zhao Mei, his vulnerability was always completely exposed. Zhao Mei was his only source of comfort in life. "Aunt Zhao, I missed you." Breathing in her familiar scent, Li Jian's heart finally felt at peace. Outside, he was always strong, always responsible. When someone tried to bully Lu Shouyun, he had stepped up. But in front of Zhao Mei, he always seemed like a child who never grew up. Yet now, it was impossible for him to see Zhao Mei as just an elder anymore. In his heart, she was a woman. A very beautiful woman. Zhao Mei could also feel Li Jian's change. Her face turned slightly red. But in the end, she didn't push him away. Recently, the torment in his heart was probably no less than her own. After that day, after seeing all of Li Jian's diary entries, and all those pages where he had written her name over and over again, she could no longer bring herself to hurt him. "Alright, you keep crying, just like when you were little. No matter what I say to you." Li Jian felt a little embarrassed. He slowly moved away from Zhao Mei's embrace, but still, he held onto her hand tightly. "Aunt Zhao, actually, I'm not really like this. Outside, I never act this way, but I don't know why. In front of you, I always seem to be like this, so weak." Zhao Mei rolled her eyes. "What else could it be? It's because I spoiled you too much when you were little. Whenever you got into trouble, you would come running into my arms. And besides, I haven't just spoiled you for a day or two, it's been years, all the way until you grew up. That's why you're like this now. Sigh, I really don't know when you'll finally mature." For a moment, Zhao Mei felt a bit of regret. She was strict with everyone else, but she had always been gentle with Li Jian. Maybe it was exactly because of this endless gentleness that things had turned out this way. Zhao Mei felt that it was her excessive doting on Li Jian that led to the situation they were in today. In this whole mess, she bore some responsibility, too. If she had been strict with him all along, then that night, no matter what, he wouldn't have had the courage to do what he did. "Aunt Zhao, actually, I think this isn't so bad. I feel like I have something to rely on in my heart. Growing up is good, but having to face everything alone always makes me feel unsafe." Zhao Mei fell silent. Li Jian's way of thinking was really that of someone who never wanted to grow up. His major in university was already the wrong choice. What would happen to him in the future? She felt deeply uneasy. "You?" Hearing the sigh in Zhao Mei's voice, Li Jian asked, "Aunt Zhao, how are things at your company?" He suddenly remembered punching that manager, and that the night he and Aunt Zhao slept together, she had been drinking with him because of her problems at work. Zhao Mei didn't hide anything. Auntie was let go from the company. Now I'm free, so I can take good care of you. During this time, I'll be with you every day. Li Jian said worriedly, then what will you do next? This might actually be a good thing. I can consider starting my own business. At my age, trying to re-enter the workforce won't be as easy as before. After all, times are changing. Sometimes I even feel like my thinking can't keep up anymore. Her voice was filled with emotion. Li Jian felt guilty, but he didn't regret it. Sorry, Aunt Zhao. I was impulsive that day, but if I had the chance to do it again, I would still do the same. I would beat Bao Xuanwen even harder. Zhao Mei rolled her eyes. She always felt that Li Jian might never truly grow up. Li Jian said softly, but, Aunt Zhao, I'm really not the same as before. In the future, if you ever struggle with work, let me take care of you. Zhao Mei sighed helplessly. Child, you should focus on taking care of yourself first. Li Jian also felt a bit helpless. But he knew. He couldn't tell Zhao Mei about his money just yet. He had to wait until he had accumulated enough wealth. By then, he would have a proper explanation ready for her. Aunt Zhao, I will take care of you. I won't let you suffer even the slightest bit. Zhao Mei lowered her head. If you always see me as Aunt Zhao, then in the future, we'll just stay the way we used to be. For a moment, both of them fell silent. Li Jian could only feel the floor fluid becoming much warmer. After a long time, Zhao Mei continued, from now on, you're not allowed to do hand-drawn illustrations anymore. Those things might be important to me, but I can always find another studio. A person's energy is limited. Your eyesight was never good to begin with. If it weren't for this, you wouldn't have ended up needing surgery today. She was angry, but also deeply heartbroken. Her heartache for Li Jian was real, but so was her anger. Aunt Zhao, you already know about the hand-drawn illustrations? Li Jian's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively asked. He never expected that his secret would be discovered by Zhao Mei. To him, this was supposed to be top secret. Hearing her mention the illustrations, his heart began to panic. The work you did for the company, though you tried hard to erase your traces, the details couldn't be changed. Besides, I went to your house. Li Jian looked at Zhao Mei. You saw my computer? How did you unlock it? Zhao Mei thought about his password. It turned out, all his passwords were her birthday. Your computer passwords are all my birthday. Of course, I could guess them. She spoke softly. Fortunately, no one nearby was paying attention to them. Li Jian realized he had been careless. Because he cared too much about Zhao Mei, he had used her birthday as the password for everything. If not for that, maybe she wouldn't have discovered the truth. She didn't want to continue talking about it. But Zhao Mei still decided to make things clear to Li Jian. This way, she could put an end to his fantasies. Those words you wrote, and those diaries. I've read them all. Hearing this, Li Jian felt a bit hopeful. He knew that many of the things he said and did were extremely childish. But he believed his feelings were sincere. He wondered if his sincerity could touch Aunt Zhao. However, his hopes were soon dashed. After Zhao Mei revealed what she had seen, she didn't show much emotion. It was clear she wanted to extinguish the thoughts in his heart. But Li Jian didn't feel as bad as he expected. Because no matter what, Aunt Zhao was by his side now. He no longer had to feel the cold loneliness. Moving forward, Zhao Mei didn't say anything more, yet it felt like she had said everything. She had seen all of his secrets. In a way, he had confessed his love to her once again. Li Jian knew. If Aunt Zhao really wanted to be with him, she would have nodded just now. But she didn't. Her attitude was very clear. Not long after, the doctor entered the room. Upon seeing Zhao Mei, he greeted her. Miss, you must be his family member. Zhao Mei nodded. How is Shayan's condition? The doctor looked at Li Jian. We'll prepare for surgery tomorrow morning. Tonight, you'll need in-4 drip. It might hurt a bit. Don't be nervous about the surgery. I'll be performing it personally, there won't be any issues. It'll take about an hour. It's a minor procedure. Hearing this, Zhao Mei finally felt relieved. As long as Li Jian was okay, she could relax. There are foldable beds outside. You can buy one. Stay with him tonight. The 4 might be painful. He probably won't sleep well. These are new medications. Young man, try to endure it. It'll be good for your eyes. Then, the doctor carefully explained everything to Li Jian. The precautions and the preparations for tomorrow's surgery. Hearing the doctor's words, Li Jian became very nervous. He had never been through anything like this before. His mind wasn't strong enough to handle it yet. Zhao Mei noticed his nervousness. After the doctor left, she asked, "How are you feeling? Are you scared?" Li Ziyan shook his head. "I'm not scared. Actually, I am a little afraid. I've never had surgery before, but when I think about you being there, I don't feel afraid anymore." Just knowing that Aunt Zhao would be waiting outside the operating room made him feel safe. Zhao Mei looked at him helplessly. "Does it really give you that much strength?" Li Ziyan nodded seriously. "Of course. To me, you are like water to a fish. The sunlight for plants. It's something essential. If I didn't have you, I think I wouldn't be able to live." As he spoke, Li Ziyan's nose began to sting again. Because every word he said came from the deepest part of his heart. That's why he felt so emotional. His world truly could not exist without Zhao Mei. "All right. Auntie understands. Auntie will never leave you." Once again, Zhao Mei's heart softened. When it came to Li Ziyan, she really didn't know what to do anymore. But the bottom line in her heart had never changed. She knew that she could never be with Li Ziyan. In the time that followed, due to exhaustion, Li Ziyan slept for a long time. And during this gap, Zhao Mei went and bought a temporary bed for resting, along with some daily necessities, planning to stay and take care of him. Everything was organized and orderly. At night, a nurse came in to replace his 4-drip. This medication might be quite painful, and it also contains a lot of diuretics. "Put this eye mask on. From now on, you can't look at anything. Adjust your condition to its best state. That way, your surgery tomorrow will be absolutely safe. You should try to fall asleep." The nurse also gave Zhao Mei some instructions. Only after a full 5 minutes did she leave. By then, Li Ziyan's new 4-drip had already started. With the eye mask on, he could no longer see anything around him. And the liquid on the eye mask made it completely impossible for him to open his eyes. The stinging sensation made his face look noticeably uncomfortable. "Does it hurt a lot?" Zhao Mei gently touched his forehead. She noticed that Li Ziyan was sweating slightly. Clearly, this was no small torment for him. "It's all right." Li Ziyan tossed and turned a little. No matter what position he was in, he felt very uncomfortable. "Looking at you like this, if this is all right, then there must be ghosts in this world." Zhao Mei felt a deep ache in her heart. She had already buried that incident deep inside her. Now, she only felt heartache for Li Ziyan. "Can you sleep?" Earlier, the nurse had instructed him to fall asleep as soon as possible. That would be best for the surgery. However, Li Ziyan was very sensitive to pain. So naturally, it was hard for him to sleep. Half an hour later, Zhao Mei was starting to get anxious. What should I do? She realized that Li Ziyan didn't seem sleepy at all. "Aunt Zhao, how about you tell me a story? When I was little, my parents were often not home. Back then, you used to tell me stories all the time, and as I listened, I would fall asleep." As he spoke, a warm feeling rose in his heart. "You're already so grown up, and you still want to hear stories? There are so many people around. Don't you feel embarrassed?" Li Ziyan thought about the curtain nearby. If you pull the curtain closed, then no one else will hear. The hospital room was a special place. Many patients didn't have the ability to take care of themselves, so privacy protection was actually quite important. As long as the curtain was drawn, they could have their own small private space. Zhao Mei hesitated for a moment, but still pulled the curtain closed. "What story do you want to hear?" Li Ziyan, the ugly duckling, Zhao Mei. But in the end, she still started telling the story. As she spoke, she felt like she had returned to the time when Li Ziyan was only 5 or 6 years old, and she had just started working. Back then, he had been so adorable. But now, 10 minutes later, she had already moved on to the second story. She realized that Li Ziyan genuinely seemed to be in less pain, perhaps because his attention had been diverted. However, he still didn't seem sleepy. For a moment, Zhao Mei became even more worried. "Are you sleepy?" "No." Li Ziyan's pain had eased, but he still couldn't fall asleep. "Actually, when I was little, you used to let me use your lap as a pillow. And when you held me, I would fall asleep very quickly. It made me feel really safe." Li Ziyan said it almost without thinking. Then he realized he had probably said the wrong thing. Zhao Mei looked at the 4-drip, which was still far from finished. She sighed, kicked off her flats, and climbed up onto the hospital bed. She gently wrapped her arms around Li Ziyan's shoulders and slowly lifted him up. "Aunt Zhao, you..." Li Ziyan couldn't believe it. Zhao Mei was actually this close to him. He could even smell the faint fragrance of her scent. Sleep well, okay? You have surgery tomorrow, so you need proper rest. Your health is what matters most. Her voice was firm. She supported Li Jian's shoulders and slowly let him rest his head on her lap. A flush of red quickly spread across her face, making her look breathtakingly beautiful. But thankfully, Li Jian was still wearing his eye mask. He couldn't see her expression. Zhao Mei felt a little dazed, even though she kept telling herself that Li Jian was just a child. After that incident, fragments of memories would still surface in her mind. They would remind her from time to time. She knew, no matter how much she tried to deceive herself, deep inside, she could never see Li Jian as just a child anymore. He had grown up, and very normally at that. Li Jian slowly lay down. He could smell the comforting scent of Aunt Zhao. That scent had nothing to do with any cosmetics. To Li Jian, it was Zhao Mei's unique gift. Only Aunt Zhao had this kind of scent. He had never found it in anyone else. For example, Lu Xiaoyun, her scent always came from cosmetic products. Aunt Zhao, do you remember the time we went to the countryside when I was little? His words brought back old memories for Zhao Mei. She realized that she had so many memories with Li Jian. I do remember that. It was over 10 years ago. Back then, your parents left town. They dropped you off with me. I took you to my grandfather's home in the countryside. Li Jian hummed in response. Even though I was young, I still remember. Back then, a lot of families weren't growing wheat. Now, in our area, wheat is the main crop. But back then, many people were growing watermelons because selling them was actually quite profitable. When we got to the countryside, I remember your grandfather asked you to watch over the watermelons. At night, someone was stealing them. You took me with you. Even though there were many neighbors watching over the fields not far away at night, when it got really late, it was so quiet, and I could vaguely hear the howling of wolves. Hearing Li Jian mention this, Zhao Mei couldn't help but laugh. What wolves? It was obviously dogs barking. Back then, you insisted it was wolves. That was the plains. There were no wolves, pythons, or anything like that. Li Jian said shyly. At the time, I really thought it was wolves. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep. Later, you held me and told me stories. That's when I finally fell asleep. Back then, you always held me so tightly, like you were afraid something would happen to me. Zhao Mei's thoughts were pulled back by Li Jian's quiet storytelling. It was as if he had taken her back to those youthful and beautiful memories. From that moment on, I felt so safe sleeping in your arms. But later, you stopped holding me. Li Jian's words made Zhao Mei roll her eyes again. You were growing up. I couldn't keep holding you forever. In Zhao Mei's eyes, a gentle warmth gradually emerged. Her bond with Li Jian was too deep, long since becoming an inseparable part of each other's lives. But she was 19 years older than him, so to him, she was like an elder. But now, his feelings had clearly changed a lot. Aunt Zhao, you smell really nice. Just like when I was little. I think it's your natural scent. Zhao Mei gently patted Li Jian's face. But she couldn't bring herself to use any force. Is that how you talk to your elders? Show some respect. A deep blush spread across Zhao Mei's beautiful face. Clearly, she was very dissatisfied with what he had just said. Sorry, Aunt Zhao. Lying in Zhao Mei's arms, Li Jian started to feel sleepy. He gradually became weaker and more sluggish. Zhao Mei could clearly feel it. In her arms, Li Jian relaxed a lot. That tension seemed to disappear in an instant. This silly boy. Does being in my arms really make him feel that safe? Zhao Mei whispered softly. Looking at the already sleeping Li Jian, her heart felt a sense of warmth. In a completely unfamiliar environment. But she was holding Li Jian, watching him sleep peacefully. Just like when she took him to the watermelon fields in the countryside years ago. Right now, it was truly similar to back then. Over an hour passed. Zhao Mei saw that his drip was finished. She called for a nurse. The nurse removed the needle from Li Jian's arm. During the whole process, Li Jian didn't wake up. This finally put Zhao Mei at ease. She was truly exhausted. She hadn't rested all day. But looking at the sleeping Li Jian, she didn't want to move. She just sat there, eventually falling asleep while holding his head. When she woke up, it was because Li Jian was shaking her awake. Aunt Zhao. Li Jian's face was flushed red. What's wrong? Do you feel unwell? Zhao Mei immediately woke up and asked anxiously. No. I need to go to the bathroom. Li Jian still clearly remembered what the nurse had told him earlier, so he wasn't surprised at all. Zhao Mei also knew that the 4 drip before surgery would make it difficult to hold in urine, because it contained diuretics. Alright, I'll help you to the bathroom. No way, Li Jiyan immediately refused. Why not? If I help you, you won't fall. Zhao Mei slowly tried to lift Li Jiyan up. She noticed his face was burning hot. No. The men's restroom might have people inside. What if we run into someone? Li Jiyan was extremely possessive. Before, he had never felt such strong desires toward Zhao Mei. But after that night when he was drunk, his possessiveness had completely surfaced. It's past 2 in the morning. There won't be anyone there. Zhao Mei took out her phone and checked the time. To avoid hurting Li Jiyan's eyes, she deliberately held the phone at a distance. But what if someone is there? No way, I can't let anyone see you in the men's restroom. Even if the chance is 1%, I won't allow it. Li Jiyan held Zhao Mei's hand. His expression was serious. Zhao Mei understood immediately. It seemed this was Li Jiyan's possessiveness at play. In his heart, he still couldn't let her go. But tonight, Zhao Mei didn't want to argue with him. Then what do we do? You need to go quickly, or it'll be bad. Li Jiyan hesitated for a moment. Just here. Help me. Either way, I won't let you go into the men's restroom. A long time later, Zhao Mei finally sighed and pulled open the curtain. Li Jiyan lay down and handed her the urinal. Zhao Mei didn't mind. She stepped outside for a while. It was quite some time before she returned. She felt that Li Jiyan's possessiveness was stronger than ever before. Even in the middle of the night, when she only wanted to help him to the restroom, he still refused. All because he didn't want anyone in the men's restroom to see her. Alright, now you can rest, right? Zhao Mei said helplessly. Li Jiyan nodded. Aunt Zhao, you should rest too. With Zhao Mei by his side, Li Jiyan felt incredibly secure. As he was about to fall asleep, a thought came to his mind. He needed to make a lot of money. If I have a lot of money, I can control many things. For example, when Aunt Zhao needs money, I can help her. As drowsiness overtook him, Li Jiyan drifted into sleep. The next day, Li Jiyan slowly opened his eyes, but all he saw was darkness. Young man, are you ready? It's time for surgery. Don't be afraid. As soon as he heard the doctor's voice, several nurses walked over. They pushed his hospital bed out of the room. Aunt Zhao, Li Jiyan called out. Zhao Mei quickly followed behind him. Don't be scared. I'm right here. Hearing Zhao Mei's voice, Li Jiyan visibly relaxed. The doctor couldn't help but glance at Zhao Mei. It was clear that this woman played an absolutely crucial role in his life. The surgery went very smoothly. When Li Jiyan was wheeled out of the operating room, he was still under anesthesia. Zhao Mei hurried forward. How is he? The doctor removed his mask. Looking quite relaxed. He's fine, don't worry. It was just a minor surgery. I've done this kind of procedure many times. So everything went smoothly. I can tell that you're very important to him. After confirming that you were by his side, he became much calmer. This is very beneficial for his recovery. Zhao Mei nodded. Following the nurses as they wheeled Li Jiyan back to his hospital room, she stayed by his side. It wasn't until noon that Li Jiyan slowly woke up. Don't open your eyes. You can only remove the bandages tomorrow. During your week of hospital observation, you're only allowed to look at your phone for a maximum of 10 minutes per day. Zhao Mei brought over a bowl of plain rice porridge and spoke softly to Li Jiyan. She gently fed him. It's so nice having you here. Li Jiyan reached out, trying to grab Zhao Mei's arm. Behave yourself, or you'll spill the porridge. Only then did Li Jiyan settle down. Not long after, he finished his porridge. Aunt Zhao, is my eyesight okay? He was still very worried about his eyes. If he lost his sight, he wouldn't be able to see any financial information in the future. And that was directly related to his future. You're fine. Don't worry. The doctor said the surgery was very successful. You just need a week of observation before being discharged. Eyesight is crucial. So you must be careful. Speaking of his eyes, Zhao Mei suddenly thought about how many nights Li Jiyan had stayed up late working. Her heart ached. Alright, rest well. Aunt Zhao, I want to see you. No. Just rest. Li Jiyan had no choice. He closed his eyes to relax. After a long time, he whispered, Aunt Zhao, hold my hand. Zhao Mei nodded and gently held his hand. Fatigue set in. Li Jiyan soon drifted off into sleep again. The next day, when the bandages were finally removed from Li Jiyan's eyes, he could see the world again. The nurse laughed. Zhao Mei stood beside him, looking nervous. How is it? Zhao Mei asked. I'm not blind. Aunt Xiao, you're still as beautiful as ever. Li Jian spoke very seriously. Smooth talker. Can you see clearly now? Li Jian, perfectly clear. From now on, stop playing computer games so much. You're still young. So this time the damage wasn't too severe. But you have to take good care of your health. Otherwise, it could get worse in the future. At that moment, Ji Yunhai walked in from outside. The moment Ji Yunhai entered, Li Jian felt an overwhelming sense of hostility. He never expected Ji Yunhai to show up. In truth, Ji Yunhai had been regretting things for a long time. After getting married, that woman had changed a lot. Her true nature was terrifying. Now he realized, the only truly good woman in this world was still Zhao Mei. He figured, Zhao Mei must still be extremely angry, so he planned to wait until she calmed down, then apologize to her. It hadn't been long since their divorce. Since he came to visit Li Jian, this was the perfect opportunity. If he was sincere enough, he still had a chance to remarry her. Xiaoyan, you didn't even call me when you were sick. If I hadn't run into Teacher Lu, I wouldn't have known about this at all. Xiaoyan, how are your eyes? Li Jian nodded, but he showed no enthusiasm toward Ji Yunhai. The moment Ji Yunhai arrived, hostility welled up in his heart. Even though Ji Yunhai had been good to him before, now, his mindset had completely changed. Ji Yunhai looked at Zhao Mei, who was standing next to Li Jian. He stepped forward, pretending to be concerned about Li Jian. But in reality, he was trying to put his arm around Zhao Mei's shoulder. Because he knew, sometimes, physical touch was more effective in communication. But he never expected. Just as he was about to touch Zhao Mei, Li Jian grabbed Zhao Mei's hand and pulled her toward him. Aunt Zhao, stay closer to me. Li Jian held onto Zhao Mei, pulling her over. This made Zhao Mei feel a little uneasy. Her heart instinctively felt a bit guilty. But after thinking about it, that unexpected night with Li Jian, she could pretend it never happened. The most important thing was, she was already divorced from Ji Yunhai. And before the divorce, she had never crossed any boundaries with Li Jian. Back then, her relationship with Li Jian had been pure. She had nothing to feel guilty about. Since that was the case, she had no reason to feel ashamed. With this thought, Zhao Mei let go of her guilty conscience. As for Li Jian pulling her closer, she felt it was the right thing to do. She had no intention of having any further interactions with Ji Yunhai. She didn't want to have any more contact with him. After all, in their marriage, he was the one who had cheated on her. Zhao Mei had never tolerated betrayal. Naturally, she could never accept it. So at this moment, she felt nothing but disgust toward Ji Yunhai. Ji Yunhai looked at Li Jian. He found it strange. Why did he seem to dislike him so much? Hadn't he always been good to Li Jian? But soon, he realized the reason. Zhao Mei and Li Jian were very close. She had always taken care of him, always looked after him. In his heart, Zhao Mei must have held the most important place. Compared to her, he was nothing. Because Li Jian was present, Ji Yunhai didn't bring up the idea of reconciliation. But he thought, if he could win over this kid, he could ask him to help talk to Zhao Mei about getting back together. After all, their bond was strong. As time passed, the atmosphere grew awkward. After a while, Ji Yunhai said, I'll be leaving now. Walk me out. I have something to discuss with you. Zhao Mei glanced at Li Jian. She didn't want to argue with Ji Yunhai in front of him, which could affect his mood. She nodded and walked toward the hospital corridor. However, she deliberately kept a distance from Ji Yunhai. She had pepper spray in her pocket. She knew, right now, she and Ji Yunhai were enemies. Mei, let's get back together. You wouldn't want our child to grow up without a father's love, would you? Zhao Mei didn't hesitate at all. Her heart was firm. She shook her head. Ji Yunhai, after what you did, you should know that we are enemies now. I won't be foolish enough to remarry you just because of this. If I did that, I'd be ruining my entire life. Zhao Mei couldn't help but think of Li Jian again. Her life was truly difficult to describe. But I really know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to change. A prodigal son who repents is worth more than gold. Ji Yunhai had made up his mind. He had to win Zhao Mei back. Even though they were already divorced, he and Zhao Mei had years of history together. As long as he put in the effort, there was still a good chance that he could turn things around. After all, after spending so many years together, there were bound to be lingering feelings. If he just tried a little harder, everything could go back to the way it was. Ji Yunhai, at this point, stop saying such ridiculous things. And from now on, don't call me Mei. It's not appropriate. Just call me Miss Zhao like everyone else. Alright, go home now. Don't keep your wife waiting too long. I need to go back and take care of Xiaoyan. Zhao Mei spoke seriously. Ji Yunhai sighed. It seems Zhao Mei was still very angry. So anything he said now was meaningless. He decided to wait until she calmed down a little, then try talking to her again. After all, he hadn't heard of Zhao Mei getting close to any new man recently. He still had plenty of chances in the future. Zhao Mei returned to the hospital room. She sat down beside Li Jiyan. He didn't take advantage of you, did he, Aunt Zhao? That was the first thing Li Jiyan asked. Zhao Mei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's going on in that head of yours? But why didn't you talk much to him today? You used to be quite chatty with him. Li Jiyan paused for a moment, then said, because I hate him. Zhao Mei's expression changed slightly. In the past, you had a pretty good relationship with him, didn't you? Li Jiyan shook his head. Actually, I've always known. He was only nice to me because of you. But he hurt you. So now, he is my enemy. In my heart, the only person that matters is you. Aside from you, everyone else in this world is just passing by, just background characters. Zhao Mei noticed something. The way Li Jiyan addressed her had changed. He seemed to be trying to drop the respectful you and replace it with the informal you. That was a dangerous sign. Zhao Mei had always been an observant woman. Li Jiyan used to show deep respect for her. He had always addressed her formally. But now, he was speaking to her on equal terms. That meant, he wanted to see them as equals. This was dangerous. Zhao Mei felt, she had to put a stop to this. And she also realized, no matter what, that hidden thought in his heart wasn't going to change. You should call me you respectfully. Even though Zhao Mei said this, she felt very uneasy. After that incident, there was no way she and Li Jiyan could ever go back to how things used to be. Aunt Zhao, it's a different time now. Li Jiyan felt a mix of emotions. As expected, Aunt Zhao was incredibly sharp. Even such a small change in his words, she had picked up on it immediately. These days, we live in an era of equality. We should be equal too. You may be older than me, but I see you as my older sister. So calling you is perfectly normal. Besides, you look so young. If I call you formally, it'll make you seem old. Zhao Mei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm already 37. As she said this, a subtle sadness flickered in her heart. Yes, she was 37. A full 19 years older than Li Jiyan. That alone meant, they were never possible. You don't look 37 at all. At most, you look 24, like my sister's age. And you're beautiful. In all my years, I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you. Li Jiyan spoke very seriously. Age shows clearly on some people. But, Zhao Mei was different. Her age was completely invisible. It was as if she had been blessed by the heavens. What are you saying? Even though Zhao Mei had received countless compliments in her life, hearing it from Li Jiyan, she still couldn't help but smile slightly. That surprised her. What was happening to her? She had long been immune to flattery from others. But when it came from Li Jiyan, it felt different. She felt genuinely happy. Maybe it was because compliments from close people felt more real. As for deeper reasons, Zhao Mei didn't think about it. She didn't dare to. Alright, stop with the sweet talk. You can call me you informally, but, you know, some things, you need to stop thinking about. Zhao Mei said softly. She didn't spell it out, but she knew. Li Jiyan understood exactly what she meant. Between them, there was an unbridgeable gap. A 19-year age difference would never be accepted by society. She would be subjected to endless gossip and judgment, and she had watched Li Jiyan grow up. That was something that could never be undone. Li Jiyan could see Zhao Mei's rare discomfort. It made him happy. To make Aunt Zhao this flustered, only he could do that. He nodded lightly. But, could he really stop thinking about it? Li Jiyan knew. That might be the most impossible thing of all. Alright, don't overthink it. Your college life isn't far off now. You should start preparing. Li Jiyan didn't respond. Once his eyes healed, it was time to start focusing on making money. Once he earned enough, he would come up with a believable explanation, so his wealth would seem like the result of his own efforts. At that point, Aunt Zhao would definitely see him in a new light. Li Jiyan absolutely did not want Zhao Mei to always see him as a child. He had to mature as quickly as possible, even though he knew, in front of Zhao Mei, he would never truly be mature. Time passed quickly. Li Jian recovered very well, and Zhao Mei tirelessly stayed by his side, taking care of him in every possible way. During this time, Zhao Mei also confirmed her plans for starting a business. She decided to have Ji Tingting live at school. Once Li Jian had fully recovered, she went out and rented an apartment, officially setting her business plans in motion. She planned to devote all her energy to her career. Of course, the main reason was that she wanted Li Jian to calm down. Once he started university and met a girl he liked, perhaps everything would naturally resolve itself. On the last day, Li Jian and Zhao Mei went together to complete the discharge procedures. Finally, I can leave this place. Li Jian walked side by side with Zhao Mei. Zhao Mei nodded. Yes, the hospital environment is always so cold and gloomy. It never feels comfortable. It's best not to stay here too long. Your vision has recovered well. But remember, even though I won't be by your side, you can't use your phone or computer for more than an hour a day. Li Jian felt a little down. He seemed to hear something in Zhao Mei's words. He already knew about her renting a place. Aunt Zhao, after you move out, you won't live with me anymore? Zhao Mei shook her head. This is not up for discussion. I've already rented a new place. I need to focus all my time and energy on my business. I also enrolled Xiaoting in a closed-off tutoring program with a friend. As for you, a university student, you should focus on your studies. From now on, you'll live on campus and not with me. Zhao Mei didn't say anything more, but her meaning was obvious. No matter what, she and Li Jian were impossible, so she had to cut off any lingering thoughts at the root. Li Jian knew that when Zhao Mei said there was no discussion, then there really was no discussion. She had made up her mind. Aunt Zhao, then can I still visit you often? Li Jian wanted to call her by name, but he didn't have the courage. Even after dropping the formal you, he still instinctively called her Aunt Zhao. If he really addressed her by name, she might actually get angry. Zhao Mei didn't respond. She had made up her mind to cut off any romantic possibilities with Li Jian. Soon, the discharge process was completed. This is my only small request, okay? I don't want to go too long without seeing you. I'd really miss you. Li Jian grabbed Zhao Mei's arm and asked. Zhao Mei instinctively wanted to refuse. But after thinking about it, if she refused even this, wouldn't it be too cruel for him? She had originally thought that he would make a fuss about not living together anymore, but Li Jian didn't argue. This showed that he had grown up a little, and, from childhood to now, they had never been apart for too long. All right, Zhao Mei's words finally made Li Jian breathe a little easier. In his heart, he made a firm decision. He would definitely win Zhao Mei over. She was the love of his life. No matter how many obstacles stood in his way, he would never give up. For the rest of her life, Zhao Mei could only be with him. The possessiveness in Li Jian's heart grew stronger and stronger. Aunt Zhao, where is your new apartment? Send me the address on WeChat. I'll save it. Zhao Mei turned to look at Li Jian. Her long, elegant eyes held a hint of amusement. She knew he still hadn't given up on the idea of being with her. From the things he said and did, it was obvious. He still wanted to be with her, but since she had already agreed, she wouldn't go back on her word. You can visit me at most once a week, and you must let me know in advance. I'll cook something nice for you. In the end, Zhao Mei couldn't be too harsh. How could she not want to see him often as well? But they couldn't keep living together. Otherwise, his feelings for her would never fade away. Once he found a girlfriend, she could go back to how things used to be with him. As for that night, it would be as if it never happened. Then, her voice softened. When you find a girlfriend, I'll spend more time with you, okay? Li Jian weakly nodded. This is where we part, then. You stay at my place. And remember, no staying up late. I'll drop by randomly to check on you. Understand? Li Jian nodded again, but he didn't say anything. Zhao Mei felt a deep reluctance in her heart. But this kind of pain was something Li Jian had to experience. Their age gap was too big. It was unrealistic. The two of them parted. He didn't go back to Zhao Mei's apartment. Without Aunt Zhao there, it felt too empty. Instead, he returned to his rented room. His heart felt inexplicably lost. Thinking back, those days in the hospital had been so warm. Back then, Aunt Zhao had stayed by his side the whole time. No matter what difficulties he faced, he hadn't felt afraid. But now, his heart felt lonelier than ever. At that moment, a WeChat message came from Zhao Mei. Li Jiyan, who had just entered his bedroom, saw her address, along with detailed directions to her new place. But she also emphasized he could only visit once a week, and he had to inform her beforehand. Li Jiyan felt a bit helpless, but he accepted it. After all, he couldn't achieve his goal all at once. Li Jiyan turned on his computer. He saw that all his software had been restored, his diary, the handwritten notes in his drawer, his sketches, and Zhao knows everything. He had already expected this. Looks like I need to make money now. But he knew he had to work hard and earn enough money to prove he could take responsibility as a man. If he didn't work hard, he would always be a child in Aunt Zhao's eyes. Just then, Li Jiyan saw that the cooldown timer on his progress bar had finally ended. Excitement surged in his heart. Li Jiyan opened the stock market app and saw information about a few volatile stocks. This time, with 300,000, I only need a week to make 700,000. That means by then, I'll have $1 million in cash? Li Jiyan never expected that at such a young age, he could become a millionaire. Although online, a mere million seemed insignificant. The average net worth of people was at least 3 to 5 million. But in reality, Li Jiyan had never actually seen anyone who could casually pull out 3 to 5 million in cash. After all, even high-income earners mostly had unstable finances. Even highly successful capitalists didn't necessarily have large amounts of cash on hand. In the past, Li Jiyan never really cared about money. But now, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. After all, he was a normal person. If $1 million were right in front of him, it would be impossible for him not to be tempted. For the average person, the stock market was incredibly risky. But for someone like him, who had a golden finger, it was completely different. Li Jiyan went all in with 300,000 on that volatile stock. Within these 7 days, if I keep making the right moves, I can reach $1 million in profits. Of course, Li Jiyan wasn't greedy. The stock market was unpredictable. If he invested even a little more, it could cause price fluctuations. So, all his operations strictly followed the wealth information he could see. In the following days, Li Jiyan felt extremely nervous. After 3 days, his stock's value had already risen to over 500,000. This level of profit. This is insane. As soon as he woke up, Li Jiyan was overwhelmed with excitement. Everything was happening exactly as he saw. His profit remained unchanged. After selling the stock, he immediately chose another volatile stock. Time passed quickly. 7 days flew by, and the stocks Li Jiyan held had successfully reached a total value of 1 million. $1 million, it's mine now. Without hesitation, Li Jiyan sold everything. If he waited any longer, it wouldn't be as easy to cash out. Next, he withdrew the funds. While waiting, Li Jiyan picked up a photo of Zhao Mei. Aunt Zhao, it's been a week since I last saw you. I miss you so much. His eyes stung slightly. He realized his feelings for Zhao Mei had reached a point where he couldn't go a single day without thinking about her. Just the thought of her made him feel like crying. He just wanted to hold her quietly, to cherish peaceful moments with her, until the end of time. When I first learned the phrase "one day feels like 3 autumns," I thought it was an exaggeration. But, if you truly love someone, it's not exaggerated at all. Looking at Zhao Mei's photo, Li Jiyan's mind involuntarily drifted back to that night. That day, his thoughts wandered far away. His mind was completely filled with Zhao Mei. An hour later, a new message arrived on his phone. 1 million had been deposited into his account. Seeing his bank balance truly surpass $1 million, Li Jiyan felt an intense surge of excitement. In the face of wealth, no one could remain indifferent. Just then, a call from Zhao Mei came in. Aunt Zhao is finally calling me. It had been a week since he'd last seen her. Li Jiyan really missed her. Aunt Zhao, I haven't heard your voice in so long. By now, he had gotten used to dropping the formal you when speaking to her. He was always trying to see her as an equal. Are you home? I'm outside your apartment complex. Come out. Hearing this, Li Jiyan felt a rush of excitement. He knew he would see Zhao Mei soon, but he didn't expect to see her this quickly. Wait for me. I'm at my rental place right now. I'll head over right away, Aunt Zhao. Li Jiyan hung up the phone and walked outside. If only I could call Aunt Zhao by her name, Mei. Such a beautiful name. His mind wandered aimlessly. He was so excited about seeing her that he completely forgot about the million that had just arrived in his account. When he arrived at the upscale apartment complex, he saw Zhao Mei waiting in sunglasses. Under the bright sun, she looked both stunning and powerful. Her goddess-like presence attracted a few glances from passers-by, but as always, her aura was too strong, making people afraid to approach her. Today, Zhao Mei was wearing the black stockings he liked, but today she was wearing flats. And Li Jian walked up, wanting to hug her, but he could feel the cold distance she was keeping, so he gave up. Looks like, during this time apart, Aunt Zhao has thought things through even more clearly. Getting her to marry me is even more impossible now. The thought of Zhao Mei becoming his wife, staying by his side every day, made his heart itch with desire, but this idea felt so out of reach. Getting Aunt Zhao to marry him was way too difficult. You're here. Let's go. I'm taking you shopping for clothes. Zhao Mei led Li Jian into the car. You called me today just to buy clothes? Over the years, most of Li Jian's clothes had been chosen by Zhao Mei, and her fashion sense had always been impeccable, far better than his typical straight man aesthetic. You're a university student now. It's time to get some new clothes. Li Jian glanced at Zhao Mei. She looked a little uneasy. Now, every time she saw him, that night flashed through her mind, the hazy memories of them on the bed together. She felt extremely unnatural and embarrassed. She tried to forget, but she couldn't get past it. Those moments with Li Jian kept resurfacing in her mind. Sometimes, she even blamed herself. Why did she keep thinking about it? Aunt Zhao, you look so beautiful today. Really stunning. You could totally pass as my older sister. Li Jian originally wanted to say she was like his younger sister, but in the end, he gave up on that idea. Zhao Mei was the mature and elegant type of woman. She had her own unique charm. There was no need to offer fake compliments. In his heart, he had never liked childish, innocent girls. He preferred mature women, especially those like Zhao Mei, both beautiful and strong. That was what made his heart race. You're always so glib, Zhao Mei scolded him playfully, but the smile on her face was undeniable. Not long after, they arrived at the shopping mall. After parking in the underground garage, Zhao Mei suddenly felt a wave of nausea. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my body? A trace of fear crept into Zhao Mei's heart. If she were really sick with some serious illness, then, who would take care of Li Jian in the future? There was no one in this world who could love him the way she did. Aunt Zhao, are you okay? Li Jian noticed her pale expression, and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Maybe I drove too fast and got a little dizzy. Let's go. Zhao Mei stood up. The discomfort seemed to fade away. But at that moment, something suddenly came to her mind. Her cycle seemed to be late. Her face turned pale. A terrible thought entered her mind. In just a moment, her expression changed drastically. Zhao Mei couldn't believe it. Could it really be possible? All this time, she had ignored this issue. And now, she could still vividly recall how she had sat there in a daze for so long that day. Because at that moment, the shock was just too overwhelming. She had never fully recovered from it. Thinking about it now, it was entirely possible. A sense of absolute despair flooded her heart. Could she really be pregnant with Li Jian's child? How was she supposed to face him after this? Even if she pretended like nothing happened on the surface, deep down, she could never truly forget. Aunt Zhao, you don't look well. Li Jian asked softly. I'm fine. Zhao Mei walked ahead, but inside her, the resentment toward Li Jian surged once again. For a moment, she grew noticeably colder toward him. Li Jian immediately noticed. Could it be Aunt Zhao was still angry about that incident? A deep sense of regret filled his heart. That night was an opportunity he had never had before. If only he hadn't gotten drunk, or if he had held back when Zhao Mei made the first move, then their relationship would have remained just as it was before. But at the same time, Li Jian couldn't imagine. If not for that night, perhaps he would never have been able to take that step forward with Zhao Mei. Zhao Mei, lost in thought, walked into the mall with Li Jian. Maybe I'm just too exhausted from taking care of Xiaoyan. The thought of pregnancy was something Zhao Mei couldn't accept. She wanted to believe that she was just overworked. That's why her body was acting strangely. But deep down, she couldn't convince herself. Lately, she had been tired, yes, but she had always been in good health. Her cycle had never been irregular before. But now, a wave of unease gripped her heart. Aunt Zhao, Li Jian spoke softly. but he could feel it. The distance between them was growing again. Inside the shopping mall, Zhao Mei helped him pick out clothes as usual, but Li Ziyan could tell. She was completely distracted. When they first arrived, she was in a good mood, but now, something had changed. Something had made her feel uneasy. After trying on the clothes, they left the mall. By then, Li Ziyan had changed into his new outfit. The saying "clothes make the man" was completely true. With Zhao Mei's expert fashion choices, his appearance had improved significantly. Several girls even glanced at him as they walked past. His new style was trendy and gave him an extra touch of charm. Li Ziyan couldn't help but admire Aunt Zhao's sense of style. Even at 37, her fashion sense was far superior to that of younger women. But Zhao Mei was still lost in her thoughts. Her mind kept circling back to that possibility. A deep sense of dread weighed on her. Li Ziyan could feel her discomfort, and it made his heart ache. In the end, he couldn't hold back any longer. He didn't want to see Zhao Mei so upset. Seeing her unhappy felt like torture to his soul. "Aunt Zhao, are you unhappy?" Li Ziyan asked. "No, I'm not unhappy," Zhao Mei replied. But anyone could tell. She was lying, and she wasn't even trying to hide it. Seeing her like this, Li Ziyan's heart ached even more. "Aunt Zhao, if something is bothering you, please tell me. If I did something wrong, I'll change, okay?" Li Ziyan couldn't bear to see her in pain any longer. Zhao Mei let out a soft sigh. "It's nothing. You didn't do anything wrong. The past is the past. Let's go home." Until she was absolutely certain, Zhao Mei suppressed her emotions. Maybe this was all just a misunderstanding, nothing more. That's what she told herself. After getting in the car, Zhao Mei started driving. Li Ziyan wanted to talk to her, to distract her from whatever was on her mind, but she barely responded. She only gave him a faint "mm." That made Li Ziyan even more certain. Something was seriously wrong, and it wasn't something minor. For the rest of the ride, he tried to cheer her up, but Zhao Mei remained the same. In the end, Li Ziyan gave up. "Aunt Zhao, what's really wrong?" For some reason, an inexplicable sense of panic rose in his heart. After arriving at the residential complex, Li Ziyan looked at Zhao Mei and said, "Aunt Zhao, let's go home." Zhao Mei glanced at Li Ziyan. "I forgot to buy something. You go inside and wait for me first." Li Ziyan wanted to ask what it was, but then he thought, maybe it was sanitary pads, so he didn't ask. "Okay, Aunt Zhao, please hurry." Given Zhao Mei's current state, Li Ziyan reverted to addressing her more formally. He didn't know what had happened to her. Zhao Mei didn't go to the supermarket. She walked straight into a pharmacy. "Give me a pregnancy test." Her voice trembled slightly. If this was true, then it was something she absolutely could not accept. Being pregnant with Li Ziyan's child. Absolutely unacceptable. "Here you go. Will you be paying with WeChat or Alipay?" "WeChat." Zhao Mei put the pregnancy test into her bag. She was so dazed that even paying felt surreal. When Zhao Mei reappeared in Li Ziyan's sight, his unease grew stronger. He noticed that she seemed distracted, even as she walked. He stepped forward and grabbed her arm. "Aunt Zhao, are you really okay? Are you sick?" At this moment, Zhao Mei was in a daze. "I'm fine, let's go." She forced herself to calm down. After returning home, Zhao Mei went to cook for Li Ziyan. Meanwhile, Li Ziyan entered her room. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, he looked at the view outside. It was already evening. The streets were bustling with traffic. Unbelievably lively. Li Ziyan took out his phone. Looking at his bank balance of over 1 million yuan, he felt immense gratitude for the mutation in his glasses. This golden sheet had completely changed his life. Before, he had seen prosperity but had never been a part of it. If not for the fact that his mother and Zhao Mei were best friends, he would have never been able to interact with someone like Zhao Mei, let alone end up sleeping with her. To his past self, everything seemed so out of reach. Li Ziyan had always felt inferior because of his poverty. But now, he had money, and in the future, he would have more than anyone. The prosperity of this world, the liveliness of the city. I am finally not just an observer. I am truly a part of it. His heart surged with excitement. With money, in the future, I can finally stand beside Aunt Zhao as a real man. When she faces difficulties, I won't just be able to cry. Instead, I will have the ability to help her. Li Ziyan stared at his 1 million yuan. He was utterly absorbed in thought. This money, how should he use it? No matter what, his college life would never be dull again. During a break while cooking, filled with anxiety, Zhao Mei went to the bathroom. She locked the door and began the test. A long time passed. Sitting on the toilet, she stared at the result. It was like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. Her mind went completely numb. After a long time, almost instinctively, her unfocused eyes led her back to her room. After entering, she locked the door and looked at Li Jian. "Aunt Zhao, what's wrong?" Li Jian was startled. This time, her expression was exactly the same as that time before. There was no difference at all. What had happened? He stepped forward, wanting to comfort her, but Zhao Mei grabbed his arm and twisted it hard. In an instant, the sharp pain struck him, making him even more panicked. "Aunt Zhao, what's wrong?" He gritted his teeth to keep himself from crying out. Aunt Zhao's grip was terrifyingly strong. She really wasn't holding back. Li Jian was wearing short sleeves today. He could see that his arm had already turned blue, which showed just how much force she had used. At this moment, Li Jian was truly afraid. He was terrified. Had he done something to completely disappoint her? With how angry she was now, she might never speak to him again, and he had no doubt about that. He truly believed she could do it. Was it still that matter that she just couldn't get over? Thinking that she might leave him forever. Li Jian hugged her tightly. "Aunt Zhao, please don't leave me. If you want to hit me, just do it." Looking at her dazed, lifeless expression, he couldn't hold back his tears. He could tell Zhao Mei was broken and desperate inside. Why had she suddenly become like this? Even though he didn't know what had happened, he knew it wasn't something that would easily pass. In front of Zhao Mei, his vulnerability always surfaced uncontrollably. "Aunt Zhao," he called out to her, but she showed no sign of softening. She kept pinching and hitting him on the back, without stopping at all. She just couldn't understand how she had gotten pregnant with Li Jian's child. It was just one time. That day, she couldn't believe it. She couldn't accept it. Li Jian endured the pain in silence. Zhao Mei's grip was so tight that her nails dug into his skin. The sharp pain washed over him. He clenched his teeth tightly. "Aunt Zhao, can you tell me what happened? Even in the car today, I felt like something was wrong with you." Zhao Mei's grip tightened even more. Li Ziyan's words felt like knives stabbing into her heart. She couldn't calm down. What had she gone through? That night, after drinking so much alcohol, it was the biggest mistake of her life. Sitting on the floor, she stared blankly into the distance, completely lost. Hearing the sound from the kitchen, Li Jian ran over to check. Then, he thought of something. Aunt Zhao must have done something in the bathroom. When he went inside, he saw the pregnancy test sitting on the sink. At this moment, Li Jian's mind went completely blank. How could such a coincidence happen in this world? It was just that one day, and Aunt Zhao was actually pregnant with his child. He had only slept with Aunt Zhao once, just for one night. So now, everything made sense. That was why Zhao Mei treated him so harshly. So it turned out she was pregnant. That was why her heart was filled with such despair. That was why she was so ruthless towards him. For a moment, Li Jian didn't know how to react. At this instant, his heart was completely lost. He never expected that he would go through something like this. The woman he respected the most, Aunt Zhao, was pregnant, and it was because he had slept with her. He didn't know what kind of feelings she was experiencing right now. After a while, Li Jian saw Zhao Mei walking towards the door. She even changed into her high heels. Li Jian followed behind Zhao Mei. His heart was filled with deep concern. At a time like this, he didn't know if Aunt Zhao would do something extreme. He didn't dare to take his eyes off her for even a second. He didn't know whether Zhao Mei, in such a state of complete breakdown, would take her own life. Li Jian didn't dare to gamble on that. He had to make sure Zhao Mei's emotions returned to normal. Now, Zhao Mei was no longer just one person. Inside her belly, she was carrying his child. Maybe he was about to become a father? Li Ziyan's heart had never been this complicated before. "Stop following me." In the underground parking lot, Zhao Mei shouted in a state of breakdown. Several people nearby who were parking their cars were startled. None of them dared to get involved. In this era, the pressure of life was too overwhelming. Many people were afraid of encountering someone who had been driven mad by life. If something happened, it would be a huge loss for everyone. "No. Aunt Zhao, no matter if you hit me, scold me, or even kill me, I will never leave you alone today." Zhao Mei started running ahead, as if trying to shake off Li Jian. To Zhao Mei, she really wanted to get rid of Li Jian. But even though she had long legs, she still couldn't outrun him. After all, in this aspect, a woman would always be at a disadvantage. She was quickly caught up by Li Jiyan. She took out her car keys, intending to get in the car. However, just as she took out the keys, Li Jiyan immediately snatched them away. "No, you can't drive." Li Jiyan was extremely anxious. Zhao Mei was clearly in a state of utter despair today. If she drove in this condition, Li Jiyan didn't even want to imagine what could happen. The chances of a car accident were just too high. If something irreversible were to happen, then he would have no choice but to follow Zhao Mei. A world without Zhao Mei had no color or meaning for him. He absolutely couldn't let anything happen to her. "Li Ziyan, you bastard, how could you make me pregnant? If others find out, what will they say?" Zhao Mei grabbed Li Ziyan's arm and bit him hard. However, she was already much more sober now. In the end, she still didn't bite hard enough to draw blood. Deep inside her heart, she still couldn't bear to hurt him completely. After that, she ran toward the parking lot exit, trying to leave Li Jiyan behind, but Li Jiyan followed closely behind her. "Stop following me! Stop following me! Let me be alone for a while," Zhao Mei shouted. "Impossible. I will definitely follow you." Li Ziyan's voice was firm. He stayed right behind Zhao Mei. "Tonight, I have to stay with you." Li Jiyan reached out and grabbed Zhao Mei's hand from behind. This time, he held her wrist tightly. Zhao Mei fell silent. She aimlessly wandered through the bustling city streets. Even though it was late, there were still plenty of people on the street. "Aunt Zhao, are you tired?" Li Jiyan had been following Zhao Mei for a long time. He asked softly. A wave of exhaustion gradually hit her. Zhao Mei was truly physically and mentally drained. "If you're tired, let me carry you." Li Jiyan gently lifted Zhao Mei into his arms. Only then did he realize she had already fallen asleep. When a person experiences intense emotional fluctuations, they become extremely exhausted. Li Jiyan understood this better than anyone. And Zhao Mei was the same. Today, her heart must have gone through enormous turmoil. Back then, when she was pinching him, she really used all her strength. "Sleep, sleep. Aunt Zhao, after tomorrow, you should be able to calm down." Mei. Li Jiyan carried Zhao Mei as he walked through the streets, heading towards a nearby hotel. His heart felt powerless. Maybe, only when Zhao Mei was drunk, would he ever be able to call her by her name like this? At any other time, it seemed impossible for him to call her by her name. "Li Jiyan, you beast. You bastard." Even in her sleep, Zhao Mei was still cursing at Li Jiyan. This made Li Jiyan feel utterly helpless. It seemed, in Aunt Zhao's heart, he really was an irredeemable bastard. But, since she had already misunderstood him, it would probably be impossible to change the way she saw him now. Sigh. Aunt Zhao is just too rational, so I really have no way to explain this to her. But, this also proves how much she spoils me. In her heart, no matter what I do, she seems to always forgive me. Li Jiyan felt that in this world, he would never find anyone who treated him better than Zhao Mei did. Carrying Zhao Mei, he arrived at a nearby hotel. Li Jiyan booked a room and gently placed Zhao Mei down. Only then did he finally let out a breath of relief. "Aunt Zhao, have a good rest. Tomorrow will be a new day." Li Jiyan hoped Zhao Mei would get better soon. The way she looked today had truly terrified him. Looking at Zhao Mei's belly, Li Jiyan hesitated for a long time, then slowly placed his ear against it. "Zhao Mei, now there's a little baby inside you. It's mine." At this moment, a person like Li Jiyan, who had never figured out his own life, felt an unprecedented sense of confusion. Zhao Mei was pregnant, and it was because of that one accident. His child. Zhao Mei's child was truly his. I feel like a little life is growing inside her. Li Jiyan's heart was filled with a feeling he had never experienced before. Maybe this might be his son or daughter? His heart felt a little nervous and scared, but at the same time, there was a complex feeling of joy. If this child were born, would Aunt Zhao marry him? A marriage because of pregnancy? Li Jiyan's mind started to wander wildly. If that were the case, how great would that be? Although this was a bustling part of the city. At this moment, everything was completely silent. Li Jiyan held Zhao Mei's hand like this, quietly watching her sleep. His heart felt an incomparable sense of peace. Aunt Zhao is really so beautiful. If I could keep looking at Aunt Zhao like this, how great would that be? I hope that when Aunt Zhao wakes up tomorrow, everything will be just like before. Even though he said that, Li Jiyan couldn't help but feel a sense of unease in his heart. Like before. Was that even possible? Aunt Zhao was pregnant this time. And she was pregnant with his child, someone 19 years younger than her, whom she had always treated as a child. Her despair and breakdown this time were even more severe than before. Li Jian knew that until Zhao Mei's emotions stabilized, he absolutely couldn't leave her side. In his heart, he was truly worried that Zhao Mei might do something. As time passed, Li Jian also started to feel drowsy. Today, his emotional turmoil was no less intense than Zhao Mei's. So at this moment, he was also exhausted. Sitting beside Zhao Mei, Li Jian slowly fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was because he felt movement in Zhao Mei's hand. Because he was worried about Zhao Mei, Li Jian had been in a state of high alert. Any movement from Zhao Mei, he would immediately sense it. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhao Mei staring at him. Aunt Zhao. Zhao Mei's long, intelligent eyes held an indescribable expression. What? I was asleep, such a good opportunity. And you don't want to take advantage of it? After knowing what had happened, Zhao Mei ultimately found that she couldn't let go of her hatred toward Li Jian. But, in her heart, she also loved him deeply. For a moment, Zhao Mei didn't know how to face Li Jian. Aunt Zhao, that night, you drank too much. You were the one who initiated it. Li Jian's voice noticeably weakened. That feeling of guilt returned once again. Zhao Mei didn't respond. She believed what Li Jian said in her heart, but at the same time, she didn't. The fact had already happened. Whether she initiated it or not, he should have refused. Li Jian's mistake could never be erased. Enough. Zhao Mei stood up. Because the hotel was quite upscale. The floor was covered with carpet. Wearing black stockings, Zhao Mei paced back and forth on the carpet. Li Jian followed her nervously. In his heart, he was very worried that something might happen to Zhao Mei, and also worried about their child. In the end, she walked over to the minibar. She took out a bottle of red wine. The wine here was quite expensive. Zhao Mei could smell the faint aroma of alcohol. Let's have a drink. Zhao Mei seemed to be talking to herself. She was about to open the bottle of wine, but Li Jian stopped her. Aunt Zhao, you forgot. You're already pregnant, you can't drink. It's bad for the baby. When Li Jian said the word pregnant, he saw Zhao Mei's face change again. Clearly, this was a painful topic for her. Give it to me. Zhao Mei reached out her hand, looking at Li Jian. No. For the first time, Li Jian firmly opposed Zhao Mei. He refused to let her drink. No matter what, I won't let you drink. Seeing Li Jian's determined expression, Zhao Mei suddenly had an illusion. Maybe, Li Jian had already grown up. Before, he had never been so assertive. I won't drink then. Zhao Mei sighed. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, sat down, and watched the occasional cars passing by outside. As if she had been abandoned by this bustling world. Aunt Zhao, what do you plan to do with this child? Will you keep it? Li Jian looked at Zhao Mei and asked. In his eyes, there was a hint of hope. If Aunt Zhao kept this child, he would become a father. At that time, maybe they would get married. Thinking about being with Zhao Mei every day, every moment, Li Jian's heart was full of longing. Zhao Mei turned her head and looked at Li Jian. Her beautiful eyes revealed no emotions. At this moment, she had already calmed down from her state of fury. She had returned to her usual self, intelligent and composed. You know, this child is a mistake, Zhao Mei said softly. In her heart, this child should never have existed. That night, if she hadn't drunk so much, then none of this would have happened. And now, this child wouldn't exist either. You think this child is a mistake? Li Jian's heart sank. In Zhao Mei's heart, this child was a mistake. Then, at this moment, Li Jian could no longer imagine what was coming next. Isn't it a mistake? Zhao Mei tilted her head slightly, looking unexpectedly cute, different from her usual composed self. But, in this special situation, Li Jian had no mood to appreciate that cuteness. In his heart, he was anxious. Could his time with Zhao Mei really just be a fleeting illusion? Of course, it's not a mistake. This is us. Li Jian wanted to say something, but he realized he couldn't find the words. That night was just a drunken accident. Trying to call it love would be too far-fetched. Even Li Jian couldn't convince himself that night truly was an accident. Li Jian thought for a long time. Finally, he spoke seriously. Aunt Zhao, can you keep this child? Every child is a precious gift. Li Jian said softly. Zhao Mei looked at Li Jian. It's not even a child yet, so I can't keep it. I plan to visit the obstetrics and gynecology hospital. I have a female classmate who works there. Hearing Zhao Mei say this, Li Ziyan's face immediately darkened. No! Aunt Zhao. She actually planned to abort the child. This completely panicked Li Ziyan. For the first time, he felt what it might be like to become a father. It was like a dream. If this child were to be aborted, what would he do? Even now, Li Ziyan didn't know whether this dream was a good one or a nightmare. But deep inside, he was looking forward to it. Now, Zhao Mei was going to shatter this dream. And it made his heart ache. Aunt Zhao, can't you just give birth to this child? Li Ziyan's voice carried a hint of pleading. Looking at Li Ziyan, who was begging her just like he used to whenever he didn't want to accept something, Zhao Mei stroked his head, just like she was treating a child. In Zhao Mei's heart, Li Ziyan had always just been a child. You're still like a child. A child. Whenever something happens, you just beg me. Have you thought about it? If this child is born one day, what will I say when people ask? What will you say? Are we supposed to tell people that this child was born between me and a man 19 years younger than me? That I, someone who watched you grow up, was slept with by you and got pregnant? Have you thought about the kind of looks I would receive? In society, I won't be accepted. Li Ziyan shook his head. No, Aunt Zhao, I think you are being too rational. I don't like this kind of rationality. We can get married. I've liked you for a long time. So what if there's an age gap? Why can't I marry you? What law does it break? What morality does it violate? Sometimes, rational choices aren't always right. I think we need to follow our emotions once in a while. The despair in Li Ziyan's voice became even more obvious. He wasn't strong or determined enough. There's no violation. But you have to understand, there is no love between us. I treat you well only because I spoil you. And your feelings for me are nothing more than desire. This is something every teenage boy goes through. Yes, women in their 30s are very beautiful. But when they reach 40, they start to decline. When they reach 50, if they take care of themselves well, some can still look great. But at 60, 70? You need to understand, there's a 19-year gap between us. When I was in college, you were just born. Do you understand that this is an unbridgeable gap? When I'm over 60, you'll only be in your 40s. Will you still love an old woman? At that time, will your so-called love still be supported by your hormones? At that time, it would be a kind of harm, both to me and to you. There is no love between us. Do you understand? We only have a deep, inseparable bond. But this bond can't sustain a romantic relationship between a man and a woman. Zhao Mei was still as composed and intellectual as ever. She seemed to have completely analyzed Li Ziyan's feelings. At least, that was how she saw it in her heart. She believed that was the truth about Li Ziyan's feelings. And she could understand them. Because you are a child, I will abort this baby. Let's pretend nothing ever happened. In the future, when you grow up, you can find a girlfriend you truly love. I will still spoil you like before. You can live your life however you want. I will always look out for you, just like before. You won't have to worry about anything. Do you understand? Li Ziyan shook his head. I'm almost 19. I'm already an adult. I'm definitely not a child anymore. You're wrong. Zhao Mei, don't think that just because you're always rational, that everything you say is right, Li Ziyan said in a low voice. What did you call me? Zhao Mei glanced at Li Ziyan, her eyes carrying a sharp glint. At this moment, Li Ziyan didn't want to argue with her. In his heart, he was only thinking about one thing: how to keep this child. This was his child. Aunt Zhao, Li Ziyan called out. But then he continued. You're wrong. My love for you is definitely not just hormones. Hormones are just desire. I admit that. But I can guarantee that before I even realized my feelings for you, I already admired you. In my heart, you are like a light. Zhao Mei stroked his head. She knew. Li Ziyan was telling the truth. The pages of that diary, the countless times she saw her name written in it, all proved it. This is only because you rely on me more. Because you lost your parents early. You lack love, and I spoiled you, so you developed this kind of dependency. That's normal. Li Ziyan shook his head. No. Aunt Zhao, I know my feelings for you are definitely not just hormones. To me, you are the most important woman in my life. I admit, I have thoughts about you, but if a person doesn't desire the one they love, can that still be called love? I see you as a woman, the woman I long for. But at the same time, I also love you deeply. My love for you is not just superficial. It's not just because of hormones. You are beautiful. And I love that. But no matter what you look like, even if your hair turns completely white, in my heart, you will always be the Zhao Mei I love the most. No matter the situation, no matter the time. I will always stay by your side. Zhao Mei, I truly love you. If I don't see you every day, I miss you. I'm begging you, Aunt Zhao, give me a chance. Marry me. Give birth to this child, okay? Li Jian looked into Zhao Mei's eyes. His gaze was full of sincerity. Li Ziyan's heart was filled with unease, even though he knew this was impossible. Yet, deep inside, he still held onto a sliver of hope. After all, this concerned his own child. Zhao Mei glanced at Li Ziyan. For some reason, she felt that maybe what Li Ziyan was saying was true. However, she did not have the kind of sentimentality to let emotions override her reason. Besides, between her and him, it was truly impossible. There was no way she could ever have the thing called love for Li Ziyan in her heart. Have you ever thought about it? What kind of fate this child would have after being born? First of all, I will never marry you. I will always see you as just a child. Zhao Mei spoke softly. Her words seemed to give Li Ziyan a glimmer of hope. No matter what, as long as Aunt Zhao was willing to give birth to this child, he could slowly pursue her. For the sake of the child, one day, she would marry him. Their fate will be good. Whether a son or a daughter, I will cherish them dearly, because they are the child of me and Aunt Zhao. Li Jian's voice carried a hint of longing, like a child who loved listening to fairy tales. Listening to his voice. At this moment, Zhao Mei felt a pang of guilt in her heart. It felt as if she was about to shatter Li Jian's dream. It seemed cruel, but Zhao Mei was very clear. No matter what, she could not give Li Jian any hope. Otherwise, it would lead to irreparable consequences for her. Do you think, if your classmates knew that you had a child with a 37-year-old woman, if you were already a father while still in university, do you think they wouldn't see you as a freak? Li Jian shook his head. I know, maybe some people would have their opinions, but I don't care. I've never cared. Maybe it's because I've endured too much hardship. So deep in my heart, I've always been very, very clear about this world. Reputation doesn't matter. Only the things you can see and grasp, only the warmth you can truly feel, are the most important things in life. This belief is deeply ingrained in my heart, so even if the whole world looks at me differently, I won't care. Li Jian's voice grew more and more despondent. He knew convincing Zhao Mei was too difficult. It was practically impossible. Once she made up her mind, she rarely changed it. But have you thought about me? From now on, I will become the laughingstock of everyone. People will say I have no self-awareness. My mother, she will probably go completely insane. And when that time comes, what will happen then? You should think about it carefully. This child being born serves no purpose. It will only bring endless trouble and distress. In the future, you will still want to date, get married, and have children. You are not even 19 years old, and you already have a child. What then? When that time comes, the trouble will be endless. Can you even imagine what kind of situation that would be? Zhao Mei looked at Li Jian. She felt more and more that he was just a child. At this age, his heart was still so naive. He had not even thought through the most basic things. At this age, all his ideas and all his decisions were immature and short-sighted. By the time he regretted it in the future, it would be far too late. Zhao Mei truly could not imagine how she could possibly trust Li Jian. Moreover, she had no reason whatsoever to keep this child. Aunt Zhao. Li Jian had too many things he wanted to say. He wanted to convince Zhao Mei, but he realized it seemed like he truly had nothing left to say. For a moment, his mind was in complete chaos. Enough, stop talking. Get some rest first. Tomorrow, I'll go to my senior's place and take care of this matter. Hearing the words take care of, Li Jian felt a deep chill in his heart. Even though it was not yet fully formed, to him, it was still alive. Using a word like take care of, it made his heart ache unbearably. Aunt Zhao. This time, Zhao Mei did not let Li Jian continue speaking. Perhaps, if he kept talking, her heart would truly waver. She could not allow that to happen. I'm going to sleep. I'm tired. Zhao Mei lay down directly. Before long, she seemed to have fallen asleep. Li Jian looked at her, seeing how unwilling she was to give him any chance. His heart was completely lost. Was there really no way to save his child? Li Jian felt desperate, yet, at the same time, deeply confused. He had no idea how to make Zhao Mei change her mind. What should I do? Li Jian sat on the carpet, tossing and turning. In the end, he drank a bottle of red wine, hoping to drown his sorrows, though he dared not drink too much, afraid that if he lost control, something might go wrong. The next morning, When Li Jian slowly woke up, he instinctively felt something was off. Looking over, he saw that Zhao Mei was still asleep. Perhaps because of his fear deep down, he had not dared to sleep too soundly. Checking his phone, it was already 8 o'clock. It seems that Aunt Zhao was really exhausted yesterday. In the past, by this time, she would have already been up. Li Ziyan murmured softly. Half an hour later, Zhao Mei slowly woke up. The moment she woke up, it was as if the memories of last night had been swallowed by time. But soon, those memories began to flood her mind again. Her emotions sank. After all, she and Li Jian had done what they did. And now, she was pregnant with his child. There was no turning back. It was set in stone. A life was already growing inside her. When Zhao Mei woke up, Li Jian, who had already washed up and eaten breakfast, brought over a tray for her. "Aunt Zhao, have some breakfast. This is a special time, you have to take care of your health." Zhao Mei slowly sat up. She ignored Li Jian. Taking out her phone, she called her senior. "Hello, senior, I wanted to ask, are you at the hospital?" The moment the words left her lips, Li Jian's heart trembled. No, he could not let Aunt Zhao do this. Otherwise, the child would truly be lost forever. He immediately pressed Zhao Mei down, grabbed her phone, and snatched it away. Then, he hung up the call. "No, you cannot do this." There was a tremor in Li Jian's voice, a hint of tears. He had never expected Zhao Mei to be this ruthless. "Li Ziyan, give me back my phone." Li Jian stubbornly shook his head. He held Zhao Mei down tightly, meeting her piercing gaze. Her gaze was sharp. In the past, this was the kind of look Li Jian feared the most. But now, at this moment, Li Jian truly realized that when faced with something he could not accept, his heart could become so stubborn. He could even meet Zhao Mei's gaze head-on. "Let me go, Li Jian." Even though she had just woken up, Zhao Mei's scent was still so pleasant. "I will let you go, but you must not call again," Li Jian said. Zhao Mei looked into Li Jian's resolute eyes. She never expected that he would dare to defy her gaze like this. This left her utterly surprised and incredulous. "I understand." Zhao Mei knew that if she did not agree now, then Li Jian might truly not let her go. Seeing her back down, only then did Li Jian release her. After that, Zhao Mei extended her slender, fair hand toward him. "My phone." Li Jian shook his head. "No, I cannot give it back to you for now. I need to keep an eye on you. Unless it is for work, you are not allowed to have your phone. I will be watching you." As he spoke, Li Jian put Zhao Mei's phone into his pocket, but the call from earlier kept ringing back. Li Jian directly unlocked the phone and blocked the number. "Give it back." Zhao Mei was getting anxious. She raised her hand and slapped Li Jian across the face. In an instant, his left cheek swelled slightly. He did not dodge. Seeing how hard she had hit him, Zhao Mei had not expected that Li Jian would not even try to avoid it. "Are you an idiot? Why did you not dodge? Look, your face is swollen." Deep in her heart, she felt a pang of guilt. She had not actually meant to hit him, because it hurt her too. But what she did not expect was that Li Jian would not even try to avoid it. This time, all the force had landed directly on his face. "Aunt Zhao, if you want to hit me, then hit me, because I may have to go against you." Zhao Mei instinctively glanced at her black stockings. "Anyway, for now, I am going to control your freedom, until you have truly thought this through. After all, in this matter, you cannot make a rash decision." Zhao Mei was so angry she was speechless. She twisted Li Jian's ear. "You really have grown bold, haven't you, Li Jian? Do you think you have wings now? Do you even realize that what you are doing is illegal?" Li Jian looked at Zhao Mei. His expression was stubborn. "If you think I am breaking the law, then have me arrested. Once I am in jail, you can do whatever you want." Of course, Li Jian knew Zhao Mei would never send him to jail. Zhao Mei let out a sigh. She realized that Li Jian now understood something. She had always indulged him. No matter what he did to her, she could never truly ignore him forever. Unless he went too far. Now what was she supposed to do? Only now did Zhao Mei realize she was starting to have trouble keeping Li Jian under control. "Aunt Zhao, you should wash up and have breakfast. You must be hungry by now. At a time like this, you should take even better care of your health. Otherwise, it would not be good." For a moment, Li Jian did not know what to say. But at this moment, he did not dare to call Zhao Mei by her name. He was afraid of angering her. Even though He felt that she was probably already very angry. Zhao Mei nodded. She knew that forcing Li Jian to compromise now was almost impossible. After washing up, Zhao Mei sat beside Li Jian to eat breakfast. "Aunt Zhao, you are truly beautiful." Up close, Li Jian looked at her. He realized that she was flawless from every angle. Her skin was also incredibly fair. What use is beauty? Zhao Mei did not think Li Jian was flattering her, because it was simply a fact. She was born this way. If someone said she was not beautiful, that would be hypocritical and laughable. In a few years, when I reach 40, I will be completely old. Li Jian shook his head. Do not worry, actually, a woman's decline starts at 30, especially those who do not exercise. By their 30s, some women already have big bellies. But you have always been beautiful. Hearing this, Zhao Mei could not help but feel a trace of sweetness in her heart. However, when Li Jian mentioned her figure, she instinctively felt a little embarrassed. "Aunt Zhao, a beauty like you will still be stunning even 10 or 20 years from now." Zhao Mei shook her head. "I do not believe that. Maybe in another 10 years, I will no longer look as young." Even though she said that, she did not actually think so. In this regard, she had a natural gift. "Aunt Zhao, with the way technology is advancing, in the future, I will invest billions just to develop anti-aging treatments for you. I believe, no matter how much time passes, you will always be as beautiful as you are now." Li Ziyan's words made Zhao Mei feel both amused and exasperated. Billions. In the end, he was still just a child at heart. In this world, there are only a handful of people who can casually take out tens of billions. And to spend tens of billions on research like this, one would need at least hundreds of billions in cash flow. That is an unimaginable level of wealth. Zhao Mei simply felt that Li Jian was talking nonsense. However, the fact that he had such thoughts still made her heart feel warm. Of course, Li Jian was not just saying it as a joke. He knew that his future was bound to be brilliant. With his special advantage, his life would have limitless possibilities. "Give me back my phone." Zhao Mei was eating while chatting with Li Jian. "No. I am afraid you will call that old classmate again. I hate her." Although he had never met Zhao Mei's classmate, Li Jian instinctively disliked this woman. Zhao Mei sighed helplessly. Only children hate people based on their own feelings like this. She looked at Li Jian and saw that he still had no intention of backing down. "Give me my phone back. I will call her and explain. I will tell her I am not going anymore." There was a hint of cunning in Zhao Mei's beautiful eyes. "Are you serious?" Li Jian's voice was filled with excitement. Could it be Aunt Zhao was planning to keep the child? Zhao Mei nodded. "Do not worry. I keep my word." Li Jian hesitated. He was truly afraid that Zhao Mei would abort the child. For him, that was something he could never accept. "I understand." Li Jian handed the phone back to her. "How did you know my password?" Taking her phone, Zhao Mei unlocked it and removed her classmate from the blocked list. "Your password is 6 zeros. It is a very common password, and you never hit it when entering it in front of me, so I remember it clearly," Li Jian said. When he mentioned the password, his heart felt warm. Zhao Mei had never hidden anything from him. She had always been so good to him. Hearing this, Zhao Mei could not help but smile wryly. Was her password really that common? Is my password really that unoriginal? Li Jian replied seriously, "Not just unoriginal. I think at least 50 million people have the same password." As they spoke, Zhao Mei dialed the number. "Hello? Junior, why did you suddenly hang up? And why was your phone unreachable when I called back? Did something happen?" Hearing the voice on the other end, Zhao Mei glanced at Li Jian. "Nothing. I was talking earlier, and my daughter took my phone to play with it. She blocked your number. I wanted to ask if you had time for a checkup. But thinking about it, I have been quite busy lately, so, forget it." Hearing Zhao Mei say this, Li Jian finally felt completely at ease. It seemed Aunt Zhao had temporarily compromised with him, but he could not afford to let his guard down. Zhao Mei looked at Li Jian. She knew she was destined to disappoint him. No matter how she looked at it, she could not have this child. If she did, she would never be able to face Li Jian again. But Li Jian, he was blinded by his emotions, almost like a wild beast. She had to make him lower his guard, and then put an end to this, even though it would hurt him deeply. There was no other way. She absolutely could not let herself sink into this endless quagmire. Hanging up the call, Zhao Mei looked at Li Jian. "Now, are you at ease?" Li Ziyan nodded. His whole body seemed to relax. Aunt Zhao, let me feed you. Zhao Mei took the chopsticks from his hands. There is no need. Just eat properly. Breakfast passed under Li Ziyan's tender gaze. Looking at the gentleness in his eyes, even Zhao Mei could not help but feel a pang of guilt. If she indulged him just a little, and truly gave birth to this child, perhaps he would be truly happy. But soon, Zhao Mei dismissed the thought. For anything else, she could do whatever he wanted for his sake, but this was the one thing she absolutely could not do. Yet, there was a life growing inside her. Could she really be so ruthless? There were too many thoughts she dared not dwell on. Perhaps, aborting the child was something she could never truly bring herself to do. Even though logic kept telling her she had to end this, that she must not make another mistake. Ahead of her lay an abyss with no return. Aunt Zhao, let us go check out of the hotel. After breakfast, Li Ziyan took Zhao Mei's hand and led her outside. He still could not fully trust her. He suspected that she might try to take advantage of his lowered guard to get an abortion. It was very possible, and it would be in line with her personality. However, Zhao Mei seemed unusually obedient. Even after checking out, she remained by his side. She even seemed somewhat well-behaved. This strange shift in behavior made Li Ziyan feel uneasy, but at the same time, a sense of happiness. If only Aunt Zhao could marry him like this, how wonderful would that be? Li Ziyan could not help but start imagining the future. Some dreams are truly worth longing for. Li Ziyan, the new semester is starting soon. Do you have any plans? You are about to become a university student. You will be starting a whole new life. As they walked through the streets, the two wandered aimlessly, in sync. Even though it was the peak of summer, today's weather was rather cool. Perfect for a stroll. What plans could I have? It is just a new place to study. A bit more freedom. I can skip classes. Li Ziyan had looked up the college he was going to attend. Its rules were extremely lax. Even skipping an entire semester would not be a problem. That fit perfectly with his way of thinking. You have not even started school, and you are already thinking about skipping classes? Hearing Li Ziyan say that, Zhao Mei was a little angry. How could she allow him to act this way? You are carrying my child. Can you stop controlling me so much, Aunt Zhao? Li Ziyan was quickly pinched by Zhao Mei. I see you have not learned your lesson, have you? I am sorry, Aunt Zhao. Li Ziyan noticed the blush on Zhao Mei's delicate face. She looked incredibly beautiful. No matter what, university is a crucial stage in life. Many people think that after the college entrance exam, they can finally relax and play. But what they do not realize is, that is the very thing that drags them into a bottomless pit. The professional skills you learn in university play a critical role in your career after graduation. While having a degree is important, there are indeed many jobs you cannot get without one. However, if you truly master your professional skills to the highest level, you can still rise above others. As she spoke about these matters, Zhao Mei's expression turned serious again. She even forgot about the previous topic. Li Ziyan absent-mindedly nodded. With his special ability, he had no need to worry about so-called professional skills. To him, university was simply a place to enjoy himself. Thinking about this, Li Ziyan felt completely at ease. Let us go get the car back. I will go with you. Li Ziyan grabbed Zhao Mei's arm, as if afraid she would run away. Zhao Mei did not resist. She knew she could no longer shake him off. After retrieving her car, Zhao Mei planned to go home. Her company matters were also moving forward, and if she wanted to start a business, she had to work hard. Before heading home, she dropped Li Ziyan off at his rental apartment. Go back. Li Ziyan shook his head. No, I am not going back. He refused to be separated from Zhao Mei. Li Ziyan, what are you trying to do? Zhao Mei was getting frustrated. I am not trying to do anything. Aunt Zhao, I just want to be with you. Whether you are eating or sleeping, I will be with you. When you go to the bathroom, please hand me your phone. Li Ziyan looked completely shameless. He knew, deep down, Zhao Mei still cared for him immensely. So, this was something he could use to his advantage. Zhao Mei did not say anything. She simply let him follow her. The apartment Zhao Mei rented was a 2-bedroom unit, similar to Li Ziyan's place. You can sleep in the guest room. Zhao Mei realized. Her boundaries kept shifting because of Li Ziyan. She had previously told him that he could visit only once a week at most. But now, he was insisting on staying with her. No, I want to keep an eye on you. Li Jian grabbed Zhao Mei's hand and pulled her into the master bedroom. Then, he lay down directly on the bed. Li Jian, do not push your luck. Zhao Mei was truly getting angry. Aunt Zhao, you are overthinking this. Back then, for the sake of my studies, you watched over me like this. Do not worry, I will bring my own blanket. Now, I am doing the same for your health. Our intentions are quite similar. Hearing Li Jian's shameless reasoning, Zhao Mei's anger dissipated a little. Your logic is ridiculous. You are still just a child. Li Ziyan did not deny it. It was precisely because Zhao Mei doted on him that he could use such a brazen approach to make her compromise for his sake. However, when it came to truly persuading her, deep inside, Li Jiyan had no confidence at all. Go get your blanket. Hearing this, Li Jiyan was overjoyed. He quickly tidied up his sleeping spot, right beside the carpet. Do not worry, Aunt Zhao. I will not have any improper thoughts about you, Li Jiyan said seriously. That made it easier for Zhao Mei to accept. She did not say much more. That night, Zhao Mei lay down and pulled the blanket over herself. Li Jiyan, lying on the carpet beside her, held her hand, as if afraid she would run away. Li Jiyan, go to sleep. Li Jiyan looked at Zhao Mei and nodded seriously. It is precisely because I am going to sleep that I have to hold your hand. How do I know what you might try to do? He did not dare let go of Zhao Mei. And Zhao Mei knew that trying to make him let go was impossible now. Aunt Zhao, do you feel safe? Hearing Li Jiyan's words, Zhao Mei thought for a moment. She realized, even though Li Jiyan was young, having him by her side like this, she actually did feel safe. Through the window, she could see the twinkling stars. A warm feeling spread in her heart. If things could always be like this, maybe it would not be so bad. With Li Ziyan by her side, she truly did feel safe. If only that incident had never happened. Come up and sleep here, Zhao Mei said. Li Jiyan wondered if he had heard wrong. Was Zhao Mei actually telling him to sleep in the bed? Could it be that Aunt Zhao was planning to? Li Jiyan could not help but let his thoughts wander. Aunt Zhao, are you serious? Men and women should keep their distance. This is not appropriate. Under the moonlight, Li Jiyan could see Zhao Mei's stunning profile. What is inappropriate? Have you forgotten your own reasoning? But remember, behave yourself. I am only saying this because I care about you. You are still young, you cannot afford to get sick. The floor tiles here are too cold. Li Jiyan's heart felt incredibly warm. Zhao Mei truly cared for him. It could be said that everything she did was for his sake. Even now, she was worried about him catching a cold. Li Jiyan did not hesitate. After all, health was the foundation of everything. In the days that followed, Li Jiyan focused on getting his driver's license. Meanwhile, Zhao Mei's company had officially started operating. Li Jiyan spent almost all of his free time by her side, constantly video calling her. He was afraid that she might secretly abort the child. Finally, there was only one day left before school started. For elementary and middle school students, this was a nightmare. High school students had already begun their semester. But for university students, it was a day filled with anticipation. That night, Zhao Mei took Li Jiyan to his school in advance. Enrollment had already begun. Aunt Zhao, I am going to school now, and you. You understand, take good care of our baby. They are still so small, they must not suffer. Recently, Li Jiyan had not noticed anything unusual about Zhao Mei. This put his heart at ease. Zhao Mei said nothing. Also, you must never date anyone else. Do you understand? If you cannot be with me, then you should grow old alone. At that moment, Zhao Mei could not help but twist Li Jiyan's ear again. You little brat. You just do not want anything good for me, do you? Li Jiyan looked at Zhao Mei in front of him. He spoke seriously. Aunt Zhao, if you grow old alone, I will stay by your side and take care of you. I will not let you be lonely. Zhao Mei sighed. Her eyes became even more conflicted and pained. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. Li Ziyan, I knew I would run into you. We are going to be classmates for the next 2 years. Lu Xiaoyun ran over, hopping excitedly. She gave Li Jiyan a high five, and he also reached out to high five her. Aunt Zhao, you are here too. As expected, wherever Li Jiyan is, Aunt Zhao is not far behind. You look even more beautiful than before, even better than before. I am so envious. Zhao Mei nodded, and exchanged a few words with Lu Xiaoyun. Looking at Lu Xiaoyun and Li Jiyan together, she thought they were quite a good match. Even though Lu Xiaoyun's looks were far from her own, still, every part of her exuded youthful energy. That was something Zhao Mei could never compete with. At that moment, she could not help but feel slightly uncomfortable. Was it jealousy? But she did not dare to face that feeling. I will be going now. You two are old classmates, so take care of each other in university. Li Jiyan, the school requires students to live on campus, but it is not a closed campus. If you want to come home, you can. Zhao Mei turned and left. Watching her back, Li Jiyan sighed. He knew that, in the end, there was an insurmountable gap between him and Zhao Mei. Li Jiyan, Aunt Zhao is really beautiful. If only I were half as pretty as her. Lu Xiaoyun said enviously. University life. I hope I meet a few handsome guys. Lu Xiaoyun had a good impression of Li Jiyan, but it was not to the extent of chasing after him. Hearing Lu Xiaoyun's words, Li Ziyan was not surprised. He knew that Lu Xiaoyun and Liang Xingyu were the same kind of people, and in his heart, he only loved Zhao Mei. That would never change. From a distance, Zhao Mei watched the figures of Li Ziyan and Lu Xiaoyun. She rolled up the car window, lowered her head, and a flash of pain crossed her eyes. Now, she realized. She was starting to understand herself less and less. In my heart, what am I even thinking? I should just get rid of the child, but no matter what, it is still a life. That would be far too cruel. Zhao Mei had wrestled with this thought more than once. Rationally, she knew she should have the abortion as soon as possible. But, should she really do it? After a series of tedious procedures, Li Jiyan finally became a university student. Thinking about all the enrollment paperwork and formalities he had just gone through, he still felt exhausted. He did not want to go through that again. When he arrived at his dormitory, the three other students quickly introduced themselves. Of course, he did not take it too seriously, but his three roommates all seemed like good people. Before long, they became quite familiar with each other. That evening, at a food stall outside the school gate, the four of them ate countless skewers and drank a lot of alcohol. Back in high school, most students could only afford instant noodles at school. Now that they could eat barbecue, it was like opening the door to a whole new world. All three of his roommates came from ordinary families and rarely had the opportunity to eat out. Most of the time, they just ate simple home-cooked meals. So they were particularly excited. But because Li Jiyan had been spoiled by Zhao Mei, he had eaten countless delicacies. So he did not really care. Besides, now he had plenty of money. Barbecue was nothing special to him. Late at night, Li Jiyan went up to the dormitory rooftop to feel the night breeze. He had drunk too much that night, so he did not return to his room immediately. Even in midsummer, the late-night air was still refreshingly cool. Slightly drunk, he dialed Zhao Mei's number. He felt that he missed her terribly. Aunt Zhao. Zhao Mei's voice quickly came through. What is wrong? Are you not getting used to school? Everyone feels out of place at first in a new environment. Do you want me to come over and see you? Zhao Mei was always so worried about him, afraid he would not adjust well to his new surroundings. No, Aunt Zhao, I just wanted to ask. Is our baby doing well? Li Jiyan asked about the child. The child was always on his mind. Do not worry about the baby. Deep down, Zhao Mei knew she would never be able to follow through with her rational decision. She could not bring herself to abort the child, even though it was hers and Li Jiyan's. Li Ziyan nodded, then forgot to speak. After a long pause, he continued, Aunt Zhao, I miss you. I have not seen you in so long. Zhao Mei could not help but laugh. It has not even been half a day, has it? Did you drink? She could tell from his voice that he had been drinking. I did have a little. Li Jiyan felt a bit guilty. He had grown used to Zhao Mei's discipline, so now, he was a little afraid she would scold him. Do not worry. You are a university student now. You can do what you want. Drinking, dating, all of it is fine. Li Jiyan immediately said, I told you, I will never date anyone else. My heart only belongs to you. Zhao Mei felt a headache coming on. This kid. Li Jiyan and Zhao Mei talked for a long time. Perhaps afraid he was not adjusting well, she kept chatting with him until late into the night. Only then did they finally hang up. In the days that followed, Li Jiyan often returned home. Meanwhile, his relationship with Lu Xiaoyun gradually deepened. During this time, he never noticed anything unusual about Zhao Mei. That reassured him. Meanwhile, he had used his abilities to invest in a highly volatile stock. His cash on hand had grown to over 3 million. 2 weeks later, he finally obtained his driver's license. Without hesitation, he went to pick up his new car. Originally, Li Jiyan had planned to buy a Porsche, but after thinking it over, he realized it was too flashy. After all, right now, he was just a university student. In the end, he decided to buy a BMW 4 Series convertible. A BMW. Although in the circles of the truly wealthy, it was not considered valuable. A price of over 500,000 yuan, to most people, was still something unattainable. Of course, things were different online. After all, on the internet, even a luxury car that only sells 100 units per year can somehow have thousands of owners. When Li Jiyan arrived at the dealership, he saw a familiar figure, Xiaoying. He was surprised. Xiaoying was a woman who lived in his rental complex. She was quite well known. Rumor had it that she was a car saleswoman who, if you bought a car from her, would also sleep with you, and as long as you were willing to pay, she did not mind being your girlfriend. However, she was also quick to break up. He had even heard about Xiaoying together with Aunt Zhao, Li Ziyan. Because the residential complex was quite old, most of the neighbors were somewhat familiar with each other. Xiaoying also had a strong impression of Li Ziyan. She knew he was just a poor kid. Otherwise, he would not be renting a place there. Seeing Li Ziyan here now, Xiaoying's eyes were full of surprise. What was going on? Why was Li Ziyan at a car dealership? Could it be that he had come to borrow money from her? If it was just a small amount, she would not mind lending it to him. After all, life away from home was not easy. Jiyan, did you come here to borrow money? Although her private life was a mess, she had always treated Li Jiyan fairly well. Li Jiyan shook his head. I am here to buy a car. Buy a car? Xiaoying's eyes widened. She could not believe it. At his age, he was thinking about buying a car? How was that possible? Do you even have a driver's license? Li Jiyan took out his license. Do you even know that this is a BMW dealership? Li Jiyan showed her his bank balance, 500,000 yuan. As for the other 2 million in his other account, he did not show her. He still understood the basic rule of not flaunting wealth unnecessarily. Did you rob a bank? Xiaoying was in disbelief. Of course not. I just made some money in the stock market. Xiaoying, do you have a 4 Series here? I want a blue one. Xiaoying's eyes were filled with astonishment. She never could have imagined that someone his age could afford such a car. It was almost surreal. Come with me. Xiaoying led Li Jiyan to a 4 Series. Since they were familiar, and since she had watched him grow up, she toned down her usual attitude. This car is brand new. I will give you the biggest discount possible. There are a lot of hidden fees here. Let me explain them to you. Xiaoying began explaining the dealership's tricks to him. More than half an hour later, all the paperwork and registration were completed. Li Jiyan, from now on, this car is yours. You have given me such a big order. I do not even know how to thank you. How about I take you out to dinner tonight? Xiaoying extended an invitation. She wanted to have dinner with Li Jiyan. No, that is all right. Xiaoying, I need to go home. Forget it. If there is a chance in the future, you can cook for me instead. Li Jiyan knew Xiaoying was a great cook. He actually missed her cooking. All right, then. When I have a break, I will come to your place and cook for you. Xiaoying had always been kind to him. But her attitude toward him now was different. Wealth always changed how people viewed you. Of course, Xiaoying did not have any ulterior motives toward Li Jiyan. After all, people's ugly sides were usually reserved for outsiders. After saying goodbye to Xiaoying, Li Jiyan drove the car out of the dealership. The car's sleek blue exterior and modern design turned quite a few heads on the street. How should I tell Aunt Zhao about this? He felt that, no matter how he explained it, Zhao Mei would not accept it easily. If she knew he had earned it from the stock market, she would definitely worry. It is better to look into other financial options. As long as I have some legitimate business ventures, my wealth will seem much more reasonable. Li Jiyan decided to keep things hidden for now. After all, he could refresh his financial status more frequently now. Parking the car, Li Jiyan returned home. He could not wait to call Zhao Mei. Aunt Zhao, it is Friday. I am back. Now that he had a car, he could visit home more often. But he was not planning to tell Zhao Mei just yet. Are you home? I want to see you. Li Jiyan wanted to see his child. Even though nothing was noticeable yet, he still wanted to listen to the sounds in Zhao Mei's belly. I am busy. I have started my own business recently. Zhao Mei glanced at Liang Xingyu, who had resigned from her job to work with her. She spoke softly. At a time like this, how can you start a business? Do you not know how exhausting it is? You should be taking care of your health instead. Where are you? I will come see you, Zhao Mei replied in a low voice. I am busy right now. Let us see tonight when I get home. Liang Xingyu, who was watching Zhao Mei, reminded her. Miss Xiao, they are urging you to return. After a few more words with Liang Xingyu, Zhao Mei finally said to Li Jian, Alright, Jian, I have to get back to work. Come over tonight. Zhao Mei did not even care how ambiguous her words sounded. She was thinking, maybe she should pretend that she had already aborted the child. That way, he would give up? But, would that be too cruel to him? After the call ended, Li Jian fell into deep thought. He had heard Liang Xingyu's voice, so Zhao Mei had started a business. Could it be that Liang Xingyu had resigned? And it seemed like she did not want him to know where she was. Li Jian steadied himself. He called Liang Xingyu. Hearing her phone ring, Liang Xingyu put on her earphones. Hello? Liang Xingyu, long time no see. Are you working for Aunt Zhao now? Miss Xiao has always been very good to me, and I trust her completely. I thought about resigning for a long time. Even though the salary is not as high, I believe in Miss Xiao's abilities. Following her will definitely lead to great opportunities in the future. Liang Xingyu's heart was resolute. When it came to Zhao Mei, her trust was unwavering. Hearing Liang Xingyu's words, Li Jian thought of Zhao Mei's unique charm. That was right. Zhao Mei always had a way of making people believe in her. That was the power of her personality. Are you discussing business with Aunt Zhao right now? Liang Xingyu nodded. Miss Zhao is currently talking with a few marketing partners. We are working in the genuine cosmetics industry. There are a lot of challenges ahead. Li Ziyan was a little puzzled. Are there really fake cosmetics? Hearing this, Liang Xingyu lowered her voice. Of course. This industry is full of counterfeits. Do you know about Xiaolan Shu? The influencers there promote products. They can take up to 50% of the total sales amount for cosmetics. Some top influencers even get higher commissions. It is pure exploitation. So, you can imagine. Even luxury cosmetics, when compared to their cheaper alternatives, are actually not much different in terms of ingredients. There is almost no real distinction. Li Jian was stunned. He had never known before that the cosmetics industry was so outrageously profitable. And knowing that, he could only imagine how difficult it would be to break into the market. Suddenly, he felt that Zhao Mei's decision to enter the cosmetics business was a little too hasty. If she had focused on cosmetics marketing instead, it might have been better. After all, she had a lot of experience in that field. Liang Xingyu, I want to ask you something. Has Aunt Zhao been close to any men recently? Liang Xingyu looked at him strangely and said, Miss Zhao is already married. How could she possibly be close to any men? I have been with her the whole time. No, even our business partners are all women. As for Zhao Mei's divorce, she actually did not know, and Zhao Mei had never made it public. I see. Send me the address. But do not tell Aunt Zhao. I want to see her. Liang Xingyu hesitated for a moment before sending him the location. Considering their special relationship, it did not seem like a big deal. Looking at the location Liang Xingyu sent, Li Jian finally felt relieved. He could see Aunt Zhao. However, anxiety still lingered in his heart. He casually tossed his car keys onto the sofa. He did not feel like driving. His driving skills still needed more practice. Instead, he hailed a taxi and went straight to the location. On the way, he passed by a jewelry store. He suddenly realized that despite making so much money, he had never given Zhao Mei a meaningful gift. At that moment, a wave of guilt surged in his heart. He knew that Aunt Zhao had secretly bought him a house, yet only now did he think about giving her a gift. He had never even considered it before. Sir, stop the car here. The driver pulled over. Li Jian scanned the fare using WeChat. In a big city, such transactions were strictly regulated. After all, if a complaint were filed, the consequences could be severe. Soon, Li Jian arrived at the jewelry store. Welcome. A warm greeting from the staff welcomed him. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome. We have necklaces, jewelry, and diamond rings. Everything you could possibly want. Hearing the words diamond ring, Li Jian immediately thought of a certain brand, one with mediocre quality but wildly overhyped marketing. Purely a scam. Let me take a look at the diamond rings. The sales associate led him to the diamond ring section. As he reached the display, a warm feeling rose in his heart. Deep inside, he truly wanted to marry Zhao Mei. Many times, a diamond ring was not just a woman's dream. It could also be a young man's dream. Soon, Li Jian's eyes landed on a pair of diamond rings worth over 400,000 yuan. They were beautiful, like something out of a fairy tale brought to life, priced at 400,000 yuan. Even in a second-tier city like Zhejiang, they had remained unsold for quite some time. That alone was enough to show how unaffordable they were for the average person. "Let me see these rings." Li Jian pointed at the pair. The sales associate looked at him in surprise. At such a young age, he had only just become an adult, right? And he was asking about a 400,000 yuan diamond ring? Truly, one should never judge by appearances. Even middle-aged men could only dream of such things. Most people simply could not afford them. Taking out the rings, she handed them to Li Jian. Under the store's lighting, the diamonds reflected a mesmerizing, dreamlike glow. "They are beautiful. Can I get a discount?" Li Jian asked. Though he had a lot of money, he was not the type to spend recklessly. "You really want to buy them?" The sales associate's gaze changed instantly. This young man was clearly unusual. He had to be a rich second-generation heir. Otherwise, how could he afford something like this? I will take this pair of rings." The sales associate's face lit up with excitement. She eagerly said, "If you are serious about purchasing them, I will make sure to give you a significant discount. The quality of these rings is absolutely flawless." Then, she went on to explain the details of the rings and the discounts available. After some thought, Li Jian decided to buy them. In his mind, he could not help but picture himself and Aunt Zhao getting married. When he stepped out of the store, a men's diamond ring was already on his ring finger. As for the other ring, it was carefully placed inside a gift box. He carried it in his hand. These rings were truly a perfect pair, made for each other. "The place where Aunt Zhao's dinner is being held is very close now. I can walk there, Aunt Zhao." At this moment, Li Jian walked down the street, feeling somewhat dazed. Had he really just bought a pair of diamond rings worth 350,000 yuan? For his past self, that was something he could not even dare to dream of. He raised his hand, looking at the ring on his finger. His heart grew even more conflicted. Just like that, I bought them so casually. If I give one to Aunt Zhao, will she even accept it? Deep in his heart, Li Jian still held onto a dream as strong as a diamond. He wanted to marry Zhao Mei, to be with her every day, to wake up each morning and see her breathtaking face, and to have her bear his child. Such a life would surely be filled with happiness. Just thinking about it, Li Jian felt an incredible hope for the future. Lost in thought, he arrived at the hotel. Taking out his phone, he checked the location Liang Xingyu had sent him. Second floor, room 888. These room numbers are as cliché as a password of 6 zeros. If making money were really that easy, would the entire country not be filled with millionaires? Upon arriving, he sent a message to Liang Xingyu. Before long, she came out to meet him. "It has been a while. You are a college student now." Liang Xingyu reached out to ruffle his hair, but being shorter than him, she could not reach. "Enough, Liang Xingyu. I am not a kid anymore. Aunt Zhao is inside?" Just the thought of seeing Zhao Mei filled him with anticipation. "You came empty-handed? You even brought a gift, is it for me?" Liang Xingyu sounded a bit hopeful. "No. It is for Aunt Zhao." She pouted. "You are so corny. You see Miss Zhao all the time, yet you still bring her gifts? You are making me jealous. Come on." Liang Xingyu led him into the private room. At that moment, a group of women was discussing business. Zhao Mei spoke apologetically. "Ladies, due to health reasons, I will have to toast with tea instead of alcohol." The other business partners did not mind. "No problem at all. The tea is served in wine glasses anyway, at least it has the ceremony of a toast. Miss Xiao, we have been business partners for a long time. I have always believed in your skills and abilities. I am confident that you can bring incredible profits to our company. Come, let me toast to you." Zhao Mei poured herself a glass of water. She clinked glasses with the woman across from her and drank it all in one go. Li Ziyan's heart suddenly clenched. Aunt Zhao was drinking alcohol. Did she not know that pregnant women should not drink? And not just any alcohol. She was drinking strong baijiu. He could even smell the alcohol. "Aunt Zhao." Zhao Mei turned her head and saw Li Jian. There was a moment of panic in her eyes. Would he misunderstand and think she was drinking? But she quickly composed herself. Perhaps she could use this to deceive him, to finally make him let go of his obsession, and then get rid of this child without resistance. From the fleeting panic in Zhao Mei's eyes, Li Jian instantly understood. The child was gone. That was why Zhao Mei dared to drink so openly. All this time, she had been lying to him. she had already secretly gotten rid of the baby. Realizing this, a sense of despair began to spread within him. His face turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with utter devastation. The gift bag in his hands slipped to the ground, beautifully wrapped, yet now lying on a place it did not belong. Ziyan! Zhao Mei called out to him. But at that moment, Li Ziyan had already turned and rushed out. His figure was filled with sorrow, with loss. Zhao Mei watched him go. Her heart ached with deep pain and sadness. She knew very well that at this moment, Li Ziyan must be heartbroken. Even now, she could not forget all the things Li Ziyan had done, trying to convince her to keep the child. Even though his actions were naive, she could feel how much he truly cared. To him, this child had meant everything. Right now, he must be in unbearable pain. But to resolve this matter, she had no other choice. Pain was temporary. But if she gave birth to this child, the suffering would last a lifetime for both of them. She could not be so immature. Liang Xingyu had noticed the change in Zhao Mei's expression, and she had also seen Li Ziyan's departure. She had no idea what had just happened between the two of them, but whatever it was, it had led to this. The look in Li Ziyan's eyes just now could only be described as absolute despair. Even Liang Xingyu could deeply feel it. She did not understand what could have possibly happened to make Li Ziyan react this way. What kind of history did he and Zhao Mei share? She did not dwell on it for long. After all, there was a 19-year age gap between them. And besides, Miss Zhao, who was that just now? A few business partners leaned in, their eyes filled with curiosity. Who was this young man that could make Zhao Mei care so much? A kid from my family. Zhao Mei picked up the fallen gift bag. She wanted to go after Li Ziyan right away, but she also knew she would not be able to find him. It would be better to go straight to his place later. Give him time to cool off. That mistake between them could never turn into anything more. After all, the gap between them would never change. Although there were moments when she let her emotions take over, most of the time, she remained rational. Why do we not end the dinner here today? We will have plenty of chances to discuss business in the future. The others had already noticed that something was off about Zhao Mei. They could tell she cared deeply about that young man. So, it was better to let her go. Keeping her here now would be pointless. She was too distracted to discuss business properly anyway. Thank you, everyone. Holding the gift bag, Zhao Mei walked out of the hotel. She hailed a taxi, heading to Li Ziyan's apartment to console him. Once this ordeal was over, their relationship as a man and a woman could also finally come to an end. From then on, they would go back to how things were before. She would continue to spoil him and plan his future for him, as if nothing had ever happened. At this moment, Li Ziyan did not go home. He wandered aimlessly. The weather now was no longer as scorching as the peak of summer. It was still hot, but under the night sky, the temperature felt chilling to him. Li Ziyan kept replaying the image of Zhao Mei drinking. She looked the same as always. So elegant, so composed, but now, Li Ziyan could not appreciate her beauty at all. In his heart, all he could think about was that Zhao Mei had aborted the child, even though he had already expected this outcome. And Zhao was someone who was rational most of the time. And that day in the hotel, she had made it very clear to him. So he had known all along that Zhao Mei would choose to get rid of the child. But even now, his heart refused to accept it. He looked at his ring finger. On it was a diamond, shimmering like a dream. But now, that diamond seemed more and more illusory. And Zhao and I, are we truly fated to have nothing between us in this life? If she always remains so rational, what must I do to be with her? Li Ziyan felt utterly lost. At the same time, his heart was filled with resentment toward Zhao Mei for aborting the child. He did not know when he would be able to forgive her. At least for now, it was impossible. Even though the person he loved the most was Zhao Mei. Even so, he could not forgive her. Not now. Not ever. In fact, just thinking about Zhao Mei made his heart feel cold. Was she still the Aunt Zhao he once knew? After wandering for a long time, Li Ziyan chose a restaurant. There was a hotel nearby, so once he got drunk, he could go straight there to rest. Sir, how many guests? What would you like to order? The waiter greeted him warmly and ushered him in. Nowadays, all service staff were well trained. They were required to serve with a smile. After all, in this highly competitive era, a lack of enthusiasm would not bring repeat customers. Just one person. Give me a few of your signature dishes. And bring me a bottle of Mao Tai. Li Jiyan had never had baijiu before. He found a seat by the window and sat down. Soon, several dishes were brought to the table. Li Jiyan took a bite. The food was quite good. When the bottle was opened, a strong aroma of alcohol filled the air. But to him, the scent was overwhelming. He had never liked drinking, nor did he approve of drinking culture. But today, he felt too lost. Taking a sip, he choked on it. Strangely enough, he did not feel particularly drunk. So he continued drinking, one glass after another, as if he were a legendary drinker from an old tale. But soon, the alcohol began to take effect. In his mind, Zhao Mei's beautiful face kept appearing. No matter what, he missed her deeply. Every second of every moment. Meanwhile, Zhao Mei arrived at the door of Li Ziyan's rental apartment. She used the key to unlock the door. Ziyan, Ziyan? She called out, hoping for a response. Even if he was angry with her, even if he yelled at her or lashed out, she had always spoiled him, but she knew deep down, he cared about her just as much. If she patiently comforted him, one day, he would eventually move on from this. She could even imagine him lying in his bedroom, refusing to turn around and look at her. He should be in the bedroom, right? Zhao Mei thought to herself. She walked into his bedroom, but it was empty. There were no signs that anyone had been there. It was obvious. Li Jiyan had not come home. Panic surged through Zhao Mei's heart. She had considered many possibilities. That he would be angry. That he would break down and lash out at her. That he would yell and argue. All of these seemed possible. But, she had never imagined that he would hide from her. She realized, this was the true sign that he was heartbroken. He was deliberately avoiding her. This made Zhao Mei truly anxious. She did not know if Li Jiyan was so devastated that he would refuse to see her ever again. If she never saw him again in this lifetime, Zhao Mei found that she simply could not accept it. She sat down by his computer. She recalled all the times she had seen her name written by him, all the proof of his deep, unwavering love. There was no doubt that in his heart, he truly loved her. That much was undeniable. Jiyan, I never wanted to deceive you, but facing the world's judgment is terrifying. Zhao Mei had never thought about whether she could love Li Jiyan. But at the very least, right now, she was certain she did not have such feelings for him. To her, Li Jiyan was just a child who had only just grown up, not even 19 years old. Loving a child in her heart, was that even possible? Zhao Mei dialed his number, but the call rang until it was automatically disconnected. At that moment, Li Jiyan was furious. He saw that Zhao Mei was calling. In the past, whenever he saw her number, he would be overjoyed, because it meant he could talk to the person he loved most. But today, he only felt that Zhao Mei's presence in his mind had grown colder. She had aborted their child so decisively. How could she be so cruel? Li Jiyan, no matter what, could not understand Zhao Mei's actions. I will not answer. I will not answer her calls. Li Jiyan put his phone on silent mode. Then he placed it face down on the table. He had made up his mind not to pick up her calls. No matter what message she sent him, he would not reply. He would not respond to her in any way. What he truly wanted was for her to return his child to him. Perhaps, in this lifetime, he would never have another chance to have a child with Zhao Mei. Deep down, Li Jiyan was still immature. Most of the time, he could not see things from Zhao Mei's perspective. Many of his thoughts were nothing more than naive, wishful thinking. At this moment, he was not thinking too much either. He only felt a deep sense of resentment. Li Jiyan poured himself another glass of liquor and continued drinking. Although this was his first time drinking like this, for some reason, his mind remained somewhat clear. Li Jiyan did not answer the phone. He truly seemed to be furious. This made Zhao Mei even more anxious. It really seemed like Li Jiyan was genuinely angry this time. She kept calling him over and over again. After 10 calls, she realized that Li Jiyan still was not picking up. A sense of despair began creeping into her heart. Along with it came a deep fear. After a long while, Zhao Mei started sending him messages on WeChat. Xiaoyan, come back. Auntie will explain everything to you slowly, okay? Xiaoyan, just come home first. We can talk about everything else later, alright? All Zhao Mei wanted was for things to go back to how they used to be between them. She would dote on him, and he would respect her. Instead of seeing her as a woman, only then could she feel at ease staying by his side. But now, he did not answer the phone, nor did he reply on WeChat. For a moment, Zhao Mei lay down. Even though she had a lot of business matters to take care of, she no longer had the energy or mood for any of it. Deep inside, Li Jiyan was the most important person in her world. She knew that thinking this way was unfair to Jitingting, but she also knew this was how she truly felt. And precisely because of that, even after Li Jiyan had done what he did to her, she could still forgive him without hesitation. If Li Jiyan lost her, his world would collapse. But if she lost Li Jiyan, she would also break apart. For her, that would be an endless darkness. Shoyan, just answer me, alright? We can talk about everything else later. What do you think? Zhao Mei felt that this time, Li Jiyan was angrier than ever before. In the past, he had never acted this way toward her. Lying there, Zhao Mei kept checking WeChat over and over again, hoping Li Jiyan would reply, so she could go to him as soon as possible. But it was as if he had completely blocked her out. Li Jiyan kept drinking. He no longer remembered how much he had consumed. Check, please. Seeing how intoxicated he was, the server let out a sigh. It seemed just another young man straying down the wrong path. Will you be paying with WeChat or Alipay? I will use my bank card. Drunkenly, Li Jiyan opened his WeChat payment QR code. After the manager scanned his code and completed the transaction, he sighed in relief. So many people got drunk. But fortunately, this one still knew to pay. Take care. Li Ziyan nodded, and walked out of the restaurant, staggering. There were still plenty of people on the streets, but as he looked around, everyone seemed to have multiple shadows. Am I drunk? I am not drunk. Li Ziyan repeated the words every drunk person would say. For a moment, his mind pushed aside all other thoughts. He stumbled down the street, wandering aimlessly. In truth, Li Ziyan had an extraordinary tolerance. Ordinary people, after drinking an entire bottle of baijiu, would likely be hospitalized or completely unconscious. Yet here he was, still able to wander the streets. That alone made him stand apart from others. Pedestrians nearby looked at him with curiosity, but no one paid too much attention. At that moment, Li Jiyan passed by a Magic Bean internet cafe. He walked right in and logged into an online game. Back when he was still in school, playing games like this had excited him. At times, he even felt that online games were the only thing that brought him happiness. But now, they felt utterly meaningless. Playing against AI opponents mechanically, his mind was not on the game at all. All he could think about was Zhao Mei drinking tonight. That image, the same as always, elegant, just as mesmerizing as before. But no matter how he thought about it, his heart felt unbearably cold. Even Zhao Mei's image in his mind had become unfamiliar. And Zhao, why did you have to do this? Just then, his phone rang again. Without thinking, Li Jiyan answered. By now, he was far from sober. His mind was tangled in a web of emotions and memories. The pain was unbearable. Shoyan, where are you? Hearing Zhao Mei's voice, Li Jiyan instinctively hung up the call. He glanced at his phone. The number of missed calls had already reached over 90, and WeChat messages had surpassed 99 plus. Although he had a fair number of contacts on WeChat, on an average day, even including notifications from public accounts, he would never receive this many messages. But tonight, it had exceeded 99 plus. It was painfully obvious. All of these messages were from Zhao Mei. Li Jiyan felt suffocated. Tears began falling uncontrollably. Deep inside, he was still just a child. No matter what else happened, he would never cry. But when it came to Zhao Mei, he could never control himself. At this moment, he felt like he finally understood the emotions Zhao Mei had for him. That mix of love and resentment. He felt the same way about her. Even though he hated her for what she had done, deep down, he still loved her with all his heart. He had no idea how to face her now. Meanwhile, Zhao Mei's heart surged with joy when the call finally connected. She had been terrified that she might never hear his voice again, but despair quickly followed. The call had only lasted for a brief moment. She barely had time to say one sentence before it was cut off. Holding her phone, she immediately dialed again. But on the other end, there was no response. Was that just an accident? Did he pick up by mistake? Does he truly hate me now? Zhao Mei recalled the look in Li Jiyan's eyes earlier. The despair and pain had been so obvious. Even his departing figure had looked utterly broken. The loneliness made her heart ache. Now, he was not even answering her calls. He did not even want to say a few words to her. Zhao Mei felt. Li Ziyan must have started to hate her. After dialing several more times and still receiving no response, she finally gave up, at least for now. At that moment, under the moonlight, she noticed the gift box beside her. The packaging was carefully wrapped, looking exquisite. It was a gift from Li Ziyan. Zhao Mei could imagine, when he was on his way to see her, when he was about to give her this gift, how happy he must have felt, how full of anticipation. Perhaps, precisely because his heart was filled with too much expectation, when he saw her drinking, he pieced everything together in an instant, and that was why he was so devastated. The moonlight was bright, so Zhao Mei never turned on the lights. She was afraid that if she turned on the light, it might scare Li Ziyan away. Under the moonlight, Zhao Mei slowly unwrapped the gift box. Inside, she soon saw a small case. This looks like a ring box? With a nervous feeling in her heart, she opened the case. And in an instant, a diamond as dazzling as a dream appeared before her eyes. It was breathtaking, as if it did not belong to the real world. Zhao Mei immediately recognized it. This diamond was worth at least over 100,000 yuan. Xiaoyan still wants to marry me. Looking at this dreamlike diamond, a flicker of light appeared in Zhao Mei's eyes. Diamonds! They were every woman's dream. A sparkling jewel, like something woven from the fabric of a dream. Who had not fantasized about living in such a dream? However, Zhao Mei knew that this diamond ring, for her, was like a flower in a mirror, the moon in the water an illusion. Such a beautiful diamond. At this moment, Zhao Mei admired Li Ziyan's taste. She and he were similar in some ways. For example, she loved black stockings, and he seemed to have a fondness for them too. The ring he chose was precisely in line with her aesthetic preferences. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Mei slowly slid the ring onto her index finger. But it did not fit. She tried her middle finger, still not right. Her pinky finger, but it was too loose. Somewhere deep inside, Zhao Mei was still resisting this instinct. She felt that no matter where she placed this ring, it would never fit. She and Li Ziyan were impossible. Zhao Mei knew she should not have such thoughts. This was just a child giving her a diamond ring. And yet, in the end, her hands trembled slightly as she put it on. The moment she placed the ring on her left ring finger, she saw a glimmer of light, shattering the darkness within her. Zhao Mei understood the meaning of wearing a ring on the left ring finger. There was a vein that ran directly to the heart. Placing a wedding ring there symbolized keeping one's partner close to the heart. And since the left hand was used less frequently, wearing the wedding ring on the left hand prevented it from being damaged while allowing free movement of the right hand. Maybe right now, Xiaoyan is also wearing the matching ring. For some reason, Zhao Mei felt as though her heart and Li Ziyan's were connected. She instinctively lay down. It almost felt as if Li Ziyan were right beside her. If love and societal judgment were set aside, being with Xiaoyan would be the best choice in the world. If only we did not have a 19-year age gap. All this time, Zhao Mei had never doubted Li Ziyan's sincerity. She knew that deep in his heart, he had always loved her. This fact, she had never questioned. Even if it was not romantic love, he was still the one who loved her the most. As she kept thinking, her thoughts drifted further. If none of these real-world barriers existed, would she have chosen to be with Li Ziyan? Zhao Mei looked at the diamond ring, still gleaming with light. That thought lingered in her mind. For the first time, Zhao Mei seriously considered this question. In front of this small diamond ring, she felt as if her rationality had momentarily disappeared. Her mind kept wondering, if there were no worldly restraints, what would life be like with Li Ziyan? But soon, she thought of the price of this diamond ring. And in an instant, she snapped back to reality. She knew that, given Li Ziyan's age, there was no way he could afford such a ring. Yes, he had a lot of money, but that was money left to him by his parents. And whatever savings he had from all the pocket money she had given him over the years, all that combined, was probably just enough to buy this ring. Zhao Mei slowly took off the diamond ring from her ring finger. She placed it back into the box, hiding its brilliance inside. He is still just a child. She searched for a receipt, but she could not find one. Nor could she determine where the ring had been purchased. Her worry grew. At the same time, she was terrified. Would Li Ziyan never speak to her again? Xiaoyan, you must come back soon. Lying there, she could still faintly smell his lingering scent in the room. That warmth still lingered. For some reason, Zhao Mei suddenly recalled the time when Li Ziyan had refused to leave her side. just to stop her from aborting the child. When he slept, he would hold her hand. Back then, for the first time in her life, she had felt an overwhelming sense of security. That feeling had been so comforting. Much later, Li Jian finally walked out of the internet cafe, holding his phone. He staggered along the pedestrian street. When he left earlier, he had only shut down the computer. He had not logged out. The remaining 60 yuan in his account was still being drained. But he had forgotten all about that. His mind was a mess, filled with fleeting images of Zhao Mei's face, and that elegant moment when she drank. That scene kept replaying in his mind. He missed Zhao Mei terribly. In his drunken haze, Li Jian got into a taxi. Home, I want to go home. The taxi driver glanced at Li Jian with some disdain. Kid, do not throw up in my car. If not for the rule that taxi drivers could not refuse passengers, he really would not have wanted to take someone like this. Li Jian nodded. He gave the address and immediately fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was because the taxi driver was shaking him awake. Hey, we are here. Are you paying with WeChat or Alipay? Cash. Li Jian mumbled as he pulled up the WeChat payment code. You really drank too much. The driver helped Li Jian out of the car, collected the fare, and quickly drove away. Fortunately, the kid had not thrown up in his car. Otherwise, it would have been a real hassle. I am home. This is my car. Li Jian looked at the blue BMW 4 Series. He took out his keys. Squinting his eyes, he slowly walked toward the house. At the door, he pulled out his keys, unlocked the door. Inside the bedroom, Zhao Mei heard the faint sound. She immediately rushed out. The moment Li Jian opened the door and stepped inside, Shayan, you are back. Seeing him return, Zhao Mei felt happier than she had for anything else in a long time. She had truly been terrified that she might never see him again. Aunt Zhao, it has been so long. I missed you so much. Li Jian stepped forward and tightly embraced Zhao Mei. Aunt Zhao, Zhao Mei, she is so cruel. As he spoke, he broke down crying. His emotions had never collapsed like this before. Only in front of Zhao Mei, the person he trusted the most in this world, could he completely let go of all his defenses and fall apart. Just like how Zhao Mei had broken down after realizing what had happened between them that night. Being held so tightly by Li Jian, Zhao Mei felt like she could hardly breathe. Shaoyan, let go of Auntie. I can barely breathe. Being held like this, Zhao Mei felt suffocated. It was too overwhelming. Hearing her say that, Li Jian finally loosened his grip, then gently embraced her instead, and continued crying. Seeing how utterly heartbroken he was, Zhao Mei could not control her own tears either. When people are sad, they instinctively lean toward the place where they feel safest. And for Li Jian, that place was Zhao Mei. So even though she was the reason for his pain, his first instinct in his drunken state was still to seek comfort from her. Zhao Mei understood this very well. In Li Jian's heart, she was the person he trusted the most. So even if she had hurt him, drunk as he was, the only person he could think of was still her. Aunt Zhao, I am sorry. I hugged you too tightly just now. Are you okay? Li Jian looked at Zhao Mei, who was right in front of him, and asked. By now, his brain had already lost the ability to think rationally. The only thing on his mind was Zhao Mei. I am fine. Shaoyan, looking at his tear-streaked face, Zhao Mei could not hold back her own tears either. Her emotions and Li Jian's were deeply intertwined. When he was heartbroken, she felt heartbroken too. Aunt Zhao, why did you have to get rid of the baby? Could you not have just given me a chance? I wanted to take care of you for the rest of my life. Li Jian looked at Zhao Mei. He asked loudly. Zhao Mei pulled him into the bedroom. Keep your voice down. Do you want others to hear? This is exactly why I could not keep the child. I have my own life to live, and you need to focus on school. This child was never a possibility. How could I ever have a baby with you? As she spoke, a deep pain filled Zhao Mei's heart. She hated it. Hated that she and Li Jian had ended up in this situation. If that night had never happened, then everything now would have been just like before. So simple, so happy. But after that night, it felt as though an insurmountable chasm had formed between them, making it impossible to go back to the past. That thought filled Zhao Mei with unbearable pain. She knew that saying these things would hurt him, but if she wanted to end things between them, pain was inevitable. Zhao Mei, I love you. In this lifetime, I love you more than anything else. In my heart, Nothing in this world is more important than you. Why? Why will you not give me a chance? Li Jiyan sounded exhausted. His voice gradually grew weaker. Until finally, he fell asleep. Shoyan! Shoyan! Zhao Mei called out to him twice. That was when she realized. Li Jiyan had really fallen asleep. This smell, just how much did you drink? Zhao Mei had also drunk quite a bit before, but she had never gotten as drunk as Li Jiyan. Seeing him so completely drained, her heart ached terribly. Maybe after sleeping it off, he will feel better. Seeing him come home, Zhao Mei already felt relieved. Tomorrow, once he sobers up, I will comfort him properly, she thought to herself. Then, slowly, she lay down. In the moonlight, she noticed something faintly shimmering on Li Jiyan's hand. Looking closely, she saw that on his ring finger was a diamond ring, identical to the one he had given her. Zhao Mei's heart grew even more conflicted. Li Jiyan really wanted to marry her. It was his seriousness that scared her the most. If they continued being entangled like this, one day, they might truly become complete strangers. Holding on to Li Jiyan's hand, Zhao Mei felt her exhaustion take over. Slowly, she drifted into sleep. When Zhao Mei woke up, the sunlight was bright and piercing. Yesterday, she had been in a constant state of high tension, so now, she felt utterly drained. But even so, she still woke up earlier than Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan had never drunk this much before, so this time, he was sleeping especially long. Just how much did you drink yesterday? Zhao Mei gently touched his face, feeling a deep pang of heartache. She took out her phone and checked the time. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. I actually slept for so long too. Looks like yesterday was really exhausting. I should make some food for Shayan, and when he wakes up, I will ask about the ring. Zhao Mei got up, washed up, and went into the kitchen, preparing to cook. After making a trip to the supermarket, she returned home and found that Li Jiyan was still asleep. She went into the kitchen and made a few simple, light dishes. She also cooked a bowl of plain rice porridge. She knew what a hangover felt like, so she considered how Li Jiyan must be feeling. She was very thoughtful toward him. After finishing the meal, Zhao Mei went into Li Jiyan's bedroom to wake him up. Shoyan! Li Jiyan slowly opened his eyes. A wave of dizziness hit him. He realized there were gaps in his memory. So this is what it feels like to black out. Upon waking up, his mind was blank. Seeing Zhao Mei beside him, he felt a sense of warmth and happiness. If only he could wake up to her presence every day. But that happiness was fleeting. Soon, the lost memories came rushing back. It was then that Li Jiyan realized. So many things had happened yesterday that he could not accept. The relaxed expression on his face, brought on by just waking up, completely disappeared. Zhao Mei's worst fear had come true. The way Li Jiyan looked at her now was no longer filled with admiration and affection. Instead, there was a hint of coldness, perhaps even disgust. Zhao Mei's body trembled slightly. Her heart ached unbearably. Am I really such a detestable woman? Never before had she seen this kind of look in Li Jiyan's eyes. His desk drawer was filled with her name written over and over again. Every page in his diary was dedicated to missing her. Everything pointed to how much he adored her, but now, she saw something else in his eyes. A feeling that seemed like resentment toward her. It made her feel like she had lost something irreplaceable. Come eat. She forced herself to remain composed, not wanting Li Jiyan to see her emotions. Li Jiyan nodded but said nothing. He got up and went to the bathroom to freshen up. Looking at his tired reflection in the mirror, Li Jiyan knew he was simply unable to accept what had happened. But Zhao Mei was still the woman he loved. No matter what, he would never allow her to leave his world. To him, she was the most important person in existence. For now, he still did not want to speak with her. After about 10 minutes, Li Jiyan walked out. Today, Zhao Mei seemed to be talking a lot. These eggs are fresh, and I did not add any chili. But I did use some special seasoning. It tastes really good. Also, this rice porridge, I cooked it for you. It is good for digestion. You drank so much alcohol yesterday. You need to be careful. Otherwise, it is bad for your stomach. Drink some. She placed a bowl of rice porridge in front of him. Li Jiyan took the bowl and started drinking. Even though it was just plain rice porridge, everything Zhao Mei made, he found delicious. Maybe it was because of how deeply he loved her. That was why it tasted so good. That is more like it. Have some more. I made all these dishes because you like them. Zhao Mei noticed. Li Jiyan still did not want to talk to her. This silence made her feel an unprecedented level of pain. She was terrified of this quietness. All these years, Li Jiyan had never treated her this coldly. This time, he would not even speak to her. Panic filled her heart. But on the surface, she remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Cheyenne, what do you think of my cooking? It has been a long time since I last made a meal. I wonder if my cooking has gotten worse. Li Jiyan still did not respond. He simply kept eating, holding back his tears. As time passed, he felt his emotions slowly stabilizing. In the end, he still did not say a word. Give me your bowl. After finishing the meal, Zhao Mei took his bowl. She went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. She desperately hoped he would say something to her. But at that moment, Li Jiyan seemed to have given up on speaking entirely. This made her feel a nearly uncontrollable urge to break down. She carried the dishes to the kitchen. As she washed them, her tears silently fell. Never before had she experienced such coldness from him. She had never known what it felt like for him to refuse to speak to her. Now, she was feeling it for the first time. Only now did she truly understand how much Li Jiyan meant to her. In her life, he was truly irreplaceable. She did not dare let him see her crying. Watching Zhao Mei wash the dishes, Li Jiyan silently returned to his room. He opened an online game and started playing. At this moment, he actually wanted to try leaving the beginner village for once. But the moment he stepped out, he finally understood what a pay-to-win game was. Before long, he became frustrated and shut the game off. He slammed his fist against the table. Zhao Mei walked in from outside. Seeing how frustrated he was, she gently asked, "What is wrong? Are you angry?" Li Jiyan turned his head away, still refusing to speak. Zhao Mei noticed some clothes scattered on the floor. She went over and picked them up. "Look at you. You do not even wash your clothes. Whoever marries you in the future will have a lot to deal with. Auntie will wash these for you." She walked onto the balcony, opened the old washing machine, and put all the clothes inside. "Xiaoyan, you really need to do your laundry more often." Zhao Mei spoke to him with endless patience. Only for Li Jiyan, would she tolerate so much without complaint? If it had been anyone else, she would have turned and left immediately. She would not waste her time. To her, she would never try to please someone who did not like her. But Li Jiyan, he was that one unexpected variable in her life. Li Jiyan still did not respond to her. For the next while, Zhao Mei kept trying to start a conversation with him. Even though he had been ignoring her for a long time, she remained composed and dignified, and she absolutely did not shed a single tear in front of him. This was the strength of Zhao Mei. And Zhao. In the end, Li Jiyan could not bear it. His heart ached deeply, but that incident, to him, it was something he simply could not move past. And that was why he treated Zhao Mei this way. His heart was just as heavy with sorrow. Hearing Li Jiyan finally speak, a glimmer of joy appeared in Zhao Mei's beautiful eyes. Under the glow of the setting sun, she looked breathtaking. Her greatest fear was that he would not speak at all. That would leave her in despair. As long as he was willing to talk, everything could be solved. She just needed to slowly communicate with him. Eventually, she would untie the knot in his heart. "And Zhao, I am sorry, but I still do not want to talk to you right now. Could you please leave first?" Zhao Mei was not expecting that. The next words out of his mouth sent her heart plummeting again. Li Jiyan actually wanted her to leave. She could hardly believe it. In the past, he would never have treated her this way. It seemed that the matter of losing the child had inflicted an unprecedented wound upon him. Zhao Mei knew that staying here any longer was meaningless. In a few days, once his emotions had settled, or once he no longer took this matter so seriously, she would come back. By then, everything would be fine. This painful phase would pass. "All right," Zhao Mei agreed. "You should rest well. I will message you later." Hearing him respond to her at all, Zhao Mei felt slightly relieved. She had been truly afraid that he would cut her out of his life forever. Watching Zhao Mei's figure disappear in the distance, Li Jiyan slowly slumped over his desk. His heart was filled with boundless pain and confusion. What was happening to him? Was Zhao Mei not the person he loved the most? That child had not even fully formed. It was merely an early-stage termination, not really the same as an abortion. That much he understood perfectly. Should he not care about Aunt Zhao more than anything else? Then why was he feeling this way? Li Jiyan truly did not understand himself. He could not let go of what had happened. It felt as if a dream of his had been ruthlessly shattered by Zhao Mei. Maybe in this lifetime, he and Xiao Mei could never be together. Even though she had carried his child, she still chose to get rid of it without hesitation. For him, that was too cruel. If I can never be with Aunt Zhao, should I try to think about her less? Otherwise, it will only bring me more pain in the future. Besides, I think Aunt Zhao is suffering too. Li Ziyan realized, sometimes, a relationship that should not exist only brings endless torment to both parties. After a long time, Li Ziyan shook his head and forced himself to stop thinking about it. Zhao Mei wandered aimlessly through the streets. She wanted to get drunk. For so long, she had never felt this miserable. That time when she got drunk before, she had been consumed by rage, despair, collapse, helplessness. It was the most extreme emotional turmoil of her life, and when she found out she was pregnant, her emotions had reached the peak of hatred. But now, she felt only unbearable sorrow. Every extreme emotion she had ever experienced in her life had all come from Li Ziyan. Thinking about it, Zhao Mei realized even more that in her life, the most special, the most important person was Li Ziyan. Even Ji Tingting could not compare to his significance in her heart. Touching her stomach, Zhao Mei could feel the presence of that little life inside her. With her mature and elegant demeanor, she stood out on the busy shopping street. The number of people turning their heads to look at her was overwhelming, but her aura was too strong, so no one dared to approach her. They could all sense it. Trying to flirt with her would only be humiliating. After some thought, Zhao Mei walked into a hotel and bought 2 bottles of low-alcohol red wine. A long time later, she returned home. She took out a glass and started drinking, but unlike before, there was nothing elegant or composed about it. Her mind was completely in disarray. Li Ziyan, why? Why must you torment me like this? At that moment, all of Zhao Mei's pain and vulnerability surfaced completely. Tears streamed endlessly from her eyes. Right now, her emotions had finally broken past their limits. 15 days passed. It seemed like nothing had changed. On the first Monday after Zhao Mei left, Li Ziyan drove to school. As soon as he arrived, several senior female students approached him, trying to strike up a conversation. For the first time, Li Ziyan realized the power of money. In this society where wealth ruled all, having money was like wearing an aura that attracted attention. Over the next few days, Li Ziyan focused entirely on studying. To his surprise, he discovered a new sense of enjoyment in learning. Perhaps, this was what a normal student's life should feel like. Meanwhile, the progress bar he could see in his vision continued to shrink. It seemed like it would still take some time before the next wealth secret was revealed. But Li Ziyan no longer cared as much. He already had over 2 million yuan in cash. For an ordinary person, that was a staggering amount of money. Li Ziyan, I cannot believe you actually come to class every day now. Unbelievable. That afternoon, as soon as he sat down, Lu Xiaoyun came over. Recently, Lu Xiaoyun had been talking to him a lot. Maybe I have started to enjoy it. This school was just as rumored. Skipping class was incredibly easy. Professors did not even bother taking attendance. Nobody cared. Everyone just lived freely. Out of 50 students in the class, only about 30 had shown up. Seeing Lu Xiaoyun sitting beside him, the 3 single men on his left side all looked at him with envy. They had thought that once they got to university, dating would be effortless. But to their disappointment, college was nothing like they had imagined. Matters of dating are a privilege reserved for handsome men. They could only watch from the sidelines. For a moment, a few roommates exchanged glances, winking at him, but he ignored them all. This is truly a miracle. Back in high school, you were always sleeping. It felt like you were asleep in every single class. Honestly, back then, I kept wondering if you were some kind of reincarnated sleep deity, because I had never seen anyone who could sleep as much as you. Now that I think about it, you have really changed a lot. I feel like lately, you are different from before. You have become much more composed, and when faced with challenges, you no longer panic. Hearing Lu Xiaoyun say this, Li Ziyan was slightly surprised. Had he really changed this much in Lu Xiaoyun's eyes? Maybe. It is because I have had a lot on my mind lately. Li Ziyan responded. He believed that when a person had no worries, their mindset would naturally remain youthful. But when burdened with too many thoughts, with immense pressure weighing down on them, their entire demeanor would inevitably change. Perhaps this so-called maturity of his was because his mind had always been preoccupied with Aunt Zhao. I see. I think you are much cooler than before. You do not even seem like a university student anymore. A thought suddenly crossed Li Jian's mind. If he slowly matured, would Aunt Zhao perhaps consider accepting him? Once again, hope ignited in his heart, and he knew that deep down, Zhao Mei harbored a strong sense of insecurity. Her age was significantly greater than his. That sense of self-doubt was undoubtedly present within her. This was one of the biggest obstacles preventing her from being with him. Li Jian, be honest, have you ever liked me? Lu Xiaoyun suddenly asked. Truthfully, she had buried this question in her heart for a long time. She believed there was a chance Li Jian liked her. After all, they had always been so closely connected. Li Jian glanced at Lu Xiaoyun, but compared to Zhao Mei, she was far from measuring up in appearance. He shook his head. No. His three other roommates, who had been watching from the side, now looked at him with envy, their eyes practically turning red. To them, Lu Xiaoyun was a goddess. Yet such a direct confession of affection had been met with outright rejection from Li Jian. You, poof. Lu Xiaoyun seemed slightly annoyed. But before long, she flashed a sly grin. She opened her phone's gallery and showed Li Jian a few photos. Look, these are some seniors I think are really handsome. Who do you think I should pursue? The way young women chose partners nowadays was different from before. Some women would proactively pursue attractive men. Liang Xingyu was one such example. And so was Lu Xiaoyun. I think they all look average. These guys look too feminine. Li Jian remarked seriously. Most of them were heavily made up. He did not understand why Lu Xiaoyun found them attractive. From his perspective, they seemed too delicate and effeminate, completely unrelated to the concept of being handsome. You are such a straight man. Your sense of aesthetics is outdated. Lu Xiaoyun rolled her eyes, as if Li Jian's taste was out of sync with modern times, but Li Jian paid no heed to her remarks. I am just speaking the truth. I think my perspective on the world has changed. A real man should be responsible, should have a sense of duty. He should achieve something in his youth. That way, he can truly stand above others in the future, not spend his days covering his face in makeup. Men like that will be useless later in life. Lu Xiaoyun rolled her eyes again. Clearly, she did not take his words seriously. Ugh. Li Jian, you are such a straight-edge guy. You may not lack women, but we do. Hey classmate, how about considering me? The dorm leader spoke up, his face full of hopeful expectation. Forget it. None of you fit my taste. But if I had to choose from the four of you, I would definitely pick Li Jian, Lu Xiaoyun declared. She still had a certain fondness for Li Jian, but they were simply too familiar with each other. She felt too embarrassed to express her feelings outright. And in her opinion, Li Jian had not yet reached the level where she would actively pursue him. If Li Jian were to pursue her instead, then she would consider being with him. The other three roommates howled in disappointment. It was not until the substitute professor arrived in class that they finally quieted down. Of course, university lectures were incredibly lax. Even during class, students could sleep, chat, or play on their phones, and the professors would not care. They were just here to go through the motions, before leaving immediately after. As for how much the students actually learned, that was entirely up to their own abilities. Li Jian, why do you have so many deep thoughts lately? Do you like someone? Next time I see Aunt Zhao, I am definitely going to tattle on you. Lu Xiaoyun whispered. Li Jian's expression became slightly unnatural. That was not something to report. The person he liked was precisely Zhao Mei. At that moment, memories of Zhao Mei's gentle face surfaced in his mind. Come to think of it, had it not been a long time since he last saw Aunt Zhao? Li Jian still could not get over it. To him, what had happened was unbearably cruel. You definitely do. I can tell just by looking at your face. Come on, tell me. We are old classmates, even old deskmates. Just tell me. Maybe I can help you chase after her, and you might actually succeed. Li Jian glanced at Lu Xiaoyun. This was something he absolutely could not tell her. Otherwise, it would create a huge uproar. Perhaps that was one of the biggest reasons why Aunt Zhao refused to be with him. The power of gossip could be truly terrifying at times. It is nothing. Maybe in this lifetime, I will never be able to be with her. But I will not give up. I just need to figure some things out first. Li Jian muttered softly. He did not know when he would finally move past his inner struggles. Perhaps it would take a long time. Meanwhile, Zhao Mei's cosmetics production had already been set in motion. She had secured a significant investment from a wealthy businesswoman who deeply trusted her. She even rented a factory in the suburbs. All the necessary procedures had been completed in a very short time. Miss Zhao, our company is finally on the right track. If things continue like this, our future is truly bright. There was a hint of excitement in Liang Xingyu's voice. She had resigned from her previous job to work with Zhao Mei, hoping that one day she could make a name for herself. Everything was progressing according to Zhao Mei's business plan. However, lately, Zhao Mei had not been herself. It was as if there was too much weighing on her mind. Miss Zhao, you do not seem quite right these days. Is it because your conflict with Li Ziyan has not been resolved? Liang Xingyu did not know exactly what had happened between Zhao Mei and Li Ziyan, but what she did know was that their relationship was exceptionally close, so close that it seemed to surpass everything else. It is nothing. Go check on the cleanliness of workshop number 2. We absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Liang Xingyu quickly left. Zhao Mei took out her phone. She stared at her last conversation with Li Ziyan, frozen in time since that day. Her eyes stung. If she and Li Ziyan could not be together, did that mean they could never go back to how things used to be? Before, if she had not seen him for a while, even if it was only a short time, he would always beg her to come see him. But now, half a month had passed, and he had not sent her a single message. Maybe he has calmed down a little by now. In truth, Zhao Mei missed Li Ziyan terribly. She sent him a message on WeChat. Not long after, while playing on his phone, Li Ziyan saw Zhao Mei's message. Shayan, it has been so long since we last saw each other. Have you missed me? That matter has been in the past for quite some time now. Have you let it go? Auntie hopes that we can go back to the way things were. Without any worries. Auntie will still spoil you like before. We can be just like we were before. Okay? Zhao Mei hoped for a reply from Li Ziyan. Li Ziyan typed a few words, but then he deleted them. Noticing Lu Xiaoyun glancing in his direction, he flipped his phone screen downward. Lu Xiaoyun curiously leaned over. Li Ziyan, who are you chatting with? Is it that girl you like? Something is going on, huh? I never expected this. I never thought you would actually like someone. Before, I honestly could not believe it. Lu Xiaoyun looked as if she had just discovered a new world. Pay attention to the lecture. At that moment, Li Ziyan felt restless. It had been a long time since he last received a message from Zhao Mei. Now that he suddenly got one, his heart was filled with surprise, but the resentment in his heart had not yet faded. In the end, Li Ziyan chose to ignore the message. At first, when Zhao Mei saw that he was typing a reply, her heart was full of anticipation. That status meant that Li Ziyan was responding to her. But then, what happened next left Zhao Mei deeply disappointed. Li Ziyan never sent a reply. It was clear that he had only looked at the message and decided not to respond. Inside his heart, he was still angry at her. Realizing this, a deep sense of sorrow filled Zhao Mei's heart. I will wait a little longer. I believe he will return to how he used to be. No matter how deep the anger is, there will come a time when it fades. When that time comes, everything will go back to how it was before. We will forget what happened and be like we once were. At that moment, Zhao Mei thought of the diamond ring Li Ziyan had given her. It was still sitting at home. She had not had the courage to face it. To her, that had always been just a dream. A dream that could never come true in reality. Soon, Liang Xingyu called. She knew it must be about work again. The company had only just begun operations, and she was so busy that she barely had time to breathe. Another few days passed. Li Ziyan's mindset had changed in many ways. He was working hard to make himself more mature. He was trying to control his instinctive reactions when facing different situations. He believed that doing so would help him and Zhao Mei in the future. And during this time, his resentment toward Zhao Mei gradually faded. In the end, he still loved Zhao Mei deeply. That love made it so that no matter what she did, he could always forgive her, just as Zhao Mei had always forgiven him, no matter what he did. Today is Saturday. One of the senior girls from the student council is organizing a camping and barbecue trip. Li Ziyan, are you coming? There will also be students from other departments, including some seniors. Even the person I like will be there. It will be camping under the stars, classmates together. Our youthful days will surely be unforgettable. Li Ziyan had little interest in such activities, but for some reason, he still agreed to go. Sometimes, doing things one does not enjoy might be a sign of maturity. Fine, I will go. To his left, his 3 roommates were already rubbing their hands eagerly. I heard these events always have lots of senior girls. We cannot waste this golden opportunity. Exactly. I think this is a chance we absolutely cannot miss. Maybe, just maybe, this will be the day we finally escape being single. At that moment, the 3 self-proclaimed single dogs were all lost in their own fantasies, imagining whether something wonderful might happen at the campsite. Of course, Li Jiyan was an exception. He had no such fantasies about this trip. The only woman in his heart was Zhao Mei, and that would never change. After confirming their camping plans, his 3 roommates were buzzing with excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyun was sitting nearby, touching up her makeup in front of a mirror. The entire afternoon passed in peace. During class, Lu Xiaoyun pulled Li Jiyan into the camping group chat. Any student in the department who wanted to join could sign up. Once Li Jiyan was added, his 3 roommates immediately urged him to add them as well. After all 4 of them joined the group chat, a few roommates quickly started analyzing the girl's profile picture. That youthful feeling. It was truly harmonious. Meanwhile, Li Jiyan, based on the messages in the group, identified the organizer of the event and paid the 100 yuan participation fee. By the time school was over, the 5 of them walked out together. Camping, handsome senior students, I'm so excited. Lu Xiaoyun's voice was full of enthusiasm. Third bro, is the girl you like on today's camping list? The 4 of them in the dormitory were about the same age. In the end, they ranked themselves by their birth months and dates. Li Jiyan was honored to become the 3rd eldest in the dorm. No, she's not. 4th bro. You stared for so long in class, did you find a senior from another department that you like? 4th bro started talking passionately. Meanwhile, the last roommate suddenly realized something. He had never hated his birth date so much before. If only he had been born a few days later, he would have been 3rd bro instead. The 5 of them arrived at the school gate. There were no taxis around. Our school is great in every way, except it's in such a remote location. Sigh. What a headache. Getting a taxi is such a hassle. I'll order a Didi ride. Good thing Didi exists, otherwise, who knows how long we'd have to wait. 4th bro sighed. In big cities, taxis are fine since they're strictly regulated. But in smaller cities, they're a total scam. A 40 yuan ride can easily cost 70. I've been ripped off so many times that I've had enough. Li Jiyan saw 3rd bro about to call a Didi ride, and stopped him. No need. We'll take my car. Li Jiyan took out his BMW keys. Immediately, 1st bro said, nice lighter you've got there. 2nd bro followed up, 3rd bro, you've been reading too many jokes, haven't you? Ha ha ha. 4th bro, this is like an old lady getting into bed, gave me a good laugh. Li Jiyan was speechless. He felt that in this day and age, these witty phrases were truly endless. There was always something new, and they were just so amusing to hear. Lu Xiaoyun widened her eyes at Li Jiyan. Come on now. Li Jiyan, we've been classmates for years. You think I don't know you? Where would you get a BMW? Even the cheapest one costs over 200,000 yuan. You're not some rich heir. Where would you get the money to buy a BMW? You just started college. Li Jiyan simply smiled and didn't argue. Come with me. He walked forward. The 4 of them exchanged glances. Why did it feel like Li Jiyan wasn't joking? No way. Did Li Jiyan really own a BMW? That would be crazy. Li Jiyan, don't mess with us. That's just a lighter. Sure, you're the only one in our dorm with a driver's license. But you've always been just a paper driver. 1st bro spoke seriously. They had all lived together for a while, and they were all straightforward guys. Naturally, they got along well. They also knew a lot about Li Jiyan. In their minds, Li Jiyan was definitely just a paper driver. I did buy a car. When Li Jiyan led them to a blue BMW 4 Series, the 4 of them were completely stunned. 3rd bro, you must be joking. Isn't this our principal's car? The school forum says this 4 Series belongs to the principal. 2nd bro chimed in, exactly. We all know it's the principal's car. No need to show off like this. Li Jiyan pressed the start button. The car beeped, and he opened the door, getting into the driver's seat. Get in. In an instant, all 4 of them started yelling. When you're young, it's easy to get carried away by emotions. 1st bro, damn. 3rd bro, you were hiding your true self all this time. This move, too powerful. Are you secretly a rich heir? 2nd bro, 3rd bro, from now on, I'm your loyal follower. If you need someone to run errands and buy snacks, just call me. Just pay me a little 800 or so will do. First bro, third bro, don't forget your big bro in times like this. Fourth bro, this is truly sandpaper rubbing against inflamed skin. You really showed us something. Seeing their reactions, Li Jian couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. In front of Zhao Mei, he seemed childish. But, with these dorm mates, he actually felt quite mature. Fourth bro, sit in the front. The passenger seat is yours. This car costs around 500,000 yuan. Consider yourself lucky. Fourth bro quickly declined. Second bro, you take the front seat. The three of them were all scheming. But Lu Xiaoyun just rolled her eyes. Keep dreaming. You three squeeze in the back. I'm sitting in the front. Once everyone got in, Li Jian reminded Lu Xiaoyun, buckle up. Lu Xiaoyun replied with a soft and fastened her seatbelt. For some reason, she no longer felt as relaxed as before around Li Jian. Instead, she felt somewhat restrained. This feeling confused her. Send me the address. I'll set up the navigation. Okay. Seeing Lu Xiaoyun suddenly acting like a lady, Li Jian also found it strange. Her demeanor felt completely unfamiliar to him. It was a bit unsettling. What's wrong with you? Ha? Nothing. Li Jian didn't dwell on it. Let's buy some camping supplies first, tents, blankets, and so on. Once we get there, as Li Jian drove, he remained focused. Meanwhile, the roommates in the backseat started singing at the top of their lungs. It was their first time riding in such an expensive car, so they were all thrilled. Let us live freely in the world of mortals. Galloping on horseback, enjoying the prosperity of life. Oh, the mighty Mongolian man, you were so strong and bold. One song after another filled the car. And for the first time in a while, Li Jian felt more at ease. Indeed, a true man must be bold and strong. Lately, because of Zhao Mei, his heart had been troubled. At times, he even forgot that he was still a college student. But now, his friends' singing pulled him back into the vibrant world. Once they reached the city center, Li Jian took them to buy camping supplies. Lu Xiaoyun secretly observed Li Jian. Only now did she realize how mysterious he was. Between men and women, mystery was often the most attractive quality. And right now, in Lu Xiaoyun's heart, Li Jian undoubtedly carried an air of mystery. His parents had already passed away. The only person who truly cared about him was Zhao Mei. Could it be that Zhao Mei bought him this car? Lu Xiaoyun quickly dismissed the thought. Although Zhao Mei treated him well, she was rational and would not trust Li Jian to drive at such a young age. She had many questions she wanted to ask him, but with his three roommates present, she had no choice but to let it go. At 6 o'clock, Li Jian drove to the camping site. Originally, a few senior students wearing heavy makeup had been the center of attention, but as soon as Li Jian arrived, everyone gathered around, discussing his car in excitement. Several senior female students even came over to ask for his WeChat. In university, sophomores generally understood more than freshmen, and those juniors who had started their internships were even more aware of how important money was in society. But in Li Jian's heart, there were no ripples. He had no interest in these girls. Compared to Zhao Ai's D+, they were completely out of the league. Besides, Zhao Ai was far more attractive than them. As night fell, the students, who had not yet experienced the pressures of society, began to revel in the moment. They started playing all kinds of games. Passing the handkerchief, Eagle catches the chicks, and similar childhood games. They played with unbridled enthusiasm. Li Jian, however, simply sat by the grill, roasting meat and eating. He found that he could not muster much interest in these games anymore. Classmates, how about we do some karaoke? I brought a karaoke set. A student council senior, the same one Lu Xiaoyun had a crush on, suddenly dragged out a massive speaker from somewhere. There were also plenty of microphones. And in an instant, the students cheered excitedly. No one had expected that they could even sing karaoke in the middle of the wilderness. One song after another followed. Li Jian's three roommates once again howled through the songs they had sung on the way. But what impressed Li Jian the most was a freshman singing a particular song. Raise it this high. Tonight, we go all out. Thunderous crunch. As his somewhat hypnotic voice echoed through the night, the entire crowd became energized. Sitting beside Li Jian, Lu Xiaoyun secretly stole glances at his profile. That senior she liked was indeed handsome. But at this moment, she realized that compared to Li Jian, he fell quite short. Li Jian, how exactly did you get that car? Li Jian sighed. The very reason he did not want Zhao Mei to know he had money was because of this. He had hoped to establish his relationship with her first, before telling her. Otherwise, it would only deepen her insecurity about their age difference. Actually, I earned it through stock trading. Please do not tell anyone about this, okay? A spark of amazement flickered in Lu Xiaoyun's eyes. She had never expected Li Ziyan to be so capable. She did not even understand how the stock market worked, and yet, at just 18, he was already driving a car worth over 500,000 yuan. Really? My uncle trades stocks too, but he is always losing money. But you made so much. Many of the things Li Ziyan had once said began to resurface in Lu Xiaoyun's mind. He had said that young people should strive while they were still young. Perhaps this was what set him apart from others. In an instant, Li Ziyan's image in Lu Xiaoyun's heart rose to an almost unattainable height. And that senior she once admired now seemed quite ordinary. But Li Ziyan did not notice the change in Lu Xiaoyun, nor did he care. After all, when compared to Zhao Mei, Lu Xiaoyun's attractiveness meant nothing to him. To him, she was just a classmate. After the camping trip ended, Li Ziyan stayed at school as usual. Several days passed. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. He missed Zhao Mei terribly. He was eager to see her again. Although he had indeed been angry before, his anger never lasted long. His feelings for Zhao Mei, and her feelings for him, were the same. They deeply loved each other. However, what Zhao Mei felt for him was not romantic love. Zhao Yi has not sent me any messages for a long time. I wonder, is she mad at me? Li Ziyan thought this was highly possible. He had ignored her for so long. Even when she had sent him a message last time, he had not replied. And before that, he had even pushed her away. She must have been heartbroken. For the first time, Li Ziyan felt a sense of anxiety creeping into his heart. He began to regret his past actions. Thinking back now, had he been too impulsive? Yet, his emotions had still not completely settled. After school, I will call Zhao Yi. Today was Friday. In just half a day, he would be able to see her again. His heart felt heavy with sorrow. If Zhao Yi was truly angry, and never spoke to him again, then what was the point of living? Recently, he had also noticed that Lu Xiaoyun had been dropping hints toward him, but Li Ziyan completely ignored them. During a moment when he was lost in thought in class, a familiar voice sounded from outside. Excuse me, teacher, could you have Li Ziyan step outside for a moment? It was Zhao Yi's voice. The moment he heard her voice, Li Ziyan's eyes filled with excitement. In his heart, he truly, deeply loved Zhao Mei. He had not seen her in so long. He had been longing for her endlessly. Li Ziyan, go ahead. The school was lenient about these things, so the teacher did not mind at all. Li Ziyan nodded and stepped out of the classroom. However, when he finally saw Zhao Mei, he did not display much enthusiasm. He had been distant toward her for some time now. Suddenly changing his attitude felt unnatural, but deep inside, he could no longer hold back. His longing for Zhao Mei burned like a raging fire, constantly scorching his heart, giving him no peace. Xiaoyan, it has been a long time. Come, let me take you out for a bit. Li Ziyan's behavior, in Zhao Mei's heart, was a clear sign that he was still angry. The incident where she had deceived him had hurt him deeply, more than anything else. Zhao Mei understood this better than anyone. So, when she saw Li Ziyan acting that way, she could not help but feel that he was still holding a grudge. During this time, she had also realized that her feelings for Li Ziyan were no longer as simple as they used to be. There was now a mix of complex emotions. At this moment, she felt that her longing for Li Ziyan surpassed anything she had ever felt before. She was truly afraid of losing him. That was why today, she had taken the initiative to come to the school to find him. Zhao Yi, At this moment, Li Ziyan's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. I know, you are still angry. I will make it up to you. Hearing these words, Li Ziyan took the opportunity to ease into the situation. He missed Zhao Mei far too much. As they walked along the road, Li Ziyan felt something surreal about the situation. Was he skipping class? In Zhao Mei's eyes, university was much more important than high school. And yet, despite that, she was allowing him to skip class. It was a bit unbelievable. For a moment, Li Ziyan even wondered if he was dreaming. It was only when he got into Zhao Mei's car that he finally confirmed this was not a dream. Zhao Yi, are you really taking me out to have fun while skipping class? Zhao Mei nodded. You are in a bad mood, so I am taking you out. Li Ziyan's mind started racing. Could this be an opportunity for their relationship to progress? Her level of indulgence toward him now had clearly surpassed anything before. So, he continued to act sulky. Before long, Zhao Mei took Li Jiyan to an amusement park. Zhao Ai, this is where you are taking me to have fun? Zhao Mei nodded. Shall we ride the roller coaster? She was dressed casually today, so riding a roller coaster would not be an issue. No. I am afraid of heights. Rides like that terrify me, and also freefall towers and the like. Sometimes, I envy you. Being able to enjoy extreme sports. Zhao Mei could not help but chuckle. Hearing Li Jiyan speak so normally again, she felt a sense of relief. She had truly been afraid that he would never speak to her again. Then you decide what we should do. Right now, Zhao Mei really wanted to return to the way things used to be when she doted on Li Jiyan. If only they could go back. I do not really feel like playing, Zhao Ai. Seeing the way he looked, a hint of sorrow appeared in Zhao Mei's eyes. Had she hurt him too deeply after all? Come on. Let us try bumper cars. Since it was a Friday afternoon, the bumper car arena was nearly empty. Zhao Mei pulled Li Jiyan along and started playing. Xiao Yan, use the steering wheel, start the car. Turn. Li Jiyan felt somewhat helpless. He realized that sometimes, Zhao Mei still treated him like a child. As if he would still enjoy the things he played with at 10 years old. Although plenty of adults played bumper cars too. Right now, Li Jiyan felt absolutely no interest in it. Seeing that Li Jiyan was not having fun, Zhao Mei also found the game to be dull. Once their time was up, she took his hand and led him outside. Xiao Yan, there are candied hawthorns here. Do you want one? Li Jiyan shook his head. There is an archery game here. Do you want to give it a try? Li Jiyan shook his head again. Zhao Ai, can you stop treating me like a child? These kinds of games, I lost interest in them a long time ago. Only then did Zhao Mei snap back to reality. Yes, Li Jiyan had already grown up, but in her heart, she was still acting as if things had never changed. Thinking about it, she realized how ridiculous it was. Then let us just take a walk. Zhao Mei and Li Jiyan strolled through the amusement park. Before long, many primary and middle schools finished for the day, and parents started bringing their children in. In an instant, the once quiet amusement park became lively and bustling. Xiao Yan, it has been so long. Are you still angry with me? You have not even replied to a single message. At that moment, as Zhao Mei spoke, tears nearly welled up in her eyes. Li Jiyan wanted to say something, but in the end, his voice was weak. I am just angry at myself. I knew that Zhao Ai could never keep that child. But still, deep inside, I held on to hope. I was too naive, was I not? Li Jiyan realized that his thoughts sometimes were far too childish. So, in your heart, you are still angry, right? I understands how you feel. Tell me, what will it take for you to forgive me? With these words, Zhao Mei was handing over the decision to Li Jiyan. But during this period of Cold War between them, Zhao Mei had also realized she truly could not bear to be apart from Li Jiyan. No matter what, she simply could not do it. I want to marry you. Is that okay? Li Jiyan spoke with a hint of greed. His desire to be with Zhao Mei was unwavering. He had absolutely no interest in any other woman. Zhao Mei looked at Li Jiyan, her beautiful eyes filled with helplessness. As expected, in Li Jiyan's heart, he had still not given up on this thought. Deep inside, he still wanted to be with her. But, this was the one thing she could never accept. To Zhao Mei, this was her absolute boundary. Otherwise, there would have been no need for her to lie to him about losing the child. Xiao Yan, for everything else, I can promise you, I can indulge you. But this one thing is impossible. There is a bond between us that no one can replace. But, that is not love. There was a hint of sadness in Li Jiyan's eyes. He knew, convincing Zhao Mei of this was practically impossible. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Zhao Ai, I know that you have a lot of concerns. That is why you refuse to be with me. But the more you resist, the more I refuse to give up. Perhaps, this is just my rebellious nature. Zhao Mei furrowed her brows. She felt that what Li Jiyan had said made sense. Sometimes, people crave what they cannot have even more. But what could she do? She could not possibly be with Li Jiyan for real. Zhao Ai, how about this? Be my girlfriend for 1 year. After a year, I think we will both have calmed down. Then we can decide whether or not to stay together, alright? As my girlfriend, you do not need to do anything special. Just a regular, day-to-day relationship. Hearing this, Zhao Mei hesitated slightly. If that was the case, perhaps it would not be impossible. If they interacted in a different capacity for a while, he might finally come to realize that love between them was impossible. A 19-year age gap. It was not something that could be easily bridged. Seeing that Zhao Mei seemed to be considering it, Li Jian felt a surge of nervousness. Could this actually happen? The thought was thrilling. This, I agree. But 1 year is too long. Impossible. 1 week. And it must be kept secret. No one we know can find out. After 7 days, we returned to how we were before. There was a trace of unease in Zhao Mei's voice. A triumphant feeling surged in Li Jian's heart. Zhao Yi had agreed. 1 year had just been something he said on a whim. Now, having an entire week with her, he could not be happier. Without hesitation, Li Jian grabbed Zhao Mei's hand, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Hello, my girlfriend, Zhao Mei," he spoke softly. And in that moment, he truly looked much more mature. Li Jian's heart was filled with both excitement and anxiety. Even though this boyfriend-girlfriend relationship was not real in the truest sense, for him, it was still a significant shift in their dynamic. At least, for this 1 week, he and Zhao Mei were officially together. Of course, there were certain things he did not dare to think about too much. Li Jian knew that Zhao Mei would never agree to them, so it was best to put those thoughts away. Looking at Li Jian sitting across from her, Zhao Mei hesitated briefly before shaking his hand in return. "Are you not angry anymore? Let us go have some fun." Walking side by side with Li Jian, a soft blush spread across Zhao Mei's face. At this moment, her heart was far from calm. Now, could she say that she was with Li Jian? This strange shift in identity left Zhao Mei feeling confused. She truly thought it was odd, but at the same time, there was a hint of sweetness in it. That sweet feeling made Zhao Mei feel guilty. Why? Why was she having such thoughts about Li Jian? She was 19 years older than him. She absolutely could not let herself think this way. As they walked forward, each of them was lost in their own thoughts. Li Jian was determined to seize this opportunity. After all, during these 7 days, Zhao Yi was his girlfriend. If he treated her well, if he made her feel safe and cared for, perhaps her feelings toward him would start to change. This thought filled Li Jian's mind. He had too many expectations when it came to Zhao Mei. "There is a cotton candy stand over there. Let us go." Li Jian took Zhao Mei's hand, interlocking their fingers as he led her toward the cotton candy stand. At first, Zhao Mei felt that it was inappropriate, but then she quickly reminded herself. She was, after all, his girlfriend now, so she let go of that thought. Around them, people walked by in both directions. A few children stood nearby, their eyes filled with anticipation as they waited to buy cotton candy. "Big sister, you are so pretty." A little girl beside them suddenly complimented her. For a moment, Zhao Mei was stunned. She was already 37 years old, yet she was being called big sister? Was that not a little inappropriate? But deep down, she could not suppress the joy she felt. Children never lied. Could it be that, in the eyes of others, she truly looked like a big sister? Li Jian, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. This was an excellent sign for Zhao Mei. It would boost her confidence. While paying, Li Jian also paid for the children's cotton candy. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big sister." The little kids were well-mannered. Li Jian playfully pinched the little girl's cheek. Then, he continued wandering through the amusement park with Zhao Mei. "Did you not say earlier that you were not interested in childish things?" Seeing how much he seemed to enjoy his cotton candy, Zhao Mei teased him. His actions now were completely contradictory to what he had said before. "Earlier, I was just in a bad mood." When someone is in a good mood, everything starts to look better. A person consumed by darkness sees joy in nothing. Glancing at the children playing nearby, Li Jian added, "Zhao Jie." Hearing that, Zhao Mei immediately felt uncomfortable. "I am 19 years older than you. How can you call me Jie?" Li Jian chuckled softly. "Zhao Jie, that little girl just now called you big sister too. Why can I not call you the same?" Zhao Mei sighed helplessly. When it came to Li Jian, she really did not know how to handle him. Besides, calling you Jie reflects how she truly sees you. It means you look very young. At most, you look just a little over 20. So calling you Jie is perfectly reasonable. As they walked together, both Li Jian and Zhao Mei carried their own insecurities. In the past, Li Jian had always felt like an ordinary person. Zhao Mei, despite being much older, was the epitome of a beautiful, wealthy, and accomplished woman. He had always known this. Not only did she earn a 7-figure salary, but her intellect and appearance were flawless. If it had not been for his mother's close friendship with Zhao Mei, then he would never have even had the chance to know a woman like her, let alone everything that had happened afterward. Zhao Mei would never have spoiled him the way she did. And he knew what Zhao Mei was most self-conscious about. Her age. That was what she cared about the most. Li Ziyan hoped to remove this concern from her heart. Really? Zhao Mei asked softly, holding her cotton candy. She felt that Li Ziyan was lying to her. Of course, it is true. Zhao Ai, every word I say is absolutely true. It could not be more real. Li Ziyan became even more serious. If it were not for the fact that you have a more mature and elegant appearance, if you put on a school uniform or a JK outfit, you might even look like my younger sister. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Mei's retaliation came swiftly. She grabbed his ear. You brat, what nonsense are you saying? You want me to wear what? As Zhao Mei twisted his ear, Li Ziyan gently held her hand. Zhao Mei, you are my girlfriend now. Keep your word, and stop disciplining me all the time. Li Ziyan lowered her hand, and seeing her gritted teeth, he could not help but feel a bit triumphant. Moments where he could see Zhao Mei flustered like this were extremely rare. For these 7 days, Zhao Mei was his girlfriend, which meant his status at home had risen significantly. You brat, just wait until these 7 days are over. See how I deal with you then. Zhao Mei had always been someone who kept her word. If she agreed to something, she would not go back on it. Since she had decided to be Li Ziyan's girlfriend for 7 days, to dispel his unrealistic fantasies, then she had to stick to it. But Li Ziyan did not take her words seriously at all. You would not have the heart to punish me. There was a trace of helplessness in Zhao Mei's beautiful eyes. She felt as though, in some ways, Li Ziyan had completely seen through her. For example, right now he knew she would not have the heart to punish him. Li Ziyan held out his cotton candy and placed it near Zhao Mei's lips. Want to try some? The sudden gesture caught Zhao Mei off guard. No need. I do not like this kind of thing. Li Ziyan asked back, is it because you are afraid? Afraid that if you eat my food, you will fall for me? Zhao Mei shook her head, maintaining a serious expression. She had never once thought that she would one day fall for Li Ziyan. That was absolutely impossible. I think you are just afraid. Afraid to face your own heart. Afraid that one day, you will fall in love with me. If you and I start living like a real couple, I am certain I will find proof that you have feelings for me. Li Ziyan's voice was full of conviction. But Zhao Mei was indifferent. She took his cotton candy and handed hers to him in return. Fine, I will eat it. But I will never fall for you. Xiaoyan, let us just get through these 7 days quickly. After that, focus on your studies. Forget about what happened before. Zhao Mei did not want Li Ziyan to continue down this path. It would be a waste of time. She truly did not want things to be this way. This relationship had been impossible from the start. It was a mistake, and she should not encourage it to continue. Zhao Mei was incredibly beautiful. So beautiful that she seemed almost unreal. Even when eating cotton candy, she was breathtaking. It made Li Ziyan's heart tremble. Every time he saw moments like this, he wished he could freeze time. That way, he could hold on to Zhao Mei's beauty a little longer. Zhao Ai, in your heart, do you feel even a little sweetness? Li Ziyan asked softly, genuinely curious about what Zhao Mei was feeling. No, just ordinary. Zhao Mei seemed determined to crush his hopes entirely. She would not allow him to continue indulging in wishful thinking. Stop overthinking things. I will never have romantic feelings for you. But Li Ziyan did not take her words to heart. That is right. Right now, you do not feel that way. Perhaps you are just refusing to face it. But I believe, Mei, one day, you will fall in love with me. Li Ziyan gently took Zhao Mei's hand. What did you call me? Instinctively, Zhao Mei wanted to scold him again. But in the end, she held back. I called your name. Right now. We are equals, are we not? So it should be fine for me to call your name, right? For a moment, Zhao Mei was silent. But in the end, she nodded. This was one of her strong traits. Whenever she made a promise, she would keep it. Unless it was an extremely special situation, she never went back on her word. Li Ziyan knew this about her very well. Mei. He leaned in close and whispered into her ear. A faint blush spread across Zhao Mei's face. This feeling was incredibly uncomfortable. Zhao Ai, since you are my girlfriend now, when you go out tomorrow, how about wearing that diamond ring? The blush on Zhao Mei's face deepened. Wearing that ring? What would that make them? No. Her voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. Hearing her tone, Li Ziyan felt a deep sense of disappointment. He did not like when she spoke to him like this. I see. There was a hint of sadness in his voice as he glanced at the ring on his own finger. He wished so badly that he and Zhao Mei could be together forever. At that moment, Zhao Mei turned the question on him. Li Ziyan, I want to ask you something. What is the deal with that ring? I have seen a lot of jewelry and diamond rings before, and that one, it must be worth at least 100,000 yuan. Li Ziyan looked at Zhao Mei and said, Mei, the fact that you can call my name is the first step in the progress of our relationship. It means that, in your heart, you are already starting to see us as equals. Zhao Mei sighed in exasperation. What was going on in Li Ziyan's head all the time? Be serious. That ring is worth at least 100,000 yuan. If you spent all your savings, you could have bought it. But there is not just one diamond ring. Right now, you are even wearing another one on your ring finger. Those two diamonds together are worth at least 300,000 yuan, and they are a matching set. With the design costs and everything else, the total price must have been at least 350,000 yuan. Zhao Mei took Li Ziyan's hand and looked at the diamond ring on his ring finger. She could not help but feel that his taste in this area was completely aligned with hers, just like her own. Nearly 400,000. You are just a university student. Where did you get that money? Take the ring back later and return it together, alright? Although Zhao Mei said this, she doubted the ring could be returned anymore. After all, too much time had passed. But fortunately, she still had plenty of money in her own hands. She could make all the necessary preparations for Li Ziyan's future. It cannot be returned anymore. Just keep it. After all these years, I have never given you a proper gift. Zhao Mei rolled her eyes at him. She looked stunning even when she did that. Why would I need a gift from you? Do you think I do not know your situation? Now be honest. Where exactly did you get all this money? If you do not explain clearly, do not even think about having a peaceful day today. Did you take out an online loan? Or did you gamble? Seeing Zhao Mei's suspicion, Li Ziyan quickly explained, Where is your mind going? I earned it from stock trading. I started with 100,000 and made a bit of profit. Li Ziyan suddenly felt uneasy. Zhao Mei was meticulous in her thinking. Once she became suspicious, there was no way she would let him fool her without concrete proof. Since that was the case, this time, he might as well tell her the truth. After all, she was his girlfriend now. He had plenty of opportunities to make her change her mind. You invested in stocks? How much could you possibly make? Even if you were lucky, there is no guarantee you would not lose it all. What should I even say about you? Spending hundreds of thousands just on a pair of diamond rings? Zhao Mei felt an uncontrollable surge of frustration. In her eyes, Li Ziyan's actions were undoubtedly those of a reckless spendthrift. A few million. Li Ziyan's words brought Zhao Mei to an abrupt halt. Did she hear that wrong? Zhao Mei could not believe it. What she had just heard, 100,000 turning into several million? Even a legendary investor would not dare say such a thing. She was well versed in stocks and funds. During past bull markets, many people made easy money without much effort. But when a crash hit, countless people lost everything. To this day, she could still recall the stories of those who had gone bankrupt because of the stock market. She herself had invested in some stocks she believed in. Her profits were decent, but she had never once thought of relying on it to get rich. The stock market was a perilous place. Only those with substantial wealth could afford to play recklessly. Are you joking? Zhao Mei remained rational. She was convinced that Li Ziyan was just messing with her. I will check the ownership records of the house later. Hearing this, Li Ziyan felt helpless. Zhao Mei's strength was her rationality, but her flaw was also her rationality. Even when faced with facts, if they did not align with logic, she simply refused to believe them. Mei, even if you do not believe me, it is the truth. Li Ziyan patted her shoulder. It was almost as if he was telling her, you are too young to understand. Do you really think I will believe you? 100,000, turning into millions? Do you even know what kind of return that is? Li Ziyan did not argue with her. At this moment, he could not help but feel a little smug. Of course, he kept it concealed on the surface. He opened his banking app and showed Zhao Mei his account balance. Over 2 million. All this time, In Zhao Mei's eyes, Li Jiyan had always seemed like just a kid. Now, he could finally show Zhao Yi a different side of himself. Li Jiyan was deeply grateful for his unique ability. Without it, he would have lived his whole life as an ordinary person. It was thanks to his special vision that he now had the chance to make Zhao Yi see him in a new light. Zhao Mei took his phone. She checked the balance several times. It was undeniably over 2 million. 2 million in cash. Li Jiyan, at just 18 years old, already had over 2 million. This, for the first time, Zhao Mei felt truly shaken. 2 million. She had seen that amount before. She herself had over 4 million in savings. But, for someone Li Jiyan's age to have that much in his account, was simply astonishing. At his age, she had only been a student. Yet here was Li Jiyan, still in university, with this kind of money. Where did you get so much money? For the first time, Zhao Mei felt a rare trace of fear. She considered many possibilities. Now, it was clear that simply selling a house would not explain it. The amount of money Li Jiyan had was simply too much. If it were just from selling a house, she could have covered for him. But if it involved something else, what would she do? Zhao Yi. This really is money I made from stocks. If you do not believe me, check the trading app. Zhao Mei looked at his phone. Sure enough, there was a trading app installed. She opened it, and it required a password. You know the password, Li Jiyan said softly. For some reason, he felt a sense of relief. Now that he had told her everything, he would no longer need to hide so much from her. From now on, he could do things more openly. And in the future, he could keep up appearances more easily. Zhao Mei entered her birthday. For some reason, she suddenly recalled how, in the past, all of Li Jiyan's passwords on his computer, his accounts, had been her birthday. Back then, it had stirred something deep inside her. When she opened the trading app, she saw his trading records. And then, she saw what could only be described as miraculous transactions. Every time, he bought in at the perfect moment, and he always sold at the highest point. Even if his timing had been slightly off, he would not have made such extreme profits. Moreover, every stock he picked was what traders would call a monster stock, the kind that skyrocketed. A single person, managing to grab so many monster stocks in such a short period? And then she saw that his initial capital had indeed been 100,000. In such a short time, it had turned into more than 3 million? Zhao Mei could not believe it. How did you do this? For the first time, Zhao Mei felt that maybe her rationality was not as infallible as she had always believed. Maybe miracles really do exist in this world. Not everything can be judged purely through reason. Perhaps some impossibilities can, in fact, become possible. In Zhao Mei's heart, it felt as if something had been ignited. Maybe I was just lucky. I just picked randomly. You saw it yourself. I did not dare to continue after that. As he spoke, Li Jiyan felt increasingly at ease. Although Zhao Mei found this explanation hard to believe, she had no choice but to accept it. There was no way to claim that Li Jiyan had inside information. Yet, at the same time, she could not shake the feeling that he must have done some serious research. Have you studied the stock market? Li Jiyan thought for a moment, then nodded. If he had claimed it was all just random guessing, that would have been pure nonsense. I studied some data and intelligence reports and made my own predictions. Then I took a bold gamble, and I did make some money. But now, I would not dare to take such risks anymore. Zhao Mei nodded, her gaze toward Li Jiyan carrying a hint of shock. It seems you really do have a talent for trading. Most people cannot analyze stock trends at all, but you got it right. Looking at Li Jiyan before her, Zhao Mei felt as though there was something mysterious about him. After making money, I bought this pair of diamond rings, and a BMW. Here are the keys. Li Jiyan took out his blue key. Though it was nothing compared to Zhao Mei's car, it was still an extravagant purchase. Now, in front of Zhao Mei, there was no need to hide anything. Li Jiyan felt completely at ease. Looking at the balance in his account, Zhao Mei's emotions grew more complicated. Xiao Yan actually had such a gift. There was something truly remarkable about him, something she had never noticed before. But in her heart, there was no jealousy, only joy and pride. From the subtle smile on her lips, Li Jiyan could see the depth of her affection for him. Xiao Yan, do not touch the stock market anymore. You may be talented, and I cannot compare to you in this field. But from now on, stay away from it. The stock market. Nobody can hold the key to wealth forever. Li Jiyan nodded. Yes, Zhao Yi, I was thinking the same thing. That is why I have some investment plans. I want to start a business. Hearing this, Zhao Mei was startled. Li Jiyan wanted to invest. For most people, investing meant losing money. The fastest way for a middle-class person to go bankrupt was to start a business. Especially in the current market. No, just keep your money safe. You cannot start a business. There are no good opportunities right now. Competition is brutal everywhere. Once you sink your money in, you may never get it back. You need to cherish this money. Li Jiyan looked at Zhao Mei and spoke seriously. Zhao Ai, since I have already made this decision, it means I have a plan. Trust me, I will definitely make money. Seeing his determined expression, Zhao Mei realized she could not persuade him. Fine, let him do as he pleases. Even if he lost everything, she would be there to catch him when he fell. When you decide on something, make sure to tell me first. Understood? She simply could not rest easy when it came to Li Jiyan. Zhao Ai, do you see me now as a man you can rely on? Zhao Mei instinctively replied, when you succeed in business, we will talk. But then, she realized she had said the wrong thing. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She was truly afraid that she was giving him hope. That would only hurt both of them. She did not want things to continue this way. Child, Li Jiyan sighed inwardly. It was clear. Zhao Mei still saw him as a child. That was the greatest obstacle between them. Zhao Ai, have you really never seen me as a man, even just a little? I believe I will have an extraordinary future. But Zhao Mei only shook her head. No matter how much money you have, in my eyes, you are still just a child. Her words only made things more difficult for Li Jiyan. It seemed Zhao Ai truly did not care how much money he had, but that made sense. She was the one person in this world who loved him unconditionally. How could she possibly care whether he was rich or poor? Still, at least, for these 7 days, they were technically a couple. That gave him plenty of time. Enough time to slowly make her open her heart to him. Zhao Ai, no matter what, I will prove to you that you do have feelings for me. I will make sure we end up together. Zhao Mei only smiled faintly, without responding. She did not need to say much. In 7 days, this would all be over. He was just a child. His passion had limits. Do you want to ride the roller coaster? Li Jiyan shook his head. Zhao Mei, please, have mercy on me. I am really afraid of these self-torturing rides. I doubt I will ever dare to try them. Just imagining himself suspended in midair, completely unable to control his own movements, made him shudder. Then let us go for a walk somewhere else. As they strolled, Zhao Mei's face remained calm, but deep down, her emotions were anything but. 18 years old, barely an adult, and he had already made 3 million. For someone without connections, what were the odds of having 3 million in savings in their lifetime? Practically zero. Even a lifetime of diligent work would not guarantee that amount. If she told her friends about this, they probably would not even believe her. He could predict stock trends. That alone was beyond anything she could do. She had overlooked his talent before, but now that she thought about it, Li Jiyan was far more extraordinary than he appeared. His hand-drawn sketches, even compared to seasoned professionals, had a level of depth and realism that stood out. That too was a talent. If he continued on this path, in the future, there would be no shortage of women by his side. Zhao Mei had a feeling. Li Jiyan's deskmate, who was also his old classmate, Lu Shouyun, definitely did not have simple feelings for him either. If she were really to be with Li Jiyan, right now, she was still young and beautiful. But in the future, would he remain unchanged? Zhao Mei never underestimated the power of time. Time had the ability to turn seas into mulberry fields, to reduce mountains to ashes. What am I even thinking? For a moment, Zhao Mei felt dazed. The two of them played for a long time, before finally leaving the amusement park. Once they got into the car, Zhao Mei asked, "Where do you want to eat?" Li Jiyan thought for a moment. "Let us go home. I want to eat the food my girlfriend makes for me. It has been so long since I have had it." Just thinking about the fact that Zhao Mei was now his girlfriend, Li Jiyan felt a rush of excitement. And it was true, he had not eaten Zhao Mei's cooking in a long time. Her cooking had always been excellent, perfectly suited to his taste. Zhao Mei started the car and drove toward the apartment. After buying groceries and returning home, Zhao Mei felt a sense of relief. For a long time, she and Li Jiyan had been in a cold war. It had made her heart feel unbearably heavy, a deep, lingering sorrow. But now, that sorrow had finally come to an end. She and Li Jiyan had returned to their old relationship, except for these 7 days. She was his girlfriend in name. Xiao Yan, Zhao Mei spoke while preparing dinner. At that moment, Li Jiyan was sitting in the living room. Even though you have money now, you must still pay attention in class. In life, wealth and prosperity never stay by one side forever. Many people make money, but once the opportunity is gone, they are thrown back to where they started. When that time comes, if you do not have real skills of your own, you will fall into endless misery. You must understand this. Even though your university is not a prestigious one, the professional skills the teachers teach you are real. Learning them is still worthwhile. Hearing Zhao Mei's heartfelt advice, Li Jiyan felt a wave of warmth in his heart. If it were another woman, perhaps she would blindly admire him. Perhaps she would want to spend his money. That would not be unusual at all. But Zhao Mei only cared about whether he was doing well and thought about his future. That kind of concern gave Li Jiyan an overwhelming sense of security. Zhao Ai, it is all right. Even if I end up with nothing in the future, I still have you, do I not? I believe you would never let me end up on the streets. Zhao Mei sighed helplessly. You? But what if one day, I have nothing either? She knew he was not wrong. As long as she had food, she would never let him go hungry. If you lose everything, then we will wander the world together. By that time, worldly concerns will mean nothing to us. Li Ziyan's words made Zhao Mei chuckle. Listen to yourself. What nonsense are you saying? Zhao Mei was an excellent cook. Before long, she placed several dishes on the table. Li Jiyan took out a bottle of red wine. Zhao Ai, would you like a drink? Zhao Mei shook her head. I have work later. I need to drive back to the office. I cannot drink. But Li Jiyan grabbed her hand. You cannot go back, Mei. What kind of wife does not live with her husband? From now on, you should move back in. What do you think? There was a hint of pleading in Li Jiyan's eyes. A faint blush appeared on Zhao Mei's delicate face. You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is your wife? She had not expected Li Jiyan would say something like this. Zhao Ai, I am not wrong, am I? Li Jiyan did not take it too seriously. Now that he finally had a chance to be on equal footing with Zhao Mei, no matter what, he could not let this opportunity slip away. He really did not want her to go back to that rented apartment. That distance made him feel as if she was drifting away from him. No way. You, Zhao Mei refused him, but she could not bring herself to say anything further. She understood some of Li Jiyan's thoughts, but she did not want to argue with him about it. That would only give him false hope. Zhao Ai, we are equals now, and you are my girlfriend. Should we not live together? After all, we have known each other for so many years. Li Jiyan looked at Zhao Mei, his eyes full of expectation. He hoped to see something different in her gaze. But, before long, he felt disappointed. It seemed like Zhao Mei truly had no romantic feelings for him. We do have a long history together, but our relationship is not what you think it is. Zhao Mei spoke softly, her voice filled with hesitation. I know, but, Zhao Ai, you agreed to be my girlfriend for a week. Was that not to prove that you have no romantic feelings for me? If we do not live together, then after this week, what meaning would your words have for me? Zhao Mei thought for a moment, and realized that he had a point. If she did not live with him, could they truly be considered a couple? And besides, after this week, I will not act the same way anymore. When that time comes, if you still want to let go, then we will return to how we were before, will we not? As he spoke, there was a deep sadness in Li Jiyan's voice. The thought that he and Zhao Mei would never have a future together filled his heart with sorrow. So, I still hope that things can be like they were before. Even if I can never marry you, I do not want you to disappear from my life. Looking at the sincerity in Li Jiyan's eyes, Zhao Mei could not help but feel a tinge of sadness as well. Perhaps she had overcomplicated things. As Li Jiyan had said, if their relationship truly returned to what it was before, would she really need to be so cautious? Would she still have to guard against his feelings for her? That seemed a bit excessive. In the end, Zhao Mei nodded. I will stay here, but there are some things. She did not finish her sentence, but Li Jiyan understood her meaning completely. It was not what you thought last time, yet you hated me so much for it. How could I possibly do something like that again? Li Jiyan spoke softly. Zhao Mei reached out and gently touched his head, her eyes filled with affection. If you want to come back, then come back. In the end, Zhao Mei could not bear to let him go. Hearing her agree, Li Jiyan's heart leaped with joy. With Zhao Mei here, He truly felt a deep sense of security. And finally, his relationship with Zhao Yi had completely eased. Zhao Yi, let me toast to you. I hope I can win the heart of the woman I love. Zhao Mei clinked her glass against his. But she did not respond. Winning her heart, such a thing was impossible. That night, Zhao Mei and Li Jiyan stayed there, lying in his room, knowing Zhao Mei was just next door. Li Jiyan felt an overwhelming sense of peace. That night, his eyes' cool-down period ended. Li Jiyan started browsing the internet for investment opportunities. Before long, he came across an industry, weight loss centers. His vision also highlighted a business proposal, a plan for investing in weight loss centers. His eyes automatically optimized the proposal, and according to this improved version, 1 year later, he could earn $1 billion. A weight loss center. At that moment, Li Jiyan was completely intrigued. If he kept focusing on the stock market, he would inevitably become a legendary investor, but that would only make Zhao Yi worry, and sooner or later, it would draw unwanted attention. In comparison, investing in a weight loss center was a much more reasonable choice. Even though it was already past 10 o'clock, Li Jiyan carefully studied all the information he found, memorizing the entire proposal. So this is how it works. I thought it was just a gym, but this is different. Unlike gyms, where people struggle with self-discipline and pay for expensive personal trainers, this concept has made significant improvements. For people struggling with obesity, losing weight is, in many ways, a necessity. With this realization, Li Jiyan felt excited. A long while later, he sent a WeChat message to Zhao Mei. Mei, are you asleep? She replied almost instantly. Not yet. Seeing that she did not mind him calling her Mei, Li Jiyan felt a surge of happiness. It seemed Zhao Yi had lowered her guard toward him quite a bit. Maybe this was the beginning of something good. Zhao Yi, can you come keep me company, like you used to before my exams? Li Jiyan asked. Of course, he knew this was probably impossible. Zhao Mei no longer saw him the same way. And sure enough, 10 minutes passed, and there was still no movement. Li Jiyan sighed and lay down to sleep. Suddenly, the door opened. Zhao Mei walked in, carrying a pillow and blanket. After setting up the pillow, she wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. Stay put. Li Jiyan was overjoyed. Do not worry, I will behave. The weather now was already quite chilly, no longer as scorching as it had been during summer. Even wrapped in a blanket, Zhao Mei did not feel too hot. Her mind began to wander. That night, if she had not been drunk, would that incident have happened? But now, it was absolutely out of the question. After all, she was carrying a child. Zhao Yi. Mei, can I hold your hand? Li Ziyan's words made Zhao Mei shake her head with a helpless smile. Are you calling me Zhao Yi or Mei? Mei, Li Ziyan answered. I guess I am just used to calling you Zhao Yi, but from now on, I will call you Mei. He realized his respect for Zhao Mei was deeply ingrained. Simply saying the name Mei filled him with a strange sense of excitement. Because of his complex feelings for her, his way of addressing her kept changing. But this time, he had made up his mind. He would call her Mei from now on. He felt that deep respect was a barrier between them. Just for this week, Zhao Mei reminded him again. She placed her hand in his. Li Jiyan held it gently. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. Before long, he drifted into sleep. Watching him fall asleep so quickly, Zhao Mei sighed softly. It seemed he really was exhausted today. But was she any different? Ever since that day, her heart had been in constant turmoil. She turned to her side, gazing at Li Jiyan's face in the moonlight, and for the first time in a long while, she felt truly safe. If only we could go back to how things used to be, that would be nice. But the moment she considered that possibility, fear crept into her heart. The pressure from the outside world was terrifying. The next morning, when Li Jiyan slowly woke up, he was greeted by the smell of food wafting from the kitchen. Zhao Mei had made breakfast. At that moment, Li Jiyan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Waking up like this, with Zhao Yi nearby, it was the safest feeling in the world. Checking the time, it was already past 10. Mei, why did you not wake me? Hearing him call her that, Zhao Mei, busy in the kitchen, felt a bit uneasy. But since she had already agreed to this arrangement, she could not refute it now. It is Saturday. Even university students do not have classes. What is the point of waking up early? Li Jiyan got up and went to the bathroom to freshen up. By the time he came out, Zhao Mei had already placed the dishes on the table. The two of them ate in silence. Then, all of a sudden, Zhao Mei asked, "What are your plans for today?" She knew. During these 7 days, Li Ziyan would not give up. In his mind, he was definitely thinking about how to make her surrender, how to make her agree to be his girlfriend for real. He would not sit idly by. "Mei, I want to start a business." What surprised Zhao Mei was, he had not said anything about going out on a date. He simply said he wanted to start a business. That was unexpected. She looked at Li Ziyan in disbelief. "You are not in a hurry to pursue me, and instead, you want to start a business?" Li Ziyan looked at Zhao Mei. "Do you really want to be in a relationship with me?" Zhao Mei immediately realized that she had walked right into Li Ziyan's trap. However, she did not seem flustered at all. "Not exactly. You know what I meant. I am just curious. Why, in this situation, are you not thinking about romance? Why are you focusing on starting a business instead?" Li Ziyan thought for a moment, then looked at Zhao Mei. "Because timing is everything in business. If someone else launches my plan first, I will lose the advantage. And without that advantage, how am I supposed to attract franchisees and make even more money?" Li Ziyan knew that his 1 billion a year goal could only be achieved quickly through franchising. Moreover, he had noticed that the cooldown time for his ability was getting longer. At this rate, he had no idea when he would next see another opportunity for wealth. So he planned to solidify this business idea as soon as possible. "And besides, if I took you out on dates, I do not think it would mean much to you. For me, it would just be a waste of effort." Li Ziyan spoke with complete sincerity. Surprisingly, Zhao Mei agreed with his reasoning. She knew that if he kept taking her out for meaningless activities, her feelings would not change. "You know how to write business plans?" Zhao Mei looked at him in surprise. She could hardly believe it. Li Ziyan could actually do something like this? It seemed almost unreal. "Of course, I may be a student, but what I study is not limited to textbooks." Hearing this, Zhao Mei began to see him in a new light. When it came to business, even 100 of his peers could not compare to him. Most people his age could only manage part-time jobs at best. But compared to them, Li Ziyan was on a completely different level. At 18, he had made over 3 million in the stock market. Now he was driving a BMW 4 Series and had more than 2 million in cash. And on top of that, he was already planning his own business. "Zhao Ai, your factory is in the suburbs, right?" Li Ziyan asked. The location of the weight loss center was critical, and his 2 million in savings was not enough to establish it in the city center. A suburban location would be much more practical. "What are you planning?" Zhao Mei was puzzled. She had no idea what he was thinking. "Mei, does your factory have any unused space? Rent some of it to me." Zhao Mei rolled her eyes. So this was his plan. He just wanted to stay close to her? Nonsense. That is a manufacturing plant. What would you even do there? What kind of business are you trying to start? Zhao Mei was beginning to feel like he was just fooling around. He must have treated this entire thing as some kind of game. After all, having so much money at such a young age, it was only natural that his heart was not yet steady. "Mei." Li Ziyan called her name over and over again, as if he were getting addicted to it. "Mei, you think I am only doing this to be near you. But that is not the case. I am planning to open a weight loss center." Hearing this, Zhao Mei's eyes widened in shock. Her beautiful gaze filled with surprise. Li Ziyan actually had a real plan? Could it be that he was not just using this as an excuse to stay close to her? A weight loss center. What does it do? She placed some food on his plate, curious to know more. Simply put, it helps people lose weight. Zhao Mei shook her head. Aren't there already gyms everywhere? Once people gain weight, it is usually very difficult for them to lose it. Li Ziyan shook his head. People's lifestyles have become increasingly unhealthy with the rise of food delivery services. So obesity is becoming more and more common. Gyms only work for a short burst of motivation, and without anyone to hold them accountable, it is difficult for people to stay disciplined. My weight loss center would charge 3,000 yuan per month per person. They would sign up for structured weight loss programs. It would be a fully immersive training environment, with instructors supervising them and peers motivating each other. I am confident this could be a highly profitable business. Listening to him, Zhao Mei realized that his idea actually made sense. This idea of yours is actually pretty good, but it would cost a lot, right? Li Ziyan nodded. I have done the calculations, hiring trainers, purchasing gym equipment, and marketing expenses. The initial investment would be around 2 million. His ability had given him a complete business plan. It outlined exactly what to do and when to do it. As long as he followed the plan, he was certain to make a fortune. After all, the wealth strategies revealed by his ability had never been wrong. You are planning to invest all your money? Zhao Mei's voice carried disbelief. She could hardly believe he was willing to risk everything. Yes. Mei, you should know. In order to make money, you have to invest first. Otherwise, how could you expect to see returns? Zhao Mei immediately rejected the idea. No. Xiaoyan, do not do this. She strongly opposed his decision to invest all 2 million. Even though your plan seems feasible, this 2 million, every yuan of it was hard-earned. There is no guarantee that you will ever make this much money again. If you lose it, you might never get another chance, and by then, even if you regret it, it will be too late. Li Jiyan shook his head. Mei, I am going to do this no matter what. If you do not support me, then I will find another place to rent. I believe in myself. And I want to be someone you can rely on. For the rest of my life, I want you to be carefree. For a moment, Zhao Mei was speechless. His ambition and determination were truly remarkable. He was bold enough to dream and take action. But if he failed, after struggling with her thoughts for a long time, Zhao Mei ultimately said nothing more. Fine. Let him do as he pleased. Everyone has a phase of youthful recklessness. Even if Li Jiyan failed in the end, he would still have her supporting him from behind. No matter what, his life would not turn out too badly. Soon, Zhao Mei drove Li Jiyan to a cosmetics manufacturing facility. The area was quite desolate, an industrial park. When Zhao Mei arrived with Li Jiyan, Liang Xingyu came out to greet them. Miss Xiao, did you bring Li Jiyan here for a visit? Zhao Mei shook her head. Liang Xingyu, clear out the left side of the factory and part of the dormitory. Let him use it from now on. Liang Xingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What was Zhao Mei trying to do? You mean? Li Jiyan noticed Liang Xingyu's shock and said, Liang Xingyu, it is nothing. I plan to open a weight loss center here. Hearing this, Liang Xingyu was even more surprised, but she quickly figured out the reason behind it. There was no doubt. A boy who was not even 19 years old would never have the confidence to do this on his own. It had to be because he had Zhao Mei's support. That was why he dared to take such a bold step. For a moment, Liang Xingyu could not help but envy him. Zhao Mei truly spoiled him. She was willing to do absolutely anything for him. If only she had someone like that in her life, she would not have to struggle so hard in this society. This world really was unfair. Mei, how much? I will transfer the money to your account later. Zhao Mei instinctively reached for Li Jiyan's ear and pinched it. You little rascal, are you addicted to acting like an adult now? Pay me? Do you even have the money for that? Li Jiyan felt a little embarrassed. He really was being pretentious. Over the years, he had received so much help from Zhao Ai. Without her, he would never have been able to live such a carefree life. If he truly wanted to repay her, it would take him a lifetime, and even then, it would never be enough. Mei, when I make a fortune in the future, I will make sure you live a life of pure luxury. I will make you the happiest woman in the world. Zhao Mei sighed. No matter what, there was always an air of childishness in his words and actions, but that was to be expected. After all, even by the end of the year, he would only be 19. She could not possibly expect him to be fully mature at such a young age. That would be unrealistic, impossible, even. As he spoke, Li Jiyan gently hugged Zhao Mei. She instinctively wanted to pull away, but then she remembered that, for now, she was technically his girlfriend, so she let it be. After all, he would not do anything excessive. Just then, Liang Xingyu returned and happened to witness the scene. Zhao Mei's heart tensed. Had Liang Xingyu noticed something? But soon, she realized she was overthinking it. Liang Xingyu did not seem to take it seriously at all. You two are really close. Of course, she never once thought of them as lovers. A 40-year-old man with a 20-year-old woman. That could be love. But when the woman was 19 years older than the man, could that really be called love? Of course. Li Jiyan let go of Zhao Mei. He turned to look at Liang Xingyu, feeling a bit disappointed. Did nobody see him and Zhao Ai as a real couple? But perhaps that was only natural. Li Jiyan, what exactly are you trying to do? Miss Xiao spoils you way too much. This whole thing is ridiculous. Only you could make her go this far. Her voice was filled with envy. When it came to Zhao Mei's care for Li Jiyan, there was simply no comparison. I want to open a weight loss center. Next, I need to start recruiting online. Liang Xingyu, do you have time? Can you help me with this? Liang Xingyu shook her head. As much as I would love to help you, Miss Zhao's cosmetics company only opened recently. We are actually extremely busy. Before she could finish speaking, Zhao Mei cut her off. Enough, Liang Xingyu. Go help him. I will handle things at the company for now. Her tone was indulgent, as always. Liang Xingyu looked at Li Ziyan with overwhelming jealousy. Li Ziyan, I am truly envious of you. Miss Zhao spoils you too much. No one else could ever receive this kind of treatment. Alright, Liang Xingyu, I need employees. You will be in charge of interviews. I am going to register the company today. Li Ziyan listed all the positions he needed to fill, but halfway through, Liang Xingyu was already overwhelmed. She interrupted him. Stop. Li Ziyan, this is way too much. Let me just record it on my phone. Tell me everything you need. I will make sure to find them all for you. Her voice carried a hint of resignation. At this point, she could not help but be impressed by him. As Liang Xingyu started recording, Li Ziyan repeated his list. Meanwhile, Zhao Mei watched him with astonishment in her eyes. She never expected his business plan to be so detailed. It was thorough down to the last position, outlined with extreme precision. It was clear. He had thought everything through. For such a detailed plan, how long had he been working on it? Had he started back in his senior year of high school? Even while doing all those hand-drawn sketches for her, he had also created such an intricate plan. Zhao Mei increasingly felt that she could not fully understand Li Ziyan anymore. The person in front of her, in her mind, was becoming more and more of a mystery. Over the next 2 days, Zhao Mei took Li Ziyan to register the company. After completing all the necessary procedures, on Sunday night, she drove him to a restaurant near the university. The two sat across from each other. Zhao Mei looked at Li Ziyan, a bit helpless. Xiaoyan, your company is officially open now. Let me toast to your beloved. Your company's success. Seeing the slight embarrassment in Zhao Mei's expression, Li Ziyan could not help but feel delighted. Mei, are you feeling shy? Is it that hard to say the name AI Mei? When registering the company, Li Ziyan had chosen the name AI Mei Love Mei. From the very start, Zhao Mei had strongly opposed it. However, since Zhao Mei and Li Ziyan were now in a position of equality, her requests were simply ignored by him. At that moment, he realized just how great it was to be on equal footing with Zhao Mei. Fine. Do whatever you want. But no matter if you make money or lose it, do not let it affect you too much. Even if you end up with nothing, you still have me. I still have plenty of money. I will buy you a house, help you find a wife, and raise a family. Zhao Mei was worried about Li Ziyan's investment failing. If he failed, the emotional blow would be devastating. So she was giving him this warning in advance. What are you even saying? Li Ziyan sighed. What kind of girlfriend talks about buying her boyfriend a house so he can marry someone else? You should be thinking about marrying me instead. If you did not have to drive later, I would make you drink as punishment. Li Ziyan's words only made Zhao Mei feel even more embarrassed. From now on, I will go home every day. Today is an exception. Understood? Zhao Mei looked at Li Ziyan, not knowing what he was thinking. Why would you go home every day instead of focusing on your studies? But Li Ziyan was clear-headed. Of course, I have to go home. In 5 days, you will no longer be my girlfriend. By then, if I call you Mei, you will definitely twist my ear again. I have to cherish these 5 days. If my roommates had not dragged me into playing games today, I would not have come early. Zhao Mei suddenly felt uneasy. Only 5 days left. Once these 5 days passed, this agreement would expire. By then, he would have to wake up from this. Do as you like. Her voice was soft, carrying little emotion. In the following 5 days, Li Ziyan's company continued to grow. More and more employees were joining. Nowadays, if you had money, finding staff was not a problem. Because of this, Li Ziyan was constantly busy even during classes, handling business matters. Of course, in a vocational college like this, teachers just focused on lecturing. They would not care if a student used their phone in class. At this point, the back row of the classroom had practically become the reserved spot for Li Ziyan, his 3 roommates, and Lu Xiaoyun. Old 3, you have been insanely busy lately. What are you even doing? Old 2 asked in a hushed voice. They had noticed that no matter what Li Ziyan was doing, he never put his phone down. At that moment, Li Ziyan was discussing marketing strategies with his team, and he casually responded, Nothing much. I started a company. Immediately. His 3 roommates exploded. No one had expected Li Jiyan to actually start a business. Old 4 blurted out one of his infamous half-baked idioms. Old 3, you are like a baby cow flying in an airplane way up in the sky. Here we are, still deciding whether to eat pickled vegetable or spicy-flavored instant noodles tomorrow. And you are already running a company? The gap between people. Forget it, I do not even want to talk about it anymore. Old 4 sighed dramatically. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyun stared at Li Jiyan, unable to hide the admiration in her eyes. After witnessing his extraordinary capabilities, she had grown much more reserved. Her desire to pursue him was obvious, but she was also afraid that he would look down on her, so she dared not say anything. Now, seeing that he had started a company, Lu Xiaoyun felt even more certain. Those flashy senior students with their heavy makeup were nothing compared to him. They are just so childish. Next to Li Jiyan, they were completely outclassed. The company is still in its early stages, so things are hectic. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyun softly asked, "Can I work part-time at your company on Sundays?" Li Jiyan did not refuse. He considered Lu Xiaoyun a good friend. Back when he was in the hospital, she had taken care of him. A simple request like this, he naturally would not turn her down. "If you want to come, then come. But my company is in the suburbs. You can take my car there. Meals and lodging are provided. As for your pay, I can give you 200 yuan a day." The moment he said that, his 3 roommates went wild again. "Old 3, do not put girls before your brothers. You have to bring us along too. You know how broke I am. If I could make an extra 1,600 yuan a month, I would finally have the money to find a girlfriend." The last time the 3 of them went camping, they had high hopes for an exciting night, but in the end, they spent the whole night just hanging out with Li Jiyan. Since then, they had realized how important money was. With money, you could do things you never thought possible. At the very least, with money, you could enjoy yourself at a bathhouse. Fine, but do not complain if the work is tiring. Li Jiyan was not someone who felt obligated to help everyone, but when it came to his close friends, he did not mind looking out for them. After class, Old 4 mysteriously whispered, "Li Jiyan, do you not know that Lu Xiaoyun likes you? She has completely changed. Even us single guys can see it. I am telling you, if you make a move, she is yours for sure." Old 2 and Old 1 immediately chimed in. Yeah. Lu Xiaoyun used to be such a tomboy, but now look at her acting all ladylike in front of you." "Exactly. Just go for it already." Li Jiyan shook his head. "That was absolutely out of the question. I have a girlfriend." The 3 of them went into an even bigger uproar. They started bombarding him with questions. But Li Jiyan did not take them seriously. "Anyway, my girlfriend is the best person in the world, and she is much prettier than Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun may be my old classmate, but I do not have those kinds of feelings for her. She is just a good friend, and her feelings for me are only temporary. There is no need to acknowledge them." Li Jiyan knew people like Liang Xingyu or Lu Xiaoyun. Their views on love were different from those who sought true commitment. They might develop feelings for someone based on a single trait, whether it was good looks or talent, but such affections were fleeting. They were not real love. This kind of love comes quickly, but also fades just as fast. There is no need to waste time on it. The 3 of them wailed again in exaggerated despair, lamenting how fate treats people differently. "All right. Enough of this, guys. Let's just focus on making money. Once we have money, getting a girlfriend will not be a problem at all." Li Jiyan said this with certainty. He knew that right now, he was a prominent figure in school, but if he had no money, would he still be getting this much attention? The only truly beautiful woman he had genuine feelings for was Zhao Mei, and if things had gone according to the original path of life, they would never have had any kind of romantic relationship. But now, he had an infinitely bright future ahead of him. At least for now, his future seemed full of possibilities. There was even a chance that he and Zhao Mei could end up together. The 3 roommates fully agreed with Li Jiyan's words. "Stop right there, 3rd. You are absolutely right. Before you made a name for yourself, there was not a single girl in school who liked you. Not just in the whole school. Even in our own class, there was no one. But now, this really is the kind of thing that makes people jealous enough to die." In the afternoon, Li Jiyan did not stay for the rest of his classes. This was the last day of his relationship with Zhao Mei. He knew that after today, her identity would return to what it was before. She would no longer treat him as an equal like she did now. At that point, many of his plans would become much harder to achieve. Zhao Ai. I will make the most of today. Driving into the city, Li Ziyan purchased a large number of roses and red candles. He wanted to make the house feel warm and romantic. By around 3 in the afternoon, he arrived at his rented apartment to set things up. This place reminded him of the night he had spent with Zhao Ai. The delivery worker bringing the flowers looked completely amazed. Brother, I have seen plenty of guys send roses to their girlfriends before, but I have never seen anyone send this many at once. This is practically turning into a sea of flowers. Do not leave, let memories keep us close. He even hummed a tune as he worked. Li Ziyan could not help but feel a little speechless. As the workers continued decorating, roses covered the walls, the floor, the kitchen, the master bedroom, the guest room, even the bathroom. The entire space was filled with the sweet fragrance of roses. One of the female staff members looked on with envy. She secretly glanced at Li Ziyan. In her eyes, his attractiveness had increased tenfold. Perhaps this was the charm of money. By 5 in the afternoon, the entire place had been transformed. Li Ziyan set up the candles and even installed some electronic ambient lights. He tested them out, and instantly, the whole room turned into a dreamlike wonderland. On the ceiling, a projection of a starry sky twinkled faintly. This technology nowadays, it is really something. In these past 7 days, nothing special really happened between me and Zhao Mei, but maybe she has some expectations for tonight? Li Ziyan had waited until today deliberately. He wanted to create a sense of contrast in her heart. As long as Zhao Mei had even the slightest sense of anticipation or emotional conflict, his chances tonight would be even greater. Thinking back to that drunken night, Li Ziyan felt that familiar feeling return. Deep down, he still saw Zhao Mei as a woman he longed for. After hesitating for a while, Li Ziyan placed a food order and then called Zhao Mei. Mei, when are you coming home? On the other end of the line, Zhao Mei's voice came quickly. I am not going back tonight. I am working overtime with Liang Xingyu. Besides, our agreement ends tomorrow. I think, from now on, you should not call me by my name anymore. And honestly, I really do not have that kind of feeling for you. Let's just go back to how things were before. As she said this, she felt a wave of relief. This entanglement with Li Ziyan was finally coming to an end. All this time, her emotions had been so tangled up, she barely recognized herself. Mei, come back. If you do not come back today, that would be a breach of our agreement. That means extending it by another week. I am waiting for you at the apartment. Hearing his words, Zhao Mei sighed helplessly. Fine, I will go back now. But remember what I said. She hung up the phone. Then, she called Liang Xingyu inside, gave her some instructions about the overtime work, and only then did she drive away. When Zhao Mei arrived at the apartment, she pulled out her key and unlocked the door. The moment she stepped inside, she saw a sight she would never forget. Inside this small apartment, rose petals covered everything, filling the air with their fragrance. And the once plain white ceiling was now transformed into a vast, starry sky. The entire room felt like it had turned into an ocean of stars. It was like stepping into a dream. Zhao Mei froze in place. She had never seen such a romantic scene before. Even as a woman who had always been strong and independent, at this moment, she could not help but feel a yearning deep inside. Just then, Li Ziyan wrapped his arms around her from behind. Mei, you are back. As he took in her scent, Li Ziyan felt a deep longing. He was utterly in love with Zhao Mei. In his heart, his feelings for her ran deeper than anything, and as he inhaled her fragrance, his desire ignited like a fire. When Zhao Mei had decided to come back, she had imagined that something might happen, but she had not expected that the moment she walked in, Li Ziyan would embrace her. She suddenly felt lost and unsure. Shoyan, let go of me. There was fear in her voice. Would tonight turn into a repeat of that night? If that happened, she would never be able to accept it. Li Ziyan, however, was obedient. He let go of her. Seriously, I cannot even be close to my own girlfriend? Hearing this, Zhao Mei almost twisted his ear again. But in the end, she held back. After all, when she woke up tomorrow, this agreement would be over. From then on, they could return to their old relationship, and she would no longer have to worry about all of this. Alright, Mei, come sit down. I have prepared a candlelit dinner for you. Change into slippers first. Zhao Mei obediently took off her high heels and put on slippers. Li Jian led her to the table, where she sat down. It is a shame, this table is a little small. Otherwise, this would really feel like one of those grand, luxurious family dinners from TV dramas. Li Jian chuckled. Hearing this, Zhao Mei could not help but smile. You want to become a rich family like that? Li Jian nodded seriously. Of course, I will definitely become a wealthy man one day, but I will not be like those rich men who have dozens of wives. This lifetime, my eyes will only see Zhao Mei. Other than Zhao Mei, I will never love anyone else in this life. Hearing Li Jian's sweet words, Zhao Mei could not help but feel a bit happy. Although she believed that she did not have that kind of romantic love for Li Jian, that did not stop her from feeling a sense of joy. In this world, there is no woman who does not enjoy hearing affectionate words. Looking into Li Jian's eyes, for some reason, Zhao Mei felt an unprecedented confidence. She believed in his words. She believed that in the future, he really could become part of high society. But if he truly became a wealthy man, would she still be worthy of him? After the new year, she would already be a 38-year-old woman. Meanwhile, he would still be just 19, in the prime of his youth. Although Zhao Mei was confident in her beauty, if Li Jian truly became rich, his side would never lack beautiful women, would it? Suddenly, Zhao Mei realized that she was actually thinking about these things. This realization made her feel a bit flustered. Could it be that deep down, she really had certain feelings for Li Jian? At this thought, she felt deeply ashamed. What on earth was she thinking? Mei, have a drink with me. There was a trace of hope in Li Jian's eyes. And this kind of hope, Zhao Mei could understand. She did not want to drink, but today was the last day. If she did not drink with him now, after their agreement ended, he would surely come up with another excuse, would he not? Zhao Mei did not want their relationship to continue like this. In the future, whether for her or for him, it would be nothing but a painful burden. There was no point in dragging this out. All right. Seeing Zhao Mei agree to drink, Li Jian let out a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely worried that she would refuse. Now, it seemed like she still indulged him. Mei, the wine for tonight is the one you love the most. It is absolutely delicious. And these dishes, I had them delivered fresh just a while ago, under the candlelight. Li Jian gazed at Zhao Mei's breathtaking face. His heart was filled with countless emotions. Meanwhile, Zhao Mei looked at the roses around her, and the ceiling, now transformed into a starry sky. This starry sky is beautiful. Zhao Mei sighed. I remember when we were kids, back in the melon fields. The stars were just as dense as this, and they were incredibly beautiful. Nowadays, even in the countryside, you can barely see the stars anymore. Li Jian nodded. Yes, I remember those nights too. The stars were like a painting. It felt like a dream. Back then, we had so many wonderful fantasies. But, after growing up, everything changed completely. It is like gaining knowledge of the world's luxuries, but losing so much of life's simple beauty. Zhao Mei took a small sip of red wine. Looking at the twinkling stars above, she felt as if she had returned to the dreamy years of her youth. Tomorrow, put all of this away. Li Jian shook his head. I do not want to. If you like it, Mei, we can have this every day. Li Jian looked at Zhao Mei. It felt as if the two of them were locked in a battle of wills. Roses wither. And things never truly go back to how they were before. Li Jian shook his head again. I can replace them every day. And this starry sky on the ceiling can stay forever. If you like it, we can sit under this starry sky every night. Feeling that his words were not enough to move Zhao Mei, Li Jian poured himself a glass of wine and drank it in one go. As the alcohol took effect, Zhao Mei looked more and more beautiful in his eyes. It is impossible. Zhao Mei poured herself a glass as well. It was as if she was drinking to the misfortunes of life, or perhaps, to something else entirely. Some things may seem impossible to you now, but whether something is possible or not, you will never know unless you try. Only by trying, by putting in real effort, can you truly find out whether it is possible. You should not just dismiss it outright. Zhao Mei, are you really so sure that you do not feel even the slightest heartbeat for me? Li Jian gently grabbed Zhao Mei's hand, squeezing it slightly. Not so hard. Zhao Mei frowned slightly in discomfort. She told him to ease up. Only then did Li Jian let go with an apologetic look. Zhao Ai, I know that if I cannot move you tonight, tomorrow I will have to go back to calling you Zhao Ai again. When that happens, everything will go back to the way it was, and my hopes will be completely crushed. At that point, nothing will ever be possible again. Give me a chance. Give me a chance to be with you in the future. Time is the ultimate test for everything. In the end, I will prove to you that my love for you is real and unwavering. I will stay by your side forever. I will love you until the end of time. Li Jian's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Zhao Mei. But, at this moment, her eyes darted away uncomfortably. It is impossible. Her voice was still firm. No. You are just afraid. I do not believe that you have absolutely no feelings for me. Li Jian reached for more bottles of red wine. If you truly have no feelings for me at all, then tonight, let alcohol decide everything. If, after tonight, you still feel nothing, then after tomorrow, I will give up completely. Zhao Mei looked at the bottles of wine that Li Ziyan had pushed toward her. In the end, she took one. She knew that if she did not do something tonight, Li Ziyan would never let go. For her, getting drunk on red wine was nearly impossible. So, there was no real risk. After thinking this through, Zhao Mei felt a bit more at ease. Fine, let us drink. If you want to drink tonight, then I will drink with you. With practiced ease, Zhao Mei uncorked the bottles. She poured the wine into their glasses. Just do not drink yourself under the table, she teased. Seeing that Zhao Mei had agreed to drink, Li Jiyan felt a rush of excitement. As long as she agreed, then he had a chance to shake her resolve. As the first bottle was emptied, both Zhao Mei and Li Jiyan's cheeks began to flush. It was true that red wine was difficult to get drunk on, but when consumed in large quantities in a short time, she still felt dizzy. Shoyan, I still need to tell you, we are impossible. There is no love between us, and our age difference is too great. If there were no age gap between us, I would be with you simply because I indulge and care for you. But now, if I were to be with you, that would be the height of selfishness. At that time, do you know what we would have to face? Zhao Mei took another drink. She seemed unable to stop. Li Jiyan felt deeply moved. Zhao Mei's tolerance toward him was beyond anything else. She even said that if there were no age gap, she would have married him just to accommodate him. Such love was truly profound. Your feelings for me as a man and a woman make me feel incredibly sad, Xiaoyan, because, between us, it is completely impossible. Do you understand? What separates us is not a river, but an entire sea. If we were really together, have you ever considered what would happen? At that time, my mother would be the first to stand against us. How would Tingting look at me? How would your teacher, Lu, see us? And what about Liang Xingyu, Lu Xiaoyun, and my business partners? Have you ever thought about these things? Xiaoyan, you are already an adult. Some things cannot be determined solely by your own thoughts or desires. If you only act on impulse, then you will not survive in this world. No matter how much alcohol you drink, my answer will still be the same. The fundamental difference between humans and other animals is that humans have emotions and can use rationality to suppress their instincts. Do you understand? There was an indescribable sorrow in Zhao Mei's voice. At this moment, she finally realized something. Deep down, she did have thoughts about being with Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan treated her so well. He was willing to give up everything for her. If she said that his actions did not move her in the slightest, that would be a complete lie. Li Jiyan's love for her, along with everything he did, it was undeniably childish. So childish that at times, it was almost laughable. But within that childishness, there was a sincerity so pure that it was undeniable. No, Xiao Ai, I think you are wrong. I do not believe that you feel absolutely nothing for me. We both. Li Jiyan could not put his thoughts into words, but Zhao Mei clenched her hand tightly. That is right. Compared to other living beings, one of humanity's greatest strengths is the ability to think rationally. Humans can do things that other creatures cannot. I admit that. But, Zhao Mei, this world is filthy. If a person spends their entire life looking at everything through the lens of rationality, then tell me, what beauty is left in this world? I think, if that is the case, then life itself is meaningless. In this lifetime, we must at least allow ourselves to hold on to some beautiful fantasies. Your rationality has always been something I admired about you. It is one of the things that makes you, Zhao Ai, so attractive. But there are times when I absolutely hate that rationality, because it makes me feel like you are not someone with emotions. Instead, you feel like a machine, calm, logical, untouchable. No matter what I do, I cannot seem to move your heart. But in those moments, When you pinch me, when you twist my ear, those are the times when I feel like you are real, even though it hurts so much. Only then do I feel like you are whole. Only then do I see you as a woman, not some untouchable goddess who is always composed and rational. In those moments, I see hope. I truly, truly love the Zhao Mei from those moments. At this moment, Li Jian's voice was filled with sorrow. Enough, stop talking. Today is the last day. Let this agreement come to an end. In the future, I will still spoil you and treat you well. I will protect you. But from tomorrow onward, you must call me Zhao Yi again. You are not allowed to call me Mei. Zhao Mei said these words, but even she felt unnatural saying them. Her heart was more conflicted than ever. Zhao Yi. Li Jian looked at Zhao Mei's resolute expression. His tears finally spilled over. No matter how much he wanted to force himself to mature, deep down, he was still young and childish. Such emotional growth could never happen overnight. Zhao Yi, you do not want me anymore. Li Jian began sobbing uncontrollably. Hearing his words, Zhao Mei felt a sharp pain pierce her heart. Even his way of addressing her had changed. He called her you instead of Mei. He was crying, and his sorrow was devastating. Shoyan, seeing Li Jian in such pain, Zhao Mei gently held his hand. And she, too, began to cry. Their emotions, their hearts, were connected. Li Jian's sadness inevitably stirred Zhao Mei's emotions as well. If he was in pain, how could she not feel the same? Shoyan, do not worry, that will not happen. Even as she said those words, Li Jian only cried harder. He could not control himself. He knew, after today, there would be no future for him and Zhao Mei. The two of them wept together. But in the depths of Zhao Mei's heart, her rationality was beginning to crumble. If Li Jian had been just a little more mature, then she never would have fallen into such turmoil. But precisely because of his childishness, something she had never expected was happening. Zhao Mei was breaking down. After a long time, Li Jian slowly lifted his head. He looked into Zhao Mei's eyes. Their gazes locked. And in that moment, he leaned in and kissed her. Instantly, all of Zhao Mei's rationality vanished. She was overwhelmed by pure emotion. In her heart, how could she possibly say she felt nothing for Li Jian? At this moment, she was completely lost. That rational mind that had always accompanied her was nowhere to be found. The feelings she had for Li Jian were now magnified beyond control. She was utterly confused. Could it be that she truly, deeply loved Li Jian? But beneath the starry sky, surrounded by roses, Zhao Mei had no time to think anymore. Everything happened naturally. Early the next morning, Zhao Mei gazed at the ceiling, still as dreamlike and romantic as ever. She never could have imagined that without losing consciousness this time, she would allow history to repeat itself. Beside her, Li Jian was still fast asleep. On his face, there remained a bright, radiant smile. That smile filled Zhao Mei's heart with warmth. But still, she covered her face with her hands. A long time passed. She went to the living room, closing the door to Li Jian's bedroom behind her. Zhao Mei lay down on the sofa, staring at the dreamlike starry sky above. Yet in her heart, she felt nothing but confusion. Before, she had drunk heavily in order to secure a business deal. She had completely blacked out, with no memory of what happened. But now, she could not believe it. Her rationality had been completely shattered. It was as if she had forgotten everything she once held firm. Was this really something she had done? Only Xiaoyan, only he could make me completely lose control to my emotions. Zhao Mei's heart felt even heavier with sorrow. A deep and overwhelming sense of uncertainty engulfed her. But how am I supposed to face the world? I am 19 years older than him. When I was an adult, he was just learning to walk. And now, am I really supposed to marry him? Zhao Mei stared at the starry sky above. Yet this once beautiful, dreamlike scene no longer seemed so wonderful. For her, after a fleeting dream, reality would inevitably have to be faced. When the dream ends, it is time to leave. Perhaps I can never return to the way things were with him again. After this, Zhao Mei knew she had no more excuses left. Perhaps the only way was to draw a clear boundary between them. Only then could she put an end to all the pain that would come in the future. Just imagining that scenario made Zhao Mei's heart wrench in agony. It hurt. It hurt so much. Shoyan, in this world, you will always be the person I cherish the most. The person I care about the most. Let us treat this as nothing more than a dream. In the future, when you find yourself a girlfriend, I will return. Zhao Mei packed her things for a long time in the guest bedroom. At around 6 in the morning, she quietly left. Morning. At 9 o'clock, Li Jian felt as if he had just woken from a dream. But as his memories gradually returned, he realized it had not been a dream. It was real. Even now, he could hardly believe it. Last night had been real. Zhao Mei must be in the kitchen making breakfast. Perhaps because the door was closed, he could not smell the usual aroma of food. Li Jian walked out of his room, eager to see Zhao Mei. Maybe he could finally marry her. He could bring Zhao Mei home and make her his wife. But soon, disappointment set in. Nothing was as he had imagined. The roses, the starry ceiling, the leftover wine, everything remained. Everything, except Zhao Mei. Zhao Mei, Zhao Mei. Li Jian called her name, hoping to hear her familiar voice. But it was as if Zhao Mei had vanished from the world. Panic began to rise in his heart. Zhao Mei, come out. Li Jian felt something was wrong. He quickly grabbed his phone. He wanted to call Zhao Mei. But then, he saw her message on WeChat. A long, long message. Li Jian knew. Zhao Mei typed slowly. For her to write something this long, she must have taken a very long time to compose it. Shoyan, I am leaving. This decision, I spent a long time thinking it over. I have made an unforgivable mistake. I was not rational enough. Starting today, I will be leaving this city. As for when I will return, I do not know. Maybe, after you find yourself a girlfriend, I will come back. By then, this feeling will have passed. I know it will hurt, but pain is something everyone must go through in life. I cannot love you, and I cannot face the judgment of the world. Do not look for me. You will not find me. For years, I have buried myself in work, and I am exhausted. I will take this opportunity to give myself a long overdue break. Do not think of me. Do not try to find me. Let it all go. Your Zhao Ai. As he read her message, Li Ziyan's heart felt as if a massive hole had been torn through it. All of Zhao Mei's smiles, her voice, her presence, flashed through his mind like a cruel reminder. It hurt. When the person you love leaves, it really, truly hurts. That gut-wrenching, soul-tearing pain. Before, Li Jian had only imagined it. But now, he was experiencing it firsthand. That feeling, as if the entire world had collapsed. He could not accept it. Zhao Mei, come back, come back. Li Jian frantically sent messages to Zhao Mei on WeChat. But every single message bounced back with a red exclamation mark. A notification that he had been blocked. At this moment, it was clear. Zhao Mei had cut him off completely. This realization brought him a pain he had never known before. He had never imagined that his heart could ache this much. A deep, piercing pain. Unbearable. Like a madman, he began dialing her number. But all his calls were rejected. Li Jian slowly collapsed to the ground. He knew Zhao Mei was a decisive, intelligent woman. If she did not want to be found, then trying to find her would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. Zhao Mei, was she truly going to disappear from his world forever? Just thinking about that possibility made Li Jian feel as if life had lost all meaning. He stared at the roses around him, at the artificial stars still twinkling overhead, and at that moment, Li Jian completely broke down. His emotions spiraled out of control. He began smashing everything in the room. The noise soon alerted the neighbors. These everyday household matters were always of great interest in an old residential neighborhood like this, but no one had expected that something like this would actually happen to Li Jian. Most people only knew one thing. Li Jian was pitiful. He had always been a very unfortunate child. Even if he wanted to argue with someone, there was no one for him to argue with. And yet today, he was smashing things? Outside the door, Xiaoying, who had come after hearing the commotion, sensed that something was wrong. She still remembered that she and Li Jian had agreed to cook a meal together. But recently, she had been too busy and had completely forgotten about it. Li Jian, are you in there? What happened? Her voice was filled with concern. She had always been kind to Li Jian, but she had never paid him much attention, until the day he bought a 500,000 yuan BMW 4 Series from her. After that, her perception of him had changed significantly. Once Li Jian had money, his image in the eyes of many had shifted. And for Qiuing, it was no different. She now cared about him deeply. but Li Ziyan did not hear her voice from outside. He just kept smashing things. After more than 10 minutes of chaos, silence finally returned. The onlookers had all dispersed. They are all gone. And Zhao is gone too. Li Ziyan felt a deep sense of darkness and despair within him. He knew he might never see Zhao Mei again in this lifetime. That feeling was like falling into an abyss with no escape. In the end, life has to go on. I will wait for Aunt Zhao to return. Tears welled up in his eyes. But now was not the time to break down. Zhao Mei was not coming back. No matter how much of a scene he made, she would not see it. All he could do was wait for her return. Li Ziyan understood one thing clearly. He would never love another woman in this lifetime. He opened the door, intending to go out for breakfast. But he saw Xiaoying standing at the door. Li Ziyan, looks like you have been dumped. Xiaoying was a woman with a complicated past. Her story, Li Ziyan had heard about it a long time ago. With her extensive romantic history, Xiaoying could tell at a glance that he was going through heartbreak. He had definitely just been dumped. Xiaoying Jia, I do not want to talk right now. But Xiaoying stepped inside. She closed the door behind her. The way you are acting does not look like someone who can afford a 500,000 yuan car. You look more like a lost little boy, she teased. Li Ziyan felt even more embarrassed. Indeed, he really did seem like a child right now. Xiaoying Jie, I am sorry. I really did just get dumped. Make yourself comfortable. Li Ziyan was not the type to take out his frustration on others. Xiaoying had always treated him well. There was no reason for him to be rude to her. Xiaoying looked around at the mess he had made. She sighed in exasperation. Make myself comfortable? Where exactly was she supposed to sit, when there was nowhere clean to sit? Looks like Shayan has really grown up. I will cook something for you. You have not eaten yet, have you? And we did agree on this before. From the looks of you, I can tell you need a meal. Xiaoying was good at reading people. And that included Li Ziyan. Thank you, Xiaoying Jia. Xiaoying's cooking, Li Ziyan had always missed it. To him, she was like a caring older sister. Even though her cooking was not as good as Zhao Mei's, it was still comforting in its own way. Xiaoying walked into the kitchen. She glanced around and joked. Good thing you did not smash up the kitchen, otherwise, you would really be starving today. She opened the refrigerator, then sighed helplessly. Li Ziyan, looks like all you are getting today is egg fried rice. But for the time being, I will take care of you. You need to eat properly. With me around, you will recover faster. Xiaoying was genuinely good to him. But if Li Ziyan did not have money, she definitely would not be acting this way. Thank you, Xiaoying Jia. Li Ziyan propped up the couch. Lying down, he gazed up at the ceiling. The starry night sky illusion was still as breathtaking as a real galaxy. It was dreamlike and beautiful. But now, none of it had anything to do with him anymore. Zhao Mei was gone. And he did not know when, if ever, she would return. Xiaoyan, it looks like you loved that woman deeply. Otherwise, I do not think you would be like this. Xiaoying spoke with understanding. Actually, I have been through the same thing. Heartbreak. If you go through it enough times, you get used to it. Eventually, everything goes back to normal. Everyone experiences heartbreak. It is nothing unusual. Trust me, something better will come along. Her voice was sincere. It sounded like she was comforting Li Ziyan, but also as if she was comforting herself. Li Ziyan knew Xiaoying had a past of her own, but he did not ask about it. It was her private matter. Thank you, Xiaoying Jia. Xiaoying turned to look at him. Look at you. We are already this close. Why are you still saying thank you? Before long, she brought over a plate of egg fried rice. Li Ziyan was truly hungry. He ate quickly, devouring the food. Look at you. You are worth millions, yet you eat like this? You really are hopeless. Xiaoying sighed in exasperation. She really did act like an older sister. Thank you, Xiaoying Jia. As he ate the fried rice, his mind was completely filled with thoughts of Zhao Mei. Zhao Mei was gone, and there was a chance she would never come back. From now on, would he ever be able to face life as easily as before? Xiaoying Jia, do you think she will come back? Li Ziyan asked softly. Xiaoying shook her head. I have no idea. But I believe that if someone truly loves you, they will come back. Love is like that. As long as you believe, miracles will happen. Her voice was filled with conviction. I understand. Li Ziyan murmured. Xiaoying looked at him and sighed. Alright, I have to get to work. I will come by in the evenings to make you dinner. I am sure you will get through this soon. She turned and left. Li Jian felt a surge of emotion. Ever since he became rich, people around him had changed. Their attitudes toward him had become so much better. Zhao Ai, will you ever come back? Li Ziyan's heart was lost in endless confusion. In the following days, Zhou continued to come over and cook for Li Jian on time. Meanwhile, Li Jian returned home every day, afraid that if Zhao Mei ever came back and he was not there, he would miss her. Because Zhou was cooking for Li Jian daily, rumors started spreading around the neighborhood. Zhou had never had a good reputation, and now that she was spending so much time with Li Jian, naturally, people started talking. Li Jian heard some of the gossip while passing by, but he did not take it to heart. He knew that if he could not get used to these kinds of rumors now, then he had no hope of ever being with Zhao Mei in the future. Otherwise, he simply would not be worthy. During this time, Liang Xingyu noticed that Li Jian had not been going to the company, so she contacted him and visited him a few times, bringing some fruit along with her. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Under Li Jian's management, his weight loss center was thriving, continuously expanding, and making a profit was now inevitable. He had not fallen behind in his studies either. But in his daily life, without Zhao Mei, he felt a deep sense of emptiness. The air was getting cooler. Zhao Mei dialed Liang Xingyu's number. Hello? How has Shayan been lately? Liang Xingyu had no idea what had happened between Li Jian and Zhao Mei that had caused her to leave on such a long trip. But she knew that Zhao Mei had always been concerned about Li Jian. She had constantly asked Liang Xingyu to keep an eye on him. Liang Xingyu hesitated, unsure if she should tell Zhao Mei the truth. What is it? Did something happen to him? Zhao Mei asked anxiously, her voice filled with worry. He is fine. But I heard something. Apparently, there has been a woman going to Li Jian's place every night. And that woman has a very messy personal life. In fact, Liang Xingyu hesitated, unsure if she should continue. Inside a hotel room, just as Zhao Mei was about to head out for a trip, her expression instantly darkened. Xiaoying, that woman, how could she not know who she was? Now that Li Jian had money, anything was possible. Li Jian, you bastard. Zhao Mei hung up the phone. She never expected that Li Jian would get involved with Xiaoying. Had he completely lost himself after she left? Young people lacked self-control. This was entirely possible. She immediately opened an app and booked a flight. Li Jian, you little bastard. You just wait and see what happens when I get back. This time, Zhao Mei was truly furious. She had imagined many different scenarios. After all, Li Jian had gone through a heartbreak. When someone experiences a breakup, nothing they do should come as a surprise. But Zhao Mei never imagined that Li Jian would do this. She had considered many possibilities. Maybe he would drink excessively, or drown himself in online games. But she never expected that Li Jian would choose this. This was something she absolutely could not accept, that he would sink into depravity with Xiaoying. This had crossed Zhao Mei's bottom line. Meanwhile, Li Jian was sitting in class. By now, he had successfully built up AI Mei Weight Loss Center into a thriving business. Every piece of financial data he had seen in his special ability was completely accurate. But his heart was still fixated on Zhao Mei. I wonder, will Zhao Auntie ever come back? If she really plans to wait until I get a girlfriend before returning, how long would that even take? Li Jian was utterly distracted, but to Lu Xiaoyun, who was sitting next to him, his expression seemed deep and mysterious. She could tell that Li Jian was keeping a lot to himself. Recently, Lu Xiaoyun had grown even more fascinated with Li Jian. She realized that he was becoming more and more different from his peers. Li Jian, is something bothering you? Lu Xiaoyun asked with genuine concern. It is nothing. Li Jian thought for a moment and decided not to say anything. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. Perhaps this was exactly why Zhao Mei was so against being with him. The moment someone asked about his troubles, he instinctively hid everything related to Zhao Mei. The fact was, she was 19 years older than him. If he claimed that he felt no pressure from that would be a lie. Zhao Auntie. Li Jian felt a deep sadness. After school, Li Jian arrived at the parking lot, got into his BMW 4 Series, and prepared to head home. The sunset cast a warm glow over the city. The weather was no longer as scorching as it had been during the summer. In fact, there were even moments when it felt cold. Li Jian fastened his seatbelt. He pulled out his phone, glanced at a picture of Zhao Mei. Then he opened WeChat and sent her a message. He had already prepared himself to see the dreaded red exclamation mark. But, to his shock, the message actually went through. Li Ziyan instantly perked up. Could it be that Zhao Auntie was back? As the possibility crossed his mind, he became excited. Had she forgiven him? Li Ziyan quickly sent another message. Zhao Auntie, have you come back? This time, he did not call her Mei. He knew very well that the current Zhao Mei was not the same as she had been when she was playing the role of his girlfriend for a week. She would not tolerate such casual familiarity anymore, so he decided to be cautious. No matter what. At least now that she was back, he could figure out what to do next. But Li Ziyan was soon disappointed. Zhao Mei had merely removed him from her block list. Aside from that, she had done nothing else. Li Ziyan tried calling her, but there was no response. It was as if she had vanished from the world. All of a sudden, Li Ziyan's expression darkened. Zhao Auntie, what exactly are you trying to do? I miss you. At that moment, Zhao Mei was standing at the door of Li Ziyan's apartment, waiting. Her face was still filled with fury. She was not waiting for Li Ziyan, she was waiting for Qiuing. The moment Liang Xingyu mentioned her name, she immediately knew who that woman was. It must be Qiuing. Sure enough, Qiuing quickly walked over, carrying groceries. Aunt Zhao, why are you here? She knew about Zhao Mei. Li Ziyan had always been alone, with no relatives or close friends. But there was one exception, a woman. Zhao Mei. One could say that Zhao Mei cared for Li Ziyan deeply, no matter the circumstances. She had always treated Li Ziyan extremely well. The moment she saw Zhao Mei arriving, her heart started to panic. After all, her own reputation. Qiuing was very aware of it. Am I not allowed to come? Are you here to cook for Li Ziyan? Qiuing nodded slightly. Li Ziyan seems to have just gone through a breakup. I'm worried he won't be able to handle it, so I've been keeping him company these past few days. Zhao Mei looked at Qiuing. She didn't think she was lying, but she wasn't completely sure either. After all, some things couldn't be seen on the surface. From now on, you don't need to come anymore. I will cook for him. Zhao Mei's voice was icy cold. Though her words were brief, they carried a tone that left no room for refusal. This feeling made Qiuing feel a sense of pressure. I understand. Here, take these groceries. They're all things Li Ziyan likes to eat. Zhao Mei glanced at the groceries in Qiuing's hands. Her heart clenched in discomfort. That feeling was like something she cherished deeply was being taken away from her. It made her feel truly awful. No need. I'll buy the groceries myself. You should go home. From now on, don't cook for him anymore. Thank you for everything these past days. Hearing Zhao Mei's words, Qiuing left. Watching Qiuing's lonely figure as she walked away, Zhao Mei clenched her teeth in frustration. Li Ziyan was getting more and more out of line. If he hadn't been spending so much time with Qiuing, how could she have rushed back home in such a panic? Just you wait. I'll deal with you when I get back. Li Ziyan returned home. He opened the door. Sister Qiuing, what's for dinner today? But after stepping inside, he realized that no one was there. A chill spread through his heart. Even though he never saw Qiuing as anything more than a friend, her company these past days had indeed brought him warmth. Did something happen? Just as Li Ziyan was about to call Qiuing, Zhao Mei appeared from behind and twisted his ear. Hard. So hard that it made Li Ziyan wince in pain. Ah! Sister Qiuing, not so hard. Be gentle. His words made Zhao Mei tighten her grip even more. Listen to yourself. Who do you think I am? You've really got some nerve, bringing a woman like Qiuing into this house. Zhao Mei's voice was filled with frustration. She was so worked up. She even forgot the real reason she had come. Aunt Zhao, it's you. Take it easy, take it easy. Only then did Zhao Mei realize she might have been a bit too rough. She finally let go of Li Ziyan, but she showed no sign of stopping her interrogation. Before long, the two of them sat down. Li Ziyan looked at Zhao Mei, who was sitting right in front of him, his eyes full of longing. Having Zhao Mei here by his side, this feeling was truly wonderful. He secretly wished that time could stop like this forever. Mei. Aunt Zhao, did you come back because you finally figured things out? Zhao Mei didn't answer him. You've been busy lately, haven't you? Bringing Qiuing home all the time. Do you really not know what kind of woman she is? Zhao Mei's voice carried disappointment. I only see her as a sister. She's been kind to me in the past. Aunt Zhao, do you have something against her? Or, are you jealous? There was a hint of curiosity and excitement in Li Ziyan's voice. If Zhao Mei was really jealous, then, did that mean he had a chance? For a moment, Zhao Mei spoke firmly. I just don't want you to go down the wrong path. It's fine if you date someone, but under no circumstances should you degrade yourself. A woman like Xiaoying is absolutely out of the question. Do you understand? Li Jiyan didn't want to just brush the issue aside. There's nothing between me and Xiaoying. The black stockings were yours. Li Jiyan immediately realized he had said the wrong thing. He quickly tried to correct himself. Aunt Zhao, are you really going to say you weren't jealous at all? I think you should just be with me instead. Zhao Mei didn't respond to his words. She simply turned and walked into the kitchen to cook. Li Jiyan understood. Zhao Mei didn't want to answer. There was no way he could get a straight response out of her today. Aunt Zhao, are you leaving again? Looking at Zhao Mei in front of him, Li Jiyan felt safe. But the thought that she might leave again made his heart ache. I'm not leaving. Zhao Mei spoke while preparing the meal. She realized things were far more complicated than she had thought. She could leave, but what if Li Jiyan lost himself? She was certain that, for now, there was nothing between him and Xiaoying. But if things were left as they were, who knew what would happen in the future? Just thinking about that possibility made Zhao Mei uneasy. For the first time, she confronted her own heart, reflecting on the question Li Jiyan had asked earlier. Did she really feel nothing for him? The meal was ready. Li Jiyan looked at Zhao Mei, who seemed lost in thought. He asked, Aunt Zhao, do you like me? But you're afraid to admit it. I've thought everything through. No matter what. As long as we love each other, none of the world's opinions matter. As long as we stand together, no matter what happens, we can face it together. We will be happy. Li Jiyan spoke softly. Zhao Mei remained silent. Even after the meal, she still hadn't answered. That night, Zhao Mei lay in bed, replaying Li Jiyan's words in her mind. Could it be, I really have feelings for him? She realized. Her feelings toward Li Jiyan were no longer as pure as they used to be. Just as he had said, why had she rushed back in such a panic? Could it be that deep down, she truly had feelings for him? At this moment, scenes from the past kept surfacing in Zhao Mei's heart. It was only now that she realized deep down, in her heart, she had already come to see Li Jiyan as a man. The thing she feared the most had still happened. She had fallen in love with Li Jiyan. This realization filled Zhao Mei with an unprecedented sense of panic. What should she do in the future? At this moment, Zhao Mei could not even begin to imagine how she should face her own feelings. She was 19 years older than him. Such an age difference was truly astonishing. If she were to be with him, what kind of judgment from society would they have to face? The next day, when Li Jiyan woke up, Zhao Mei had already prepared breakfast. After washing up, Li Jiyan noticed the deep dark circles under Zhao Mei's eyes. It startled him. Had she not slept well last night? That had to be it. There was no other possibility. Otherwise, Zhao Mei would never look like this. Aunt Zhao, did you not sleep well last night? Zhao Mei felt a bit guilty. No. I just have not been sleeping well lately. Looking at Zhao Mei in front of him, Li Jiyan found it hard to believe. Then, a surge of joy filled him. He understood. Zhao Mei was probably falling for him. Li Jiyan knew. The reason they could not be together was mainly because she was too concerned about societal judgment. And another reason, she had never seen him as a man. Without love, how could a relationship possibly last? This logic was something Li Jiyan understood very well. Aunt Zhao, have you fallen in love with me? Suddenly, Li Jiyan grabbed Zhao Mei's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm. Zhao Mei's heart started to race. She had never imagined she would react like this. In that instant, a sense of uncontrollable panic surged within her. What was happening to her? Let go. She forced herself to stay calm as she looked at Li Jiyan. Hearing her command, Li Jiyan obediently released her hand, because in his heart, Zhao Mei's importance surpassed everything else. Aunt Zhao, I know it is difficult for you to accept this, but I still hope you can think it over carefully. I want to be with you. I want us to wake up together in my bedroom every morning. We can. Before Li Jiyan could finish speaking, Zhao Mei interrupted him. Enough, do not say any more. Just focus on doing what you need to do. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. Li Jiyan had been waiting for Zhao Mei's response. But it seemed as though she was deliberately avoiding him. She showed no intention of answering his question. This made Li Jiyan feel deeply saddened, but he was powerless. There was still a vast societal gap between them. That day, something happened at Zhao Mei's company. When Li Jiyan went to the Love Mei weight loss center, He heard about it as well. Upon hearing the news, his heart tightened. Aunt Zhao's investor left. That fat woman. Now the company's cash flow has been cut off. If she cannot find funding, she will lose everything. Li Jian knew about this cosmetics company. Zhao Mei had invested a lot of money into it. For her, this company was her life's work. Li Jian glanced at his company's financial account. He let out a sigh of relief. Ever since he had started running his business according to the plan, his company had been thriving. Many franchisees had already joined. Soon, just from franchise fees alone, he would be able to reach a yearly profit of 100 million. Since both companies were in the same building, Li Jian walked straight to Zhao Mei's office. Most of the time, Zhao Mei was not there. But now, given the crisis, she was overwhelmed with stress. At the office entrance, Li Jian saw Liang Xingyu waiting outside. Liang Xingyu, do you know how much money Aunt Zhao needs? When Liang Xingyu saw Li Jian, she replied softly, she needs about 7 million yuan to fill the gap. I think, our company might really have to shut down this time. Her voice was filled with resignation, as if she was lamenting the unfairness of fate. I understand. Li Jian pushed open the door and stepped inside. He saw Zhao Mei staring at her laptop screen. She looked utterly exhausted. Seeing this, Li Jian's heart ached for her. Aunt Zhao, I heard about what happened. Seeing Li Jian approach, a warmth spread through Zhao Mei's heart. It is fine. Anyway, I was not planning on continuing. If I lose everything, so be it. The truth was, she did have some money left, but just yesterday, she had used it to buy a new house for Li Jian. She was afraid that one day, he might have nowhere to go if his business failed. A good business. How can you just give up like this? If you quit now, everything you have invested will be gone. Thinking about this, Li Jian felt even more heartache. He had never expected that Zhao Mei would actually consider giving up. I do have some money left, but I already bought a house for you. I am afraid that if your business fails, you will have no way out. I can always earn more money by working. Zhao Mei spoke seriously. Even though the housing market is bad right now, the location and area of the house I bought for you are excellent. It will hold its value in the future. Li Jian felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. He had always known that Zhao Mei wanted to buy him a house, but he never expected this day to come so soon. So soon that it felt like a dream. Aunt Zhao, actually, I do not need it. I still have more than 7 million yuan. Take it and use it. Li Jian transferred his money directly into Zhao Mei's account. Seeing the bank notification, Zhao Mei was momentarily stunned. She looked at Li Jian in front of her, feeling dazed. Where did you get so much money? Li Jian gently took Zhao Mei's hand. It felt warm. Aunt Zhao, my company is doing well now. Many franchisees have started signing up, so I have a good amount of money on hand. Li Jian spoke softly, but Zhao Mei did not want him to waste his money here. If this money comes from franchise fees, you should use it to grow your company, not waste it on my failing business. Li Jian shook his head. Aunt Zhao, I know that deep down, you have always wanted to have your own business. For you, not just this 7 million, even if I had to give you all the money I will ever earn in my life, I would do it without hesitation, because the person I love most in this lifetime is you. Li Jian knew that his love with Zhao Mei was mutual. She was willing to give up everything for him, and for Zhao Mei, there was nothing he would not do. Aunt Zhao, please do not reject me. You have done so much for me, so now, I should do something for you. Zhao Mei did not speak, but she had no intention of using this money. A company. If it went bankrupt, then so be it. But to take Li Jian's money and gamble with it, no matter what, she was unwilling. However, she also knew Li Jian's personality well. So, she planned to go along with it for now and return the money to him later. I will take the money for now. We will talk about it later. As Zhao Mei spoke, tears streamed down her face. There was too much in her heart that she could not put into words. Seeing Zhao Mei like this, Li Jian also felt, no matter how strong and imposing Zhao Mei usually was, she still had moments of vulnerability. Right now, perhaps he had touched a part of her heart. Li Jian gazed at Zhao Mei with deep affection. He stepped forward and embraced her. Aunt Zhao, I am begging you, give me a chance to take care of you, please. I want to marry you. I want to wake up every morning with your face beside me. I even want you to have my child. Li Jian's voice was soft in Zhao Mei's ear. Hearing his words, Zhao Mei felt as though a fire inside her had been ignited. She was, in fact, already carrying his child. Xiaoyan, let go of me, let go of me, Zhao Mei said softly. At this moment, she was moved. How could she not feel touched by Li Jian's love for her? And as she realized that Li Jian's presence in her heart had changed in a unique way, it became even harder for her to face him as she once did. I do not want to let go. Aunt Zhao, give me a chance, marry me, please. Right now, Li Jian was like a child pleading for something he deeply desired. He had also realized that at this moment, emotions had taken over most of Zhao Mei's heart. This was his best chance to make her accept his love. It is impossible for us, Xiaoyan. I am thinking about the judgment of society. Zhao Mei felt an unbearable pain in her heart. To be with Li Jian, how many obstacles stood between them? Zhao Mei could not even imagine having a child with Li Jian. What would others say in the future? Now, Zhao Mei had come to terms with her feelings. She did love Li Jian, but she was 19 years older than him. If she were to be with him, she would have to face overwhelming societal pressure. These things were not something she was too afraid to think about. Please, Aunt Zhao, Li Ziyan whispered. But no matter how much he pleaded, Zhao Mei refused to give in. Let me go. It was not until Zhao Mei seemed to be on the verge of getting angry that Li Ziyan reluctantly let go of her. Aunt Zhao, you should take care of the company's matters first. I will head out now. Looking at Zhao Mei's flushed face, he suddenly realized she was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. Deep inside, she must have been feeling restless. This was an incredible step forward. Sooner or later, Aunt Zhao would surely accept him. That night, Li Jian and Zhao Mei returned home together. Inside the elevator, Li Jian suddenly grabbed Zhao Mei's hand. Aunt Zhao. Zhao Mei immediately sensed that something was wrong. What are you doing? The next second, he held her hand tightly. It was an intimate gesture. There are so many people around. Someone could walk in at any moment. Let go of me. Wait until we get home, then. Zhao Mei instantly realized she had misspoken. She had almost voiced her subconscious thoughts out loud. Li Jian was momentarily stunned. Then, a wave of immense joy surged within him. It seemed that Zhao Mei's only concern was society's judgment of their 19-year age gap. Deep down, she could accept being with him. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, Li Jian still refused to let go of Zhao Mei's hand. He kept whispering in her ear, pleading with her. Aunt Zhao, just say yes, be with me, please, please. Will you? Aunt Zhao, will you? As he spoke, Li Jian nuzzled his face against hers. Stay away from me, I cannot open the door like this. Zhao Mei's voice was weak. The elevator doors opened, and at that moment, a thunderous voice rang out. Zhao Mei! You shameless woman, what do you think you are doing? Zhao Mei's heart turned ice cold in an instant. That voice. It was Wu Sufan. Her mother. Wu Sufan had come today. All of reality, all of society's judgment, came crashing back into Zhao Mei's mind at that very moment. Rationality completely took over her heart. In the end, these realities and societal norms had never disappeared. The moment Wu Sufan's voice rang out, Zhao Mei realized that social judgment had always been there. It had never vanished. And with just one outburst from Wu Sufan, all of Zhao Mei's fantasies seemed to shatter. She was dragged back into reality. Let go of my daughter. Wu Sufan seemed almost hysterical. Mom, let us talk inside. At this moment, Zhao Mei was truly terrified that others would hear what was going on. Her relationship with Li Jian was now incredibly delicate, to the point that it could no longer be explained clearly. But Wu Sufan did not seem to intend to give her that chance. I am not going inside. I just want to see if you have any sense of shame left. Do you not know? Do you not realize that you are 19 years older than him? You could practically be his mother. Wu Sufan was so furious that her words came out unevenly. How can you be with him? Zhao Mei, do you have any shame at all? You watched him grow up. The neighbors across the hall overheard this and rushed out, whispering among themselves. Wu Sufan's furious shouting left Zhao Mei's mind blank. The voices of the people around her faded into an indistinct hum. She could no longer make out what they were saying, but she knew that they were laughing at her. She opened the door and shut everyone out, including Li Jian. She felt that with a door between them, no one could see her face. At least this way, she would feel a little better. Li Jian knocked on the door, but Zhao Mei gave no response. More than an hour passed. The neighbors had long since gone, and Wu Sufan, who had spent a full hour cursing that Zhao Mei and Li Jiyan should be struck by lightning, had also left. Before she departed, she declared that she was severing her relationship with Zhao Mei as her mother. Li Jiyan looked at the locked door. A deep sense of despair filled his heart. Li Jiyan knew, perhaps Zhao Mei was going to leave him for good. "And Zhao, open the door." Li Jiyan slowly sat down outside, leaning against the door. The two of them sat back to back, separated only by the wooden frame. "I know you are behind the door. Zhao Mei, just open the door, alright? Whatever it is. We can talk about it once you open up, please. I miss you." Tears slipped uncontrollably from Li Jiyan's eyes. He had never felt this heartbroken before. Compared to the last time, this time, it felt like Zhao Mei was truly going to leave him forever. After a long time, Zhao Mei's hoarse voice finally came through. "Shouyan. Now, do you understand what the power of societal judgment means?" Her voice was quiet, but Li Jiyan could hear it clearly. It was full of exhaustion and despair. That was a terrible sign. It made Li Jiyan feel a deep fear from the bottom of his heart. Was this really the end for him and Zhao Mei? "Shouyan, you are still young. Maybe, for now, you think it does not matter. But these kinds of rumors and gossip will only grow until they crush you completely. And I really cannot bear this anymore." Slowly, Zhao Mei stood up. Then, she began to pack her things. 10 minutes later, the door opened, and Li Jiyan felt a glimmer of hope, but deep down, he knew the truth. Zhao Mei. She was probably not about to do what he had hoped for. "Shouyan, from today onward, let us not see each other again." Before Zhao Mei could even finish speaking, tears began streaming down her face. It was only then that she realized, at some point, without knowing when, she had already fallen deeply in love with Li Jiyan. Fallen in love with this young man, who was 19 years younger than she was. But she could not be with him. The weight of society's judgment was deafening. "No. If I am not allowed to see you for the rest of my life, how is that any different from being dead?" Tears fell from Li Jiyan's eyes just as they did from Zhao Mei's. He reached out and blocked the doorway with his arms, refusing to let her leave. No matter what, he could not let Zhao Mei walk away from him. "Shouyan, do not be so stubborn. I really cannot bear the pressure of societal judgment. Let me go, please." Looking at Zhao Mei's resolute expression, Li Jiyan understood. She had made up her mind. At that moment, his heart felt as cold as ice. "And Zhao, I can promise you that I will not see you again, but I have something to say. I hope you will think it over carefully. Do not give me an answer now. I still want to be with you. Zhao Mei, I want to marry you. If one day you figure things out, give me a call." Hearing Li Jiyan's words, Zhao Mei wished more than anything that she could be with him. She already loved him deeply. But how was she supposed to face her family, her friends, everyone who knew her? They would all judge her, just like the neighbors had. In the end, Zhao Mei still chose to leave. Not long after, Li Jiyan filed for a leave of absence from school. Zhao Mei never called him. It was as if she had truly given up on this relationship. The two of them could not even go back to the way they were before. He could not bring himself to continue studying. Half a month later, he arrived in Shanghai, rented an apartment, and settled in. He handed over his company's affairs to Liang Xingyu, instructing her to transfer control to Zhao Mei. The apartment had a beautiful view. From his window, Li Jiyan could see the distant river. It was expensive, but money was not something he lacked right now. Li Jiyan knew his love with Zhao Mei needed time to settle. Much later, "And Zhao." Li Jiyan sipped his wine, gazing at the river. He kept thinking about Zhao Mei. Maybe, one day, Aunt Zhao will call me. He longed for a message from Zhao Mei, but it was as if she had disappeared into the vast sea of people. At that moment, snowflakes began to drift outside the window. Only then did Li Jiyan realize winter had truly arrived. It is already New Year's. The spring festival is coming soon. I should go out for a walk. Li Jiyan put on a thick coat. He left his apartment and wandered through the shopping district. That was when he unexpectedly ran into an old classmate, Lu Xiaoyun. Li Jiyan. Lu Xiaoyun was the first to greet him, her voice filled with excitement. But the moment she got a closer look at him, her heart sank. Li Jiyan now looked extremely haggard. He was much thinner than before. Seeing him like this, Lu Xiaoyun felt a surge of concern, a maternal instinct kicking in. She felt deeply distressed for him. "What happened to you?" "Nothing. I have been dealing with depression lately." Maybe that is why I lost some weight. Li Jiyan spoke softly. His endless longing for Zhao Mei had drained him completely. He had lost his appetite, lost interest in everything. He wanted to call Zhao Mei, but he could not bring himself to trouble her. She did not want to face society's judgment, and Li Jiyan did not want to force her. Depression? My God, Li Jiyan, what on earth happened to you? On the snowy street, Lu Xiaoyun's voice was filled with pain. Enough about me. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be studying in Zhejiang? What brings you to Shanghai? My father works here. He was transferred recently, so I came to visit during the holidays. Li Ziyan smiled, but to Lu Xiaoyun, that smile only made her feel more sorrow for him. She knew that whatever had happened, there was no longer any chance for her and Li Ziyan. But their friendship from their youth was still pure and genuine. What really happened to you? I am fine. 10 minutes later, Li Ziyan did not let Lu Xiaoyun continue asking questions. Let us get something to eat. My treat, I will get you something nice. My dad gave me a lot of money. Lu Xiaoyun pulled Li Ziyan along to a restaurant. He did not refuse. After they sat down in a restaurant, Lu Xiaoyun looked at Li Ziyan and asked, "Why did you take a leave from school? You never told anyone anything. You just left. Everyone in your dorm misses you a lot. I have not seen you in so long either." Hearing someone ask about this, Li Ziyan felt like an old wound was being ripped open. Pain spread through his heart. Zhao Mei. For him, she was a memory filled with sorrow. It was a personal matter. Please do not ask me about it. Seeing how Li Ziyan looked like he was on the verge of tears, Lu Xiaoyun felt a deep sadness as well. Alright, I will not ask anymore. Let us just have a good drink tonight. Li Ziyan stumbled home, dizzy from the alcohol. He lay down on the sofa, staring at the falling snow. Lu Xiaoyun had been drinking lightly and had sent him home. From here, he could see the bustling city of Shanghai. But in his drunken state, an overwhelming sense of confusion took hold of him. Will I ever be with Aunt Zhao in this lifetime? As he thought about a certain possibility, Li Ziyan's heart sank deeper into despair. Maybe Aunt Zhao and I were never meant to be. He took out a photo of Zhao Mei, his gaze unfocused. The pain in his heart spread like a wildfire. Slowly, Li Ziyan drifted into sleep. Days of despair passed quickly. Soon, the new year of 2024 arrived. There are only 2 days left until New Year's Eve. Li Ziyan waited for his food delivery to arrive. By now, ordering takeout had become a routine part of his life. Another new year. I remember spending every new year alone. But on the first day of the year, Aunt Zhao would always come to see me. She would bring me steaming hot dumplings. Watching the snowstorm raging outside, Li Ziyan could not hold back his tears. He spoke to himself, reminiscing about the past with Zhao Mei. His heart ached even more. During times like this, memories and emotions always seem to surface more intensely. The doorbell rang. Li Ziyan wiped away his tears. He walked to the door and opened it. It was the delivery driver. Thank you. Li Ziyan took the food and closed the door. Less than 30 seconds later, the doorbell rang again. Li Ziyan instinctively thought that the delivery driver had forgotten something, but the moment he opened the door, his mind went completely blank. That face, the face he had longed to see day and night, it appeared right in front of him. Aunt Zhao. Tears streamed down Li Ziyan's face, uncontrollable, like a dam breaking. He immediately threw his arms around Zhao Mei and sobbed, seeing how thin and frail Li Ziyan had become. Zhao Mei's heart ached unbearably. She closed the door, and the two of them held each other tightly, crying. Months of longing for each other kept surging between them. At this moment, nothing rational could suppress the emotions that had been ignited. And then, everything happened naturally. Just before it began, Li Ziyan noticed something. Zhao Mei's stomach had grown larger. Aunt Zhao, is it mine? Yes, it is yours. I never got rid of this child back then. Zhao Mei spoke softly. But even though I am pregnant now, some things are still possible. Just be gentle. Hearing this, Li Ziyan could no longer hold himself back. Much later, Zhao Mei stood in the kitchen, cooking for Li Ziyan. Meanwhile, Li Ziyan put away a pair of black stockings. Before walking over to her, look at you, eating takeout all the time. You have gotten so thin. Zhao Mei wanted to scold Li Ziyan, but now, she could not bring herself to be harsh. Look at your complexion. Her heart ached again. Aunt Zhao, why did you come here? Have you finally figured things out? Zhao Mei shook her head. I heard about your condition from your classmate. I reached out to Lu Xiaoyun to get your address. I came to check on you. Zhao Mei felt ashamed. She had come to see Li Jiyan, but in the end, she had been completely overwhelmed by emotion. Perhaps. When two people who love each other have been apart for a long time, this is how they end up, is it not? Are you still going to leave? Zhao Mei looked at Li Jiyan, her heart ached even more. Eat first, later, I am taking you to the doctor. In the afternoon, when Zhao Mei and Li Jiyan walked out of the hospital, her head was spinning. There was nothing physically wrong with Li Jiyan. His illness was an illness of the heart, though he never said it aloud. Zhao Mei knew it was because of his longing for her. And deep down, was she not the same? Had she not spent every day and night thinking of him? For the first time, Zhao Mei truly realized that in this world, longing could really make a person sick. Before they left, the doctor strictly warned her she must not let Li Jiyan experience any emotional distress. Otherwise, in a few years, his life might come to a complete end. Back home, Li Jiyan lay on the same sofa as before, but this time, he did not feel as cold. Even though the winter air was just as frigid. This year was different, because Zhao Mei was here with him. As long as she was by his side, no winter could make him feel cold again. But, would Aunt Zhao still leave? Aunt Zhao, are you going to leave again? Zhao Mei walked over to the sofa and leaned into his arms. I am not leaving. If we leave together. I have decided I will marry you. Zhao Mei took a diamond ring from her pocket. She did not know why. The ring Li Jiyan had once given her, which she had only tried on once before, she had now brought with her. Put it on me. Zhao Mei looked at Li Jiyan and spoke softly. At this moment, she realized that in the face of life and death, all of her fears, all of her hesitations, meant nothing. Even if the whole world scorned her, she would stand before Li Jiyan, protecting him with everything she had. Hearing Zhao Mei's words, Li Jiyan froze completely. Was he dreaming? Li Jiyan doubted his own reality. He had never imagined that one day, Zhao Mei would come to him on her own, and say such words to him. For a long moment, he reached out, took the ring, and slid it onto Zhao Mei's finger. Their rings, together at last, finally formed a matching pair. Aunt Zhao, I love you. Li Jiyan hugged Zhao Mei tightly. He did not want to let go. New Year's Eve, Zhao Mei made a large batch of dumplings. Her hands were skilled, and the dumplings were perfectly suited to Li Jiyan's taste. They did not watch the Spring Festival Gala. They had long lost that habit. The two of them simply sat by the window, watching the bustling city, holding each other close. Aunt Zhao, you really understand my obsessions. Li Jiyan glanced at Zhao Mei's black stockings. Her face flushed red. This was something she and Li Jiyan shared a passion for, but now, it seemed like she needed to buy new ones every day. Time passed. Li Jiyan's health improved more and more. With Zhao Mei by his side, he felt as if he had come back to life. On the 7th day of the new year, they registered their marriage. Even though there was a 19-year age difference between them, this time, neither of them cared. They walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau, completely fearless, utterly resolute. Time passed quickly. Li Jiyan also bought a villa. With the key to financial success in his hands, money would never be a problem for him. In the villa, Li Jiyan and Zhao Mei nestled together. He lay with his head against her belly. Their baby was healthy, a little girl. Mei, I never thought, in this lifetime, that you would give me a child. And that you would marry me, become my wife. Li Jiyan spoke with pure happiness. At this moment, Zhao Mei's face was filled with complex emotions. In the end, she had truly chosen to be with Li Jiyan. But now that they had come this far, there was nothing left for her to fear. Mei, Li Jiyan did not want to let go of her. Every moment, he wanted to be close to her. And now, Zhao Mei loved this feeling just as much. Shoyan, we will always be like this, will we not? Zhao Mei whispered. Life now. It was peaceful, beautiful. Like the starry sky that night, like the roses. Dreamlike, as if woven into a fairy tale. But, she could never go back home. Wu Sufan would never accept this. Yet, Zhao Mei cared far more about Li Jiyan. He had become completely intertwined with her emotions. She no longer wanted to endure the unbearable pain of longing for him. Of course. Now, we are married. We are legally husband and wife. You are my wife. In this lifetime, I will cherish you, love you, and see you as more important than my own life. Li Jiyan spoke with deep sincerity, and Zhao Mei could feel it. Her heart was filled with endless tenderness. Shoyan, I will stay by your side forever in this lifetime. Li Jiyan kissed Zhao Mei. Later, he continued searching for wealth online. Then, through his vision, he came across a scientific study on eternal youth. It was a unique field of research, with a mysterious formula. It seemed to promise that a person would never age, requiring only investment. Li Ziyan's heart grew restless. Shoyan, sing me a song. Li Jiyan looked at Zhao Mei's face, so close to his. He softly began to sing. The flames of war rise, searching for love like sifting through drifting sands. After finishing the song, Li Jiyan gently said, Aunt Zhao, Zhao Mei, you are my whole world. As the sun set, their shadows stretched long. They leaned against each other. All the cold in the world was completely non-existent. The scene looked like a dreamlike painting. Time passed quickly, and the due date was approaching. Now, their relationship had changed entirely. No longer like before, but something fundamentally different. Aunt Zhao, I bought you some stockings. Li Jiyan entered the house, unable to hide his excitement. Zhao Mei's face flushed slightly. I sent you out for groceries, and you bought stockings? Her tone carried a hint of scolding, but it was filled with warmth. By now, she had completely adapted to this married life with Li Jiyan. And recently, she had noticed something peculiar. She truly looked younger. Even when she and Li Jiyan walked outside, holding hands, no one seemed to pay them any attention. Well, we need them, do we not? Zhao Mei rolled her eyes at him. Then, she went to the kitchen to help with cooking. Aunt Zhao, your belly is so big now. You should just rest. We have a checkup tomorrow. Zhao Mei pinched him lightly. And whose fault is that? If not for you, would I even be pregnant? Over the past few months, she had been regularly checking on the baby's health. Everything looked good. She let out a breath of relief. Her heart was filled with many worries. But after this, she could not have any more children. Otherwise, she would age too quickly. Why are you calling me Aunt Zhao again? I thought you were calling me Mei now? Li Jiyan looked at her seriously. Aunt Zhao, I guess my heart is just used to it. After all, I have always called you that. Let me keep calling you that, Li Jiyan said softly. Zhao Mei did not argue. By the way, Aunt Zhao, shall we review our lessons later? It will be good for your health. Zhao Mei said nothing, but she did not refuse either. All right. Just hurry up and cook. Your cooking skills have improved a lot recently. She sighed. Li Jiyan's cooking had truly progressed rapidly, compared to before. Now, he could be considered a full-fledged chef. Even if they ever went bankrupt, life would never be a problem. Wife, how is the cosmetics company doing now? Li Jiyan suddenly remembered something and asked. The cosmetics company? I did not touch your money. Later, I downsized a lot, and a woman helped me out, so the company survived. But it is much smaller now. Right now. Zhao Mei glanced at her belly. Her voice carried a hint of helplessness. Right now, I have no energy to run the company. I left it in Liang Xingyu's hands. Li Jiyan nodded. That is good. In this lifetime, I would never let my little Mei suffer. As he spoke, Li Jiyan gently wrapped his arms around Zhao Mei. His heart was filled with overwhelming tenderness. Aunt Zhao, go change, he whispered into her ear. Much later, Li Jiyan brought many dishes to the table. Perfect in color, aroma, and taste, flawless. He looked at Zhao Mei. She had already changed into the stockings. Aunt Zhao, you still look just as good in them as before. In this sense, we are truly soulmates. No wonder we are so drawn to each other. Li Jiyan sat beside her, resting his head on her shoulder. Zhao Mei looked slightly embarrassed. All right, let us eat. Only then did Li Jiyan shift his focus to the food. Aunt Zhao, look, I made the same stir-fried chicken you used to make for me. Try it, tell me how it tastes. After dinner, I will take you out to relax. Zhao Mei's cheeks flushed slightly. She knew exactly what he meant. No matter what Li Jiyan said now, she understood. But even now, she still maintained that cold, untouchable demeanor. Yet, the image of her that Li Jiyan had once respected was completely shattered. There was no going back. How is it? Watching Zhao Mei take a bite of the stir-fried chicken, Li Jiyan eagerly awaited her response. In truth, he had never taken care of anyone before. But for Zhao Mei, he was willing to do anything. For her, nothing was impossible. It is good. Shayan, your cooking skills have improved so fast. If this keeps up, even if we end up on the streets, you could still become a chef. Li Jiyan chuckled. Do not worry, Aunt Zhao. You can trust me on this. No matter what, we will never end up on the streets. Hearing the words we and husband and wife Zhao Mei felt something indescribable in her heart. She and Li Ziyan, two people who should have never been together, had now married, and they were living a quiet, peaceful life. Even if we really did end up on the streets one day, I would never let you go hungry. And Chao, have you noticed, you have been looking younger recently? Through his special vision, Li Ziyan had discovered a mysterious formula. The ingredients were expensive, but he had managed to gather them all. Sure enough, he could clearly sense the changes in himself, and also, the way Zhao Mei's face seemed to be getting younger and younger. A woman, no matter how beautiful, no matter how well she fights aging, once past 50, it is something beyond control. But with this formula, Li Ziyan knew, Zhao Mei would always remain as youthful and beautiful as she was now. And they would continue to live together in perfect harmony. Their life could go on like this forever. It really is. When we go out, no one gives us strange looks anymore. Now I feel like I am only 25 at most. I do not even know why. Li Ziyan looked at Zhao Mei's fair skin. Maybe it is because you are with the person you love. So your mood has improved a lot, and naturally, some changes happen. Li Ziyan spoke softly. Zhao Mei did not reply, but she agreed with what he said. For the next while, Li Ziyan kept feeding Zhao Mei. And Zhao, eat more. You are lacking nutrients, and your body needs energy. A pregnant woman should not worry about gaining weight. Zhao Mei sighed helplessly. Why are you not eating? You keep feeding me instead. Li Ziyan did not answer. He just kept serving her food. When Zhao Mei had almost finished eating, Li Ziyan locked his gaze on her deep, mesmerizing eyes. And Zhao, let us go rest. By now, Zhao Mei understood Li Ziyan better than anyone, but she truly had not rested in a long time. Help me up. Be careful. A long while later, Zhao Mei sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the distant river view. Li Ziyan lay on her lap, resting on his side. She gently stroked his hair, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace. Li Ziyan looked up at Zhao Mei. Wife, the blush on your face is beautiful. Zhao Mei pinched him lightly. Do not talk nonsense. Li Ziyan obediently fell silent, simply enjoying the quiet serenity of life. Just then, a phone call came in. Liang Xingyu, come over. I will send you the address. Zhao Mei hung up. Li Ziyan asked curiously, Liang Xingyu is coming here? Yes. She is the CEO of my company now, so she needs to report some work to me. Zhao Mei knew that sooner or later, their relationship would have to be made public, and after witnessing Li Ziyan's fragile state last time, she no longer cared about societal judgments. As long as Li Ziyan was well, that was all that mattered. There was nothing left to fear. Not long after, Liang Xingyu arrived. When the door opened, she saw Li Ziyan approaching. Wife, be careful. Hearing Li Ziyan call her that, Liang Xingyu was completely stunned. Li Ziyan was with Zhao Mei? They had a 19-year age gap. A woman 19 years older than the man. She knew better than anyone what that meant in society. She never could have imagined that the two of them would be together, and now Zhao Mei was pregnant with his child. You two got married? Li Ziyan nodded. Liang Xingyu, come and sit. Li Ziyan and Zhao Mei invited her to take a seat. She spoke with Zhao Mei about work, but her mind was clearly elsewhere. After finishing the work discussion, Liang Xingyu softly asked, Miss Zhao, do you really not care about what society thinks? Zhao Mei shook her head. In the past, I cared a lot about society's judgment. Because I lived within society's rules, I thought that everything should be guided by reason. But later, I realized that in this world, not everything should be decided by reason. In this world, Xiaoyan means more to me than anything else. So, I chose to be with him, no matter what people say. Liang Xingyu looked at Li Ziyan. She also recalled how he had handed his company over to Zhao Mei without hesitation. Love Mei was thriving now. The company had tens of millions in its accounts. For most people, that was an unfathomable amount of money. No young man could resist such a fortune. But Li Ziyan did not care about it at all. She could clearly see. To him, Zhao Mei was more important than anything. The world is full of people like blades of grass, but to him, she is the only mountain that stands tall. In this era, to find a love so wholehearted and unwavering on both sides, that was truly a blessing. Miss Zhao, honestly, today's society is much more open than before. You can be together without worry. Most younger people will accept it. I think you are a great match. Hearing Liang Xingyu say that, Zhao Mei's heart finally felt at ease. Another month had passed. Li Ziyan and Zhao Mei both posted on their social media. announcing their relationship to the world. Very soon, Liang Xingyu sent her congratulations via WeChat. Lu Xiaoyun also gave her blessings. All three of Li Jian's dorm mates commented under his post, calling him a true man, a real warrior. They deeply admired his courage in facing societal judgment. This was what it meant to be a real man. Fearless in the face of the world's scrutiny, willing to stand by the woman he loved. After making everything public, Zhao Mei realized things were not as bad as she had imagined. The only exception was Wu Sufan, who remained estranged from her. But that was something she had already expected. Wu Sufan had never treated her as well as she treated her brother. So regarding Wu Sufan cutting ties with her, Zhao Mei chose to ignore it. In her heart, nothing mattered more than Li Jiyan. As the sun set, wife, Mei, little Mei, and Zhao, Li Jiyan clung to Zhao Mei, watching the sunset with her. He could not bear to be away from her for even a moment. You are so clingy. You are 19 already, yet you still act like a child. Even though Zhao Mei said this, she held onto Li Jiyan's hand tightly. Of course, I am going to cling to you, because I cannot bear to be apart from you. Even if we are apart for just a little while, I start feeling miserable. I think I will never be able to leave you in this lifetime. Zhao Mei did not respond, but deep inside, she felt an overwhelming tenderness. In truth, she felt exactly the same way as Li Jiyan. Even a brief separation made her feel uneasy. Zhao Mei truly believed she had never cared about anything or anyone this much in her entire life. Shoyan, you really are my little troublemaker. This lifetime, I am trapped by you, unable to escape. She spoke softly. Her voice carried warmth. Of course, little Mei, Aunt Zhao, wife, you will stay by my side forever in this lifetime, and I will stay by your side, never leaving you. Zhao Mei gently pinched Li Jiyan. This gesture had already become a habit, but she could never bring herself to use much force. What kind of nonsense are you saying? One moment calling me wife, the next little Mei, what is this? Feeling her tenderness, Li Jiyan softly replied, I will call you whatever I want. After all, you are mine for life. We will never be apart. Closing his eyes, Li Jiyan lay back down. Zhao Mei gently ran her fingers through his hair. This scene was something she had already grown accustomed to. Shoyan, have you ever liked another woman before? Lu Xiaoyun? Liang Xingyu? Li Jiyan shook his head. Wife, compared to you, their looks and figures are not even on the same level. How could I ever like them? He spoke softly, and Zhao Mei could not help but agree. It was impossible for an ordinary woman to compare with her in beauty or charm. What if I were just average looking? There was a trace of hesitation in Zhao Mei's voice. Li Jiyan immediately interrupted her thoughts. This was not a good sign. He had no intention of answering such a question. Aunt Zhao, in this lifetime, I love only you. No matter who else appears, even if they are 100 times, 1,000 times more beautiful than you. Even if you were just average looking, I would still love you. I even feel like it is something imprinted in my very genes. This lifetime, you will always stay by my side. Hearing Li Jiyan's words, Zhao Mei could feel his sincerity. For a moment, she was deeply moved. You are impossible. Li Jiyan slowly sat up, wrapping his arms around Zhao Mei's waist. The two of them watched the sun sinking in the distance. Mei, my life has never been particularly fortunate. My parents passed away when I was very young. I grew up an orphan, and this misfortune should have followed me my whole life. But now, I feel incredibly lucky because I have you. And now you have married me, you are my wife. Maybe, from the moment you started taking care of me, worrying about me, my heart was completely tied to you. And now, I have a lot of money. At this point, Li Jiyan had accumulated several billion in cash. One could say he was overflowing with wealth. If he wished, countless women would flock to him instantly. But, in this lifetime, I love only you. Among all the people in this world, you are the only one who stands out to me. Zhao Mei slowly leaned against Li Jiyan's shoulder. Her heart was overwhelmed with emotion. Aunt Zhao, when you give birth to our daughter, I will buy you all kinds of black stockings. You are impossible. Zhao Mei's voice was barely audible, but she did not refuse. She knew. Her body had returned to its youthful state, as if she were still in her 20s, and she would never age. She and Li Jiyan had a long future ahead of them.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.